Earning 10,000 yuan a day, driving an Audi A6 to university. Chapter 1, Charging for 2 hours, talking for 5 minutes. Ping, ping, ping. Ping, ping, ping. The continuous notification sounds from the WeChat group interrupted Gu Lin's pleasant dream. Gu Lin opened his eyes groggily and sat up in bed. It's already summer vacation, can't a person get some decent sleep? Gu Lin muttered with some dissatisfaction. Then, he reached out and picked up the Oppo R7 that was charging by his pillow, its screen already showing severe signs of aging. This phone was quite old, his parents had rewarded him with it back when he got into the county first high school. In fact, he had actually wanted the newly released Xiaomi Note back then. However, the advertisement, charge for 5 minutes, talk for 2 hours, was just too effective. His mother, Yuan, was also brainwashed by this ad and was dead set on the idea that if one were to buy a phone, it had to be this one. Mind you, Yuan was also an honorable people's teacher. Even she was brainwashed, which showed just how much impact that advertising slogan had at the time. Now, 3 years had passed, and the original, charge for 5 minutes, talk for 2 hours, had turned into, charge for 2 hours, talk for 5 minutes. He swiped his finger across the laggy screen, the WeChat icon on the desktop was covered by a red dot showing 99+. He glanced at the time on the screen, it was only 8 in the morning. Gu Lin's father and mother had already gone to work. Gu Lin's father, Gu Deshui, was a proper undergraduate college student from the 1980s. After graduation, he passed the National Civil Service exam and earned a government paycheck. 20 years later, the 42-year-old Gu Deshui had reached the position of deputy secretary of the municipal party committee. His mother, Yuan, relying on her husband's status, held a clerical position at the Municipal Bureau of Education. Gu Lin stared at the dense cluster of red dots with sleepy eyes, feeling somewhat speechless and muttering to himself. The college entrance exam just ended, and they're already letting themselves go like this. He rubbed his head and tapped into WeChat. As soon as he entered WeChat, a series of notification sounds crackled again. This caused his already aging phone to almost crash on the spot. Gu Lin waited for the phone to recover before tapping into a group chat called the Three Realms Taoist Exchange Group. This was a small group of 4 consisting of him and his 3 childhood best buddies. Gu Lin and the other 3 had grown up in the same village since they were children. From elementary school to high school, they had even attended the same schools. Looking at the messages still flashing in the group, Gu Lin didn't bother scrolling up to read the chat history. Instead, he typed directly in the group, "Did you 3 take stimulants? You're so hyper this early in the morning." Zhao Xingxong replied instantly, "You're finally back among the living. I thought you'd slept yourself to death." Gu Guotai followed up, "Exactly. No replies to messages, no answering calls, we were about to hold a memorial service for you." Zhao Mingkong chimed in, "If you really kicked the bucket, can you leave me your Crossfire account?" Looking at the messages from his 3 best friends, Gu Lin's lips twitched as he quickly typed back, "Get lost, your father is alive and well. TSK." The 3 of them replied with the same word in perfect unison. After the joking, Gu Lin asked curiously, "Seriously though, what are you guys talking about that's so lively?" Zhao Xingxong replied quickly, "Isn't the college entrance exam over? We're discussing whether to go get our driver's licenses together. Kong Zi said his family has a relative who runs a driving school, we can get a discount if we go there." Not long after Zhao Xingxong's message was sent, Gu Guotai followed up to add to it. "That's right, my second maternal aunt's family runs a driving school." Zhao Mingkong also rushed to confirm. "The registration fee at other driving schools is 300 yuan now. My second maternal aunt said if we go, it'll only be 200 yuan, and a pass is guaranteed." Most of Zhao Mingkong's relatives were in business. Influenced by this, his family operated over a dozen booming hot pot restaurants in the city and the county town. While not extremely wealthy, earning a few million yuan easily every year was not an issue. Among the group, his family's economic condition was the most abundant. "All right then, brothers, what have you all decided?" Gu Lin calculated in his head, a driver's license was something he'd have to get sooner or later. Since they had this connection and could get such a good price, there was really nothing to hesitate about. "The 3 of us have already decided, we're just waiting for you now." Among these brothers, Zhao Xingxong had always been the most proactive one. Whether it was doing things or speaking, he was always at the forefront. When the group occasionally had minor conflicts, he was always the one to step up and act as the peacemaker. His family's situation was also the worst among the four. A gambling father and a sick mother, the sob stories foot massage technicians tell were exactly his life experience. "I have no objections, let's all go together." Gu Lin quickly typed out the line and sent it. After the college entrance exam ended 2 days ago, Gu Lin's parents had asked him if he wanted to take advantage of the summer vacation to get his driver's license. At that time, Gu Lin had just been liberated from the high-pressure life of high school. His heart was full of a desire for freedom, and he had no interest in considering a driver's license. He just wanted to relax for a while. But after only a few days, besides eating, sleeping, and playing on his phone at home, he was just hanging out at internet cafes with his childhood friends. Gu Deshui and Li Yuan knew Gu Lin had been under a lot of pressure these past 3 years, so they simply let him be. Because of their own education levels, the couple maintained a free-range state regarding Gu Lin. As Li Yuan put it, "We only have this one child, Gu Lin. With me and old Gu working this hard, it's enough." As for Gu Lin, as long as he doesn't break the law, he can live whatever kind of life he likes. So during his 3 years of high school, Gu Lin really didn't feel any pressure from his parents. However, Gu Lin himself looked forward to university life, so he didn't exactly slack off either. Among his 4 childhood friends, Zhao Mingkong was likely influenced by his family. Thus, throughout the 3 years of high school, he was entirely focused on games and had zero interest in studying. In Zhao Mingkong's words, "If I don't pass, I don't pass. At worst, I'll just go home and inherit the family business." Zhao Xingtsung, because of his family background, was the most hard-working student among them. A phrase he often repeated was, "Knowledge changes destiny." Knowing he had strong self-esteem, when they went out to play, the others never suggested things like, "I'll pay, you don't have to." So usually, when they went out, they would let Zhao Xingtsung pay for small things, while Zhao Mingkong would foot the bill for the big expenses. In Gu Lin's words, this was called slaughtering the rich dog. Zhao Xingtsung certainly knew their intentions, but he never said anything, only feeling silently touched in his heart. Gu Guotai was just like his name, with a square-shaped face that looked like it belonged to a time when the country was prosperous and the people were at peace. He had always played the role of the big brother among them. In fact, he was indeed a year older than Gu Lin and the other two. It was only because he had repeated a grade later on that he ended up back on the same starting line as the 3 of them. He came from a classic infrastructure family. His father's generation of 4 brothers had all gone into the real estate industry. By Gu Guotai's generation, the family was flourishing with many descendants. The number of paternal and maternal cousins was simply countless. He was also the youngest in his generation. The overall strength of Gu Guotai's family was stronger than Zhao Mingkong's. However, if one only counted Gu Guotai's father, he couldn't compare to Zhao Mingtai's family. After all, his father only contracted the water and electricity projects for their company's construction sites. The most important and profitable projects were still firmly controlled by his eldest uncle. Yet, even just the water and electricity could bring his family an annual income of 2 to 3 million yuan. It had to be said that the feng shui of Gu Lin's village was truly good. Except for Zhao Xingtsung's father, the other 3 families were doing quite well for themselves. Chapter 2, The 10,000 a Day System. As for Gu Lin, after these 2 days of frantic fun, he was gradually getting a bit tired of it. It was fine at first, but after 2 days, it started to feel a little boring. Now was the perfect time, as his childhood friends had suggested they get their driver's licenses together. With a discount and company, he felt it was actually quite good. After settling the matter of getting their driver's licenses, the discussion in the group chat became increasingly heated. Zhao Mingkong volunteered, saying he would talk to his relative about the specific registration details. He even patted his chest and guaranteed that he would definitely get the best treatment for his brothers. Gu Guotai, on the other hand, began scouring the internet for various strategies for driving school exams. From time to time, he forwarded some practical tips and precautions into the group. He joked, "Brothers, don't fail subject 1, or word will get out and shame our 3 realms Taoists." Zhao Xingtsung suggested, "Since we've decided, let's go to the driving school run by Mingkong's second maternal aunt tomorrow to see it in person and get familiar with the environment." Gu Lin thought that since he was free anyway, he readily agreed. brothers, see you tomorrow. After sending the message, Gu Lin got up and went into the bathroom to wash up. Gu Lin's house was a standard 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout. Old Master Gu had bought it back when Gu Desui was still in the municipal committee, serving as the secretary for the municipal party secretary. In his youth, Old Master Gu was a veteran who had participated in the War of Resistance. Later, in order not to trouble the state, after his discharge, Old Master Gu opened a slaughterhouse locally. He had made some money, but as he grew older, he gradually stopped doing those businesses. At that time, Gu Lin was only 6 years old and just about to start primary school. That was also the year Gu Lin's family moved into the city to live. However, Old Master Gu and the old lady weren't used to city life and stayed in the village. In the same year, the families of Zhao Mingkong and Gu Guotai also bought houses in the city. As for Zhao Xingcong's family, they stayed in the village because they didn't have the money. At that time, the price of a house in the city was still a significant amount for an ordinary family. There were many like Zhao Xingcong's family who couldn't afford a house in the city. Fortunately, the school provided accommodation, and Zhao Xingcong attended primary school in the city, with a school bus picking him up and dropping him off every 2 weeks. After washing up, Gu Lin wiped his damp hair, walked to the mirror, and sized himself up. In the mirror was a slightly boyish, handsome face. This young man is really handsome. Looking at his clear-featured self in the mirror, Gu Lin nodded with satisfaction. His looks were inherited from his mother, Li Yuan, with relatively soft facial features. His physique was inherited from his father, Gu Desui, standing at 180 centimeters, his build was somewhat thin. Just as Gu Lin was admiring his looks in the mirror. Ding! A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Super rich system binding in progress. Host, do you wish to bind? Gu Lin's face lit up with joy. Born in the millennium, he had read many web novels. Of course he knew what a super rich system was, it could easily make him the richest man in the world. Bind, bind. Gu Lin said hurriedly. Ding! Super rich system bound successfully. Hearing the notification in his mind that the system had bound successfully, Gu Lin breathed a sigh of relief. System, introduce your functions. This system is the one with the most stable data among all super-rich systems. Hearing the system say this, Gu Lin was first delighted. Then, with excitement flashing in his eyes, he asked full of anticipation. System, is there a novice gift pack or something? Responding to the host, no, the system replied after a 2-second delay. All right. The light in Gu Lin's eyes dimmed a bit, and he said with some disappointment. Then what specific functions do you have? Is it consumption rebates? Or do you give money just for breathing? Gu Lin then followed up with another question. He thought to himself that even if there wasn't a novice gift pack, this system should at least have some powerful functions, right? This system can provide the host with a 10,000 yuan daily living fund. Great! Gu Lin pumped his fist excitedly. After all that, it turned out to be an upgrade system. He had read many system genre novels like this. System, how many huaxia yuan do I need to spend to upgrade? With a smile on his face, Gu Lin asked impatiently. In his heart, he was already imagining whether his first car should be a Ferrari or a Lamborghini. This system cannot be upgraded for life. The system's voice seemed to carry a hint of awkwardness. Gu Lin's originally excited smile instantly froze on his face. The dream of luxury cars he had just fantasized about shattered instantly. What? It can't be upgraded. Then besides giving 10,000 for a living fund every day, what other functions do you have? With his dream shattered, Gu Lin questioned with a dissatisfied tone. Host, this system does not have any functions other than the living fund. The system explained unhurriedly. Gu Lin could hardly believe his ears. His eyes widened, and he roared in disbelief. What? That's it. You're worthy of being called a super-rich system. Other systems give luxury cars and investment abilities, and you just give 10,000 yuan a day. This system is set this way. Host, please use the daily living fund reasonably. The system's mechanical voice was devoid of any emotion. Gu Lin was so angry he plopped down on the bed, his heart full of frustration. But after calming down, he thought to himself, 10,000 yuan isn't a small amount either, and it's every day. It adds up to over 3 million a year. Thinking that he could have over 3 million a year, Gu Lin felt a bit better. He secretly cheered himself up. Even if the system's functions were limited. With this 10,000 yuan a day, he could still make his life exciting. Fine then. Gu Lin smiled helplessly. He felt like he was being a bit ungrateful. A 10,000 yuan daily fund was a dream for so many people. Ding. Today's fund has been credited. Host, please check and receive it. Just as the system finished speaking, Gu Lin's old R7 phone received a text message from CCB. Dear customer, received a transfer of 10,000 yuan from Invisible Group. Looking at the text message on his phone, Gu Lin's mood became excited once again. Although this system had a single function, this solid 10,000 yuan arriving in his account still made him feel a taste of being a shenhao. System, what kind of company is this Invisible Group? With a transfer every day, I won't be investigated for the source of my wealth, will I? After the excitement passed, Gu Lin asked with some concern. Due to his father Gu Dishui's profession, Gu Lin was still quite wary of these things. Invisible Group is controlled by the company that created this system. The source of wealth is absolutely legal and reasonable. The host does not need to worry about this. That's good then. Hearing the system's explanation, Gu Lin finally felt relieved. With this 10,000 yuan in his account, Gu Lin's mind also began to get active. Then, Gu Lin looked at the ancient R7 phone in his hand. Not only was it slow to respond, but the screen would also flicker from time to time. It really affected its use. Thinking that he now had a 10,000 yuan daily living fund provided by the system, he decided to buy a new phone online. He opened the JD.com shopping app, and a dazzling array of phone brands and models instantly met his eyes. All kinds of high-end configurations and cool-looking phones made his eyes wander. Gu Lin thought to himself, since he had money now, of course he should choose the best one. Chapter 3, Coming Clean to My Parents. However, after looking around carefully, he didn't find anything that really suited his taste. Personally, he preferred Apple brand phones. But Apple's new iPhone XS Max wouldn't be released until September. Since it was only June, that meant he would have to wait another 3 months. But he didn't want to use this R7 for even one more second, so he could only buy a temporary replacement for now. After looking for a while longer, Gu Lin finally bought a Huawei P20 Pro. This phone was also a new model just released in April this year. Black, 6GB plus 256GB version, costing 6,288 yuan. JD.com's logistics capabilities were beyond doubt. With their own warehouses everywhere, it would arrive in less than 2 days. After buying the phone, Gu Lin still had over 3,800 Huaxia coins in his bank card. Thinking of this, Gu Lin started shopping on JD.com again. As for what to do tomorrow if he spent it all, wouldn't there be another 1,000 yuan living fund tomorrow? Gu Lin first bought 2 plain Zara t-shirts, one black and one white, spending 400 yuan. For pants, he chose a pair of H&M straight-leg jeans, spending 400 yuan. Because the weather in Shan County in July was already very hot. Gu Lin also bought a pair of Karl Lagerfeld casual beach shorts, spending 700 yuan. For shoes, he chose the popular brand Nike. A pair of white Air Max, 700 yuan. A pair of white and blue Nike Air Max 1 sneakers, 600 yuan. Gu Lin didn't choose AJs, not because he didn't like them, but because wearing AJs in the summer made his feet too smelly. After buying these clothes, Gu Lin only had a little over 100 left in his card. Finally, he chose a pair of Ray-Ban aviator sunglasses for 800 yuan. An MLB baseball cap, over 300 yuan. At this point, the living fund given by the system for today was all spent. After buying everything, Gu Lin felt exceptionally refreshed. But I still have to figure out a way to handle my parents, Gu Lin murmured softly. Gu Deshui was the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee of Shan City. Don't be fooled by him being an official in a small third-tier city. There were plenty of people trying to flatter him. Moreover, Gu Deshui was currently in his prime and still had a lot of room for advancement. He certainly wouldn't gamble his political career on corruption and bribery. That would undoubtedly be picking up a sesame seed only to lose the watermelon. One must know that in a country like Huaxia, no matter how much money you have, it cannot compare to power. But there are always clever people. If I can't bribe you, Gu Deshui, then I'll bribe your family. Li Yulan also knew her husband's situation, so she never accepted gifts from colleagues at her workplace. As a result, their focus shifted to Gu Lin. Gu Lin was now buying a new phone, shoes, and clothes. He still needed to find a legitimate reason for the source of this money to avoid worrying his parents. After thinking for a moment, Gu Lin felt it would be better to come clean with his parents. This way, he wouldn't need to find other excuses for any future spending when dealing with them. Furthermore, Gu Deshui wouldn't have to worry about money for Gu Lin's future house, marriage, and children. He could focus peacefully on his advancement. Of course, they didn't originally need to worry about money. As the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee of Shen City, even if Gu Deshui's monthly salary was only a few thousand yuan, Gu Lin wouldn't be like ordinary people after graduation, worrying about housing and marriage. Even without Gu Deshui resorting to corruption, it was the same. Those who know. There would even be many daughters of large groups and companies scrambling to marry him. Moreover, Li Yulan worked a clerical job at the Bureau of Education and had a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan. Combined, their monthly salaries already exceeded 10,000 yuan. And that wasn't even counting various benefits and the like. Acquiring this system, for Gu Lin, just made his life a bit better. After making up his mind, Gu Lin felt a sense of relief. In the afternoon, Gu Lin played a few rounds of games with some childhood friends. Time passed like this, and evening soon arrived. Gu Lin glanced at the time. It was already around 6 in the evening. After turning off the computer, Gu Lin waited quietly for his parents to come home from work with a mix of nervousness and relief. Hearing the sound of the lock turning, he quickly stood up, took a deep breath, and walked toward the entrance. "Dad, Mom, you're back." Gu Lin tried to make his smile look as natural as possible. Gu Deshui and Li Yulan changed their shoes and gave a smiling mm. Seeing their son's solemn expression, they couldn't help but exchange a glance, vaguely guessing that something had happened. "Gu Lin, is there something on your mind?" Gu Deshui casually placed his briefcase on the table and asked with a smile. Li Yulan also looked at Gu Lin with curiosity in her eyes. "Yeah, there's something I want to tell you both," Gu Lin nodded. Then, the family of 3 sat down on the sofa in the living room. Gu Lin didn't hide anything and spilled the beans about obtaining the system and getting a 1,000 yuan living fund every day. After Li Yulan finished listening, her brow furrowed into a deep frown, her tone full of worry. "Son, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Could it be some new type of scam?" Gu Deshui remained silent, his fingers lightly tapping his knee. After thinking for a long time, he spoke, "Regardless of whether it's real or not, we must act with caution. If people with ill intentions find out and target you, the trouble would be immense. How about this, let's observe for a few days to see if this system is truly stable and reliable." Gu Deshui's tone was serious. This matter had quite an impact on him. I know, Dad." Gu Lin nodded quickly, showing he understood the importance of the matter. "As long as you understand." Gu Deshui nodded and didn't say anything more. Beside him, Li Yulan opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't speak. "Dad, tomorrow Guotai and I agreed to go take our driver's license test together." Seeing that the topic of the system was finished, Gu Lin followed up. Hearing this, Gu Deshui's expression softened slightly, and he nodded in response. "Getting a driver's license is a good thing, you'll need it eventually." Li Yulan also urged, "Be careful when learning to drive, listen to the instructor, and don't be careless." "Dad, Mom, I know." Gu Lin nodded obediently. "In a bit, I'll have your mom give you 3,000 yuan. Gu Deshui sat on the sofa and poured himself a cup of tea. "Dad, no need. Tomorrow the system will give me 10,000 yuan, Gu Lin said, shaking his head. "All right, then from now on, your mom and I won't give you any more allowance." Hearing Gu Lin's words, Gu Deshui said with a light chuckle. Chapter 4, Provincial Party Committees Yu Kaisheng. From now on, you and Mom don't need to give me living expenses anymore," Gu Lin said half-jokingly. After coming clean with his parents, his mood had relaxed considerably. "You rascal." Gu Deshui pointed a finger at Gu Lin in the air, shaking his head with a smile. Son, you shouldn't be too extravagant with your spending in the future. Li Yulan spoke with a tone of concern. Her worries mainly stemmed from 2 points. First, the municipal party secretary of Shan City would soon be reassigned. Both Gu Deshui and Mayor Gu Xuejie had a chance at this competitive position. She was afraid that Gu Lin's sudden extravagance would attract certain people's attention, who might use this matter to make a fuss. Regardless of whether the money was legal or not, it would inevitably have some impact. After all, at Gu Deshui's level, too many eyes were fixed on him. Second, Gu Lin was too young. She feared that with such a sum of money arriving every day, Gu Lin wouldn't be able to handle it. Mom, I understand what you mean, Gu Lin said, aware of his family's concerns. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Gu Lin said in a serious tone. All right, as long as Gu Lin knows what he's doing, it's fine. Gu Deshui interrupted Li Yulan, who wanted to say more. He still had quite a bit of confidence in his son. He also believed that Gu Lin wouldn't do anything wrong. Even if he did make a mistake, he, as the father, would be there to back him up. The top position, it seems I must secure it. A sharp glint flashed in Gu Deshui's eyes as he murmured to himself. If for nothing else, then to better protect and guide his son in the future. Go cook, Yulan. Gu Deshui temporarily suppressed the thoughts in his heart and smiled at Li Yulan. Okay. Hearing her husband say this, Li Yulan could only nod and head toward the kitchen. However, the worry in her eyes did not diminish much. Gu Lin, don't mind your mother's fussing, she's doing it for your own good. After Li Yulan left, Gu Deshui took a small sip of tea and spoke to Gu Lin. Dad, I know. Gu Lin nodded. He naturally knew that Li Yulan meant well for him. Good, I'm still quite confident in you. Seeing this, Gu Deshui nodded with satisfaction. Have you estimated your score for the college entrance exam? Gu Deshui asked in a casual tone. A985 university might be hard to say, but for a first-tier university, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Gu Lin said with a smile after a moment of thought. Gu Deshui nodded slightly upon hearing this, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He and Li Yulan had never put too much pressure on Gu Lin regarding his studies. They weren't the kind of parents with old-fashioned, rigid thinking. As long as Gu Lin didn't do anything illegal or break regulations, the degree of freedom they gave him was quite high. The college entrance exam is over, so you can relax a bit. But don't overindulge yourself, Gu Deshui cautioned. I know, Dad. I'm planning to go traveling after I get my driver's license. What do you think? Gu Lin said enthusiastically. Having finally finished his stressful high school career, he had long wanted to go out and have a good time. It was just that a few of his childhood friends had talked about getting their driver's licenses together. Plus, a driver's license was something that would be quite useful once he started university, so he decided to get it first. Now, while chatting with Gu Deshui, he informed his father of his plan to go traveling in advance. Traveling is fine. Just be careful, take more photos, and let your mother see the scenery outside too. Gu Deshui said with a smile. He understood that at his son's age, it was the time to enjoy playing. He didn't want to interfere with Gu Lin's ideas or dampen his spirits. It was precisely Gu Deshui's semi-hands-off educational style that had made Gu Lin independent and self-disciplined since childhood. Got it. I'll definitely pick a place with beautiful scenery and bring back some local specialties for you and Mom. Hearing Gu Deshui's approval, Gu Lin quickly patted his chest in assurance. Just then, Gu Deshui's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, his expression changing slightly, and said to Gu Lin, I'm going to the study to take a call. Gu Lin nodded, watching his father's back as he hurried toward the study, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. In the study, Gu Deshui answered the phone, his expression becoming somewhat solemn. What did you say? Gu Xuejie's side has already started moving. Gu Deshui's brows furrowed slightly. He hadn't expected Gu Xuejie to move so quickly. He went to Quan City today to pay a visit to Standing Committee member Yu. A vigorous male voice came from the other end of the phone. Listening to the news from the other end, Gu Deshui gripped his phone tightly, his breathing becoming somewhat hurried. After a long silence, seeing that Gu Deshui hadn't spoken, the voice on the other end continued. Deshui, we need to make plans early. I understand. I'll think of something. Old Hao, you continue to monitor Gu Shuijie's movements. After hanging up the phone, a cold light flashed in Gu Shui's eyes. Yu Kaisheng, the former deputy secretary of the Lu Province Provincial Party Committee, even though he was now retired, his influence was still not to be underestimated. He hadn't expected Gu Shuijie to actually be able to latch onto a connection like Yu Kaisheng. After hanging up, Gu Desui paced back and forth in the study. He knew that this shadow war for the position of municipal party secretary had quietly begun. Gu Shuijie had already made some moves, wanting to use them to suppress him and thereby increase his own chances of promotion. Gu Desui knew that this opportunity concerned not only his own career, but also his son's future development. He couldn't lose, and he couldn't afford to lose. After thinking for a moment, Gu Desui decided to go to the countryside tomorrow to ask his father, Gu Meng, for his opinion. After all, his father, Gu Meng, was a veteran who had participated in many large-scale battles. He had earned 3 first-class merits alone, and his second-class merits were too numerous to count. Although his father hadn't stayed in the military afterward and chose to be discharged, his comrades from back then had now all reached very high positions. Meanwhile, Li Yulan, busy in the kitchen, felt the worry in her heart growing heavier. As she chopped vegetables, she thought about the massive wealth Gu Lin had suddenly acquired, as well as Gu Deshui's upcoming job competition. Thinking of these things, Li Yulan's heart couldn't settle for a long time. As for Gu Lin, although he realized his father might be facing difficulties at work, as a mere prospective university student, there wasn't much he could do. After a while, Gu Desui came out of the study, trying his best to make his expression return to normal. Gu Desui walked into the living room with his hands behind his back. Seeing Gu Lin looking at him with concern, his heart warmed. "Dad, did something happen?" Gu Lin asked with some worry. "It's nothing, just a small matter at work." Gu Desui shook his head slightly and replied with a smile. He didn't want to involve his son in these matters, besides adding another person to worry, it wouldn't be of any use. Old Gu. At this time, Li Yulan also came out of the kitchen carrying 2 finished dishes. Chapter 5, Li Yulan's Worries. Gu Desui had just gone to the study to answer a phone call, which she had seen from the kitchen. Although she didn't know the specifics, she had a faint suspicion in her heart. It definitely had to do with the position of municipal party secretary this time. "It's nothing, don't worry." Gu Desui took the plate from Li Yulan's hand, placed it on the dining table, and said in a relaxed tone, Li Yulan nodded gently and didn't ask any more questions. She knew that Gu Desui didn't want to discuss these things in front of their son, Gu Lin. Furthermore, Gu Desui was not the type of person who liked to bring pressure home. Most of the time, he chose to bear it all by himself. "Gu Lin, Yulan, let's eat first," Gu Desui called out nonchalantly. "Wow, Mom, the shredded potatoes you stir-fried still smell so good." Gu Lin sniffed the food on the table and immediately put on a look of intoxication. He used an exaggerated tone, acting playfully. "Of course, your mother's culinary skills are comparable to a 5-star chef." Gu Desui saw that Gu Lin was trying to liven up the atmosphere and immediately played along. "You too." Li Yulan also knew her son's and husband's intentions. However, a smile still graced her face. Watching this warm scene, Gu Deshui's hand hidden behind his back clenched tightly into a fist. "Gu Shuijie, let's see who gets the last laugh," Gu Desui murmured to himself. The officialdom was like a battlefield, though bloodless, it was more terrifying than a real one. He couldn't lose, and he couldn't afford to lose. He was only 42 years old, and whether he could get promoted this time basically determined his future career path. If he secured the top position, there would still be the possibility of further advancement. If not, he would essentially stay in this position until retirement. In terms of age, Gu Shuijie had an advantage over him. Gu Desui was only 42 this year, while Gu Shuijie was already 50. Currently, both were at the deputy bureau level, and the top position was at the full bureau level. If the higher-ups compared them by age, Gu Desui had no advantage. The trend in China's officialdom had always been like this, being older meant being steady and reliable in handling affairs. Although a 42-year-old at the full bureau level was not common in China, it wasn't exactly rare either. However, Those who could reach the full bureau level in their 40s or even late 30s undoubtedly had significant backgrounds. Gu Deshui, relying on his own efforts to reach the deputy bureau level at 42, had unquestionable work ability. The various difficulties he encountered along the way were not something outsiders could truly understand. At that time, Gu Deshui also wondered why Old Master Gu had chosen to retire from the military back then. If Old Master Gu had chosen to stay in the army, he would at least be a corps-level cadre by now. In that case, his own career path would have been much easier. As he grew older and gained more experience, Gu Deshui gradually let go of those thoughts. After all, it was better to carve out one's own path. He had weathered 20 years of storms on his own. Was he going to be afraid just because Gu Shuijie went to see Standing Committee member Yu once? No, I might lose, but I will never admit defeat. After thinking this through, Gu Deshui's entire spirit was suddenly refreshed. The gloom between his brows was swept away. Although he had been smiling when facing Gu Lin and his wife earlier, that touch of gloom on his forehead had still been quite obvious. But now, that gloom had vanished without a trace. At this moment, Gu Deshui carried an even greater air of poise. Gu Deshui didn't know yet what a huge surprise his father would bring him when he returned to his hometown this time. Old Gu. Li Yulan felt the change in her husband, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. This was the husband she was familiar with, possessing the poise that a deputy secretary of the Shen City Municipal Party Committee should have. After the family finished dinner in a harmonious atmosphere, Gu Lin took the initiative to clear the dishes and went into the kitchen to get busy. Gu Deshui and Li Yulan sat on the living room sofa. The evening news was playing on the TV, but neither of them was focused on it. Li Yulan hesitated for a moment before asking, "Old Gu, has Gu Shuijie made some kind of move? Don't carry it all alone, let's think of a way together." Gu Deshui gently took Li Yulan's hand and comforted her, "It's fine, don't worry about these things. I can handle it. Gu Shuijie has indeed made some moves, but I won't just sit around and wait for death." Seeing her husband's firm gaze, Li Yulan felt a bit more at ease. "I believe in you, but this matter is of great importance, so you must be careful." Gu Deshui nodded and turned his gaze toward the kitchen. "I'm working so hard for the sake of our family. For Gu Lin to have a better future. I must seize this opportunity. I believe you can definitely do it." Li Yulan looked at her high-spirited husband, her eyes revealing a hint of love. "Yulan, after work tomorrow, come back to Gu family village with me." Gu Deshui decided to go back tomorrow to ask for Old Master Gu's opinion. "Okay." Li Yulan nodded. By then, Gu Lin had finished cleaning up and walked out of the kitchen. Wiping his hands, he saw his parents sitting on the sofa seemingly discussing something important. He asked curiously, "Dad, Mom, what are you guys chatting about?" Gu Deshui stood up with a smile and patted Gu Lin's shoulder. "Nothing much, just talking about your trip. Where do you plan to go?" Gu Lin's eyes lit up. "Dad, Mom, I want to go to Chengdu." Gu Lin's eyes lit up. "Dad, Mom, I want to go to Chengdu. I heard it's a city full of life and flavor. There's so much good food, like hot pot, skewers, rabbit heads, and so on. And there are places with great historical and cultural heritage like Wuhou Shrine and Mount Qingcheng. I want to go and experience them." When Gu Lin spoke of Chengdu, the excitement on his face was palpable, and he began to talk incessantly. In fact, there was another reason he wanted to go to Chengdu. Last year he had heard that song Chengdu sung by Zhao Xiaolei. He also wanted to go to a small tavern, get a little tipsy, and then sit by the tavern's entrance. Li Yulan said with some concern, "Chengdu isn't close to us at all. Yulan, Gu Lin is already an adult. He should go out and see the world." Gu Deshui was quite supportive of Gu Lin in this regard. He felt that a man should go out and see more when he is young. But he's never traveled far alone. To suddenly go so far, how can I be at ease? Gu Deshui looked at Li Yulan with a smile and patiently persuaded her. A child eventually has to learn to be independent. We can't keep him under our wings forever. Mom, actually, I also want to apply to Chuanshu University for college. Going to Chengdu this time is also to get familiar with the environment in advance. Hearing Gu Lin say this, Li Yulan's expression softened slightly. She looked at Gu Lin, her eyes full of concern and reluctance. Why think about applying to a school so far away? Wouldn't it be good to stay in our provincial capital, Spring City? Chapter 6, A Chance Encounter with Zhao Rongrong. Gu Lin sat down beside Li Yulan, pulling her hand and acting like a spoiled child. Mom, although the schools in Spring City are good, they're too close to home. I just want to go out and see the world. Besides, I think Chengdu is a very charming city. One can experience the prosperity of a modern metropolis while it's also full of the charm of traditional culture. Gu Desui nodded in agreement from the side. That's right, Yulan. The child has his own ideas, we should support him. Going a bit further away for school can also train his independence. Gu Desui said this while harboring his own concerns in his heart. In the struggle against Guoshuejie, he actually didn't have much confidence right now. If he failed, then Gu Lin going away to study would be a good choice. Li Yulan sighed softly, her tone somewhat helpless. I'm just worried about him, he's never been so far from home since he was little. But since you both put it that way, I can only support it. Li Yulan looked at Gu Lin, her eyes full of concern and instructions. Gu Lin, when you go to Chengdu, you'll be in an unfamiliar place, so be careful with everything. It's not like Shen City there, don't get into conflicts with people. Also, when you're away from home, pay attention to food hygiene. Don't upset your stomach. Gu Lin nodded vigorously and said with a grin. I know, Mom. Don't worry, I'm not a child anymore. Besides, I'm not going right now. I'll go after Guotai and the other two and I finish our driver's licenses. Hearing that Gu Lin wouldn't go to Chengdu for a while, Li Yulan's brow relaxed slightly. Li Yulan continued to instruct, when practicing driving, you must pay attention to safety. Don't rush, be steady. I know, Mom. I've got it all planned out, Gu Lin nodded. All right, as long as you know what you're doing. Li Yulan smiled helplessly, she knew her son had grown up and had his own thoughts and plans. She could only support and advise him silently from the side. Afterward, the family chatted for a while before going to their respective rooms to sleep. Lying in bed, Gu Lin thought about the day's events, still feeling it was somewhat dreamlike. Longing for his future life like this, Gu Lin soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight spilled through the window onto Gu Lin's face, and he slowly woke up. He picked up his phone to check the time, it was already 8 in the morning. On the messaging app, there was an unread text message. Gu Lin clicked it open, and as expected, it was a payment notification. Dear CCB user, your bank card ending in 632474 has received a deposit of 1,000 yuan. The remaining balance is 1,067 yuan. The transfer record showed it came in at 12:01 a.m. At that time, Gu Lin was already in slumberland. Looking at this balance of 10,000 yuan, a satisfied smile appeared on Gu Lin's face. Thinking about how he had initially looked down on the system as weak, he gave himself a light slap. Bah, what else are you dissatisfied with? Gu Lin muttered to himself. Only now did he realize how blissful it was to have 10,000 yuan arrive in his account every day upon waking up. After gathering his thoughts, he remembered he had an appointment with his 3 childhood friends to go get their driver's licenses today. Zhao Xingzong's family didn't have a house in the city, so he needed to take the bus from the village to the city every day. Since the bus from Gu family village to the city took over an hour, they agreed to meet at Gu Guotai's house at 9 o'clock. Because the driving school was only about 10 stops away from Gu Guotai's house. People like Zhao Mingkong and Zhao Xingzong would take the bus to the stop near Gu Guotai's house and then transfer to the driving school. Gu Lin didn't need to transfer, he could take a direct bus from his residential complex to the driving school. But to be with his buddies, Gu Lin naturally chose to head to Gu Guotai's house to gather first. Gu Lin hurriedly got dressed, got up, and went into the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, Gu Lin walked into the living room, the house was empty. Gu Desui and Li Yulan had already gone to work at their respective units. Under a cup on the coffee table, 3,000 yuan in cash was pressed down. Seeing this scene, Gu Lin's heart warmed. He knew his parents left this for him specifically because they feared the system matter might be unreliable. Shaking his head, Gu Lin picked up the 3,000 yuan from the table and put it in his pocket. He planned to deposit it into his bank card when he passed by a bank later. After Gu Lin left the house, he walked slowly toward the bus stop. Gu Guatai's residential complex was only 5 stops away from Gu Lin's. Passing by a breakfast shop, he picked up a shredded pancake and a cup of soy milk. The July sunlight was already exceptionally hot. Today, Gu Lin wore a plain white short-sleeved shirt and casual black shorts. On his feet were a pair of white Yeezy shoes, which were still very popular in 2018, and he wore a pair of black sunglasses. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, with the trendy pompadour hairstyle of the time and long legs, his whole person appeared exceptionally slender. His weight of 130 kgs made his physique more balanced, not looking like a skinny dog. Gu Lin walked toward the bus stop while eating his pancake. On the morning streets, pedestrians came and went, and vehicles flowed incessantly. When he reached the bus stop, there weren't many people waiting. Standing on the platform, Gu Lin looked at the distant skyscrapers, his heart full of longing for the future. After a while, the bus slowly arrived. Gu Lin swiped his card, boarded, and found a window seat to sit down. The bus moved forward slowly as Gu Lin looked at the scenery outside the window. He was thinking about getting his driver's license quickly and then starting his journey to Chengdu. He was still quite curious about the city where he would spend 4 years of university life. As the bus moved along, the sound of the broadcast soon rang out inside the vehicle. Next stop, Rose Park Station. Passengers getting off, please hold the handrails and exit from the rear door. Gu Lin heard the announcement but didn't pay it much mind. Gu Guatai's Happiness City residential complex was still 3 stops away from Rose Park. At this moment, he was staring out the window, dreaming of his trip to Chengdu. Suddenly, a crisp voice came from beside his ear. "Hello, is anyone sitting here?" Gu Lin turned his head and saw a girl with an oval face looking at him with a beaming smile. The girl was about 1.65 meters tall, and the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth added a bit of unique charm to her. Her beautiful long hair was tied into a ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead. It was his classmate, Zhao Rongrong. Gu Lin was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said with a smile, "No one's there, go ahead and sit." After Zhao Rongrong sat down, the scent of body wash drifted into Gu Lin's nose. "What a coincidence, Zhao Rongrong. Where are you heading off to play?" Zhao Rongrong gently tucked a stray hair behind her ear and smiled, "I'm not going to play. I'm planning to get a driver's license during the summer break. I'm thinking of getting it before university. I'm heading to the driving school to sign up today." Gu Lin paused, saying with some surprise, "You're also going for a driver's license? Which driving school are you practicing at?" Zhao Rongrong blinked and said, "Driving school number 91. I heard their instructors have good skills and you can get your license quickly." Chapter 7, Zhao Rongrong's Affection. Gu Lin's eyes lit up upon hearing that, and he said excitedly, "Gu Guatai, Zhao Mingkang, and I were also planning to go sign up at the driving school today." "Ah, what a coincidence. Which driving school are you going to?" Zhao Rongrong asked curiously after hearing Gu Lin's words. "I don't know the specific name," Gu Lin said, shaking his head. "You're really careless, going to sign up for a driving school without even knowing its name." Hearing this, Zhao Rongrong rolled her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but speak speechlessly. "Haha, it's the driving school owned by Zhao Mingkang's second maternal aunt, so I didn't ask much." Gu Lin smiled and continued, "But the location is over by the first municipal primary school." He really hadn't asked Zhao Mingkang what his aunt's driving school was called, he only knew the approximate location. "Oh. The driving school I signed up for is also over by the first municipal primary school." Zhao Rongrong said with some surprise upon hearing this. "Then maybe we're signing up for the same driving school." Gu Lin was also slightly stunned to hear Zhao Rongrong say this. "That's quite a coincidence then," Zhao Rongrong said with a smile, tucking her hair behind her ear. The 18-year-old girl had already developed into a graceful young woman. Zhao Rongrong's inadvertent movements made Gu Lin's heart flutter a bit. Fortunately, his willpower was relatively strong, so he didn't lose his composure in front of Zhao Rongrong. After realizing they were at the same driving school, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on Zhao Rongrong's face. "I was worried about being in an unfamiliar place at the driving school, but now that you and Gu Guatai are there, I feel much more at ease." Gu Lin said with a smile, "Haha, that way we can look out for each other at the driving school." By the way, why did you suddenly think of getting a driver's license? Zhao Rongrong said with a smile, I figured the summer break is quite long, and I might not have this much free time once university starts. I plan to get my license now while I can. Plus, it'll be more convenient for traveling in the future. What about you? Why did you choose to take the test now too? Gu Lin scratched his head and smiled, my thoughts are pretty much the same as yours. Besides, I'm also thinking of taking a trip to Chengdu after I get my license. Zhao Rongrong's eyes lit up. Wow, Chengdu. I heard the hot pot there is delicious. Gu Lin smiled and continued, I'm also planning to apply to Chuanshu University for college. I want to experience the local customs and culture there. You're planning to apply to Chuanshu University? Hearing Gu Lin say this, Zhao Rongrong's enthusiasm dampened slightly. True, with your grades, getting into Chuanshu University shouldn't be hard, Zhao Rongrong added. Yeah, which schools are you planning to apply to? Gu Lin nodded and then asked Zhao Rongrong. Zhao Rongrong's grades had always been in the top 3 of the class. Tsinghua or Peking University might be a stretch, but she was definitely a top-tier candidate for Project 211 or 985 universities. Gu Lin also wanted to know which school Zhao Rongrong wanted to attend. I won't know until the results come out, Zhao Rongrong shook her head. However, my family hopes I can stay in this province. Gu Lin nodded understandingly, he knew Zhao Rongrong was an only child. Her family certainly wouldn't want her to go too far away for university. I've heard there are many beautiful women in Sichuan. You're not going to Chuanshu University just because of that, are you? Seeing Gu Lin's indifferent expression, Zhao Rongrong spoke in a faint, meaningful tone. Gu Lin waved his hand. How could that be? Zhao Rongrong, stop teasing me. Besides, if I were really going to Sichuan for the beauties, why would I seek far and wide while ignoring what's close at hand? After Gu Lin finished speaking, a mischievous grin appeared on his face, and he looked at Zhao Rongrong with a playful gaze. Gu Lin, if I gave you a chance to choose what's close at hand, would you take it? After saying this, Zhao Rongrong's face turned red, and she stared intently at Gu Lin. Hearing such straightforward words from Zhao Rongrong, Gu Lin's heart jolted. Haha, I'm just joking with you. Seeing Gu Lin remain silent for a long time, a flash of disappointment crossed Zhao Rongrong's eyes. However, she still pretended as if nothing had happened. Hearing Zhao Rongrong change the subject, Gu Lin also breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he didn't understand Zhao Rongrong's feelings, it was just that he didn't have any intention of starting a relationship right now. To be precise, he didn't have the intention of starting a relationship with Zhao Rongrong right now. He believed that with Zhao Rongrong's personality, if they committed to a relationship, she would definitely follow him to Chuanshu University. He could date Zhao Rongrong, but definitely not before university. Although Zhao Rongrong was already very beautiful, other girls weren't bad either. The current Gu Lin didn't want to give up an entire forest for just one tree like Zhao Rongrong. Flirting was fine, but committing to a relationship was not. As for whether he was afraid Zhao Rongrong would find a boyfriend after starting university, Gu Lin felt that the one thing this world didn't lack was beautiful girls. If that really happened, he wouldn't feel it was much of a pity. I truly long for the life and food in Sichuan. That's the main reason I want to go. Zhao Rongrong looked at Gu Lin, gently bit her lip, and forced a smile on her face. All right, it seems you really have a special fondness for Sichuan. Then you'll have to prepare well and strive to get into Chuanshu University smoothly. Gu Lin noticed the subtle change in Zhao Rongrong's mood, but he couldn't say much more. He could only follow the topic and say, yeah, I'll work hard. What about you? Whether you stay in the province or go elsewhere, I believe that with your grades, you'll get into your ideal university. At this moment, the bus slowly pulled into the next stop, and the broadcast announced the station information. When the bus stopped, Gu Lin already saw Gu Guotai and the other two outside the platform. He then said, Zhao Rongrong, this is my stop. It was nice chatting today. See you at the driving school. Zhao Rongrong nodded in response. Okay, stay safe on the road. See you at the driving school. Gu Lin stood up and walked toward the door with the crowd. Zhao Rongrong watched Gu Lin's back as he got off the bus, a complex emotion rising in her heart. Gu Lin also knew that his attitude just now might have made Zhao Rongrong a bit disappointed. But he really wasn't ready for a relationship right now. In other words, he hadn't planned to give up the entire forest for Zhao Rongrong yet. After getting off the bus, Gu Lin saw Gu Guotai, Zhao Mingkong, and Zhao Mingsong standing by the roadside chatting. Gu Lin, you're finally here. You were chatting with Zhao Rongrong for so long on the bus. Is there something going on? As soon as Gu Lin walked up to the three, Gu Guotai leaned in with a face full of gossip. Don't overthink it, it was just a normal conversation. We found out we were going to the same driving school to sign up, so we chatted a bit more, Gu Lin said helplessly. He didn't plan to tell the three about Zhao Rongrong's indirect confession on the bus. Although they were childhood friends and wouldn't spread rumors, it would still be disrespectful to Zhao Rongrong. Oh. What a coincidence. Then our driving school will have another pretty junior sister. Driving practice will be much more interesting now, Zhao Mingkong said with a grin. Give it a rest. Stop thinking about nonsense and let's go sign up at the driving school. Business first, Gu Lin urged. Chapter 8, Snobbish Zhou Min. Beside them, a flash of dejection crossed Zhao Xingsong's eyes. He had always silently liked Zhao Rongrong, but due to his family circumstances, he never had the courage to say it out loud. Hearing Gu Guotai and Zhao Mingkong teasing Gu Lin and Zhao Rongrong now, he couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in his heart. He subconsciously clenched his fists, a trace of resentment showing in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure and followed everyone toward the driving school, acting as if nothing was wrong. Gu Lin and Zhao Mingkong didn't notice anything unusual about Zhao Xingsong. Gu Guotai, however, noticed something and gave Zhao Xingsong a thoughtful look. When they arrived at the driving school, Zhao Mingkong's second maternal aunt, Zhou Min, and her husband, Yan Gang, were already waiting in the driving school office. As the group walked into the office, Zhou Min and Yan Gang warmly invited them to sit down. Zhou Min said enthusiastically, Gu Lin, Guotai, I'm so happy you've come to my place to get your licenses. If you have any problems in the future, just let me know. Yan Gang echoed from the side, that's right, we're all family. Being at the driving school is just like being at home. Gu Lin responded with a smile, thank you, auntie and uncle. We'll definitely study hard. Good, good, good. Hearing Gu Lin follow Zhao Mingkong's lead in calling them auntie and uncle, Zhou Min and Yan Gang's faces immediately broke into blooming smiles. The couple knew exactly who Gu Lin's father was. That was the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee of Shen City, Gu Deshui. It was rumored that after the old secretary was transferred, he would have the chance to become the top leader. For the couple, even meeting such a powerful figure was usually difficult. Now that Secretary Gu's son was calling them auntie and uncle, how could they not be happy? Zhao Mingkong said with a grin, second aunt, uncle, you have to take good care of us. We're hoping to get our licenses as soon as possible. Zhou Min nodded and said, of course. Just practice hard, and your uncle and I will definitely arrange the best instructors for you. Zhao Xingsong forced a smile and said, auntie, we understand. But he was still feeling a bit gloomy, and his focus wavered as he thought about Zhao Rongrong. Zhou Min gave Zhao Xingsong a slight nod. While she didn't exactly ignore him, she was by no means enthusiastic. She had a general idea of the family backgrounds of Zhao Mingkong's three friends. Gu Lin went without saying, he was Secretary Gu's son. Gu Guotai's family was also in business, their family real estate company was considered a leader in the industry in Shen City. Only Zhao Xingsong's family didn't even own a single house in the city, and his parents weren't particularly ambitious. In Zhou Min's eyes, a child from a family like Zhao Xingsong's would basically never be able to change his station in life. If nothing unexpected happened, Gu Lin, Gu Guotai, and Zhao Mingkong were likely the highest social class he would ever interact with in his lifetime. Therefore, Zhou Min naturally had no enthusiasm for him. Zhao Xingsong also keenly felt the difference in how Zhou Min treated him compared to Gu Lin and Gu Guotai. This caused his already sensitive self-esteem to tremble. The hand in his trouser pocket unconsciously clenched into a fist. Then he slowly relaxed it and gave a resigned smile. He had experienced too much of this growing up. But who could he blame? Could he blame his own parents? Zhao Mingkong opened his mouth to say something about his second aunt's attitude, but he was gently pulled back by Gu Guotai. Zhao Mingkong looked at Gu Guotai in confusion, but Gu Guotai just shook his head slightly. And Gu Lin. He watched this scene without saying much. In his heart, however, he was calculating how he could help Zhao Xingtsung when the time came. After all, he now had the system. Within his capabilities, helping him out didn't matter. After chatting for a while, Zhou Min and Yan Gang took them to meet their respective instructors and arranged their practice times. "Guotai, why did you pull me just now?" Zhao Mingkong asked Gu Guotai in confusion after Zhou Min left. "Kong Zi, what could you have said in that situation? Could you have actually picked a fight with your second aunt?" Gu Guotai asked before Zhao Mingkong could answer. "I." Zhao Mingkong opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. It was true, could he really have picked a fight with his second aunt? Moreover, his second aunt hadn't said anything offensive, she was just cold toward Zhao Xingtsung. "All right, let's not discuss this topic anymore." At this point, Gu Lin waved his hand and spoke. "This is how society works. If you want others to respect you, you either need power or money. Xiao Tsung, I already have some ideas. When the time is right, let's build a career together." Gu Lin turned to look at the silent Zhao Xingtsung and spoke solemnly. "And us too. When the time comes, all four of us will do it together." Gu Guotai and Zhao Mingkong looked at each other and spoke one after another. "Yeah." Zhao Xingtsung nodded vigorously. He didn't say any words of thanks, but his heart was full of emotion. The four looked at each other and shared a smile, just like when they were children. Zhao Xingtsung knew that his three childhood friends weren't short on money, they were doing this simply to help him. Especially Gu Lin, the son of the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee, he didn't need to do business at all. If he wanted to do business, with Gu Dishui's connections, everything he did in Shen City would be smooth sailing. By including him, it was clear Gu Lin completely intended to help him move up in the world. In fact, while helping Zhao Xingtsung was one part of it, Gu Lin also had his own considerations. As the child of a local official, in principle, he couldn't engage in business locally. But since Gu Lin had the system, he wanted a legitimate source of income for his daily 10,000 yuan living fund. This way, having Zhao Xingtsung as the public face of the business would kill two birds with one stone. Gu Lin believed that with Gu Dishui's connections, no matter what they did in Shen City, they wouldn't lose money. The only things missing now were a good project and the right timing. After all, once summer vacation was over, they would all be heading off to universities in different cities. Once the ideas in my head have matured a bit more, I'll tell you guys. Gu Lin wanted to wait until he returned from Rong City to implement this. During this time, Zhou Min and Yan Gang never mentioned the registration fee. Actually, from the moment Zhou Min learned from Zhao Mingkong that Gu Lin was also coming to take the test, she never intended to collect money. The connections behind Gu Lin and Gu Guotai were not something a mere 2,000 yuan could compare to. Zhou Min was more than happy to use those 200 yuan to get on their good side. As for Zhao Xingtsung, it was just to save face. After all, if they all came together and she only charged Zhao Xingtsung, it would look far too petty. A mere 2,000 yuan was nothing in Zhou Min's eyes. Although she was snobbish, she still had some sense of the bigger picture. But even if she didn't mention it, Gu Lin didn't want to take advantage of her. "Kong Zi, I'll transfer the money to you first. Remember to give it to your second aunt." After Gu Lin finished speaking, he took out his phone and transferred 200 yuan to Zhao Mingkong. Although the normal registration fee was 280, Zhao Mingkong had said there would be a discount since they were coming together. Gu Lin saw no need to deny Zhou Min even this bit of face. "Us too," Gu Guotai and Zhao Xingtsung added immediately. They both took out their phones and transferred 200 yuan each to Zhao Mingkong. "All right, I'll transfer it to my second aunt in a bit," Zhao Mingkong said, nodding after receiving the money. "Xiao Tsung, sorry you had to deal with that," Zhao Mingkong said, looking at Zhao Xingtsung with an apologetic expression. "It's fine, Kong Zi." Zhao Xingtsung shook his head. Chapter 9, Zhao Xingtsung's Concerns. "All right, let's not make things so serious. We're here to learn how to drive, not to get all melancholic." Gu Lin clapped his hands, trying to lighten the mood. The few of them exchanged smiles and then went off to find their respective coaches to start practicing driving. Coincidentally, Zhao Rongrong and Gu Lin ended up with the same coach. "Oh, Gu Lin." Zhao Rongrong had just finished a practice lap and got out of the car when she saw Gu Lin waiting under a tree. What a coincidence, Gu Lin replied with a smile. At that moment, a middle-aged man around 40 years old got out of the car and quickly walked over. You must be young Master Gu. Principal Zhou has already informed me. Lu Ertong's tone carried a hint of ingratiation. Hello, coach. I'm Gu Lin said with a smile and a nod. He didn't put on any airs. He took a box of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket. After opening the pack, he took one out for himself, lit it, and then handed the rest of the box, packaging and all, to Lu Ertong. Gu Lin knew how to smoke, and in fact, Gu Guotai and the other three all smoked as well. Gu Guotai, especially, was a seasoned smoker. However, during high school, Gu Lin had strong self-control. Knowing that smoking could impair memory, he rarely smoked. Now that the college entrance exams were over, he had no more reservations. Gu Desui had discussed it with Gu Lin before, saying that once he went to university, Gu Desui wouldn't interfere with this habit of his. Although he wasn't in university yet, the college entrance exams were finished, making him practically a university student. Lu Ertong hurriedly waved his hands, smiling, "Young Master Gu, you're too kind." But his eyes couldn't help but glance at the box of Zhonghua cigarettes. Though he refused verbally, he was secretly quite pleased. Gu Lin smiled and firmly pushed the cigarettes into his hand. Coach Lu, I'll be troubling you to teach me a lot from now on. If I do anything wrong, please feel free to criticize me. Lu Ertong hastily accepted the cigarettes, lit one, took a deep drag, and a look of contentment appeared on his face. He said repeatedly, "Don't worry, young Master Gu. I'll definitely teach you everything I know. With me guiding your practice, I guarantee you'll pass the test on your first try." Zhao Rongrong, watching from the side, frowned slightly. She didn't really like this atmosphere of utilitarian flattery, but she couldn't say anything about it. Gu Lin, when did you learn to smoke? Watching Gu Lin expertly exhale smoke, Zhao Rongrong asked curiously. Because her father also smoked, she didn't have any strong objections to boys who smoked. She was just a bit curious about when Gu Lin had picked up the habit. Learned a long time ago, just didn't smoke much, Gu Lin said, flicking the ash off his cigarette with a smile. I see, Zhao Rongrong nodded and didn't press further. Then Gu Lin turned to Zhao Rongrong and asked, "How was your practice just now? Any problems?" Zhao Rongrong shook her head. It was okay. It's just when reversing into the parking space, the car never seems straight. I need to get a better feel for it. Gu Lin thought for a moment. I think when you practice, you could pay more attention to the alignment of the car body with the parking lines in the rearview mirror. Make slight steering adjustments as soon as you notice any deviation. And keep the speed slow, that gives you enough time to adjust. Lu Ertong chimed in from the side, "Young Master Gu is right. Miss Zhao, try the method young Master Gu suggested. It'll definitely help." Zhao Rongrong shot Gu Lin a grateful look. Okay, I'll try it again later. Gu Lin, how do you know so much? Did you do a lot of homework? Gu Lin shook his head with a smile. I just really like cars, so I've looked into this stuff a bit. Also, I want to get my driver's license quickly so I can go to Chengdu. Zhao Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, remembering their previous conversation about university applications. A twinge of sadness welled up in her heart. But she still smiled and said, "That's good. You'll definitely pass the driving test very soon." Hearing the tone in Zhao Rongrong's voice, Gu Lin felt a slight peculiarity, but he maintained his smile. At that moment, Lu Ertong checked the time and said to Gu Lin, "Young Master Gu, it's your turn to practice in the car." Gu Lin nodded and then walked towards the training car. He adeptly adjusted the seat and mirrors, fastened his seatbelt, a series of actions performed smoothly and efficiently. Lu Ertong, watching from the passenger seat, nodded to himself approvingly. Although Zhou Min hadn't explicitly stated Gu Lin's background, she had repeatedly instructed Lu Ertong not to offend Gu Lin under any circumstances. Gu Lin started the car and drove out steadily. He first drove a few laps around the practice area to get familiar, then began practicing reversing into the parking space. Aside from failing to get it right the first few times, he managed to reverse accurately within the marked lines almost every time afterward. Lu Ertong couldn't help but praise, "Young Master Gu, you pick things up so quickly. Truly gifted." Zhao Rongrong stood to the side, watching Gu Lin's skilled maneuvers. A flash of envy and admiration crossed her eyes. When Gu Lin finished practicing and got out of the car, Zhao Rongrong walked up and said, "Gu Lin, you're really amazing. It feels like you hardly need to learn to master it." Gu Lin smiled and scratched his head. "Not at all. This is my first time doing it practically. I just have a bit more theoretical knowledge. If you practice a few more times, you'll definitely be better than me." For the rest of the day, Gu Lin and Zhao Rongrong diligently practiced driving at the driving school. Gu Guotai, Zhao Xingcong, and Zhao Mingkong were assigned to one coach together. After the three of them found out Gu Lin was with the same coach as Zhao Rongrong, Zhao Mingkong kept teasing Gu Lin non-stop, egging him on. Because Gu Guotai had noticed Zhao Xingcong's unusual behavior last time, he didn't join Zhao Mingkong in the teasing this time. He just silently watched Zhao Xingcong, observing his expression. Whenever Zhao Mingkong talked about Gu Lin and Zhao Rongrong, Zhao Xingcong would unconsciously clench his fists, a trace of gloom on his face. Watching Zhao Xingcong, Gu Guotai thoughtfully stroked his chin. He was starting to form some guesses in his mind. He decided he would have a good talk with Zhao Xingcong when he had the chance. He couldn't let these things create a rift between Gu Lin and Zhao Xingcong. Meanwhile, Gu Lin and Zhao Rongrong's relationship grew increasingly familiar through their interactions. Although they had been classmates for 3 years, during high school, Gu Lin had always kept a low profile because of Gu Deshui. So, even after 3 years as classmates, he and Zhao Rongrong weren't that close. However, Zhao Rongrong had always paid attention to the most handsome boy in the class. Before they knew it, the time reached 5 in the afternoon. "Rongrong, do you want to take the bus back together?" After finishing his last practice lap, Gu Lin got out of the car, walked over to Zhao Rongrong, and asked. "No need, my mom is picking me up." Zhao Rongrong shook her head. "I took the bus today because my mom had something to do at that time. From now on, she'll drive me here and back every day." Even though Gu Lin hadn't asked, Zhao Rongrong still offered an explanation. "I see. Is your mom here yet?" Gu Lin waved to Lu Ertong, who had finished work for the day, and then continued asking. "Yes, my mom said she's already at the driving school entrance," Zhao Rongrong replied with a slight nod. "Then let's go. We shouldn't keep your mom waiting." Saying this, Gu Lin started walking towards the driving school entrance. Gu Guotai, Zhao Mingkong, and Zhao Xingcong were also waiting for Gu Lin at the driving school entrance. It must be said that Zhou Min's driving school had a fairly large practice area. There were 4 practice zones in total, 1 in each direction: east, west, south, and north. Each zone had 3 or 4 coaches, and each coach was responsible for about a dozen students. Lu Ertong was someone Zhou Min had specifically instructed. Therefore, he only had these 2 students, Gu Lin and Zhao Rongrong. Because there were many students, even Zhao Mingkong, Zhou Min's own nephew, was arranged to take turns practicing with others. This showed that Zhao Rongrong's family background was also not simple. Chapter 10, Zhongshan Group. Afterward, Gu Lin and Zhao Rongrong walked side by side toward the entrance of the driving school. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled over them, casting long shadows. As they neared the entrance, the sharp-eyed Gu Lin immediately spotted a Bentley Bentayga parked by the roadside. Beside the car stood a beautiful woman, smiling as she chatted with Zhou Min. The most important thing wasn't the Bentley itself, but the Lu Z88888 license plate it carried. The beautiful woman's face bore a 70% resemblance to Zhao Rongrong's. Following Gu Lin's gaze, Zhao Rongrong also saw her mother. "Mom, I'm over here." Zhao Rongrong waved and quickened her pace, running over. Gu Lin followed as well, seeing that Zhao Rongrong's mother was wearing a well-tailored suit and exquisite makeup. Her eyes exuded an air of elegance and capability. Upon seeing Zhao Rongrong, Wang Yakin's face broke into a gentle smile. Her gaze then fell upon Gu Lin, and she asked, "Rongrong, who is this?" "Mom, this is Gu Lin, my classmate. We're learning to drive here together," Zhao Rongrong introduced. Gu Lin smiled politely and greeted her, "Hello, Auntie. I'm Gu Lin." "Auntie Zhou, you're here too." After greeting Wang Yakin, Gu Lin smiled and greeted Zhou Min. "Xiao Lin, are you getting used to driving practice today?" Zhou Min asked with a warm smile on her face. It's quite good. Coach Lu is also very responsible, Gu Lin replied with a nod and a smile. Zhao Rongrong's mother sized Gu Lin up. Seeing his generous manner and appropriate speech, she couldn't help but feel a bit more favorable toward him. She nodded in response with a smile. Hello, student Gu. Thank you for looking after Rongrong at the driving school. You're too kind, Auntie. Zhao Rongrong and I are classmates, it's only right that we help each other. Gu Lin waved his hand and spoke modestly. Xiao Lin, let me introduce you. This is Madame Wang, the general manager of our city's Zhongshan group. Zhou Min introduced Wang Yakin to Gu Lin with a smile, her tone carrying a hint of flattery. Gu Lin's heart stirred slightly. Zhongshan Group was a company primarily focused on real estate. The company's business also extended to various fields such as education and healthcare. It could be considered a leading enterprise in Shan City. In 2018, the real estate market hadn't collapsed yet, and a certain real estate giant hadn't imploded. It was currently a period of vigorous development, and Zhongshan Group had a market value as high as 3 billion. A family business like Guguatai's could only be considered a small fry in front of Zhongshan Group. He hadn't expected Zhao Rongrong's mother to be the general manager of this company. If Gu Lin remembered correctly, the boss of Zhongshan Group seemed to be named Zhao Zhongshan. It was so obvious that the relationship between Wang Yakin and Zhao Zhongshan went without saying. Auntie Wang is truly outstanding to be able to manage the company so excellently. It's really admirable, Gu Lin praised sincerely. Hearing Gu Lin's praise, a flicker of a smile passed through Wang Yakin's eyes. She modestly replied, Student Gu, you flatter me. This is all thanks to Rongrong's father. I'm just in charge of some of the company's finances. Although Wang Yakin was modest in speech, she couldn't hide the pride in her expression. Behind every successful man, there is always a supportive wife. Auntie Wang, you shouldn't be too modest either. With these words, Gu Lin both acknowledged Zhao Zhongshan's success and expressed Wang Yakin's contribution to it. Xiao Lin, you're a good kid. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yakin wore a broad smile. Even her form of address changed from Student Gu at the start to the more intimate Xiao Lin. Watching Gu Lin chat confidently with her mother, Zhao Rongrong felt her heart flutter even more. After introducing Wang Yakin, Zhou Min did not proceed to introduce Gu Lin's identity. Firstly, it was because Gu Dishui's identity was too sensitive. Secondly, she saw that Gu Lin had no intention of introducing his own family background. As a socially adept person, Zhou Min naturally wouldn't take it upon herself to do so. She introduced Wang Yakin because Wang Yakin was already among the top tier of people in Shan City. Moreover, compared to politicians, a merchant's identity wasn't as sensitive. At this moment, Guguatai, Zhao Mingkong, and Zhao Xingcong also walked over. The few of them greeted Wang Yakin and Zhou Min one after another. Looking at the Bentley Bentayga, Zhao Mingkong couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this car, and this license plate is just too domineering." Then he looked at Wang Yakin and said with a smile, "Auntie Wang, your car is truly luxurious." Zhao Mingkong had always had this kind of socially outgoing personality. Wang Yakin responded with a smile, "Work hard, student Zhao, and you'll have one in the future." MHM. Zhao Mingkong nodded vigorously. "If you like it, have your mom buy you one, though that license plate is probably impossible to get." At this time, Zhou Min picked up the conversation. "Second maternal aunt, I want to, but my parents won't buy it for me," Zhao Mingkong said, shaking his head. "Your parents earn millions a year, if they don't spend it on you, who would they spend it on?" Zhou Min teased Zhao Mingkong with a smile, her eyes full of shrewdness. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingkong's eyes darted around, and he leaned in close to Zhou Min. Pulling her arm, he wheedled, "Second maternal aunt, please help me talk to my parents. Your words are much more effective than mine." Zhou Min lightly tapped Zhao Mingkong's forehead. She laughed and said, "You brat, always looking for my help. Talk about it after you get your driver's license, it's too early for this now." Watching the interaction between the aunt and nephew, Wang Yakin couldn't help but feel a bit curious. "What does this young man's family do?" Wang Yakin asked casually. Hearing Wang Yakin's inquiry, a sharp glint flashed in Zhou Min's eyes. "Madam Wang, my third younger sister and her husband run a hot pot restaurant. Spicy Temptation, which has already opened over a dozen branches in the city, is run by his family. Without waiting for Zhao Mingkong to answer, Zhou Min quickly revealed his family background. I've been to that hot pot restaurant a few times, the taste is quite good, Wang Yakan nodded. Madam Wang, next time you go, you must tell me in advance so I can have my third sister prepare well in advance. Hearing that Wang Yakan had also eaten at Zhao Mingkong's place, Zhou Min quickly said enthusiastically. No problem, Wang Yakan nodded casually, having lost interest. She saw through Zhou Min's little cleverness at a glance. It was nothing more than wanting to cling to the connection with her Zhongshan group. Wang Yakan felt she had seen too many people like this. You should know that Zhongshan Group had several thousand formal employees. If the company's monthly team-building events were all set at Zhao Mingkong's hot pot restaurant, the profit would be enormous. Although Zhou Min was somewhat snobbish, she did have some vision. Compared to those relatives who couldn't stand seeing their own family doing well, she was undoubtedly much better. Gu Lin also saw through Zhou Min's intentions, but he just smiled without saying anything. Since it was beneficial for his brother's family, he also hoped Kang Zi's family would improve. His evaluation of Zhou Min in his heart also gained a bit more favor. First, she hadn't taken it upon herself to reveal his own background. And now she was putting in so much effort for Zhao Mingkong's family matters. In fact, the one who needed Zhongshan Group's connections even more than Zhao Mingkong's family was Gu Guotai. You should know that Gu Guotai's family was in the same line of business as Zhongshan Group. If Zhongshan Group let even a tiny bit of a project slip through its fingers, it would be enough to keep Gu Guotai's family well fed. However, he was a rather laid-back person. As long as there was enough money to spend, he didn't care much about the amount. Noticing Zhao Yakan's lack of interest, Gu Lin took out his phone to check the time. It's getting late, it's time for us to head home. Auntie Zhou, we'll be going now. Wang Yakan nodded with a smile. All right, students, stay safe on the road. Chapter 11, Why Are You Cursing? After the group said their goodbyes to Zhou Min and Wang Yakan, they headed toward the bus stop. Along the way, Zhao Mingkong was still immersed in the conversation he just had with Wang Yakan. He said excitedly, Zhao Rongrong's family is actually so rich. That Bentley Bentayga her mom drives must cost several million. Especially that license plate, it's so badass, such a flex. She's the only daughter of the Zhongshan Group's boss, how could she not have money? Gu Lin rolled his eyes speechlessly at Zhao Mingkong's excitement. Zhongshan Group? Which Zhongshan Group? Zhao Mingkong asked, confused. He truly didn't care about such things, so he really hadn't heard of the Zhongshan Group. The Zhongshan Group whose main business is real estate, Gu Lin explained helplessly. Guotai, your family's company is also in real estate. Between yours and the Zhongshan Group, which one is richer? After hearing Gu Lin's explanation, Zhao Mingkong turned to Gu Guotai with a curious look. What? Gu Guotai had been preoccupied with how to console Zhao Xingcong, so he hadn't heard Zhao Mingkong clearly. I said, your family is also in real estate. Between you and the Zhongshan Group, who has more money? Zhao Mingkong cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone and shouted into Gu Guotai's ear. Suddenly, pedestrians passing by on the street all turned their gazes toward them. They all wanted to see what kind of person would say such a thing. After seeing they were just 4 young men, they all looked away. They cursed inwardly, these brats sure know how to brag. If you're richer than the Zhongshan Group, then I have more power than the municipal party secretary of Shen City. Holy crap. Kang Zi, why are you cursing? That's the freaking Zhongshan Group. Gu Guotai, who was still thinking about how to console Zhao Xingcong, was beyond speechless when he heard Zhao Mingkong's question. Subsequently, Gu Guotai gave Zhao Mingkong a quick lesson on the sheer power of the Zhongshan Group. Holy crap, Zhao Rongrong's family is too amazing, Zhao Mingkong exclaimed in awe. His family's assets were only worth several tens of millions. Tens of billions was a bit too much of a shock for him. Throughout this, Zhao Xingcong hadn't joined the discussion at all, remaining silent. To be precise, from the moment he saw Wang Yakan, Zhao Xingcong had been silent. Wang Yakan's noble aura and that luxury car worth millions had left him without even the courage to go up and strike up a conversation. Now, hearing that Zhao Rongrong's family was so wealthy made his already sensitive heart feel even more inferior. Zhao Xingcong then thought of Gu Lin's family background, and a bitter smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. The two of them really are a good match. Zhao Rongrong is really low-key. After 3 years of high school, I never knew her family was so incredible. Zhao Mingkong couldn't help but sigh as he thought about Zhao Rongrong's usual behavior. She's being low-key, but are Gu Lin's circumstances any worse? Aside from the three of us, who else in school knows his father is Secretary Gu? Gu Guotai pointed at Gu Lin and said with a smile. True, Zhao Mingkong nodded in deep agreement. His childhood friend's circumstances were not only no worse than Zhao Rongrong's, they were arguably even stronger. The weight of a deputy secretary of the municipal party committee surpassed that of an entrepreneur worth 30 billion. If the Zhongshan Group's market value exceeded 100 billion, that would be a different story. And if Gu Deshui successfully became the municipal party secretary, it would be different again. The first and third ranks held different levels of power. Hey, Gu Lin, if you and Zhao Rongrong got together, it would be a match made in heaven. Zhao Mingkong seemed to think of something and suddenly cried out. What's more, I saw the way Zhao Rongrong looked at you earlier, it wasn't right. She definitely likes you. Why don't you consider it? Once you've landed a rich woman, you can look out for your brothers. After saying this, Zhao Mingkong looked at Gu Lin suggestively. We'll see about that when the time comes, Gu Lin replied ambiguously, not pretending to be uninterested. If I were you, I would have started pursuing Zhao Rongrong long ago. Hearing Gu Lin's response, Zhao Mingkong spoke with a tone of disappointment. Gu Lin smiled and didn't explain further. All right, let's stop discussing this. Gu Guotai, noticing Zhao Xingzong's poor expression, spoke up. He immediately followed up, tomorrow, let's have the coach help us book the Subject 1 exam for next Monday. You guys okay with that? I'm fine with it, Gu Lin shook his head. Just book it. At worst, I'll just fail, Zhao Mingkong said nonchalantly. I'm fine too, Zhao Xingzong said somewhat distractedly when he saw Gu Guotai looking at him. Then it's settled. We'll book the Subject 1 exam for next Monday. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Gu Guotai spoke softly. Without realizing it, the group had reached the bus stop while chatting. Coincidentally, just as they arrived, the bus they were waiting for pulled up to the platform. After the group boarded and scanned their codes to pay, they sat together in the back row. The last row of the bus had 5 seats. Besides the 4 of them, there was a girl wearing a baseball cap and headphones already sitting in the window seat. You guys, if second maternal aunt could actually convince my parents to buy me a Bentley, how cool would that be? As soon as he sat down, Zhao Mingkong noticed the girl by the window and spoke loudly on purpose. Unfortunately, whether the girl didn't hear him or her music was too loud, she didn't even glance at Zhao Mingkong. Or perhaps she did hear but didn't care. However, it did cause the surrounding passengers to look over. Gu Lin teased with a smile, don't worry about the car for now. Getting your driver's license properly is what matters. Don't end up failing even Subject 1. Damn. Who are you looking down on? Zhao Mingkong said, raising his middle finger. His eyes sneakily glanced at the girl next to Gu Lin again. Unfortunately, the girl still had no reaction. Zhao Xingzong hadn't said much the whole time, he was still thinking about Zhao Rongrong's family situation. With Zhao Rongrong's family being so superior, did he really have a chance? Moreover, Zhao Rongrong's attitude toward Gu Lin was completely different from her attitude toward the 3 of them. Gu Guotai noticed Zhao Xingzong's dejection and had a thought. He leaned in and whispered in his ear, Xingzong, let's have a good talk on WeChat tonight. Hearing this, Zhao Xingzong looked at Gu Guotai. He saw Gu Guotai looking back at him with a meaningful expression. He nodded gently. Yeah. During the ride, the girls had remained rested against the bus window. After several stops, Gu Lin and the others hadn't even seen the girl's face. On the other side, Wang Yakin was driving the Bentley smoothly on the way home. Zhao Rongrong sat in the back, the image of Gu Lin chatting freely with her constantly surfacing in her mind. That confident and composed manner made Zhao Rongrong's heart flutter for Gu Lin even more. Then she thought about Gu Lin saying he was going to university in Chuanshu while she had to stay in Lu province, and her face filled with more worry. Rongrong, do you and this classmate Gu Lin usually have much contact at school? Wang Yakin asked casually after seeing her daughter's state in the rearview mirror. Hearing her mother's inquiry, Zhao Rongrong's heart skipped a beat. She hesitated for a moment before saying, it wasn't particularly much. We only became more familiar because we started learning for our driver's licenses together after the college entrance examination. Chapter 12, Gu Lin's Background. Wang Yakin frowned slightly and spoke earnestly. Rong, Mom knows you've grown up and have the right to make your own friends. But you know our family situation clearly. Mom isn't trying to interfere with you, I just hope you can be more cautious. Zhao Rongrong said helplessly, Mom, I know. We really are just ordinary classmates. Wang Yakin sighed softly, that's good. As long as you know what you're doing. For a moment, both of them fell silent, and the car suddenly became quiet. By the way, do you know about this classmate Gu Lin's family background? Wang Yakin thought about how Zhou Min had arranged for Gu Lin to practice driving with her daughter. You see, she had specifically spoken to Zhou Min beforehand, to ensure that when her daughter practiced driving, she wouldn't have to wait in line with others. Although Zhou Min's driving school was very busy, Wang Yakin believed that Zhou Min would definitely be more than happy to grant her this favor. Of course, the result was exactly as Wang Yakin had expected. Zhou Min was very sensible and specially arranged a private instructor for her daughter. However, later on, she had arranged for Gu Lin to be with her daughter. Wang Yakin didn't believe there wasn't some reason behind this. That young man named Zhao Mingkong, who was Zhou Min's own nephew, had been arranged to wait in line with others. How could Gu Lin, a friend of her nephew, be entitled to the same treatment as her own daughter? Zhao Rongrong was slightly stunned and shook her head, saying, Mom, I don't know what Gu Lin's family does either. He has always been very low-key at school for these 3 years of high school. Why are you suddenly asking this? But I think Auntie Zhou arranged for us to practice together, maybe it's just a coincidence. Or she thought that since we signed up on the same day, we could look out for each other. Wang Yakin shook her head gently, her eyes filled with scrutiny. Rongrong, things aren't that simple. Zhou Min has always been shrewd, she wouldn't do this for no reason. And think about it, Zhao Mingkong is her own nephew, and even he didn't get the same special treatment as you. Yet Gu Lin could. There might be some hidden story behind this. Zhao Rongrong explained anxiously, Mom, please don't think of everyone so complicatedly. Gu Lin helped me a lot during driving practice today, and I didn't see him having any other intentions. Wang Yakin looked at her daughter and said earnestly, Mom isn't saying that Gu Lin is a bad person, it's just that our family's status is special, and Mom has to be cautious. You are still young, and there are many things you can't see through yet. Mom just hopes that when you make friends, you keep your guard up so you don't get hurt. Zhao Rongrong sighed helplessly, I know, Mom. But I still trust my own judgment. Gu Lin is different from others. Seeing her daughter so persistent, Wang Yakin couldn't say anything more. She only urged, all right, as long as you know what you're doing. If anything happens, you must tell Mom immediately. After returning to the villa, Zhao Rongrong, lying in bed, had her mind filled with the conversation with her mother. She understood her mother's worries, but in her heart, she firmly believed that Gu Lin was not the kind of person her mother was worried about. At the same time, she also developed some curiosity about Gu Lin's family background. Meanwhile, in another master bedroom, Wang Yakin told Zhao Zhongshan everything that happened today, word for word. Including the look in Zhao Rongrong's eyes when she looked at Gu Lin, and Gu Lin's behavior. Zhao Zhongshan was a middle-aged man about 1.8 meters tall with a burly build. Wearing his hair in a short cut, Zhao Zhongshan had northwest expression on his square face after listening to Wang Yakin. But his sharp eyes gradually became deep. Did you not ask Zhou Min what Gu Lin's background is? After Wang Yakin finished speaking, Zhao Zhongshan immediately grasped the key point of the matter. Zhao Zhongshan, who came from humble beginnings, possessed a keen sense of smell unique to first-generation entrepreneurs. Since Gu Lin was arranged by Zhou Min to be with Zhao Rongrong, then Zhou Min must know Gu Lin's background. I asked her, but Zhou Min said that without Gu Lin's consent, she couldn't disclose his information. After a pause, Wang Yakin continued, however, Zhou Min said to let me not worry. If Rongrong can be with Gu Lin, it will only be beneficial to us, with no downsides. I see. After listening to Wang Yakin's words, Zhao Zhongshan crossed his arms over his chest and said in a deep voice. Hearing her husband's words, Wang Yakin didn't say anything more. She knew that since Zhao Zhongshan knew about this, he would definitely find a way to solve it. Is this Zhou Min acting a bit too presumptuous? Should we give her a warning? Thinking of Zhou Min's unauthorized decision, Wang Yakin asked Zhao Zhongshan. There's no rush for that. Let's wait until we finish investigating what Gu Lin's background is. Zhao Zhongshan shook his head. He was always steady in his actions. He wouldn't make any moves before figuring out Gu Lin's background. All right, I'll listen to you, Wang Yakin nodded and replied. She had always trusted Zhao Zhongshan's judgment. Then if Gu Lin's background isn't simple, and Zhou Min knew it all along, is she doing this because she wants to get some benefits from us? Zhao Zhongshan sneered, do you think I can't guess Zhou Min's little intentions? If she really has that thought, she has to see if she has the capability. Before figuring out Gu Lin's background, don't act rashly. If she dares to play any tricks, it won't be too late to deal with her then. Wang Yakin nodded, then said with some worry, I'm just afraid that Rongrong will fall into this. If Gu Lin isn't sincere with her, then how heartbroken will Rongrong be? Zhao Zhongshan's eyes softened, and he comforted her, don't worry too much. Rongrong was raised by us, she won't get taken advantage of so easily. When I finish investigating Gu Lin's situation, I'll find an opportunity to have a good talk with Rongrong and let her know what to expect. I'll be much more relieved if you talk to Rongrong. You must persuade her well and don't let her be blinded by emotions, Wang Yakin said. Zhao Zhongshan frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, I'm wondering if I should directly contact Gu Lin and see for myself what this kid is actually like. Wang Yakin hesitated, would that be too direct? If Rongrong finds out, she might think we are interfering with her again. Zhao Zhongshan waved his hand, I have my own sense of propriety, I won't let Rongrong notice. I will just go as an elder, find a suitable reason to chat with him, and this way I can understand him more intuitively. All right, I trust the way you do things. I hope this kid Gu Lin is a friend worth knowing, just like Rongrong said, Wang Yakin sighed softly. Zhao Zhongshan walked up and gently patted Wang Yakin on the shoulder, don't look so worried. Let's wait until the investigation results come out. Maybe, this matter will have a happy ending after all. Chapter 13, Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Theater Command. De Shui, have you run into some trouble? Old Master Gu put down his hoe, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and spoke in an unhurried manner. Dad, have a drink of water first. I just missed you and Mom, so I came to visit you too. Gu Desui didn't directly answer Old Master Gu's question, instead speaking with a smile. Enough of that. You're my son, do you think I don't know you? Don't bring that whole officialdom routine of yours into this house. Old Master Gu glanced at Gu Desui and said indifferently. As expected, nothing escapes you. Gu Desui gave a sheepish smile. Sit down. Old Master Gu pointed to two folding stools in the courtyard. Tell me, what happened? Once the two of them were seated, Old Master Gu pulled a pack of Haidman cigarettes from his pocket. After lighting one up, he took a satisfying drag. Dad, it's like this. Gu Desui proceeded to recount the struggle between himself and Guo Shuijie. After listening to Gu Desui, Old Master Gu took two more puffs and smacked his lips. Yu Kaisheng, so this fellow Guo Shuijie sought out that old boy, Scholar Yu. A hint of reminiscence flickered in Old Master Gu's eyes as he murmured softly. Dad, you know Standing Committee member Yu? Seeing Old Master Gu's expression, Gu Desui asked curiously. More than just know him, I've even given him a beating. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of Old Master Gu's mouth. It was as if he were recalling those eventful years of the past. Then, Dad, is your relationship with Standing Committee member Yu actually quite good? Hearing Old Master Gu say this, hope was kindled in Gu Deshui's heart. If he could get Yu Kaisheng on his side, then the position of municipal party secretary would be a sure thing. Unfortunately, Old Master Gu shook his head. What he said next completely shattered the hope in Gu Deshui's heart. Good, my foot. That old boy probably hates my guts. Back then, I was a peasant and that old boy was a college student, he always carried himself with an air of arrogance. I just didn't like the look of him, and when I didn't like the look of someone, I beat them up. Ah. Listening to his old father, Gu Desui was momentarily at a loss for words. Gu Desui never expected that there was such a history between his father and Yu Kaisheng. Looking at the somewhat teasing smile on his father's face, the hope that had just flared up burst like a bubble. Dad, then this, what should I do? Gu Desui said with a long face. He had originally thought his father had a good relationship with Yu Kaisheng and could mediate, now it seemed that path was completely blocked. Old Master Gu flicked his cigarette ash and glanced at Gu Desui. He said crossly, "Look at you, so little backbone, panicking like this over a small matter. The road may be blocked, but people are flexible. Do you have to hang yourself on this one tree?" Gu Desui sighed helplessly. "Dad, you don't understand. This Guishuijia has Yu Kaisheng backing him, and he's been making constant underhanded moves in the city. He targets me at every turn. It's really giving me a headache." Old Master Gu pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Have you tried to sound out the current municipal party secretary to see where he stands and what his attitude is?" Gu Desui said with a bitter face, "Dad, I've tried, but this municipal party secretary acts very cautiously. It's very hard to figure out what he's thinking." Old Master Gu took a deep drag and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. "Don't worry, I haven't been idling around all these years. That Yu Kaisheng transferred to civilian work back then and managed to reach the position of deputy secretary of the provincial party committee. I directly discharged from the military so as not to trouble the country, but I still have a group of old brothers." Gu Desui looked at his father in surprise. "Dad, you mean?" Old Master Gu nodded. "My old squad leader, who I was closest with back then, is currently the commander-in-chief of our Eastern Theater Command. For your sake this time, I'll go ahead and throw away this old face of mine. Dad." Upon hearing this, Gu Deshui's face was filled with surprise and emotion. He was surprised that his father had such powerful connections, and moved by everything his father was doing for him. Gu Desui knew in his heart that his father, Gu Meng, had never liked troubling others in his life. This time, for his sake, he was actually going to ask his old squad leader for such a huge favor. "All right, don't give me that pathetic look." Old Master Gu waved his hand dismissively. "I can only help you this once. The road ahead is still yours to walk." Old Master Gu's tone was extremely serious. Gu Desui nodded. "Dad, I understand." Old Master Gu patted Gu Deshui's shoulder. "Deshui, when you're in officialdom, you must learn to endure and wait for the right opportunity. Don't be intimidated by temporary difficulties, you must have a long-term vision. If I didn't have this connection this time, and Guishuijia did take the position of municipal party secretary, would you just give up and never recover?" Old Master Gu's words were like an alarm bell ringing through Gu Deshui's mind. That's right, he was only 42, which was a young age in officialdom. Temporary success or failure didn't represent everything, he had been too impatient. Actually, Gu Desui couldn't be entirely blamed, the matter of Gu Lin's system was also a weight pressing down on him. He thought that if he became the municipal party secretary, he could protect Gu Lin better. Gu Desui looked at his father gratefully. "Dad, thanks to your reminder, I understand now." Old Master Gu took another puff of his cigarette and said slowly, "Deshui, in officialdom, a person walking alone won't get very far. Do you understand what I mean?" Gu Deshui's eyes lit up. "Dad, you're right. I understand. Tomorrow, I'll go contact some trustworthy people and strive to get them on my side." Old Master Gu smiled. "That's the way. Don't be afraid when you encounter problems, use your head more. I believe you have the ability to go further." Gu Desui nodded firmly. "Dad, don't worry. I definitely won't let you down." Old Master Gu stubbed out his cigarette, stood up, and stretched. "All right, stop moping around here. Go see your mother, she's been nagging about you for a long time." Gu Desui also stood up and said with a smile, "All right, Dad, I'm going now." Gu Desui walked into the house, where his mother was sitting in the living room, chatting and laughing with Li Yuan. Seeing Gu Desui enter, her face showed a hint of worry. "Deshui, how was your chat with your father?" Gu Desui felt a warmth in his heart seeing the worry in his mother's eyes. He said with a smile, "Mom, don't worry. The chat with Dad went very well. Dad has already pointed me in the right direction." That's good, that's good." Hearing Gu Desui say this, Sun Yuxiang finally felt at ease. When Li Yulan heard that a solution had been found, her face also showed surprise and joy. "Deshui, although Dad looks like he doesn't care much, he's sharp as a tack inside. The path he pointed out for you definitely won't be wrong. Just do as he says, and it'll work out." Gu Desui looked tenderly at his wife, Li Yulan. Yulan, this is all thanks to Dad. I'll definitely make the most of it. Li Yulan gently took Gu Deshui's hand and said softly, Deshui, I believe in you. But don't put too much pressure on yourself either. Chapter 14, The Beauty in the Baseball Cap. Sun Yuxiang watched the loving couple with gratification. Seeing you two so united, Mom can rest easy. Deshui, it's your blessing to have a sensible wife like Yulan. You must cherish her. Gu Desui tightly held Li Yulan's hand. Mom, I know. Yulan has always been very supportive of me. Li Yulan's face turned slightly red. Mom, Deshui takes great care of me too. We're husband and wife, we should support each other. Sun Yuxiang nodded with a smile. Good, good. Seeing you like this makes Mom happy from the bottom of her heart. It's just a pity that my eldest grandson didn't come with you this time. Gu Desui said with a laugh, Mom, that boy Gu Lin went to take his driver's license test today. Once he's done, I'll definitely have him come back to see you. You're always talking about him, and he misses you too. A look of longing appeared on Sun Yuxiang's face. Sigh, that child has been close to me and your father since he was little. I really hope he can come back more often to keep this old woman company. At this moment, Gu Meng took over the conversation. Haha, taking the driver's license test is good. It'll be convenient to go out once he learns how to drive. After he gets his license, he even wants to go to Chengdu for a trip by himself, Li Yulan said helplessly. No, that won't do. Going to such a far place alone is too dangerous. Deshui, Yulan, you two must try to persuade him, Sun Yuxiang hurriedly said upon hearing Li Yulan's words. Humph, a woman's view. Gu Lin's idea is not bad, young people should go out and see the world. I went to the battlefield when I was 16, old Master Gu snorted coldly. Seeing this, Gu Desui quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Dad, Mom, don't argue. Gu Lin wanting to travel shows he has his own ideas, which is a good thing. However, Mom's concern about him going to a far place alone being unsafe also makes sense. Li Yulan echoed, yes, Dad, Mom. We'll discuss it with Gu Lin when the time comes and see if he can bring along some reliable friends. Sun Yuxiang thought about it and felt this was a good idea. That works. If there are friends accompanying him, I can be more at ease. Deshui, you must have a good talk with him when the time comes. Gu Desui nodded in response, all right, Mom. I'll definitely make it clear to him. Gu Lin is a sensible child, he should be able to understand our concerns. Old Master Gu snorted at Sun Yuxiang, I think you're just spoiling him too much. Back when I was his age, what hadn't I experienced? How can a man grow without experiencing things? Sun Yuxiang gave old Master Gu a sidelong glance. What era was that? Can it be compared to now? There are plenty of bad people out there now, it's always better to have someone to look after each other. Old Master Gu waved his hand. Fine, fine, we'll do as you say. But Gu Lin must be told to pay more attention to safety. When away from home, one must be careful about everything. Gu Desui said, Dad, don't worry. I will repeatedly emphasize the safety issue with Gu Lin. If he really goes on a trip, I'll also have him report his safety to the family every day. Li Yulan continued, right, communication is so advanced now, we can contact him anytime. That way, we can feel more at peace at home. Sun Yuxiang sighed, sigh, the child has grown up and has his own ideas. As elders, we can only offer some advice. I just hope he stays safe and sound. Gu Desui put his arm around Sun Yuxiang's shoulders. Mom, don't worry. Gu Lin is an independent child, he'll definitely take good care of himself. In a few days, our whole family will have a good gathering and discuss the travel plans together. Sun Yuxiang nodded slightly, when he comes back, I'll have to ask him properly. I wonder if that child's driver's license test went smoothly. Old Master Gu said nonchalantly, with Gu Lin's cleverness, getting a driver's license is just a piece of cake. Dad, Yulan and I will head back first. Gu Lin should be getting home around this time. Gu Desui lifted his arm to check the time, it was already past 6 in the evening. Driving from Gu family village to the city via the highway would take about an hour. They had finished work at 4:30 and rushed over, arriving at nearly 5:30. They had only stayed for about half an hour in total. Hearing this, Sun Yuxiang's face showed a hint of reluctance. But she still said, "All right, De Shui, take it slow on the road. Drive safely, and tell Gu Lin that his grandmother misses him and wants him to come back when he's free." Old Master Gu also said, "Go on then, be careful on the road, and give us a call when you get home." Gu Desui nodded, "Okay, Dad, Mom. You two take care of yourselves at home, and call me if anything happens." Li Yulan smiled and said to Sun Yuxiang, "Mom, Dad, you two take care of your health. We'll bring Gu Lin back to see you in a few days." Sun Yuxiang responded with a smile, "Good, don't just worry about us, take care of yourselves too." After Gu Desui and Li Yulan said their goodbyes to the two elders, they walked out of the house. They drove away slowly in that car model with the license plate Lu Z0003. Meanwhile, Gu Lin took the bus and soon arrived at the stop by the entrance of Gu Guatai's neighborhood. "Old Gu, see you tomorrow." Gu Guatai, Zhao Mingkong, and Zhao Xingcong got off at this stop. As he got off, Zhao Mingkong cast a lingering glance at the girl in the baseball cap. Gu Lin didn't need to transfer, he just had to ride a few more stops to reach his own neighborhood. The bus continued forward. Sitting by the window, Gu Lin's thoughts couldn't help but drift toward what kind of business he should start. In his heart, he also felt a faint worry about his father's affairs. After Gu Guatai's group of three got off, only Gu Lin and the beauty in the baseball cap remained in the back seats. However, neither of them spoke. After a few more stops, Gu Lin reached his destination and got off. The beauty in the baseball cap continued to sit on the bus, heading toward an unknown stop. However, it likely wasn't too far, as Gu Lin's home was only a few stops away from the bus's final destination. The afterglow of the summer evening spilled over him, carrying a hint of warmth. Gu Lin walked leisurely toward the neighborhood. Passing the convenience store at the neighborhood entrance, he conveniently bought a drink. When he got home, Gu Desui and Li Yulan hadn't returned yet. Gu Lin took a sip of his drink and lay down leisurely on the sofa. He pulled out his phone to check his online shopping orders. The phone would arrive tomorrow. Things like clothes would arrive the day after tomorrow. There was still a balance of 11,000 yuan sitting in his bank card from today. 10,000 of it was today's living fund, and the other 1,000 was what remained of the 3,000 Gu Desui had left in the morning after paying the driving school registration fee. A short while later, Gu Desui and Li Yulan returned. "Son, we're back," Li Yulan called out while changing her shoes. Chapter 15, A Heart-to-Heart. "Mom, you guys are back," Gu Lin said, sitting up from the sofa with a smile. Gu Desui walked into the living room, hung his coat on the rack, and asked, "Son, how did it feel practicing for your driver's license today?" Gu Lin scratched his head, a confident smile appearing on his face. "It was okay. The instructor said I practiced well. I'm planning to schedule subject 1 for next Monday." As long as you have a plan," Gu Desui nodded with a smile. Having resolved the matter weighing on his mind, the smile on his face was much richer than it had been in the previous few days. "Your grandmother has been nagging about you, asking when you're going to visit her," Li Yulan said as she walked into the kitchen, busy preparing dinner. Hearing this, Gu Lin stood up and walked to the kitchen doorway. "Is Grandma's health okay? After I finish subject 1, I'll find some time to go back and see her and Grandpa." Li Yulan turned back and smiled. "Their health is fine, they just miss you. They even mentioned your trip to Chengdu today. At first, your grandmother was worried it wouldn't be safe for you to go alone and didn't agree. After discussing it, they suggested you find a few reliable friends to go with, and only then did she reluctantly agree." Gu Lin smiled helplessly. "Grandma just worries too much about me. But finding friends to go with is indeed a good idea, that way, everyone can look out for each other." However, in his heart, Gu Lin preferred to go alone. It wasn't that going with Gu Guatai and the others was bad, but Gu Lin sometimes preferred the solitude of a solo trip. Gu Desui walked over to Gu Lin and patted his shoulder. "Son, traveling is a good thing, but safety comes first. If you really plan to go, you must make a detailed plan and check in with home every day." Gu Lin nodded in response. "I know, Dad. I'll definitely be careful." At that moment, Li Yulan brought a plate of washed fruit from the kitchen and placed it on the coffee table. Come, son, have some fruit first. Besides the driver's license, what else have you been pondering lately? I saw you lying on the sofa just now, looking quite lost in thought. Gu Lin picked up a piece of apple and took a bite. Dad, Mom, I'm actually thinking about starting a small business once I start university. On one hand, it'll be good experience, and on the other, I can earn some money. Gu Desui frowned slightly, thinking for a moment before saying, Son, it's good to have ideas, but you're still a student. Your studies are the most important thing. Doing business isn't simple, it requires a lot of time and energy. Li Yulan chimed in, That's right, son. If you neglect your studies because of business, it would be more loss than gain. Besides, our family isn't short on money, and your father's position is quite sensitive. Gu Lin hurried to explain, Dad, Mom, I mainly want to find an overt source for the money from the system. When Gu Desui and Li Yulan heard Gu Lin mention the system, they nodded understandingly. Gu Desui said, You're right to think that way. Tell us your specific plans. Gu Lin thought for a while and said, Dad, Mom, I want to do some business with Zhao Xingcong. His family's situation isn't great, but he's always been hardworking and down-to-earth. Most importantly, if I were to do it under my own name, Dad, it might have some impact on you. But if we let Zhao Xingcong be the public face, there won't be any issues. Listening to Gu Lin's analysis, Gu Desui and Li Yulan felt he had considered things very thoroughly. Gu Desui nodded and said, Son, it's very good that you thought of this. I know Xingcong, he's a good kid. It's a pity he's stuck with parents like Zhao Shicheng and Luo Chuiyi. But doing business isn't that simple. What kind of business do you plan to do? I haven't decided yet, Gu Lin said, shaking his head. Gu Desui nodded slightly and said after a moment's thought, Since you haven't decided, don't rush into a decision. The most crucial thing in business is choosing the right direction. You can do more market research to see which industries currently have potential and are suitable for university students. Li Yulan added from the side, That's right, son. There are many emerging industries now, maybe one of them will suit you. But no matter which one you choose, you must fully understand the ropes and not blindly follow trends. Gu Lin listened seriously to his parents' advice and nodded. Dad, Mom, I understand. It's good that you understand, Gu Desui and Li Yulan nodded. Dad, Mom, let's not talk about business for now. I'll focus on getting my driver's license first, that's the important task at hand. By the way, I'm almost ready for Subject 1. The exam is next Monday, and I should be able to pass smoothly. Once I'm done with Subject 1, I'll find time to go back to the old home to see Grandpa and Grandma. Gu Desui smiled and said, All right, that's a good arrangement. They'll definitely be very happy to see you. Then Li Yulan said, All right, enough chatting. The food is getting cold, let's eat first. And so, the family sat around the dining table. Looking at the table full of sumptuous dishes, Gu Lin couldn't help but swallow hard. Wow, Mom, you made so much good food today, and it's all my favorites. Li Yulan teased with a smile, I know you've been working hard for your license lately, so I made these specifically for you. Eat up. After dinner, they chatted briefly before heading to their respective rooms to rest. Gu Desui had been under a lot of pressure lately, but now that there was a solution, he could relax a bit. However, the final result wouldn't be known until next month, after the old secretary was reassigned. Therefore, Gu Desui would be very busy during this time. Gu Lin lay in bed and opened a car app to start browsing vehicles. What Zhao Mingkong said today about buying a car had left him feeling a bit restless. In the past, he didn't have the means. Even if his father was the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee, it was impossible for him to get a car at 18. But now with the system, that was no longer an issue. He also wanted to be able to drive himself to university. He didn't have any particularly large expenses. Based on a daily living fund of 10,000, by the time school started, he would have at least several $100,000 in his card. Even if he used a portion to start a business with Zhao Xingcong, the remainder would still be enough to buy a car. He wasn't looking for an exceptionally expensive luxury car, a budget of around 200,000 to 300,000 felt sufficient. On the other side, Zhao Xingcong had just finished washing up and was about to lie down to rest. His phone screen suddenly lit up with a WeChat message from Gu Guotai. Gu Guotai, Xingtsung, you asleep? I have some things I want to talk to you about. Looking at his phone screen, a hint of doubt rose in Zhao Xingtsung's heart. He replied, not yet. What's up, Guotai? Soon, another message from Gu Guotai popped up. Gu Guotai, I'll just be direct. Today at the driving school, I could tell your feelings for Zhao Rongrong aren't ordinary. Zhao Xingtsung stared at the message, his finger hovering over the screen for a long time before he slowly typed a line. Zhao Xingtsung, Guotai, are you overthinking things? Gu Guotai, Xingtsung, between brothers, there's no need to be secretive. Chapter 16, Gu Lin's Ordinary Family. Zhao Xingtsung, sigh, you found out after all. I've liked her for a long time, but I just never had the courage to say it. After sending the message, Zhao Xingtsung felt a bit uneasy, unsure of how Gu Guotai would react. A moment later, his phone vibrated. Gu Guotai, actually, I can understand you. Liking someone but not daring to confess for certain reasons, that's a tough feeling to deal with. But what I want to say is, the bond between us brothers is so strong, let's not let this create a rift between us. Zhao Xingtsung frowned slightly and replied quickly. Zhao Xingtsung, I'm also afraid this might affect our brotherhood. But sometimes, seeing Zhao Rongrong and Gu Lin getting close, it really doesn't sit well with me. Gu Guotai, I understand how you feel, but I can't see through Gu Lin's thoughts either. I don't know if he hasn't noticed Zhao Rongrong's feelings for him, or if he has other ideas. But I hope that, as brothers, we don't let this ruin our harmony. After reading the message, Zhao Xingtsung's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He thought for a moment before replying. Zhao Xingtsung, you're right, Guotai. I don't want to destroy our relationship over this. It's just that matters of the heart are sometimes truly beyond one's control. Gu Guotai, I know. Feelings can't be forced. But the friendship between us brothers is for a lifetime, we can't drift apart because of this. If you feel unhappy about anything in the future, just tell me. Don't keep it bottled up. As for Gu Lin, I'll find a time to chat with him and see what he's actually thinking. Zhao Xingtsung, all right, Guotai, thank you. Hearing that makes me feel much better. I'll adjust my mindset and won't let this affect our relationship as brothers. Gu Guotai, that's the spirit. We grew up together, a bond like this shouldn't be easily broken. Get some rest early. We have driving practice tomorrow. Zhao Xingtsung, sure, you get some sleep too. Good night. Putting down his phone, Zhao Xingtsung lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to calm his mind for a long time. Gu Guotai's words had put him much more at ease. But when he thought of Zhao Rongrong, his heart was still conflicted. However, he also secretly resolved to work hard on adjusting his mindset and not let this affect his relationship with his brothers. Early the next morning, at the same time as yesterday, Gu Lin boarded the bus to Gu Guotai's residential area. Only, this time he didn't run into Zhao Rongrong on the bus. Presumably, Wang Yakin would be the one driving Zhao Rongrong to and from practice from now on. When he arrived at Gu Guotai's residential area, the three of them were waiting by the bus stop, each with a cigarette in their mouth. Once the three of them boarded, Gu Lin joked with a smile, you three started puffing away so early in the morning. Gu Guotai chuckled and said, well, we were just waiting for the bus. Might as well pass the time. Zhao Mingkong also laughed. Yeah, old Gu, 1 in the morning keeps you energized all through the afternoon. Zhao Xingtsung just gave a small smile and didn't say anything, seemingly still lost in his own thoughts. The bus moved slowly and soon arrived at the driving school. By the time Gu Lin arrived, Zhao Rongrong was already practicing her driving. Gu Lin leaned casually against a large tree, pulled out a chunghua and lit one for himself. Not long after he finished his cigarette, Zhao Rongrong and Coach Lu Ertong stepped out of the car. Young Master Gu, it's your turn to practice, Lu Ertong said enthusiastically as soon as he saw Gu Lin. No rush. Have a smoke first, Coach Lu. Gu Lin waved his hand and handed a cigarette to Lu Ertong. All right then. Lu Ertong took it with both hands, lit it happily, and began to smoke. Standing to the side, Zhao Rongrong watched the two of them puffing away and didn't say anything. She only looked at Gu Lin with an extremely complicated gaze. After finishing the cigarette, Gu Lin began his day of driving practice. Today, when Zhao Rongrong spoke to Gu Lin, she seemed to hesitate several times, as if holding something back. It seemed she wanted to ask about his family background but found it hard to bring up. Gu Lin saw through Zhao Rongrong's thoughts, but he didn't say anything. It wasn't until a break in the practice that Zhao Rongrong finally couldn't help herself and pulled Gu Lin aside. After hesitating, she said, "Gu Lin, I've actually been quite curious about your family situation. I feel like there are many things about you that I can't quite figure out." Gu Lin smiled slightly and said, "Rongrong, there's actually nothing I can't tell you. My family is just an ordinary family. Both my parents have their own jobs." Zhao Rongrong blinked and pressed further, "Then why do you feel so different from the other students? It's like you have your own unique insights into many things, and you're exceptionally mature." Gu Lin's heart stirred. He hadn't expected Zhao Rongrong to be so observant. After a moment's thought, he said, "Maybe it's because I like to read. The more knowledge I'm exposed to, the more my thoughts differ from others. As for my personality, it was influenced by my grandfather. My grandfather used to be a soldier, so his way of educating me might have been a bit different." Zhao Rongrong nodded, seemingly understanding but still somewhat uncertain. "So that's how it is. I thought I was some hidden protagonist from an urban power fantasy novel or something." Gu Lin joked with a smile. "Exactly, the kind of male lead who plays the weak to prey on the strong and then suddenly amazes everyone." Zhao Rongrong smiled and played along. "In that case, I'd rather be the protagonist of a harem novel." Gu Lin winked. "Ha ha ha, Gu Lin, you sure have a vivid imagination." Zhao Rongrong laughed heartily. Just then, Gu Guotai walked over with a cigarette in his mouth. Seeing them chatting, he said with a smile, "What are you two talking about so happily? I could hear your laughter from far away." Zhao Rongrong's face turned slightly red. "It's nothing, just chatting." Gu Lin also smiled and said, "Yeah, just chatting." Gu Guotai raised an eyebrow with a grin. "Oh. Just chatting and you're this happy? Doesn't look so simple to me." He turned to Gu Lin and handed him a cigarette. "Old Gu, have one." Gu Lin waved his hand. "Just finished one, I don't feel like it right now." Gu Guotai didn't mind. After lighting his own cigarette, he took a deep drag and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Then he looked at Zhao Rongrong and said, "Rongrong, you'd better be careful with this guy Gu Lin. He's a bad egg." Zhao Rongrong covered her mouth and giggled. "Guotai, stop teasing us. Gu Lin is a good person, he often explains driving techniques to me." Gu Lin also smiled. "It's just mutual exchange. By the way, Guotai, how's your practice going?" Gu Guotai flicked the ash and said confidently, "Not bad. I've done a lot of the subject 1 questions, I don't think it'll be an issue. As for you, don't spend all your time chatting with Rongrong. It'll be embarrassing if you fail the exam." As they were speaking, Zhao Xingcong and Zhao Mingkong also walked over. Zhao Mingkong shouted boisterously, "What are you talking about? It's so lively, and you didn't even call us over." Zhao Xingcong just stood silently to the side. Although there was a smile on his face, a hint of loneliness was still visible in his eyes. Gu Guotai saw this and felt a bit uncomfortable. He knew that seeing Gu Lin and Zhao Rongrong so close must be hard for Zhao Xingcong. Gu Lin cleared his throat. "Just chatting. Anyway, Xingcong, Mingkong, how's your subject 1 preparation going?" Zhao Mingkong patted his chest and guaranteed, "Don't worry, old Gu. I've almost worn out the question bank these past few days. The exam will definitely be no problem." Zhao Xingcong squeezed out a forced smile and said, "I'm doing okay too. I should be able to pass smoothly." Gu Lin nodded. "That's good. Let's all strive for good results in Subject 1. Chapter 17, Isairu. After a few more words, they each went to practice driving. Soon, it was 5:30 p.m., and the day's practice was over. The group walked out of the driving school together. Wang Yakin was already waiting in the same Bentley from yesterday. Auntie Wang, Gu Lin and the other 3 greeted Wang Yakin one after another. Wang Yakin nodded with a smile, her expression showing nothing out of the ordinary. "I'm leaving first, bye," Zhao Rongrong said to the others as she walked to Wang Yakin's side. However, her gaze remained fixed on Gu Lin. Bye, see you tomorrow, the others replied with smiles. Let's go too, Gu Lin said to his 3 childhood friends after Wang Yakan and Zhao Rongrong left. Then, the group headed toward the bus stop. When the bus arrived and they boarded, they sat in the same back row as yesterday. Coincidentally, the girl in the baseball cap they met yesterday was also on the bus. And she was sitting in the same spot as yesterday. Today, the girl wore a blue plaid shirt and light blue jeans. This time, Zhao Mingkong plucked up the courage to go over and greet her. Hello, beautiful, Zhao Mingkong rubbed his hands together, looking a bit shy. Hearing Zhao Mingkong's voice, the girl slowly turned her head. Hiss. Seeing the girl's face, Zhao Mingkong gasped. She had a perfect oval face, fair skin without a single blemish. And large, watery eyes that sparkled like stars in the night sky. Below her high-bridged nose was a cherry-like mouth, and 2 faint dimples appeared when she smiled. It was a face even more beautiful than Zhao Rongrong's. Seeing Zhao Mingkong like this, the girl in the baseball cap couldn't help but chuckle. Hello, is there something I can help you with? Zhao Mingkong was so nervous he started to stutter. No, it's nothing major. I just thought we were quite fated to run into each other on the bus 2 days in a row. My name is Zhao Mingkong, and these are my good brothers. As he spoke, he pointed to Gu Lin, Gu Guotai, and Zhao Xingcong. The girl looked in the direction he pointed and politely nodded to them. Gu Lin and the others smiled back in response. Gu Guotai teased with a laugh, Mingkong, your pickup line is a bit old-fashioned. Zhao Mingkong's face turned red, and he scratched his head. I'm just a bit nervous. Little brother, you can't be this shy if you want to pick up girls, the girl in the baseball cap said with a smile. The girl in the baseball cap smiled slightly. Hearing her call him, little brother, Zhao Mingkong's face turned even redder. He muttered, this is my first time. Beautiful, what's your name? The girl covered her mouth and giggled, then said generously, my name is Isairu. Judging by your age, did you just finish the college entrance examination? Zhao Mingkong nodded quickly. Yes, we just finished the college entrance examination and are practicing for our driver's licenses now. Getting your license now is indeed a good choice. Once school starts, you won't have much free time. Isairu continued, I also went to get my license right after the college entrance examination. Sister E, what year are you in now? Zhao Mingkong's mood dipped slightly upon hearing this. Little brother, I'll be a junior when school starts, so don't get any ideas about me. Isairu used a joke to shut down Zhao Mingkong's intentions. Where do you go to university, Sister E? Zhao Mingkong was taken aback and immediately changed the subject. His tone was no longer timid, returning to his usual boisterous self. After hearing Isairu's words, Zhao Mingkong gave up on any ideas about her. He knew his own limits, he definitely wouldn't make it into an undergraduate program. So he didn't plan on continuing his studies. Once Gu Lin and the other 2 left for university, he planned to take over his family's hot pot restaurant business. There would certainly be no future with someone like Isairu, who was already a junior. Plus, Isairu had already gently rejected him, so Zhao Mingkong knew where he stood. I'm at Chuanshu University. Seeing how sensible Zhao Mingkong was, Isairu didn't mind chatting with him a bit more. Hearing Isairu's words, Zhao Mingkong, Gu Guotai, and Zhao Xingcong were all slightly stunned. Then, all at once, they turned their gazes toward Gu Lin. They all knew that Gu Lin wanted to go to Chuanshu University. Gu Lin was also a bit dazed upon hearing Isairu's words. What's wrong? Why do you all have that expression? Seeing the 3 of them silent and just staring at the most handsome boy, Isairu asked curiously. He's also planning to apply to Chuanshu University, Zhao Mingkong explained, snapping out of it and pointing at Gu Lin. Isairu's eyes lit up as she looked at Gu Lin. What a coincidence. Then we might be alumni in the future. Then I'll have to trouble Sister E to look after me in the future, Gu Lin said with a slight smile. No problem, no problem. I'll cover for you at school, Isairu said in a mock authoritative tone. The 2 looked at each other and laughed. Then, they began to chat. It was mostly Isairu talking and Gu Lin listening, as she shared various interesting stories about the school. Holy crap, Zhao Mingkong thought to himself as he watched this. Gu Guotai and Zhao Xingcong exchanged a look, momentarily speechless. Zhao Mingkong leaned his head closer to Gu Guotai and Zhao Xingcong. He lowered his voice and said, "Look at old Gu and Yi Sairu chatting so enthusiastically. I feel like old Gu is infiltrating Sichuan University's inner circle ahead of time." Gu Guotai laughed and gave Zhao Mingkong a light shove. "You rascal, you just had designs on her a moment ago, and now you're teasing Gu Lin." Zhao Mingkong said nonchalantly, "My greatest strength is my self-awareness. Someone like Yi Sairu is clearly out of my league." Beside them, Zhao Xingcong's body stiffened slightly upon hearing Zhao Mingkong's words. Damn. Even though Mingkong is the one saying it, why do I feel so uncomfortable? As Gu Guotai listened to Zhao Mingkong, he gave Zhao Xingcong a thoughtful look. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Zhao Mingkong started chuckling again. "What are you smirking at?" Gu Guotai couldn't quite follow Zhao Mingkong's train of thought. "Even if I can't do it, old Gu can. Look, old Gu is handsome, has a strong family background, and most importantly, he'll be at the same school as Yi Sairu. This is freaking buff stacking at its finest," Zhao Mingkong began to analyze logically. "That makes some sense," Gu Guotai and Zhao Xingcong nodded after exchanging a look. Zhao Mingkong grew more excited and continued to ramble on. "And think about it, old Gu and Yi Sairu are hitting it off so well now. Once old Gu gets into Sichuan University, Yi Sairu can look after him and help him integrate into university life. With all that back and forth, their relationship will naturally heat up." At this point, Zhao Mingkong started cackling weirdly. Gu Lin and Yi Sairu, who were discussing the Sichuan University cafeteria, gave Zhao Mingkong a strange look. But they didn't pay it much mind and continued their discussion. Gu Guotai shook his head with a laugh. "You rascal, you're just overthinking things. Matters of the heart are never as simple as you think." Chapter 18, Old Gu, remember to come home tonight. By this time, the bus had been traveling for a while and soon arrived at Gu Guotai's neighborhood. When the three of them got off the bus, Zhao Mingkong suddenly shouted at Gu Lin. "Old Gu, remember to come home tonight." After saying that, he quickly slipped off the bus. For a moment, everyone on the bus turned their gaze toward Gu Lin and Yi Sairu. Seeing everyone around him looking at him with strange eyes. Even with Gu Lin's personality, he felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. Beside him, Yi Sairu's face turned even redder. Although she often put on a very mature front. She was, after all, still an innocent young maiden who hadn't experienced the world. Gu Lin smiled awkwardly at the people around him, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. He muttered under his breath, "That kid, always making such a fuss." Yi Sairu lowered her head, her hands unconsciously tugging at the hem of her clothes, not daring to meet the gazes of the people around her. She whispered to Gu Lin, "Your friend is quite special." Looking at Yi Sairu's current girlish demeanor, she was like a completely different person compared to the mature and steady senior Yi from before. Gu Lin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Then, Gu Lin pretended to shake his head helplessly. "He's usually just used to being careless and outspoken, he doesn't mean any harm. He just speaks and acts without thinking. Sister Yi, please don't mind him." Yi Sairu nodded gently, the flush on her face not yet fully faded. The bus continued forward. To dissipate the remaining awkwardness, Gu Lin hurriedly changed the subject. "Sister Yi, I get the feeling you take this bus every day. Do you have a fixed schedule?" Yi Sairu gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Yeah, I take this bus every day during the summer break to go help out at my family's restaurant. My parents opened a restaurant near the city wet market. Business is busy during the summer, so I go to lend a hand. During the day, I have many courses to study, so I can only go to the shop to help in the evening. Fortunately, business isn't too busy during the day, so my parents can manage. There are just more people at night." Gu Lin nodded understandingly. "What kind of food does your restaurant mainly serve?" Yi Sairu smiled slightly, pride showing in her eyes. "Our restaurant specializes in home-style cooking. Although it's not big, the flavor is definitely authentic. Since it's summer now, the shop has also started serving barbecue." Gu Lin laughed. "Is it tiring helping out at the restaurant?" Yi Sairu sighed softly and said, "It's a bit tiring, but I feel it's worth it to be able to help my parents." Hearing this, Gu Lin couldn't help but feel a bit more fond of Yi Sairu. Sister E, when I get the chance, I'll definitely go taste your restaurant's cooking. Maybe the flavor will be as impressive as Sister E herself. Gu Lin said half-jokingly. Isairu was amused by Gu Lin's words, and the flush on her face completely vanished, returning to her original appearance. Sure, you're welcome anytime. I'll give you a discount. The two of them chatted idly like this as the bus slowly moved forward. Before long, they arrived at the neighborhood where Gu Lin lived. Sister E, this is my stop, Gu Lin said with a smile. Isairu nodded, an inexplicable sense of reluctance rising in her heart. Then hurry up and get off, Isairu replied with a smile, but her gaze unconsciously followed Gu Lin as he stood up. Gu Lin turned and walked toward the bus door. Before getting off, he looked back at Isairu once more. He waved and said, Sister E, let's add each other on WeChat. Isairu smiled and nodded in response. Okay. After scanning Isairu's QR code, Gu Lin got off the bus. The bus slowly started moving. Through the window, Isairu watched Gu Lin's receding figure, a different kind of ripple stirring in her heart. Gu Lin walked to the entrance of the neighborhood and first went to the courier station to pick up his packages. There were a good 7 or 8 packages, large and small. They were the Huawei P2 Pro phone he had bought online, along with several pieces of clothing, sunglasses, a baseball cap, shoes, and other items. Gu Lin struggled to carry these 7 or 8 packages toward home. When he got home, Yuan heard the noise and came out of the kitchen. Seeing Gu Lin with his hands full of packages, she chided, "You child, buying so many things." Gu Lin smiled and said, "Mom, isn't summer here? It's time to get some new clothes, and my phone needs replacing too." As he spoke, he carried the packages to his room and began unpacking them. First, he took out the brand new Huawei P2 Pro phone. Its exquisite appearance made him reluctant to put it down. He skillfully transferred the data from his old phone and set up various functions. The old phone was placed in a drawer and carefully put away. This was the first phone of his life. After these 3 years, Gu Lin had developed some attachment to it. After switching phones, he wasn't in a hurry to open the other packages and went to the bathroom to take a shower first. After showering, Gu Lin felt refreshed. Wearing a pair of large boxer shorts and a sleeveless t-shirt, he returned to his room. Looking at the pile of unopened packages, he excitedly began to unwrap them. 2 solid-colored short-sleeved shirts, 1 black and 1 white. A pair of light blue straight-leg jeans and a pair of black beach casual shorts. 2 pairs of Nike shoes, 1 white and 1 in a white and blue colorway. A black MLB baseball cap and a pair of black aviator sunglasses. He then hung the clothes in the closet in order, after which Gu Lin walked out of the room and into the living room. Gu Desui was sitting on the sofa watching the news. Seeing Gu Lin come out, Gu Desui asked with a smile, "Bought so many things? All tidied up?" Gu Lin nodded and walked over to sit by the sofa. "Yeah, the phone is switched, and the clothes are all in the closet." While the two were chatting, Isairu sent a message to Gu Lin. Gu Lin clicked to take a look. It was a photo. Gu Lin curiously opened the photo, and what met his eyes was a scene of Isairu's family restaurant. There were already quite a few customers inside, and the restaurant's layout was warm and tidy. The wooden tables and chairs were arranged neatly. Isairu stood in a corner of the restaurant, making a peace sign at the camera, her face beaming with a happy smile. The corners of Gu Lin's mouth unconsciously curled up as he replied, "Wow, Sister E, your shop's business is quite good. It's summer break recently, so more people come out to eat at night, and business has gotten busy," Isairu replied. "All right, Gu Lin, I won't talk more with you for now. I'm going to get busy." After Isairu finished speaking, she added an exhausted emoji. "Okay, Sister E, go get busy." Gu Lin also added a cheering emoji. Just as Gu Lin was about to put down his phone, a message from Gu Guotai also arrived. "Gu Guotai, old Gu, come out for a couple of drinks. I have some things I want to talk to you about." "Sure, where are we drinking?" Gu Lin replied. Gu Guotai quickly replied, "Let's just go to that Sichuan restaurant we usually visit." "Guotai, today I'll take you to a different shop to try." Gu Lin suddenly wanted to go check out Isairu's family restaurant. "All right, I'll go find you now. Let's meet at the entrance of your neighborhood." Gu Guotai didn't ask much. Gu Lin stood up and said to Gu Desui, "Dad, Guotai called me out for a couple of drinks to discuss some matters. I'm heading out for a bit." Gu Desui looked up at him and cautioned, "All right, drink less, come back early, and be safe." Chapter 19, Xingcong also likes Zhao Rongrong. Gu Lin responded and hurried back to his room to change his clothes. A plain black short-sleeved shirt, black casual shorts, and a pair of white Nike running shoes. He put on that black MLB baseball cap, straightened himself up in front of the mirror, and felt full of energy. Since it was already night, Gu Lin wasn't so foolish as to wear sunglasses. After grabbing his phone and wallet, he hurriedly headed out. When he arrived at the entrance of the residential area, Gu Guotai was already waiting there. Seeing Gu Lin's outfit, Gu Guotai teased, "Yo, old Gu, why so handsome today? Do you have some special arrangement?" Gu Lin smiled and gave him a playful punch. "Don't guess blindly. I just changed my clothes. I'm taking you to a new place today." Gu Guotai's curiosity was piqued, and he pressed further, "What new place? So mysterious." Gu Lin kept him in suspense. "You'll know when we get there. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Isairu's family shop was near the vegetable market, not far from Gu Lin's home, only about 3 or 4 stops away. The two of them got on the bus and arrived at the city vegetable market stop in no time. Getting off the bus, Gu Guotai looked at the somewhat bustling vegetable market environment around them, feeling a bit puzzled. "Old Gu, you're not saying the good place is near this vegetable market, are you?" Gu Lin smiled without answering and led Gu Guotai toward the street next to the vegetable market. On both sides of the street were rows of restaurants with flickering, colorful neon lights. They hadn't walked far before they saw Isairu's restaurant, which had a very lively atmosphere. The shop's name was E.G. Restaurant. At this time, it was brightly lit and bustling with people. The dozen or so tables inside were already full, and only 2 or 3 of the tables outside were still empty. The 2-meter-long grill was covered with all kinds of meat skewers. A middle-aged man in his 50s, slightly plump, was busy flipping the meat skewers in his hands. Gu Guotai's eyes lit up. "Old Gu, this place looks like it has a great atmosphere. How did you find it?" Gu Lin smiled and said, "This is the shop owned by the family of Sister E, whom we met on the bus. She's been helping out at the shop lately." "Damn, I knew it was you, kid," Gu Guotao laughed and cursed playfully. Just as the two of them reached the restaurant entrance, the uncle at the grill saw them and immediately greeted them with a smile. "Young men, find a place to sit. There's a menu on the table. See what you'd like to eat." "All right, uncle," Gu Lin nodded with a smile. Afterward, he and Gu Guotai found a table under a large tree by the roadside and sat down. Looking at the prices on the menu, Gu Lin nodded to himself. Pork skewers are 1.5 yuan, mutton skewers are 2 yuan, beef skewers are 2 yuan, and grilled kidneys are 15 yuan. These prices in Shan City in 2018 were indeed quite authentic. 10 mutton skewers, 10 pork skewers, 10 beef skewers, 4 chicken wings, 6 Daobian skewers, and 4 grilled kidneys. After thinking for a moment, Gu Lin added a few more dishes. Peanut and edamame platter, spicy stir-fried clams, boiled pork slices, and crispy fried pork. Finally, he ordered a case of Tsingtao beer. He didn't ask Gu Guotai what he wanted to eat, not out of disrespect, but because the number of times they had eaten together was too many to count. Their tastes were basically the same. "Uncle, we're ready to order," Gu Lin waved to the uncle at the grill after finishing. "All right, just a moment," the uncle said, then shouted toward the inside of the house. "See Ro, come out and take an order." "Coming, Dad," a pleasant female voice came from inside. It was indeed Isairu. In a moment, Isairu walked out from inside. Seeing Gu Lin and Gu Guotai, a surprised smile appeared on her face, and she quickened her pace toward them. "Gu Lin, what are you guys doing here?" Isairu's gaze swept over the two of them as she exclaimed in surprise. When her eyes passed over Gu Lin, a flash of joy flickered in them. Gu Lin smiled and said, "Sister E, Guotai and I were thinking of finding a place to have some barbecue and drinks, so we thought of your family's shop. We're not intruding, are we?" Isairu waved her hand quickly and said enthusiastically, "How could you be intruding? You're more than welcome." Isairu continued, you must give us some feedback and see if there's anything in our shop that needs improvement. Gu hurriedly said, Senior E, I'm sure your family's shop is beyond reproach. Old Gu has been praising this place all the way here, I've been itching to try it. Isairu covered her mouth and chuckled, haha, he just knows how to make people happy. Then she looked down at Gu Lin and the others' order sheet. You ordered quite a variety, these are all the shop specialties. There are quite a few people today, so the food might come out a bit slowly. Please don't be in a hurry. Sister E, it's fine. We're not in a rush. You go ahead and do your thing. We'll just enjoy the breeze and chat here. Gu Lin said with a smile. Isairu nodded, all right, if you need anything, just call me. When I'm not as busy in a bit, I'll come over and chat with you. After saying that, she turned and went back inside to arrange the dishes. Gu looked at Isairu's retreating figure and teased Gu Lin, Old Gu, Senior Yi's attitude toward you is quite unusual. Don't you have any thoughts? Gu Lin smiled slightly, you're talking nonsense again. Sister E and I are really just friends. Gu raised an eyebrow and continued relentlessly. Just friends? I can tell. The way Senior E looks at you is different. Old Gu, don't tell me you don't feel anything at all. Gu Lin, he smiled helplessly, you just love to let your imagination run wild. How long have Sister E and I even known each other? Then, Gu Lin looked at Gu curiously, Guotai, what exactly did you want to talk about by asking me out? Stop keeping me in suspense. Gu smiled, no rush. We'll talk once the beer arrives. In a short while, Isairu brought out the beer and the peanut and edamame platter they had ordered. Start with these. The skewers and hot dishes will be ready soon. All right, Sister E, we're not in a hurry, Gu Lin smiled. Okay, if you need anything, just call me, Isairu said before returning to the house to get busy. Gu picked up a bottle of beer, skillfully opened the cap, and filled both their glasses. Come on, let's have a drink first. Gu Lin picked up his glass, clinked it with Gu and drained it in one gulp. He then looked at Gu waiting for him to continue. Old Gu, what exactly are your thoughts on Zhao Rongrong? Gu didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. What thoughts could I have? We're just classmates and friends. Gu Lin took a pack of Chunghwa out of his pocket. After handing one to Gu he lit one for himself and spoke calmly. Old Gu, I don't believe you don't know that Zhao Rongrong likes you. Gu took a deep drag and said in a serious tone. I say, Guotai, why are you concerned about this? Gu Lin exhaled a puff of smoke and laughed. If it were just about your own feelings, I certainly wouldn't ask much. But, do you know that Xingcong also likes Zhao Rongrong? Chapter 20, If it were me, I wouldn't know how to choose either. Gu Lin heard this, the hand holding his cigarette paused, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He frowned slightly, you're saying Xingcong also likes Zhao Rongrong? I really didn't know that. Gu nodded, his expression somewhat solemn. I noticed it a few days ago, the way he looks at Zhao Rongrong isn't right. Later, I asked him about it. He admitted it too, he's liked Zhao Rongrong for quite a while but never dared to confess. Only you, who doesn't care about these details, and that blockhead Kong Zi failed to notice. After saying this, Gu took another deep drag of his cigarette. Guotai, we've grown up together since we were wearing open-crotch pants. There are some things I don't want to hide from you, I really didn't know about Xingcong liking Zhao Rongrong. But, to put it bluntly, do you think there's even the slightest possibility for Xingcong and Zhao Rongrong? Gu Lin's words left Gu speechless. One is the only daughter of a boss of a company with a market value of tens of billions. The other is from a family that can't even afford a house in the city center. The romance between a poor boy and a rich girl only exists in movies and TV shows. Gu opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Gu Lin continued, besides, Zhao Rongrong doesn't have any of those kinds of feelings for Xingcong either. Gu Lin added, I don't want to discourage Xingcong, but reality is just that cruel. Even if Xingcong mustered the courage to confess, the result probably wouldn't be what he hopes for. Gu slowly exhaled a ring of smoke and said helplessly, Old Gu, I understand everything you're saying. But when it comes to feelings, sometimes it's not about family background. Xingcong is sincere about liking Zhao Rongrong. If he knew you thought this way, he'd probably be upset. Gu Lin rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat irritable. Of course I know Xingzong is sincere, and I don't want to hurt him. But I want to see him suffer even greater hurt later on, even less. Think about it, if Xingzong confesses and Zhao Rongrong rejects him, how sad would that make him? We're brothers, I can't bear to see him like that. Gu Guotai was silent for a moment and said, perhaps we shouldn't make decisions for Xingzong. When it comes to feelings, you only know the result after trying. Maybe Zhao Rongrong doesn't care about family background. Gu Lin sneered, Guotai, you're too naive. Reality isn't a fairy tale. The idea of social standing matching is valid to a certain extent. Even if Zhao Rongrong doesn't care, would her family agree? Gu Guotai was momentarily speechless. He understood that what Gu Lin said made some sense. At this moment, Isairu walked over again, holding a few bottles of beer and a plate of skewers. Seeing you two chatting so intently, here are a few more beers. Take your time. The two quickly thanked her. After putting down the beer, Isairu looked at their somewhat solemn expressions. What's wrong with you two? Is there something bothering you? If you don't mind, tell me about it. Maybe I can offer some advice. Isairu asked with a concerned tone. Gu Lin and Gu Guotai exchanged a glance, and Gu Lin forced a smile. Sister E, it's nothing. Just discussing something with Guotai, a bit of a dilemma. Isairu smiled slightly. All right then. If you need any help, just let me know. You two keep talking. I won't disturb you. After saying that, she turned and left. After the interruption by Isairu, the atmosphere between the two eased up quite a bit. Old Gu, something's not right. Gu Guotai took a bite of a kidney skewer and laughed. What's not right? Gu Lin also picked up a skewer from the table. Weren't we talking about whether you like Zhao Rongrong? How did we end up discussing Xingzong? Chatting away, you guy led me off track. Gu Guotai said with a chuckle. Haha, I do like her. After all, Zhao Rongrong is so beautiful. Gu Lin nodded generously and admitted it directly. If you like her, then what are we even talking about? Gu Guotai was speechless. Setting aside family background, just looking at feelings, Zhao Rongrong has a good impression of you. What chance does Xingzong even have? Gu Lin smiled helplessly. Sometimes having too much charm is also a mistake. Damn. Gu Guotai gave Gu Lin a disdainful look and slowly raised a middle finger. So when are you planning to confess to Zhao Rongrong? Gu Guotai asked curiously. Confess? Confess what? Confess to whom? Gu Lin looked at Gu Guotai, puzzled. Don't you like Zhao Rongrong? Confess to her. That way, you can completely put an end to Xingzong's hopes. I also like Senior E. Should I confess to her too? Gu Guotai was choked by Gu Lin's words and couldn't speak for a moment. After a while, he said, Old Gu, don't joke around. I'm not joking. Gu Lin said with an indifferent expression. Are you trying to have your feet in two boats? Gu Guotai put down the kidney he was holding and looked at Gu Lin in amazement. If the relationship isn't confirmed, how can you call it having feet in two boats? Gu Lin waved his hand and explained with a smile. You. Gu Guotai was so shocked by Gu Lin's outrageous statement that he couldn't speak. Gu Guotai finally regained his composure and stared at Gu Lin with wide eyes. Old Gu, don't be foolish. Relationships aren't child's play. If you do this, you'll end up hurting more than one person. If Zhao Rongrong and Senior E find out, they'll hate you. Gu Lin looked at Gu Guotai's anxious expression and couldn't help but laugh. All right, Guotai, don't worry about my affairs. Regarding Xingzong's matter, I'll let Zhao Rongrong talk to him when I have the chance. Gu Lin patted Gu Guotai's shoulder. Forget it, I won't get involved in your business anymore. I just hope that in the end, we brothers don't hurt our friendship. Gu Guotai smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to do about this kind of thing either. The two were silent for a while, continuing to eat skewers and drink beer. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. After a while, Gu Lin broke the silence. Guotai, stop thinking about these troublesome things. It's rare for us to get together, let's be happy. Try these skewers, they taste really good. As he spoke, Gu Lin picked up another lamb skewer, took a bite, and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. Seeing this, Gu Guotai also tried to adjust his mood. All right, I won't think about it. The taste of these skewers at Senior Yi's place is truly top-notch. The two ate while chatting idly about other interesting things, and the atmosphere gradually became lively again. At this time, Isairu walked over again, holding a fruit platter. She placed it on the table and said with a smile, "Seeing you've eaten so many greasy things, have some fruit to cleanse your palate." Looking at the brightly colored fruit platter, Gu Lin and Gu Guotai quickly thanked her. "Sister Yi, you are so thoughtful. This fruit looks so fresh." Isairu smiled slightly, "As long as you like it. There are many customers in the shop today, so I haven't been able to attend to you well. If there's anything lacking in our hospitality, please don't mind." "Sister Yi, you're too polite," Gu Lin said quickly. Isairu looked at the two of them. She seemed to sense that their moods were better than before. She smiled in relief. "That's good. Eat slowly, I'll go back to work." After Isairu left, Gu Guotai looked at Gu Lin. "Old Gu, I kind of understand you now. If it were me, I wouldn't know how to choose either." Chapter 21, Old Gu, You're Really Something. Over an hour later, at 9 in the evening, Gu Lin and Gu Guotai had almost finished eating. They had only managed to eat about half of the skewers and dishes they ordered. They did drink a lot of beer, though, with each of them having downed 7 or 8 bottles. Gu Guotai was fine, but Gu Lin was already feeling a bit tipsy. Because his family was in the construction industry, there were many drinking sessions at home, so his tolerance had been built up since he was young. "Sister Yi, help us calculate the bill," Gu Guotai called out. Hearing the call, Isairu quickly walked over, a soft smile on her face. Seeing Gu Lin looking a bit unsteady on his feet, she frowned slightly. "How did you end up drinking so much?" Seeing Gu Lin's drunken state, for some reason, Isairu felt a faint pang of heartache. It's been a long time since he drank like this. Before, while preparing for the college entrance exam, he basically never drank during meals. This time he didn't control his intake well and drank a bit too much, Gu Guotai explained patiently. "Wait a moment, I'll go get him a carton of yogurt." After saying that, Isairu walked toward the back of the shop. Gu Guotai could only smile helplessly at the sight, unable to help but marvel at his brother's charm. And this was without even revealing his family background. If he added the boost of his family background, this guy could probably achieve a 100-man kill at school, he thought. Gu Guotai thought to himself secretly. After a short while, Isairu came out from the back holding a bottle of yogurt. She walked up to Gu Lin and handed it to him. "Sister Yi, you're really beautiful," Gu Lin said, looking at Isairu with a grin. "Stop being so smooth-tongued and just drink it," Isairu said, her face flushing as she spoke in a delicate voice. Gu Lin took the yogurt with a silly smile, opened the cap, tilted his head back, and gulped down several mouthfuls. Isairu watched him, her eyes full of concern. "Drink slowly, don't choke. This yogurt can help sober you up a bit. How are you feeling? Do you want to sit down and rest for a while longer?" Gu Guotai, watching this scene from the side, couldn't help but tease, "Senior Yi, you're really good to old Gu. I'm getting a little jealous." Isairu gave Gu Guotai a sidelong glance. "You're just being cheeky. He's drunk like this, how are you two going to get back? Why don't you let him rest here for a bit and leave once he's sobered up a little?" Gu Guotai scratched his head and thought for a moment. "Senior Yi, it's fine. I'll call a car and send him straight home. His house is in the Wanha residential area, not far from here." Isairu hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. "All right then, let's add each other on WeChat. Be safe on the road. Send me a message when you get home so I can stop worrying." Gu Guotai was a bit surprised, he hadn't expected Isairu to be so concerned about Gu Lin. But he still replied, "Sure thing, Senior Yi, don't you worry." Just then, Gu Lin finished the yogurt and let out a loud burp. He said with a giggle, "Sister Yi, you're such a good person. I'll definitely come to your place to eat often in the future." Isairu smiled and patted Gu Lin's head. "Okay, you're always welcome. But don't drink so much next time. It's bad for your health. Sister Yi, calculate the total for us." Gu Guotai pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code. Forget about it this time. Consider it my treat. You'll have to pay next time, though. Isairu waved her hand and said with a smile. That won't do. You're running a small business here. Gu Guotai shook his head quickly, his tone firm. Then, just give me 200 yuan, Isairu said casually, seeing Gu Guotai's firm attitude. You had to know that just the Qingdao beer alone was 7 yuan a bottle, and the two of them had drunk a full 16 bottles, which was over 100 yuan. With so many meat skewers and the dishes they ordered, Isairu charging this much meant she probably wouldn't even cover her costs. Gu Guotai didn't say much more and directly paid 500 yuan. Hey, that's way too much, Isairu said hurriedly when she heard the payment notification sound. It's fine. When I get back, I'll make Gu Lin reimburse me, Gu Guotai joked with a laugh. Isairu's face immediately turned red. Then next time you come, you're absolutely not allowed to pay again. No problem, Gu Guotai nodded with a smile. Let me pack up the leftovers for you. Isairu saw that more than half of the skewers on the table were untouched and spoke up. No need, Sister E. At this hour, everyone at home has already finished dinner, Gu Guotai shook his head. How about this? Gu Lin and I haven't touched these skewers. You can heat them up and eat them after you finish work, or give them to the sanitation workers. Gu Guotai thought for a moment and said. All right then. Isairu thought about it and didn't insist further. From the way Gu Lin and Gu Guotai were dressed, she could tell that neither of them was short on money. Afterward, Gu Guotai took out his phone to call a car. A moment later, the car arrived at the restaurant entrance. Gu Guotai supported Gu Lin as they walked toward the car. Gu Lin was still mumbling, Sister E, goodbye, see you next time. Isairu followed behind, watching them get into the car. She kept reminding the driver to drive slowly and be safe. As the car slowly drove away, Isairu remained standing there, gazing in the direction the car had gone, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She didn't know why she was so concerned about a boy she had only known for a day. At school, with her superior looks, the number of boys chasing her was countless. She had never felt even a spark of attraction. But today, this young boy she had just met had caused constant ripples in her heart. In the car, Gu Guotai looked at the half-drunk, half-awake Gu Lin and smiled helplessly. Old Gu, oh old Gu, you really stole the show today. Senior Yi's level of concern for you is quite unusual. Tell me, what kind of magic did you cast on her? Gu Lin said groggily, I don't know. Sister E is a good person. Zhao Rongrong is also quite good. Hearing this, Gu Guotai perked up. Oh ho, even drunk you're thinking about Zhao Rongrong. Old Gu, you'd better think this through. Both of them are good girls. If you don't handle this well, you'll end up with nothing. Gu Lin didn't respond, he just kept his eyes closed, his head swaying gently with the movement of the car. Seeing this, Gu Guotai stopped talking and leaned back in his seat, thinking about everything that had happened tonight. Soon, the car arrived at Gu Lin's house first. Gu Guotai struggled to help Gu Lin out of the car and supported him all the way into the house. Gu Deshui and Li Yulan saw their son in such a state and hurried over to help. How did he drink so much? Gu Lin's mother said distressfully. Gu Guotai smiled sheepishly upon hearing this. Auntie, we went out to eat today and didn't control ourselves. It's fine, he'll be okay after a night's rest. After settling Gu Lin onto the sofa, Gu Guotai briefly told Gu Deshui and Li Yulan about the general situation of their dinner tonight. Of course, he omitted the part about Gu Lin's romantic entanglements. Gu Deshui smiled and patted Gu Guotai's shoulder. Guotai, thanks for your hard work, bringing him back. It's normal for young people to drink a bit when they get together, but you should still be careful with the amount. Gu Guotai nodded quickly. Uncle Gu, I understand. I'll definitely be careful in the future. It's getting late, so I'll be heading back now. Li Yulan hurriedly said, It's so late, why don't you stay over? The guest room is always ready. Gu Guotai declined with a smile. Auntie, no need. My house isn't far from here, a taxi will get me there in no time. You and Uncle should get some rest. After saying goodbye to Gu Lin's parents, Gu Guotai walked out and called a car to go home. Sitting in the car, He recalled Isairu's concern for Gu Lin tonight and couldn't help but ponder. Isairu really seemed to have fallen for Gu Lin. Then thinking about how Gu Lin still had Zhao Rongrong in his heart, this romantic situation was truly complicated. Chapter 22, Taking the Subject 1 Exam. The next morning, Gu Lin climbed out of bed with a splitting headache. He picked up his phone and checked the time. It was already 9:30 in the morning. His memories of last night were a bit blurry, but he still remembered Isairu's gentle face and concerned words. Also, he seemed to have said a lot of drunken nonsense. He slapped his head, secretly regretting that he shouldn't have drunk so much. Just then, his phone rang. It was a message from Gu Guotai. "Old Gu, you awake? The three of us headed to the driving school first. Gu Lin, just woke up. Gu Guotai, you were drunk last night, and Senior E was so caring towards you. You should know what's up." After reading the message, Gu Lin sighed helplessly. He replied, "Got it, my head is about to explode. What exactly happened last night? Tell me quickly." Gu Guotai quickly replied, You kept praising how beautiful Senior E was while you were drunk. Senior E even got you yogurt to help you sober up, she was so considerate. You also said you'd eat at her shop often from now on, and Senior E said she won't let you pay next time." Looking at the phone screen, Gu Lin's face flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't expected to get so drunk last night. He replied, it's over. I've completely humiliated myself this time. All right, in your state, don't bother coming to the driving school to practice today. I'll tell the coach for you when I get there. Gu Lin replied, all right then, thanks for the trouble, Guotai. I'm definitely not in good shape today, my head is still spinning. Gu Guotai, why the hell are you being so polite with me? Get some rest. Looking at Gu Guotai's reply, Gu Lin couldn't help but smile, a wave of warmth rising in his heart. Although his headache persisted, Gu Lin decided to get up and wash his face, trying to clear his head. After washing up, Gu Lin sat at the dining table. Looking at the breakfast his mother had left for him, he had no appetite. He took out his phone and checked his balance again. It was already over 2,100 yuan. While his mind was wandering, the phone rang again. Gu Lin picked it up and saw it was a message from Zhao Rongrong. Gu Lin, why didn't you come to practice driving today? Gu Lin looked at Zhao Rongrong's message and hesitated for a moment. He replied, I drank too much yesterday, and my head still hurts, so I didn't go to the driving school. I asked Gu Guotai to let the coach know for me. Soon, Zhao Rongrong replied, why did you drink so much? Are you feeling unwell? Did you go see a doctor? You need to take better care of yourself. The string of concerned messages left Gu Lin with mixed feelings. He replied, I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. I'll be okay after some rest. Is your practice going smoothly today? Zhao Rongrong, it's all right, but not seeing you there, it feels like something is missing. Looking at Zhao Rongrong's message, Gu Lin didn't know how to reply for a moment. He had to change the subject. Rongrong, tomorrow is Monday. How's your studying for the subject 1 questions going? It should be fine. I've been getting over 95 on all my mock exams, Zhao Rongrong replied. That's good then. Gu Lin sent an OK emoji. After a few more words, Zhao Rongrong went back to practicing. After ending the chat with Zhao Rongrong, Gu Lin put his phone aside and continued to stare blankly at his breakfast. Then, the phone vibrated again. Gu Lin instinctively thought it was Zhao Rongrong again, but when he picked it up, it was a message from Isairu. Junior, are you awake? Gu Lin, I'm awake, Sister E. Isairu, does your head still hurt today? You were so drunk yesterday, I was a bit worried. Seeing Isairu's caring words, Gu Lin's heart stirred again. Sister E, I'm much better, just a bit dizzy. I really troubled you yesterday. Isairu quickly replied, it's fine. Getting drunk is normal. Just get some good rest today. If you really feel unwell, you should still go see a doctor. Gu Lin replied with an okay and added, Sister E, are you busy today? Not busy. After I finish studying this morning, I'll have nothing to do in the afternoon, and I'll go help out at the shop in the evening. What's wrong? Is something the matter, Junior? Isairu asked. Nothing, Gu Lin thought about it and replied. Isairu, alright then. Actually, Gu Lin wanted to ask Isairu out shopping, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Gu Lin did nothing all day, just played games at home. It wasn't until Gu Deshui and Li Yulan returned from work that he finally turned off the computer. After the family had dinner that evening, Gu Lin went to bed early. The next morning, sunlight spilled through the gaps in the curtains onto Gu Lin's face, and he slowly woke up. Yesterday's headache symptoms had completely vanished. Remembering that he had to go to the exam center for the Subject 1 exam, he changed into a white short-sleeved shirt and light blue jeans before hurrying out the door. As usual, the group went to the driving school first, and then the driving school arranged for them to go to the exam center. There were many people taking the Subject 1 exam today. By the time Gu Lin and the others arrived at the driving school, many students were already waiting. Gu Lin spotted Zhao Rongrong in the crowd at a glance. Today, she was wearing a pale yellow dress, looking exceptionally fresh and sweet. Zhao Rongrong also saw Gu Lin, her eyes lit up, and she smiled and waved at him. Gu Lin walked over quickly, and Zhao Rongrong looked him up and down. She asked concernedly, "Gu Lin, you look much better today. Does your head still hurt?" His heart warmed, and he replied with a smile, "It doesn't hurt anymore. I made you worry yesterday." Zhao Rongrong didn't say anything, just shook her head gently. "You'll definitely have no problem with the exam today. Your mock exam scores were so high," Gu Lin laughed. Zhao Rongrong winked playfully, "Of course. But I'm still a little nervous about the exam." Just then, Gu Guotai, Zhao Mingkang, and Zhao Xingcong also approached. Gu Guotai looked at Gu Lin and Zhao Rongrong and teased. "Yo, you two are chatting so happily. Are you sharing some secrets?" Zhao Mingkang also joined in the teasing. "Exactly, old Gu, share any good news with us too." Zhao Xingcong just stood by smiling, without saying a word. But there was still a faint trace of loneliness in his eyes. Over the past 2 days, he had gradually come to realize that there was no possibility between him and Zhao Rongrong. However, even though he had figured it out, it still didn't feel good. Gu Lin rolled his eyes at them and handed each of the three a cigarette. "Stop talking nonsense. The Subject 1 exam is about to start, so we're just encouraging each other. How are you guys prepared?" Zhao Mingkang patted his chest and said, "All those questions I went through weren't for nothing. There's definitely no problem, I'll pass in one go." Gu Guotai was also full of confidence, "That's for sure. Could Subject 1 really stump me? But Xingcong, you need to work hard." Zhao Xingcong smiled, "Don't worry, my mock exam scores are decent too. I should be able to pass." As they were talking, the driving school coach came over and began organizing the students to get into the cars, preparing to head to the exam center. Along the way, everyone chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere was quite relaxed. After arriving at the exam center, everyone lined up to enter. Gu Lin and Zhao Rongrong were assigned to different exam areas. Before they parted, Zhao Rongrong said to Gu Lin, "Good luck, Gu Lin. See you after the exam." Gu Lin nodded in response, "You too. Don't be nervous, you'll definitely do it." After the exam ended, Gu Lin handed in his paper early and waited for the others outside the exam center. Not long after, Zhao Xingcong also came out, looking fairly relaxed. Gu Lin went up to meet him and asked, "How was it, Xingcong? How did the exam go?" Zhao Xingcong said with a smile, "It was okay, I should pass." "Old Gu, what about you?" Gu Lin said confidently, "That's definitely no problem." After a while, Gu Guotai and Zhao Mingkang also came out, both looking very confident. Gu Guotai laughed, "This Subject 1 is too easy. I haven't even used my full strength yet." Zhao Mingkang chimed in, "Exactly, I feel like I could pass with my eyes closed." As the four were talking, Zhao Rongrong also came out, a bright smile on her face. Gu Lin asked, "Rongrong, how did the exam go?" Zhao Rongrong said happily, "No problem. I was a bit nervous at first, but once I started answering, I felt much better." Everyone successfully passed the Subject 1 exam, and they were all in high spirits. Chapter 23, No Initiative, No Refusal. Zhao Mingkang excitedly proposed, "Since everyone passed, we have to celebrate at noon. My family's hot pot restaurant just added a new flavor, it's super delicious. Let's go grab a meal, my treat." Gu Guotai immediately responded, "Great. Hot pot and beer, the more you eat, the more you have." Zhao Xingtsong also nodded with a smile, "Sure, I happen to be craving hot pot too." Gu Lin looked at Zhao Rongrong and asked, "Rongrong, what about you? Are you free? Come join us for some fun." A hint of hesitation flashed in Zhao Rongrong's eyes as she shook her head. "I have to go see my grandparents with my parents today. You guys go ahead." "All right then, next time when there's a chance." Gu Lin smiled and didn't push it. Next time it's on me," Zhao Rongrong nodded. The group chatted for a while longer until the other students from the driving school finished their exams and came out of the testing center one after another. Everyone boarded the driving school's bus and headed back. After returning to the driving school, Gu Lin and the others had the instructor schedule their second subject test exam for 14 days later. The group had no heart for further practice, so they walked toward Zhao Mingkong's family's hot pot restaurant. At noon, they had a simple hot pot meal without any alcohol. After eating, they went their separate ways and headed home. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Gu Lin had lived a very fulfilling life during this time. During the day, he went to the driving school to practice and discussed future life plans with Zhao Rongrong. Zhao Rongrong's feelings for Gu Lin gradually grew deeper. She had been waiting for Gu Lin to confess to her, but that moment never came. Gu Lin naturally knew what Zhao Rongrong was thinking, but he could only pretend not to understand. His main strategy was, no initiative, no refusal. Gu Lin also took the opportunity to mention Zhao Xingtsong's matter to Zhao Rongrong. Zhao Rongrong also made it clear to Zhao Xingtsong that she didn't have any feelings for him in that way. What could Zhao Xingtsong do? He could only be lonely by himself. Fortunately, it didn't affect the brotherhood between them. However, that night, Gu Lin, Gu Guotai, and Zhao Mingkong accompanied Zhao Xingtsong and drank quite a bit of alcohol. At night, he would team up with the guys to play some games. During this period, Gu Lin and Gu Guotai went to Isairu's family restaurant to eat again. But this time, they brought Zhao Mingkong and Zhao Xingtsong along. When Zhao Mingkong saw the interaction between Isairu and Gu Lin, his eyes nearly popped out in shock. He hadn't expected that the first girl he ever felt a spark for would develop feelings for Gu Lin so quickly. Zhao Mingkong and Zhao Xingtsong looked at each other, suddenly feeling like brothers in misfortune. That night, the two of them poured Gu Lin a lot of drinks, and the result was that Gu Lin got drunk again. At the same time, they both secretly vowed that in the future, if they liked a girl, they must not introduce her to Gu Lin before the relationship was confirmed. After the meal, Isairu firmly refused to take any money, saying that Gu Guotai had overpaid last time. However, Gu Lin refused her refusal, using the excuse that there were more people this time and they had ordered more dishes. Then, while Isairu wasn't paying attention, he scanned the QR code and sent 1,000 yuan over. Isairu was a bit unhappy at the time, saying that if Gu Lin did this again, he wouldn't be welcome next time. Gu Lin had no choice but to apologize, saying he was wrong and definitely wouldn't pay next time. It took quite a bit of effort to coax Isairu back into a good mood. Even Isairu's parents and brother had a deep impression of Gu Lin. They once thought their daughter and sister had found a boyfriend, and that was why he came to support their business. They kept probing Isairu for information about Gu Lin, making her both shy and anxious. Gu Lin also took some time to go to his hometown with his parents. He spent a whole day with his grandparents in the countryside and didn't return with his parents until evening. When they were leaving, Sun Yuxiang held Gu Lin's hand and told him to come back and see them more often when he was free. Gu Lin nodded and promised to visit them after he finished his driver's license exam. After these 10-odd days, excluding expenses, the balance in Gu Lin's bank account had reached 157,000. Life proceeded in an orderly fashion, and soon it was the day of the second subject test exam. Gu Lin got up early today. It was the day of the second subject test exam, and even he felt a bit of tension and anticipation. When he arrived at the driving school's meeting point, Zhao Rongrong was already there. She was wearing a set of light sportswear, looking exceptionally spirited. Seeing Gu Lin, her eyes lit up, and she quickly walked up to greet him. "Gu Lin, good luck today." Gu Lin smiled and nodded. Let's do our best together." In a short while, Gu Guotai, Zhao Mingkong, and Zhao Xingtsong also gathered around. Everyone cheered each other up, and then they all boarded the bus to the testing center. Along the way, the atmosphere in the bus was slightly heavy, as everyone silently reviewed the key points of the second subject test exam in their minds. After arriving at the testing center, Gu Lin drew an early testing slot. He took a deep breath, walked slowly into the testing area, and sat in the exam car. Adjusting the seat, the mirrors, and fastening the seatbelt, Gu Lin proceeded methodically according to the steps he practiced. In the first task, reverse stall parking, he was fully focused, precisely controlling the steering wheel, and completed it successfully. Following that were side parking, curve driving, and right-angle turns, he passed them one by one thanks to his solid basic skills. The moment the voice prompt announced, "Exam passed," Gu Lin's tense nerves finally relaxed, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Walking out of the testing center, Gu Lin saw the anxiously waiting figures of Zhao Rongrong and the others. He gave a slight thumbs up, and everyone immediately cheered. Zhao Rongrong ran over excitedly and gave Gu Lin a big hug. "Wow, Gu Lin, you're amazing. I knew you could do it." Feeling the unique fragrance of the young girl and the sensation from his chest, Gu Lin's face instantly turned red. He then slightly leaned his back away. Zhao Rongrong noticed the change in Gu Lin, and as if thinking of something, her face also suddenly turned red. "Stinky rogue," Zhao Rongrong lightly punched Gu Lin's chest and said with a breath like orchids. "This can't be entirely blamed on me." Gu Lin stroked Zhao Rongrong's hair. At this time, Gu Guotai started teasing from the side, "Yo, you two shouldn't show off your affection in front of us single dogs." Zhao Mingkong and Zhao Xingcong also started laughing. The originally tense atmosphere suddenly became relaxed and pleasant. With a red face, Zhao Rongrong stepped away from Gu Lin and grumbled, "You guys are so talkative." Afterward, Zhao Rongrong, Gu Guotai, Zhao Mingkong, and Zhao Xingcong entered the testing center for their exams in turn. Fortunately, they all successfully passed the second subject test exam through their own efforts. After the group met outside the testing center, their faces were all beaming with the joy of passing the exam. Gu Lin looked at everyone and said, "Everyone was great today, passing the second subject test smoothly. Next, we have to keep up the momentum and prepare for the third subject." Zhao Rongrong nodded in agreement, "That's right. I heard the third subject is also quite difficult, we can't let our guard down." Gu Guotai stretched and said, "Sure, but we can still relax a bit today. Want to team up for games tonight?" Zhao Mingkong replied with a smile, "Sure, it's a good way to relieve the tension from the exam." Zhao Xingcong also smiled, "Count me in. It's been a while since I've played a good game." As they talked, they boarded the bus to the driving school, preparing to discuss the follow-up scheduling for the third subject. Chapter 24, College Entrance Exam Score 621. Similarly, the third subject exam was still 2 weeks away. Gu Lin thought about it and decided to book the third subject and driving test together, which would significantly reduce the time spent. Getting his driver's license sooner would allow him to travel to Chengdu earlier. Another 2 days passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was June 28th. This day was quite important for Gu Lin because it was the day the college entrance examination results were released. On this day, at midnight, Gu Deshui and Li Yulan didn't go to sleep. The three of them sat quietly in front of the computer, waiting for the results to be announced. As the clock hands slowly pointed to 12, the web page on the computer screen kept refreshing. Gu Lin's heart couldn't help but speed up. Gu Deshui and Li Yulan sat on either side of him, their faces also filled with tension and expectation. Finally, the page refreshed successfully, and Gu Lin's college entrance examination results appeared prominently on the screen. The moment he saw that string of numbers, Gu Lin was stunned for a moment, and then a surprised smile bloomed on his face. "Mom, Dad, 621 points. I can even get into a regular 985 university." Gu Deshui slapped his thigh excitedly, "Good lad. You really did us proud." Li Yulan's eyes also shimmered with tears, and she said with relief, "Son, your hard work all these years hasn't gone to waste." The whole family was immersed in joy. "Gu Lin, have you decided in your heart which school you want to go to?" After the initial joy, Gu Deshui turned to look at Gu Lin. "Dad, I still want to go to Sichuan University." Gu Lin didn't hesitate, his tone firm. "All right, since you want to go, then go." Gu Deshui nodded. In this regard, they would not interfere with Gu Lin's choice. All right, Yuan, let's go rest. Seeing the matter settled, Gu Desui stretched his back. Okay. Son, you should go to bed early too. After Li Yulan replied, she didn't forget to remind Gu Lin. I know, Dad, Mom. You guys go back and rest. Gu Lin said with a smile. After Gu Desui and Li Yulan left, Gu Lin picked up his phone and entered the Three Realms Taoist Friends group. Gu Guotai, brothers, the college entrance exam results should be out by now. Looking at the message sent by Gu Guotai, the corners of Gu Lin's mouth curled up slightly. He replied in the group, they're out. I got 621 and plan to apply for Sichuan University. What about you guys? How did you do? Zhao Xingtsung, 56. A moment later, Zhao Mingkong sent a crying emoji. I freaking got 221 points, exactly 40 points less than you, old Gu. As expected, this is very consistent with your strength. Unlike me, with my strength, I could only simply manage a 54. After saying that, he also posted a photo of his college entrance examination transcript in the group. On the other side, Gu Guotai was overjoyed after seeing Zhao Mingkong's score. After laughing, he quickly replied in the group. I'll knock you, Guotai. Zhao Mingkong was a bit broken. Although Zhao Mingkong knew there was a high probability he wouldn't get into university, seeing this score was still a bit heartbreaking. Gu Lin quickly sent a comforting emoji in the group. Mingkong, don't take it too much to heart. Although scores are important, they are definitely not the only standard to measure your ability. I didn't take it to heart. Can I really be angry at a jerk like Guotai? Zhao Mingkong added a cool emoji at the end. Besides, I didn't plan on going to university anyway. My parents said they'll let me start taking over the hot pot restaurant this year. They said as long as I'm willing to take over the family business, they'll buy me a Range Rover once I get my driver's license. Gu Lin was also stunned looking at Zhao Mingkong's reply. Not bad, Mingkong. You're heading straight for the peak of life. In the future, driving a Range Rover on the street, you'll be the coolest guy in our group. When you become successful, don't pretend you don't know us. Zhao Mingkong's heartbreak came quickly and left just as fast. Easy to say, easy to say. When the time comes, of the three of you, one will be my driver, one my bodyguard, and one my secretary. Gu Guotai immediately replied, Hey, Mingkong, your calculations are loud and clear. But for the sake of our brotherhood, it's not impossible to play a cameo role occasionally. But you have to pay me a high price, otherwise, I won't do it. Zhao Xingtsung also joined in the teasing, let me be a bodyguard. With my small frame, I reckon anyone slightly stronger could knock me down. When the time comes, not only will I be unable to protect you, but you'll have to save me instead. If you ask me, it's more appropriate to let Guotai be the bodyguard. He's tall and sturdy, standing next to you, he'd be very intimidating. As for me, being a secretary is more like it, helping you handle documents and arrange your itinerary. Gu Lin replied with a smile, you two are really something, already picking and choosing. Zhao Mingkong sent a smug emoji in the group. He continued, haha, of course. I have to arrange the prestige of a future big boss. Right, old Gu, if you go to Sichuan University, we'll have fewer chances to meet in the future. A trace of reluctance welled up in Gu Lin's heart, and he replied, it's fine. Transportation is so developed now, can't we just get together during the holidays? And we can still video chat normally. Gu Guotai also chimed in, exactly. It's not like old Gu going to Sichuan University means he's cutting ties with us. In the future, no matter who has something going on, just shout in the group, and everyone has to respond immediately. Zhao Mingkong sent a cupped fist emoji, that's a must. Our brotherhood can't fade because of distance. Once I take over the hot pot restaurant, I'll definitely make the business bigger and stronger. When you guys come then, it'll all be on the house. Gu Lin felt a warmth in his heart looking at Zhao Mingkong's words. He replied, all right, then we'll just wait to enjoy Boss Mingkong's benefits. Guotai, Xingtsung, old Gu is already set on going to Sichuan University. Have you two thought about where you're going? I haven't decided yet. A score of 56 makes it a bit hard to choose, Zhao Xingtsung said hesitantly. Indeed, with this score, if you go to a good school, you won't get a good major. But for a lesser school, this score would be a waste. After thinking for a moment, Gu Lin replied in the group. No rush. Anyway, there are still 2 days before we go to school to fill out the applications. Think it over well these 2 days. Gu Guotai was also quite conflicted, though not as much as Zhao Xingcong. His family situation was right there. After graduation, he would basically take over the family industry. Therefore, he didn't have many requirements regarding which university to choose. Gu Guotai sent a helpless emoji in the group. You guys know my situation. The family business is waiting for me to go back and take over. As for the school, as long as I can finish my studies smoothly, it's fine. But I still have to choose a major carefully. I need to pick one that will be helpful for managing the family business in the future. At this moment, Gu Lin had a sudden inspiration and a school came to mind. Guotai, what do you think of Rongqing University? Gu Lin continued in the group. Rongqing University has had strong development momentum in recent years, and its civil engineering major is also very famous. With your score, going to Rongqing University would be a sure thing. Moreover, Rongqing University and Sichuan University both happen to be in Chengdu, so the two of us won't have to be separated. Chapter 25, I want to be with you. Gu Guotai looked at Gu Lin's message, and his eyes instantly lit up. He quickly replied, Old Gu, this is a great idea. I really hadn't thought of Rongqing University before. Now that you mention it, I think this school is indeed quite suitable. A major in civil engineering will definitely help me manage the family business in the future. Besides, we can be in the same city, and we can hang out together during the holidays. Zhao Mingkong sent an envious emoji in the group chat. You two are so lucky, being able to go to university in the same city. Unlike me, I can only stay here and look after the hot pot restaurant. But that's fine too. When you guys come back for the holidays, my family's hot pot restaurant will be our base. Zhao Xingcong felt a bit down and sighed, Sigh, you guys all have good places to go, while I'm still here struggling. Old Gu, help me out too. Are there any suitable schools for me? Xingcong, how about this, the four of us will meet up tomorrow night. In his heart, Gu Lin actually wanted Zhao Xingcong to stay in Shen City. If they were to do business, one of them had to stay behind in Shen City. It wasn't that doing business in other cities was impossible, but with Gu Deshui around, things would be much easier in Shen City. With this connection, they would basically have a green light for everything, let alone encounter any trouble. Moreover, Zhao Mingkong was also staying in Shen City, so the two of them could look out for each other. Although Shenzhen University wasn't very famous, it was still a decent school. Although scoring 560 and going to Shenzhen University was a bit of a waste, compared to what could be gained, this small loss was nothing. Zhao Xingcong replied, All right, let's talk when we meet tomorrow. I also want to have a good chat with you guys and hear your thoughts. Just then, a message from Zhao Rongrong arrived. Gu Lin, the college entrance exam results are out. What was your score? 621, what about you, Rongrong? Gu Lin asked. Zhao Rongrong replied quickly, attaching a smug laughing emoji. 641, exactly 2 points more than you. Gu Lin smiled at Zhao Rongrong's reply and wrote back, You're too amazing, Rongrong. Which school are you planning to apply to? After a while, Zhao Rongrong's message came through, Gu Lin, I want to go to Sichuan University too, but my parents want me to apply to Lu University. They say it's close to home, and my uncle is the vice president at Lu University, so they say he can look after me if I go there. Gu Lin panicked. Isairu was also at Sichuan University, and he didn't want Zhao Rongrong to go there as well. Although Gu Lin hadn't established a formal relationship with either of them yet, he had been hovering in a state of ambiguity. Rongrong, Lu University is also an excellent university. Gu Lin continued writing, Lu University has many outstanding achievements in the academic field. And just as your parents said, it's close to home, so everything in life will be much more convenient. With an acquaintance looking after you there, I'll be more at ease. Besides, transportation is so advanced nowadays, if we want to see each other, we can get together anytime. Zhao Rongrong was silent for a while before replying, but Gu Lin, I really want to be in the same university as you. Attending classes together, participating in activities together, experiencing university life. And I just want to be closer to you. Gu Lin looked at the message, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He took a deep breath and slowly replied, "Rong Rong, I understand your thoughts. Actually, I also hope to be in the same school as you. But we have to consider the actual situation comprehensively. Your parents' opinions are also very important, they definitely have your best interests at heart." Zhao Rongrong replied with a pouting emoji. "I know what you're saying makes sense, Gu Lin. But the thought of not being in the same university as you makes me feel so empty inside. In different cities in the future, the time we spend together will definitely decrease. What if our feelings fade?" Gu Lin was touched by this message and almost wanted to support Zhao Rongrong in going to Sichuan University. He quickly replied, "Rongrong, don't think like that. Feelings won't fade because of distance. Even if we aren't at the same university, we can chat every day and share the little things in our lives." Zhao Rongrong was silent for a long time again. Just as Gu Lin was feeling uneasy, she finally replied. "All right, Gu Lin, I'll listen to you. I'll go to Lu University, but you must promise me to contact me often and not forget me." Gu Lin breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly replied, "I promise you, Rongrong. You are a very important person in my heart, how could I ever forget you? Take good care of yourself at Lu University. If you need anything, tell me anytime." Having settled the matter with Zhao Rongrong, Gu Lin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected Zhao Rongrong's feelings for him to be so deep already. With his scumbag nature, he felt a bit of guilt in his heart. After practicing driving as usual during the day, the four of them went to Isairu's family restaurant again in the evening. "Old Gu, I know Senior E is pretty, but I'm really starting to feel sick of eating barbecue." Looking at the storefront of Yi's restaurant, Gu Guotai smiled helplessly and complained. Gu Lin gave an awkward smile, patted Gu Guotai's shoulder, and said, "Stop complaining. We're all familiar with this place, and the barbecue at Isairu's place is indeed quite tasty. Besides, we're mainly here today to help Xingsong choose a school. In a familiar environment, everyone can chat more freely." Zhao Mingkong also chimed in, "Exactly, Guotai, stop being so picky. Once Xingsong's school is decided, we'll find somewhere else for a nice big meal. Xingsong, you'd better listen to everyone's advice today and get this settled quickly so we can stop worrying." Zhao Xingsong nodded with a bitter smile. "All right, I know everyone is doing this for my own good." The four of them walked into the restaurant. When Isairu saw them, a bright smile immediately appeared on her face as she came over to greet them. When she saw Gu Lin, a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. "You guys are here. Find a place to sit." The usual today. Gu Lin looked at Isairu, a complex emotion rising in his heart, and said with a smile, "Yeah, the usual is fine." It might have been because the college entrance exam results came out yesterday. People were either choosing to have family dinners at home, or had booked tables at large restaurants. Consequently, there weren't many people eating barbecue today, with only a few tables occupied. "Gu Lin, the college entrance exam results are out, right?" Yijipu asked Gu Lin while leisurely grilling skewers. Because Gu Lin frequently patronized his restaurant and seemed to have an unusual relationship with his daughter, Yijipu was quite familiar with Gu Lin. "They're out, Uncle Yi," Gu Lin said, taking out a Chunghua cigarette from his pocket and handing one to Yijipu. "How did you do?" Yijipu took it and glanced at it. "Oh, Huazi." He then lit it and took a satisfying puff. "It was okay, 621, Gu Lin replied with a humble smile. Chapter 26, E-Commerce Company. Yijipu's eyes lit up, and he gave a slight thumbs up. 621 points. That score is not low at all. You can get into many good universities with that. "Gu Lin, which school do you plan to apply for?" Gu Lin replied with a smile, "Uncle Yi, I plan to apply for Sichuan University. I've always looked forward to going there." Yijipu was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, and his gaze began to size Gu Lin up strangely. His daughter, Isairu, was at Sichuan University, wasn't she? Now Gu Lin wanted to apply there too, he couldn't help but overthink it. He already felt that the relationship between this kid and his daughter was unusual, and now he was even more certain. "So, Gu Lin, what do your parents do? How many people are in your family?" Yijipu took a deep drag of his cigarette and asked. Suddenly, he felt that even these Chunghwa cigarettes were just so. Gu Lin was caught a bit off guard by Yi Jipu's questions. However, he still patiently replied, "Uncle Yi, my parents are both public servants. Including my dad, my mom, and my grandparents, there are 5 of us in total." Hearing that Gu Lin's parents were public servants, Yi Jipu nodded to himself. "Dad, are you conducting a census or something?" Just then, Isairu walked out of the house carrying some beers. Seeing her father prying into Gu Lin's life, she spoke up with some dissatisfaction. Seeing his daughter being so protective of Gu Lin, Yi Jipu felt a bit uncomfortable. When adults are talking, children shouldn't butt in. "I'm just looking out for Gu Lin. In the future, we might even be." He swallowed the rest of his sentence. Turning back to Gu Lin with a smile, he said, "Gu Lin, I was just asking casually. Don't mind me." Gu Lin laughed awkwardly. "It's fine, Uncle Yi. I understand you're just looking out for me." But in his heart, he wondered, could Uncle Yi have noticed something from this sudden questioning? Gu Guotai noticed something was up and smiled, trying to smooth things over. "Uncle Yi, don't you worry. Old Gu is a reliable guy. We're all best buds. No matter what happens in the future, we'll definitely look out for each other." Yi Jipu nodded with a smile. "It's a good thing that you young people can support each other. How did you do on the exam?" Ignoring her father, Isairu turned to Gu Lin with concern. "Not bad, 621 points. Getting into Sichuan University shouldn't be a problem," Gu Lin said with a smile. Isairu's eyes lit up, and a brilliant smile appeared on her face. 621 points. That's the same score I got back then. Is it really such a coincidence? Then we really do share a fate, Sister E. Isairu's cheeks flushed slightly. "Yeah, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. It seems we really are destined. Once you get to Sichuan University, I'll look after you." Yi Jipu watched their interaction from the side, feeling more and more that their relationship was far from simple. He cleared his throat, attempting to change the subject. "You kids shouldn't just talk about scores and schools. Come, try these new skewers I've been working on and give me some feedback." As he spoke, he placed several golden brown skewers on the table. Everyone picked up a skewer to taste, and Zhao Mingkong couldn't stop praising them as he ate. "Uncle Yi, your skills are getting better and better. These skewers taste absolutely amazing." Zhao Xingtsung chimed in, "Yeah, Uncle Yi, I feel like these skewers could win an award in a food competition." Yi Jipu waved his hand with a smile. "You kids just know how to make me happy. But if you like them, come by more often in the future." Gu Lin took a bite of a skewer and said, "Uncle Yi, these skewers really are delicious." Only Gu Guotai looked at Gu Lin with a resentful gaze. No matter how delicious the skewers were, after eating them so many times in a row, he was truly getting tired of them. Gu Lin pretended not to see and continued to praise Yi Jipu. Yi Jipu looked at Gu Guotai with a smile, seemingly reading his mind. "Guotai, I know you might be tired of eating these. How about this? Next time you come, I'll cook a different dish just for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Yi Jipu might not be that familiar with Zhao Mingkong and Zhao Xingtsung, but he was quite familiar with Gu Guotai. As for Zhao Mingkong and Zhao Xingtsung, this was only their second time coming with Gu Lin. Gu Guotai, on the other hand, had come with Gu Lin several times. Gu Guotai laughed awkwardly upon hearing this. "Uncle Yi, you're too kind. It's not that I'm tired of them, it's just, hee, just kidding. These skewers truly never get old." Isairu giggled on the side. "Guotai, my dad will remember what you said. He'll definitely show off his skills for you next time. All right, I won't disturb your chat anymore. Just call me if you need anything." Isairu spoke to all 4 of them, but her eyes only lingered on Gu Lin. "Dad, don't just hang around here either. They surely have things to discuss." After Isairu finished speaking, she turned and walked toward the kitchen. Gu Lin watched her back, his gaze a bit dazed. "You boys chat. I'm going back to the grill," Yi Jipu said with a smile. "Okay, Uncle Yi, go ahead and do your thing," they all nodded in response. If it weren't for Zhao Rongrong, and if he wasn't so fickle, Isairu really would have been a great girlfriend. At this moment, Zhao Mingkong leaned in close to Gu Lin, winking suggestively. Old Gu, I see senior sister Sairu is giving you special treatment. Don't let her down. Gu Lin slapped Zhao Mingkong helplessly. Stop talking nonsense. We're just ordinary friends. Don't get the wrong idea. But in his heart, he knew that the relationship between him and Sairu had already exceeded the scope of ordinary friends. All right, let's talk about Shingsong's matter instead. Gu Lin didn't want to discuss the topic of feelings any further. Sure, old Gu. You tell us your thoughts first, Zhao Shingsong said. Shingsong, have you considered Shenzhen University in our city? Gu Lin didn't waste any words and got straight to the point. Shenzhen University. Zhao Shingsong frowned upon hearing this. Yes, Shenzhen University, Gu Lin nodded affirmatively. Old Gu, tell me what you're thinking. Zhao Shingsong didn't ask why, but instead asked Gu Lin to elaborate. Zhao Mingkong and Gu Guotai also remained silent, listening quietly. First of all, here in Shen City, even if you don't leave the city, Shenzhen University is still a pretty good school. With your score of 560, going to Shenzhen University might be a slight waste of points, but it's acceptable if you pick a good major. Zhao Shingsong nodded slightly, signaling Gu Lin to continue. Second, remember when I mentioned us doing business together a while back? After saying this, Gu Lin watched the expressions of the three of them. After exchanging glances, the three of them nodded. Old Gu, have you decided on what business to do? Gu Guotai asked. That's right. After thinking it over, I've decided that we're going into e-commerce. So, Shingsong, I hope you can stay in Shen City to manage this company. As for why it's in Shen City, I think you all know why. I won't say more on that. The three of them nodded in understanding. They were all aware of Gu Lin's background. Chapter 27, Are Kids These Days This Rich? I've researched it carefully. Currently, this industry is mostly active in the south, while we in the north are just getting started. If we do it now, we'll definitely be able to make money. After a pause, Gu Lin continued, moreover, Shingsong, if you stay at Shenzhen University, you can participate in company affairs while studying. You can apply what you learn to practice, which will be of great benefit to your personal growth. Zhao Shingsong pondered for a moment and said slowly, Old Gu, the idea of doing e-commerce sounds good. But this is no small matter. I need to think it over carefully. After all, there are many classes at university, and I'm afraid I won't be able to balance both. Zhao Mingkong chimed in from the side, Shingsong, don't worry about that. I'm also in Shen City, and I'll definitely help you. Besides, doing e-commerce doesn't require you to stare at it all day. The main thing in the early stages is to set up the framework. Once it's on the right track, it'll be easier. Gu Guotai also echoed, yeah, Shingsong. If we work together, we can definitely do this well. Since you're studying at Shenzhen University, just come by the company when you have time. We'll hire a few reliable employees, it should be fine. Gu Lin looked at Zhao Shingsong, lit a cigarette, and slowly blew out a smoke ring. Shingsong, I know this is a major decision for you, but I hope you'll seriously consider it. Let's build a career together as brothers. The electronic information engineering major at Shenzhen University is also helpful for e-commerce. In the future, the company might even have to rely on you for the technical side. Zhao Shingsong looked up at the expectant eyes of his brothers and felt a slight stir in his heart. Thinking about starting a business with his brothers in the future was indeed a very attractive prospect. But he still had his own concerns. Old Gu, I know everything you've said, but... Zhao Shingsong had his own worries. With his family's situation, where would he get the money to invest? Shingsong, don't worry about the money. I'll provide the capital. Gu Lin saw through Zhao Shingsong's concerns and said with a smile. Right, Shingsong, don't worry about the money. Count me in too, Gu Guotai echoed. And me. Count me in as well, Zhao Mingkong added hastily. I know you guys are looking out for me, but I... A look of hesitation appeared on Zhao Shingsong's face. He knew Gu Lin and the others were specifically looking out for him, but he didn't want to take advantage of his good brothers. Gu Lin patted Zhao Shingsong on the shoulder. Shingsong, this isn't just one person's business, it's a career for all of us. You'll be managing the company in Shen City, which will take a lot of effort. When the company makes a profit, you'll have a corresponding share. You'll have earned it. Gu Guotai also advised from the side, yeah, Xingtsong. If you feel bad about it, just put more heart into the company's affairs later on. The few of us will work together to make the e-commerce company big and strong. The future returns will definitely not be small. Zhao Mingkong said with a grin, Xingtsong, don't hesitate. If we brothers work with one heart, we can definitely carve out a place for ourselves. If you miss this opportunity, it'll be too late for regrets later. Looking at the sincere eyes of his brothers, Zhao Xingtsong felt a mix of gratitude and internal conflict. He knew his brothers truly wanted the best for him and understood that this opportunity was indeed rare. After hesitating again and again, he finally said slowly, all right, old Gu, since you all say so, let's do it. Hearing Zhao Xingtsong agree, a bright smile appeared on Gu Lin's face. He gave Zhao Xingtsong's shoulder a forceful pat. Xingtsong, I believe you won't regret the decision you made today. Seeing this, Gu Guotai and Zhao Mingkong also broke into happy smiles. However, let's get this straight beforehand. Brothers are brothers, but even biological brothers should keep clear accounts. It's best not to let our relationship break down over money issues. After the initial excitement, Gu Lin spoke seriously. The three of them nodded seriously upon hearing this. They could understand what Gu Lin was saying. Old Gu, we understand. Just tell us what you have in mind, Zhao Mingkong spoke up first. Right, old Gu, you make the arrangements, Gu Guotai said as well. Gu Lin looked at Zhao Xingtsong again. Old Gu, I'll do whatever you say, Zhao Xingtsong smiled. I'll invest 30,000 and take a 30% stake. Guotai and Mingkong, you two will each invest 250,000 and take a 25% stake each. Xingtsong will have a management stake, taking 20%. I've arranged it this way. Do you guys have any objections? After Gu Lin finished speaking, his gaze swept across his brothers' faces one by one, waiting for their response. Zhao Xingtsong was the first to speak. Old Gu, I think it's quite reasonable. It's just that I'm not providing capital but still getting a 20% share. Isn't that a bit too much? Xingtsong, Guotai, and I are going to school out of town, and Kong Zi has the family hot pot restaurant to take over. The company will need more of your effort in the future. You've earned this. Gu Lin shook his head and spoke with a serious tone. Zhao Xingtsong nodded and didn't say anything more, silently noting his brother's kindness in his heart. Gu Guotai also nodded in agreement. I have no objections either. Old Gu's analysis is sound. This distribution is very fair. Let's go with this. It'll avoid a lot of trouble once the company is running. Zhao Mingkong said with a grin, I completely agree. It's settled then. Old Gu, next we need to plan well how to make this e-commerce company a huge success. Seeing that no one had any objections, a weight was lifted from Gu Lin's heart. Good, since everyone agrees, then it's settled. At that moment, Isairu walked out from the back kitchen. Holding a few bottles of drinks, she was a bit curious to see the serious expressions on the four of them. What are you talking about so seriously? Gu Lin smiled and said, we were talking about Xingtsong's choice of school and also discussing some future development plans. Isairu gave an "oh" and placed the drinks on the table. Choosing a school does require careful consideration, but I believe that with the four of you discussing it together, you'll definitely make the best decision. By the way, what are the future development plans you mentioned? Can you tell me about them? Gu Lin didn't hide anything from Isairu. Sister E, the few of us plan to open an e-commerce company. Isairu was a bit stunned upon hearing this. How much do you plan to invest? What products will you sell? Do you have specific plans for all this? As she spoke, she pulled over a chair and sat down next to them, looking at Gu Lin with concern. Gu Lin felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at Isairu's concerned gaze. Sister E, for the initial funding, we've prepared 700,000 as startup capital. As for the products, we're still considering them. Hearing Gu Lin's words, Isairu was quite shocked. 700,000, are kids these days this rich? Chapter 28, Boldness. You have to understand, her family's restaurant only makes a profit of over 200,000 yuan a year. Now, Gu Lin and the others, a few young guys who just finished the college entrance exam and aren't even college students yet, could casually take out 700,000. This was equivalent to 3 years' worth of profit from her family's restaurant. Although Isairu was surprised, she quickly regained her composure. 700,000 in startup capital is a good start for a fledgling e-commerce company. There aren't many people doing this around here right now, though there are quite a few in Zhejiang province. I've heard it's quite profitable. Sister E, you're right. I saw the potential in this industry's development, which is why I had this idea. Gu Lin nodded and spoke with a smile. But if you guys go away to university, will you still have the energy to manage the company? Isairu was a bit puzzled, since Gu Lin had said they would set up the company in Shen City. That's exactly what we're here to talk about today. Xingtsong is staying in Shen City to attend Shenzhen University, so he'll manage the company in his spare time. As for Kong Zi, he's not going to university anymore. He plans to take over his family's hot pot restaurant, so he can help Xingtsong out. Gu Lin explained to Isairu with a smile. Mingkong isn't going to university. Isairu was stunned. Yeah, Sister E, I only got 221 points, Zhao Mingkong said with a long face. Ah. Isairu didn't know what to say. 231 points is indeed quite unbelievable. Then why not repeat a year? A degree is quite important for future development. Isairu suggested seriously. Sister E, you don't need to worry about this kid, he's a rich second-generation heir. Gu Lin waved his hand and said with a laugh. All right, old Gu, stop teasing me. How am I a rich second-generation heir? Zhao Mingkong scratched his head sheepishly. My family has a bit of money, but it's a far cry from being rich second generation. But I really don't want to repeat a year. I feel like the pressure would be too much. Besides, I'm quite interested in running the hot pot restaurant. I'm thinking of helping my family run it well first, and I can also look after the e-commerce company for Xingtsong. Isairu nodded understandingly. Everyone has their own thoughts and choices. After a pause, Isairu continued, if Xingtsong stays in Shen City for school, he can manage the company, and Mingkong can help share some of the pressure. However, I'm afraid that since you lack experience in this area, it will be very difficult. It's best to hire a professional manager and some reliable employees. Gu Lin nodded seriously after hearing Isairu's words. Sister E, you're right. We do lack experience, so hiring professional talent is necessary. It's just that professional managers are hard to find. They need to be capable and align with our entrepreneurial vision. The most critical thing is that those with ability won't look twice at a small company like ours. Gu Lin took a bite of a meat skewer and joked with a smile. Yeah, Sister E, do you have any good suggestions? Zhao Xingtsong asked hurriedly. Among the few of them, he was currently the most anxious. At first, he couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the other three and agreed in the heat of the moment. Now, hearing Isairu say this, he realized that managing a company wasn't that simple. Gu Guotai and Zhao Mingkong were eating skewers while watching this scene. Neither of them liked to use their brains. Zhao Mingkong didn't care, even if the 250,000 was lost, it was no big deal. His main reasons for investing were, first, so the brothers could strive together. Second, it was to help Zhao Xingtsong. Gu Guotai was just too lazy to bother thinking about it. 250,000 yuan wasn't much to him, just the lucky money he had saved over the years amounted to hundreds of thousands. Xingtsong, don't worry. Since Sister E said that, she must have a solution. Gu Lin smiled and comforted Zhao Xingtsong. Am I right, Sister E? He then turned his gaze to Isairu. I knew I couldn't hide anything from you, Isairu said, giving Gu Lin a playful look. Sister E, if there's a way, please tell us quickly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xingtsong spoke up immediately. I have a best friend who is also my senior, she's a senior this year and is looking for an internship. She happens to be studying e-commerce. If she can come, it would save you a lot of trouble. Isairu continued, her grades in school are excellent, and she has participated in some e-commerce project practices. Her ability is definitely not an issue. However, Isairu hesitated at the next part. However, this senior has a very arrogant personality, right, Sister E? Gu Lin smiled and picked up the sentence. How did you know? Isairu looked at Gu Lin in surprise. It's normal. High education, strong ability. If she's also very beautiful, it would be abnormal if she weren't arrogant. This best friend of yours should be very beautiful too, right? Gu Lin asked with a smile. Junior, you're really something, you guessed almost everything right. My best friend is indeed very beautiful and has always been the center of attention at school, so she is a bit arrogant. But she is truly capable. If you can recruit her, it will definitely be a huge help to your company. I'm just afraid she won't be interested in your startup. Isairu's tone was a bit worried. She was truly looking out for Gu Lin. Hearing this, Zhao Xingtsung said with concern, Sister, what should we do then? If she really doesn't like it, won't we be happy for nothing? Seeing Zhao Xingtsung's worry, Gu Lin smiled confidently. Xingtsung, don't worry. Let's try our best to win her over. Sister E, contact her first and set up a time to meet. You can tell her the compensation I'm offering, a base salary of 8,000, with housing included but not meals. If she's truly capable and develops the company well, I'll give her 10% of the company's shares. We'll each contribute 2.5% of our shares, no problem, right? Gu Lin turned to look at his 3 childhood friends. No problem, the 3 said in unison. Gu Lin then looked at Isairu and continued, in the future, when we open branch companies, she will be the general manager of a branch. Gu Lin went on promising a bright future. It wasn't exactly empty promises. In 2018, a monthly salary of 8,000 might not have been considered high in Pengcheng or Modu. But according to the salary levels in Shan City, it was already quite a lot. Of course, competition in Modu and Pengcheng was also fierce, and the cost of living was high. Even in Chengdu, a monthly salary of 6,000 with housing included was not small. Isairu watched as Gu Lin and his brothers reached an agreement so firmly and quickly. She couldn't help but feel moved by the boldness of Gu Lin and the others. Junior, the conditions you're offering are indeed quite attractive. Given the salary levels in Shan City, a base salary of 8,000 plus housing is very good for a student who just started an internship. Plus the 10% share of profits and the future position of branch general manager, even though I know you're making big promises. Even I am a little tempted. Hearing this, hope flared in Zhao Xingtsung's eyes. Exactly, old Gu's conditions are indeed enticing. Sister, hurry and talk to your friend, maybe she'll be willing to come. Isairu smiled and said, all right, I'll contact her as soon as possible and see when she has time to come to Shan City. Sister E, tell her it's best if she can come a bit sooner so the company can get started faster. I'll cover her round-trip airfare. At this moment, Gu Lin spoke up. The cost of 2 plane tickets was only about 2,000 yuan. More than that, he wanted to meet this senior sister E mentioned as soon as possible. If her ability wasn't up to par, they could recruit someone else sooner. Chapter 29, This boy is bound for greatness. Watching Gu Lin's decisive manner, a flicker of attraction flashed in Isairu's eyes. All right, I'll contact her right now and emphasize your sincerity to see if she can arrange her schedule as soon as possible. With that, Isairu took out her phone and walked to the side to call her best friend. Gu Lin continued eating his meat skewers with composure, seemingly unconcerned about the outcome. Needless to say, Zhao Mingkong and Gu Guotai cared even less. Only Zhao Xingtsung glanced at Isairu from time to time, his face filled with anticipation. This was also why Gu Lin wanted Zhao Xingtsung to stay in Shan City to look after the company. Putting aside the matter of ability for a moment. Zhao Xingtsung had only just graduated from high school, so he still had a lot of potential for growth. The most important thing was his attitude, a serious and down-to-earth heart for getting things done. Before long, Isairu hung up the phone and walked back. With a smile on her face, she said, I told her about your situation and conditions, and I also mentioned the plane tickets. She's currently traveling in the Uyghur Autonomous Region. She said she'll come to meet you once she's finished her trip. She also mentioned she's quite interested in you all, especially you, Junior. As she spoke, the look Isairu gave Gu Lin became somewhat inscrutable. A subtle ripple stirred in her heart, and her tone unconsciously took on a hint of jealousy. Hearing Isairu's words, Gu Lin raised his eyebrows slightly. But on the surface, he remained as calm and composed as ever. Did she mention a specific time? Just so I can have an idea, Gu Lin asked. She said it would be about a week or so, Isairu replied after thinking for a moment. Gu Lin smiled and said, All right, that's that then. Sister E, we'll be heading out now. Isairu was slightly stunned. She hadn't expected Gu Lin to leave so soon and couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. But she still maintained her smile and said, leaving so soon. All right then, you guys go back and prepare well. Contact me anytime if you have any questions. Gu Lin nodded and motioned for Zhao Mingkong, Gu Guotai, and Zhao Xingcong to get up. All right, Sister E, thanks for the help. We're off now, see you the day after tomorrow. As he passed by Isairu, Gu Lin whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, Sister E, thank you. Isairu's face flushed slightly as she looked into Gu Lin's eyes and responded softly. Don't be so polite with me. I'm happy to be able to help you. After Gu Lin left with his companions, Isairu watched their departing figures, her heart filled with mixed emotions. On one hand, she was happy to have been able to help Gu Lin. On the other hand, she felt a sense of emptiness because Gu Lin had left so quickly. All right, stop staring. They're long gone. At that moment, Ijipu appeared by Isairu's side, unknown to her. Dad, don't talk nonsense. Isairu's face immediately turned bright red as she spoke coquettishly. All right, Dad will stop. Looking at the shy Isairu before him, Ijipu's gaze became somewhat dazed. The little girl who used to follow him around, begging for candy, had now grown into a young woman. By the way, did that Gu kid not pay today? Ijipu quietly wiped away a tear and said with mock indignation. Dad, I refused it this time. Every other time Gu Lin and the others come, they always pay extra. It's only right to give them a meal on the house. Ijipu snorted. You're just soft-hearted. But those boys are indeed honest. Especially Gu Lin. To have such insight and courage at such a young age, this boy is bound for greatness. Hearing her father praise Gu Lin, Isairu felt a secret surge of joy. Ijipu looked at his daughter's expression, which couldn't hide her thoughts. He couldn't help but ask, "See Ro, are you interested in that Gu Lin kid?" Isairu stomped her foot. Dad. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to ignore you. But her blushing cheeks betrayed her. Seeing this, Ijipu sighed inwardly. His daughter's expression already made it clear, she really had fallen for Gu Lin. Ijipu smiled and waved his hand. All right, Dad won't say any more. Ijipu's tone shifted, becoming exceptionally serious. However, Rower, you must be cautious in matters of the heart. Even though Gu Lin seems like a good kid, you haven't known each other for very long. You need to get to know him better. Isairu nodded gently. Dad, I know. I just feel like he's different from other boys. Ijipu looked at his daughter's shy face and smiled helplessly. Knowing his daughter's first feelings of love had been awakened, Ijipu said no more. Tapping Isairu on the shoulder, he said earnestly, Rower, since you have these feelings, I support you. But you must remember, whatever decision you make, you must think it through clearly first. Isairu nodded slightly and said softly, Dad, I understand. I will handle it rationally. Meanwhile, after leaving, Gu Lin and the other three were walking side by side along the street. As they walked, Gu Lin began making arrangements. We still need to wait a few days for Senior Yi's best friend. Let's not stay idle during this time. Xingcong, over the next couple of days, familiarize yourself with the process of registering a company and the required materials. Mingkong, you have many relatives in business. Go back and ask around to see who has some office desks, chairs, computers, and such. As for Guotai, go back and ask about office building rentals, and also look for a suitable large-scale warehouse. The most important part is yours, Guotai. Try to find a suitable location within these 2 days so Xingcong can register the company. Also, Guotai, once Xingcong has registered the company and opened the corporate account, we'll transfer the money into it. Is everyone okay with these arrangements? Gu Lin stopped walking and looked at the three of them. Zhao Xingcong nodded immediately, his eyes showing determination. Old Gu, don't worry. I'll thoroughly research the process and materials over the next 2 days. Zhao Mingkong scratched his head and grinned. Old Gu, you really found the right person. My relatives are in all sorts of businesses. I'll ask my parents to help me inquire when I get back. Gu took a deep drag on his cigarette and said seriously, "All right, old Gu. I'll keep the office building and warehouse in mind. I'll ask my dad when I get back and try to find a place within these 2 days. I definitely won't delay Shingsung's company registration." Gu Lin smiled with satisfaction and said, "Good, everyone work hard. The start of our company depends on the preparations we make in these few days." Gu Lin looked at Zhao Mingkong again and instructed, "Kong Zi, as for the office desks and chairs, our company is just starting out, so there's no need to go for brands. Anything functional will do. As for computers, let's buy new ones. The second-hand market is too risky." Hearing this, Zhao Mingkong patted his chest in assurance. "Don't worry, old Gu. I know what I'm doing. I'll definitely pick the most cost-effective options for the company. If the stuff from my relatives isn't suitable, I'll look elsewhere." "But how many sets of equipment should we prepare?" Zhao Mingkong asked. "For the desks, chairs, and computers, let's buy 10 sets for now," Gu Lin said slowly after a moment of thought. The company was just starting, so there was no need to hire that many people. 10 sets of office supplies were enough. It wouldn't be too late to buy more once the company grew. Although the 700,000 yuan startup capital they had pulled together was quite a lot, it was better to save wherever possible. Then, Gu Lin turned his attention to Gu Guotai. "Guotai, it's best if the office building is near a business district with convenient transportation. The warehouse location should be convenient for cargo transport and storage, preferably near a logistics park." Gu Guotai nodded in response. "Old Gu, I understand." Chapter 30, Do I Still Need to Go to School? Gu Lin patted Gu Guotai's shoulder. "Hard work, Guotai. The office building doesn't need to be too large, just enough to meet our initial office needs is fine. After all, we're in the early stages of our venture, so we should save where we can." Gu Guotai responded seriously, "All right, old Gu. I've got it. I'll take these factors into account when looking. By the way, do we have any requirements for the office building's renovation?" Gu Lin thought for a moment and said, "A simple renovation is fine, clean and tidy. It would be best if we can move in directly. If we need to re-renovate, it'll cost time and money. Time is tight right now, so we should save where we can. Old Gu, there's a key issue now. What should we register as the company's business scope?" Zhao Xingsong chimed in at this point. "I'll think about that carefully when I get back and give you an answer tomorrow," Gu Lin said slowly after a moment of consideration. Indeed, the question of what product to sell was very important. Zhao Xingsong nodded and said, "Okay, old Gu. This matter really needs careful consideration. Once the product is chosen, the company's development will go smoothly. Everyone should be fine with the third subject and driving test in a few days, right?" Gu Lin said with a smile, as if suddenly remembering something. Zhao Mingkong was stunned for a moment, then reacted. He laughed and said, "Old Gu, I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. The third subject is a piece of cake for me. I performed so well during practice, I'll definitely pass in one go. Not to mention the driving test, it's a walk in the park." Gu Guotai also said confidently, "Don't worry, old Gu. I haven't been slacking off during practice lately. The third subject and driving test are in the bag." Zhao Xingsong also said with a smile, "Old Gu, I'm fine too. I haven't missed any practice these past few days. I should be able to pass the exams smoothly." Gu Lin nodded with satisfaction and said, "That's good. Although the company preparations are important, don't neglect the driver's license exams. We've worked hard for so long, let's not drop the ball at the final hurdle. Once the exams are over and we have our licenses, we can fully commit to the company's affairs." Zhao Mingkong said cheekily, "Old Gu, you can rest easy. I can already imagine the moment I get my license. I'll drive you guys around for a spin then." Gu Lin scolded with a laugh, "Don't get ahead of yourself. Be serious during the exam and don't make any mistakes." Zhao Xingsong continued, "Old Gu, by the time we finish the exams, the company preparations should be taking shape. Then we can officially go all out." Gu Lin said with a determined look, "Exactly. Once we have the licenses and the company's venue and equipment are settled, the business scope will be determined, and we can start hiring and officially operate the company. This is our joint venture. If we work together, we'll surely achieve something. Zhao Mingkong rubbed his hands excitedly. Haha, I can't wait. When the company grows big and strong and we all become big bosses, that'll feel amazing. Gu Lin smiled as he looked at his brother's hopeful expressions. As long as we work together, we can definitely achieve this goal. But for now, we still need to take it one step at a time and do what's in front of us first. They all nodded in understanding. Then that's that. Let's all head home. Don't forget to go to school tomorrow to fill out your university applications. Seeing that things were mostly arranged, Gu Lin checked the time. It was already 9 p.m., and spoke up. Do I still need to go? Zhao Mingkong said with a long face. Thinking of his high score of 231, he didn't really want to enter the school gates. That's up to you, Gu Lin didn't force him. Anyway, Zhao Mingkong didn't plan on going to university anymore, so it didn't matter if he filled out the applications or not. After saying goodbye, they each caught a taxi home. When Gu Lin got home, Gu Deshui was sitting on the sofa watching the Xinwen Lianbo news broadcast. Li Yuan sat beside him with a facial mask on. Dad, Mom, Gu Lin greeted with a smile. You're back, Gu Deshui nodded. Son, when are you going to school to fill out your applications? Li Yuan asked caringly. Mom, I'm going tomorrow, Gu Lin said, taking a bite of an apple. Is it settled? Are you sure about going to Sichuan University? Gu Deshui followed up. Gu Lin nodded while chewing the apple and said, confirmed. All right, as long as you know what you're doing. Hearing Gu Lin's answer, Gu Deshui didn't ask further. Dad, there's something I want to tell you. Gu Lin threw the finished apple core into the trash can and sat down next to Gu Deshui. What is it? Gu Deshui turned to look at Gu Lin. The three of them and I are planning to start a company together. Gu Lin didn't hide anything and explained his plan to start the company and his vision. As Gu Deshui listened to Gu Lin's narration, his expression gradually became serious. After Gu Lin finished, he was silent for a moment before slowly saying, I see. I'll put in a word with the Industry and Commerce Bureau. However, starting a business is no easy task. Are you sure you've thought this through? Dad, I've thought it through. Regarding the system, I also need a public source of income. Gu Lin pointed to his head. Hearing Gu Lin mention the system, Gu Deshui nodded slightly, his expression turning serious. Your thinking is correct. Since you want to do it, I support you. Also, never mention the system to anyone. I know, Dad. Gu Lin also understood the gravity of the situation. Son, what product is your company planning to sell? At this point, Li Yuan asked with a smile. It also dispelled the slightly heavy atmosphere from just now. I haven't decided yet, Mom, Gu Lin shook his head. We produce a lot of vegetables here. Have you considered agricultural products? Gu Deshui put down his teacup and spoke seriously. Gu Lin's eyes lit up when his father mentioned agricultural products. Dad, your suggestion is something we've thought about before. We have indeed considered it. Our area has a high vegetable yield, and many folks can't sell the vegetables they grow at home. If our company can really get off the ground, it would be a good thing for the city too. Gu Deshui nodded slightly, a hint of gratification flashing in his eyes. Son, the fact that you can think of this shows you have some vision for the big picture. Combining the company's development with the sale of local agricultural products. Not only can you make a profit, but you can also help the local people. It's killing two birds with one stone. But when it comes to specific implementation, there are quite a few factors to consider. Li Yuan also became interested. That's right, son. Although our vegetable yield is high, how do you ensure consistent quality? And then there's the transportation issue, how to guarantee freshness. These are all problems. Gu Lin pondered for a moment and said, Mom, regarding the quality issue, we can sign cooperation agreements with the farmers. Establish a strict testing process, conduct random inspections on the purchased vegetables, and resolutely reject anything that doesn't meet the standards. As for transportation, like I said before, we'll cooperate with professional logistics companies and use appropriate preservation techniques to ensure the vegetables reach customers fresh. Chapter 31, Shenong Premium. Gu Deshui continued, Son, besides quality and transportation, sales channels are also crucial. Do you have any thoughts on these? Gu Lin thought for a moment and said, Dad, I think we can start with brand building. Create an exclusive brand for our vegetables, highlighting selling points like green, fresh, and local characteristics. We can also cooperate with some large e-commerce platforms, such as JD.com, Platform Reference, Duo, and so on, entering their fresh food sections to broaden our sales range. At the same time, we can also consider developing community group buying and cooperating with community leader service providers in various places. We provide them with a stable daily supply, and they then deliver the vegetables to the consumer's doorsteps, which is both convenient for customers and increases sales. However, for the community group buying plan, we can only do it within this city at most for now. Once our reputation is established, we can recruit agents in various cities. Yuan asked in confusion, what's this community group buying about? Son, tell Mom about it. Gu Lin explained patiently, Mom, community group buying is based on communities, where a community leader posts product information in WeChat groups. After residents place orders, we deliver them to the community leader in one go, and then the residents go to the leader's place to pick them up. This model can reduce delivery costs, and through the leader's promotion and word of mouth, it can quickly open up the market. Gu Desui nodded in approval. This is a good idea, it makes full use of the advantages of the internet. However, son, cooperating with e-commerce platforms and developing community group buying both require a certain amount of energy to maintain relationships and ensure service quality. In addition, we must also pay attention to handling after-sales issues. Consumers have high requirements for the freshness and quality of fresh products. If problems arise, they must be resolved promptly and properly, otherwise, it could easily affect the brand image. Gu Lin said seriously, Dad, you're right. Later, I will specially arrange for someone to be responsible for these aspects. By the way, Dad, you have a wide network. Can you help us contact some heads of e-commerce platforms to see if we can get better cooperation terms? Gu Desui thought for a moment and said, I can ask for you, but in the end, it will depend on your own strength and proposal to impress them. You need to prepare a detailed cooperation proposal in advance, including product advantages, market positioning, sales plans, etc., so the chances of success will be greater. Gu Lin said excitedly, Okay, Dad, thank you so much. Yuan watched the father and son discussing enthusiastically and said with a smile, You two are really putting your hearts into this company's business. Son, although starting a business is a good thing, don't overwork yourself. Health is the most important thing. If Gu Lin's company does well, it will also be a good thing for the vegetable farmers in Shan City. Gu Desui took a small sip of tea and said with a smile. Gu Lin responded with a smile, I know, Mom. Don't worry, I'll make sure to rest. With your and Dad's support, I'm even more motivated to make the company a success. Afterwards, the family discussed various aspects of the company's operations, such as recruitment and financial management. Gu Lin learned many valuable experiences and practical suggestions from his parents, and his future plans for the company became more complete. By the way, what name do you plan to give the company? After discussing these details, Gu Desui asked with a smile. Gu Lin scratched his head and smiled, Dad, we really haven't thought carefully about the name yet. I want to choose a name that reflects our product features and is easy to remember. Yuan suggested, how about calling it Shanong Premium? It highlights our agricultural products from Shan City and indicates that they are all high quality. What do you think? Gu Lin's eyes lit up, Mom, that name is quite good. It's simple, easy to remember, and conveys our product philosophy. Dad, what do you think? Gu Desui thought for a moment and nodded, yes, this name works. It's down to earth and allows consumers to quickly understand the company's positioning. However, before finalizing the name, it's best to check if there are any duplicate names or trademark infringements. Gu Lin replied, all right, Dad. I'll have Xingxong look into it tomorrow. Late at night, Gu Lin returned to his room and went over the company's preparation items once more. After confirming everything was correct, he finally went to sleep peacefully. Actually, he had another idea in mind that he hadn't told Gu Desui. For no other reason than the idea was not yet mature. With the massive traffic on platforms like TikTok and the KS platform, Gu Lin wanted to create a corporate IP. In the future, he could also sell goods through live streaming on these high-traffic platforms. However, there were too many details involved, so he didn't say anything for the time being. The next day, after Gu Lin woke up, he picked up his phone and checked his bank card balance. Today was July 1st. Gu Lin had taken the college entrance exam on June 8th and obtained the system on June 10th. Excluding the large expenditure on the first day, Gu Lin hadn't had much high spending during this period. So, there was now 200,000 yuan lying quietly in his card. Yesterday, he had discussed with Gu Guotai and the others that Gu Lin would invest 300,000 yuan for a 30% stake. Gu Lin decided that after the company was successfully registered, he would first transfer 200,000 yuan. The remaining 100,000 would be transferred as working capital once the company was on the right track. Gu Lin organized his thoughts and temporarily set aside the conception of the company plan. After packing the items he needed to take to school, he went out to the school to fill out his college applications. When he reached the school gate, Gu Guotai and Zhao Xingcong were squatting there, smoking. "Old Gu, you're here." Seeing Gu Lin, Gu Guotai stood up with a smile and handed him a lotus. "Didn't Mingkong come?" Gu Lin took it, lit it, and asked with a smile. "No, that guy Mingkong refused to come no matter what." Zhao Xingcong shook his head. "Haha, that guy Mingkong." Gu Lin laughed. The three of them smiled at each other and then stood up to walk into the school. The campus was filled with an atmosphere that was both tense and slightly excited. Most of the students were discussing their college applications, their faces brimming with longing for their future university life. The three of them walked quickly toward the classroom, greeting many classmates along the way. As soon as they entered the classroom, some classmates gathered around and asked, "Gu Lin, which university do you plan to apply to?" Gu Lin responded with a smile, "Sichuan University. There are quite a lot of gay guys in Chengdu." "Old Gu, with your looks, you'd better watch your ass when you get there." Student A joked with a smile. "It's fine. Guotai is planning to go to Rongqing University. They should prefer a tough guy like Guotai." Gu Lin replied with a smile. The classmates burst into laughter, and Gu Guotai scolded with a laugh, "Get lost, don't make fun of me." At this moment, Zhao Rongrong slowly walked over from the corner of the classroom. She was wearing a light blue dress today, with her hair draped softly over her shoulders. However, there was a hint of loneliness in her eyes. She walked up to Gu Lin, forced a smile, and said, "Are you really sure about going to Sichuan University?" "Yeah." Gu Lin nodded. Chapter 32, Only by earning limited profits can a company last. Zhao Rongrong bit her lip, a trace of disappointment flashing through her eyes. But she still said softly, "That's quite good. Sichuan University is a very nice school." Looking at Zhao Rongrong, a ripple of emotion stirred in Gu Lin's heart. He knew Zhao Rongrong had feelings for him, and he felt something special for her as well. But at this moment, he didn't know how to comfort her. He could only say, "Rongrong, no matter where we are, we're still friends. We can stay in touch often in the future." Zhao Rongrong nodded slightly, trying to make her smile look more natural. "Yeah, I know. Take good care of yourself when you get there." "Yeah, you take care of yourself at Lu University too." Gu Lin nodded with a smile. Just then, the nearby classmates started teasing again. "Oh, Rongrong, you're so concerned about Gu Lin. Between the two of you." As they spoke, their eyes darted back and forth between Gu Lin and Zhao Rongrong with mischievous intent. Hearing the classmates teasing, Zhao Rongrong's face instantly turned red. She glared at the teasing classmates and said with some embarrassment, "Don't talk nonsense." Seeing this, Gu Lin hurried to change the subject. All right, everyone stop messing around. Hurry up and tell us which schools you've applied for." Only then did the students start talking all at once about their choices, and the atmosphere became lively again. Gu Lin, Gu Guotai, and Zhao Xingcong filled out their application forms in the classroom. They checked them carefully several times to ensure there were no mistakes before handing them to their homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher looked at Gu Lin's choices and agreed, "Gu Lin, with your score, Sichuan University is a good choice." He looked at Gu Guotai's and didn't say much. With Gu Guotai's score, Rongqing University was already very suitable for him. But when he saw Zhao Xingcong's choices, he frowned. "Zhao Xingcong, with your score, you have many options. There are many schools more suitable than Shenzhen University." I advise you to consider it again so you don't regret it later, the homeroom teacher, Old Wu, said with concern. No need, Old Wu. I don't want to be too far from home. Zhao Xingtsung shook his head, his tone firm. Seeing Zhao Xingtsung's resolute attitude, Wu Qingfeng stopped trying to persuade him and gave a soft sigh. All right, since your mind is made up, I will respect your choice. I hope you continue to work hard in university. Wu Qingfeng patted Zhao Xingtsung's shoulder and spoke earnestly. He had always quite liked Zhao Xingtsung, who was a hard-working student, which was why he had offered a few extra words of advice. After submitting their application forms, Gu Lin and the other two walked out of the office. Gu Guotai said with a smile, Old Gu, Xingtsung, now that our applications are filled out, all that's left is to wait for university life. Gu Lin responded with a smile, yeah, but before that, we still have to get the company's affairs in order. Guotai, send Mingkong a message. Let's gather at his family's hot pot restaurant for lunch today. I thought about it all night yesterday and also consulted my parents. Let's discuss it further. Uncle Gu knows about our business venture too. Gu Guotai asked with some surprise upon hearing this. Yeah, when I went back yesterday, I told them. Gu Lin nodded with a smile. Then what was Uncle Gu's take on it? Zhao Xingtsung asked somewhat nervously from the side. My dad is very supportive and gave quite a few suggestions, Gu Lin continued. That's great. With Uncle Gu's support, more than half of my worries are gone. Zhao Xingtsung let out a long sigh of relief, his tone becoming relaxed. He knew Gu Deshui's status, since Gu Deshui supported it, he felt much more at ease. All right, I'll send Mingkong a message right now. Gu Guotai was also full of smiles. The three of them walked toward the school gate while talking. Before long, Gu Guotai received a reply from Lin Mingkong. Sure thing. I'm at the Wanda Plaza branch. You guys can come straight over. Gu Guotai waved his phone and said, Mingkong replied. He wants us to go directly to the Wanda Plaza branch. Let's go then. Gu Lin nodded. The three of them hailed a taxi and headed toward Wanda Plaza. When they arrived at the hot pot restaurant, Zhao Mingkong was already waiting at the door. Since it was only around 10 o'clock, there were no customers in the restaurant yet. They walked into the shop and found a random seat by the window to sit down. None of them were hungry yet and didn't feel like eating. They just asked the waitress for a pot of tea and some snacks. Gu Lin cleared his throat and spoke first. After some thinking yesterday and discussing it with my dad, our company will sell agricultural products. Agricultural products? We do produce vegetables around here. Old Gu, tell us more. Hearing Gu Lin say they would do agricultural products, Zhao Mingkong's eyes lit up. He leaned forward, asking impatiently. Gu Lin put down his teacup and explained with a serious expression, as living standards rise, everyone's demand for green and organic agricultural products is increasing. The quality of agricultural products in Arshan City is excellent. As long as we operate correctly, the market is vast. Moreover, doing agricultural products can help rural development. It kills several birds with one stone. Zhao Xingtsung stroked his chin, lost in thought. The idea is indeed good. We have greenhouses here, so we don't have to worry about supply stability. It's just the quality issue that's a bit troublesome. After all, there will be quality differences in the vegetables grown by different farmers. Gu Guotai also chimed in, transportation is also a big problem. If the vegetables are damaged or spoiled during logistics, that's no small issue either. Zhao Mingkong leaned back in his chair and grinned. Since Old Gu already has a plan, he must have thought of solutions for these problems, right? Gu Lin smiled and took a small sip from his teacup. Regarding quality, we must establish a set of strict quality standards. At the same time, we'll set up an inspection process. We'll strictly control the purchasing phase and resolutely refuse anything that doesn't meet the standards. Zhao Xingtsung nodded in agreement. That can indeed solve the quality variation problem to some extent. But achieving completely unified standards won't be easy to execute. Gu Lin said confidently, there will definitely be difficulties at the start, but as long as the farmers see the profits, they will naturally cooperate actively. Furthermore, as our brand gradually makes a name for itself, our quality requirements will become our core competitiveness. Gu Guotai then asked, how do we solve the transportation problem? Logistics loss is a major expense. Gu Lin lit a cigarette and narrowed his eyes slightly. For transportation, besides using cold chain logistics, we also have to optimize the packaging. We can design specialized packaging for agricultural products using materials with good shock absorption and preservation effects. And we must package them according to the characteristics of different vegetables, with ice packs included in every one. Additionally, we can negotiate with logistics companies to develop reasonable transportation plans, trying to shorten transit time and reduce losses as much as possible. Gu Guotai frowned. Cold chain logistics costs aren't low, and with custom packaging, the costs will skyrocket. The profit margin. Guotai, what we need right now isn't profit, but corporate brand awareness and customer trust in us. Gu Lin waved his hand and explained patiently. As for the profit issue you mentioned, I've thought about that too. I've already asked my dad to help me contact the purchasing executives of e-commerce platforms like JD.com, Platform Reference, and Pinduoduo. If we can reach a deal, our vegetables will directly supply their fresh produce sections. Moreover, once consumers have trust in our brand, we can build a corporate IP and do live-stream sales. In the future, we'll combine online and offline. Online through live-stream sales and e-commerce platforms. Offline, we'll cooperate with supermarkets, communities, and farmers markets. Our main strategy is high volume with low margins. We'll only earn limited profits, that's the only way the company can last. After saying so much in one breath, Gu Lin was also a bit thirsty. He picked up his teacup and drained it. Chapter 33, The Young Woman in Yoga Pants. After hearing this, Zhao Mingkong couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. Old Gu, you've thought this through so thoroughly. With Uncle Gu acting as a bridge, our chances of success in collaborating with e-commerce platforms have increased significantly. Moreover, a sales model that combines online and offline will definitely open up the market. Zhao Xingcong also nodded in agreement. That's right. Once the brand's reputation is established, profits will naturally follow. Gu Guotai was still somewhat worried. That's all well and good, but online live streaming sales isn't that easy. You need a professional team and streamers, and you have to plan all sorts of marketing activities. Who among us understands any of that? Gu Lin smiled. Guotai, aren't we going to meet a professional in a few days? In a few days? A professional? Gu Guotai was taken aback. Old Gu, are you talking about Senior Yi's best friend? Beside them, Zhao Xingcong's eyes lit up as he asked. Exactly. It's a good chance to see if she really has what it takes. Gu Lin nodded. Hearing their conversation, Gu Guotai finally realized. Oh, right. How could I have forgotten about that? Gu Guotai slapped his forehead. Haha, although none of us are professionals, we can just find professionals to do the work for us. Zhao Mingkong said excitedly from the side. Exactly, that's what they mean by specialization in every field, Gu Lin echoed with a smile. Old Gu, have you thought of a name for the company yet? Zhao Xingcong asked, as if something had just occurred to him. Yeah, Old Gu, what's our company going to be called? Zhao Mingkong chimed in. Although Gu Guotai didn't speak, he also looked at Gu Lin with anticipation. What do you think of the name Shenong Premium? Zhao Mingkong's eyes lit up, and he clapped. That's a good name, Shenong Premium. It rolls off the tongue and accurately conveys our company's positioning. Zhao Xingcong also laughed. I agree. As soon as you hear that name, you know it's focused on high-quality agricultural products. Gu Guotai nodded with a smile. It really is good. That name works well. All right, then it's settled. Xingcong, go check tomorrow if any company has already registered this name. Okay, Zhao Xingcong replied with a nod. After deciding on the company name, the group began discussing the details of their future business operations. Before they knew it, noon had arrived, and customers began trickling into the shop. Old Gu, Guotai, Xingcong. I'll call the waitress to order some food, and we'll have a few drinks together for lunch. Zhao Mingkong checked the time, it was already 11 a.m., so he spoke up. Gu Lin nodded. Sure, we've discussed enough for today, so let's stop here for now. Zhao Mingkong stood up and summoned a waitress, choosing a split pot and ordering several of the shop's signature dishes. He also ordered a case of chilled Tsingtao beer. Before long, the food and drinks were served. The group raised their glasses and downed the first one. Kong Zi, why haven't I seen Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhou? Gu Lin noticed he hadn't seen Zhao Mingkong's parents all morning and couldn't help but ask. They won't be stationed at the shop anymore, they'll be making rounds between a dozen or so locations. They've also handed this Wanda shop over to me, saying I'll be responsible for its operations and management from now on. Zhao Mingkong put down his glass and spoke in a helpless tone. Gu Lin nodded slightly. That's good too. Work hard here and make something of this Wanda shop. Zhao Mingkong grinned. I'll take those well wishes, old Gu. Even though my parents aren't involved in our project, they've given a lot of advice. They even said that if we run into financial difficulties, they can provide some support first. Your parents are amazing. Zhao Xingzong's eyes lit up. With that kind of backing, we really have to work hard. Gu Guotai also laughed. Exactly. With such great conditions, it would be unacceptable if we still couldn't make it work. They chatted as they ate, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. As time passed, more and more customers arrived at the shop. It was now around noon, and the shop was already packed. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the shop. Gu Lin and the other three looked toward the source of the noise. What's wrong with you? How could you drop the pot lid into the soup while adding broth? Look, how are we supposed to eat now? A fairly good-looking young woman wearing yoga pants and a cover-up said in a dissatisfied tone. Exactly, exactly. This really ruins the mood, her short-haired companion chimed in. Fortunately, Zhao Mingkong's hot pot shop provided aprons, otherwise, the soup would have splashed all over both women. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to. The waitress who had just served Gu Lin and the others was now panicking and apologizing repeatedly. Zhao Mingkong frowned and immediately stood up, walking quickly toward that table. With an apologetic smile, he said, Ladies, I am truly sorry for giving you such an unpleasant dining experience. How about this? This meal is on the house, and we'll also give you a complimentary serving of our shop's specialty snack. Would that be all right? The young woman in yoga pants still looked displeased and let out a huff. On the house. How much is this meal anyway? Do I look like I'm short on cash? The point is, after this mess, we've lost our appetite completely. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. Seeing that the woman wouldn't let it go, the waitress kept saying she was sorry. Is it useful for you to keep saying sorry? The young woman in yoga pants rolled her eyes, somewhat speechless. All right, you go back to work, I'll handle things here. Zhao Mingkong waved his hand and spoke in a gentle tone. Hearing this, the waitress felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and hurried away. Seeing that Zhao Mingkong still hadn't resolved the issue after so long, Gu Lin also walked over. He spoke in a gentle voice, Ladies, you just finished working out at the gym, didn't you? How did you know? The young woman in yoga pants looked Gu Lin up and down and nodded. Given Gu Lin's good looks, she didn't mind chatting with him for a bit. Looking at your figures, I can tell you must work out frequently. Ordinary people certainly wouldn't have such great figures or such elegance, Gu Lin explained with a smile. Hearing this, a hint of pride appeared on the young woman's face. She was quite confident in her physique. On the other hand, the short-haired woman beside her felt a bit embarrassed by Gu Lin's praise. Our service was inadequate this time. Would you like us to change the soup base for you? Seeing that the two women's emotions had stabilized, Gu Lin took the opportunity to speak. Of course, today's meal will definitely be on the house, and we'll also give you an extra membership card. We have over a dozen branches in the city, and you can enjoy a 20% discount at any of them. Are you satisfied with this? If not, we can discuss it further until you are. Hearing Gu Lin's words, the young woman in yoga pants raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at Gu Lin with interest. Her short-haired companion nudged her gently and whispered, That's enough. His attitude is already so sincere. Are you the owner of this shop? The long-haired woman asked. No, he is. Gu Lin smiled and shook his head, pointing to Zhao Mingkong beside him. Chapter 34, The County Brahmin. Zhao Mingkong nodded quickly in acknowledgement, a humble smile consistently gracing his face. The young woman sized up Zhao Mingkong before shifting her gaze to Gu Lin. Fine, seeing as your attitude is sincere enough, we'll let this matter drop. Bring us a fresh pot base. Oh, and top up my membership card with 3,000 yuan. Zhao Mingkong blanked for a moment, not expecting the young woman to request a 3,000 yuan top-up for her membership card. However, he reacted quickly, maintaining his smile. All right, no problem. Ladies, please wait a moment, I'll have someone take care of it immediately. A short while later, Zhao Mingkong returned with the topped-up card. During that time, Gu Lin had been chatting with the two young women, keeping them smiling brightly. He also learned that the long-haired woman was named Zhouya, while the short-haired one was Wang Lirong. Ladies, your card is ready. Zhao Mingkong walked up to the three of them with the card and spoke. Bring the payment QR code over, Zhouya said indifferently as she took the membership card. What? Zhao Mingkong was slightly stunned. I said bring the payment code, I'm going to pay you. You didn't think I was going to extort you for these 3,000 yuan, did you? Zhouya shook her head with a hint of amusement. A flash of embarrassment crossed Zhao Mingkong's face, and he shook his head hurriedly. Ms. Zhou, look at my brain, I misunderstood you. I'll go get the payment code for you right now. With that, he quickly turned and went to the front desk to fetch the QR code. Zhouya pulled out her phone, skillfully scanned the code, and transferred 3,000 yuan. Looking at the payment notification on his phone, Zhao Mingkong felt a mix of emotions. He was pleasantly surprised by the sudden 3,000 yuan, but he also realized the bitterness of the service industry. Gu Lin smiled and smoothed things over. Sister Zhou, Sister Wang, you two are magnanimous, so please don't hold it against us. You must come and patronize our little shop often in the future. Zhouya smiled and patted Gu Lin on the shoulder. You certainly have a sweet tongue. But the food here really does taste good, we'll definitely come back often. Beside her, Wang Lirong nodded in agreement. Then, Zhouya looked at Gu Lin again with a smile on her face. You're a clever young man. In business, a good attitude is key. You handled things well today. Keep it up in the future. Sister Zhou, you flatter me, Gu Lin said, shaking his head with a smile. By the way, Sister Zhou, my cousin opened a gym over at World City. The environment and everything are top-notch. You can go check it out when you have time. Mention my name, and they'll give you 30% off. Gu Lin suddenly thought of his cousin from his second maternal aunt's side, who also ran a gym. Clients like Zhouya, who weren't short on money, were worth winning over if possible. All right, you little rascal. I'll go take a look when I have time. Let's add each other on WeChat, and you can send me the location and details then. Zhouya looked at Gu Lin with amusement, seeing right through his intentions, and pulled out her phone to open her QR code. Sure thing, Sister Zhou. Gu Lin smiled as he took out his phone and added Zhouya as a friend. Young man, your staff here still need more training. After adding him, Zhouya turned her gaze back to Zhao Mingkong and spoke. Zhao Mingkong nodded incessantly. Don't worry, Sister Zhou, we will definitely improve and strive to provide the best service possible. After a few more pleasantries, Zhouya and Wang Lirong continued their meal. Gu Lin and Zhao Mingkong returned to their seats. Zhao Xingtsong and Gu Guotai immediately crowded around, their faces full of curiosity. Zhao Xingtsong asked impatiently, Old Gu, Mingkong, how was the matter finally resolved? Gu Lin smiled and recounted the whole story in detail. After hearing it, Zhao Xingtsong's face was written with admiration. Brother Lin, it had to be you. Not only did you solve the problem, but you also landed a big client for Kong Zi's hot pot restaurant. And you even managed to introduce business to your cousin's gym while you were at it. Gu Guotai also laughed. Old Gu, you've never let us down. After laughing, Zhao Mingkong frowned slightly. He said with some concern, although the matter is resolved this time, it has served as a wake-up call for me. Sister Zhou was right, our staff's service awareness definitely needs more training, or problems will keep cropping up in the future. Especially with the internet being so developed nowadays, a single scandal could ruin a shop. Gu Lin nodded in agreement. Mingkong, you're right. You should take this to heart. Set a time to give everyone a proper training session. Everything from receiving customers to handling emergencies needs to be covered in detail. I understand, Old Gu. Zhao Mingkong nodded solemnly. But speaking of which, what's that woman's background? She seems quite wealthy. After the business was discussed, Gu asked curiously. You'll have to ask old Gu for that. I saw him chatting quite enthusiastically with them. Zhao Mingkong put down his wine glass and teased with a smile. The one with long hair is called Zhouya. She's in the frozen food wholesale business, and her family assets are at least in the tens of millions. The one with short hair is Wang Lirong. Her family runs a renovation company. Both are from Yang County, but they do business in Chen City and have bought houses there. Gu Lin recalled the information from his chat with the two women and spoke slowly. Zhao Xingxong's eyes widened, and he was filled with amazement. Good grief, tens of millions. Those really are genuine rich ladies. All right, let's not discuss that anymore. Drink up, Gu Lin said, waving his hand. Come on. Let's drink. Zhao Mingkong also hurriedly urged them. The group raised their glasses, clinked them, and drained them in one go. After 3 rounds of drinks, just as the 4 of them were leaning back in their chairs smoking leisurely, Zhouya and Wang Lirong walked over. Zhouya had a hint of a smile on her face as she said to Gu Lin, "Little brother Gu, what are you chatting about so happily?" Gu Lin slowly stood up and responded with a smile. "Sister Zhou, Sister Wang, we were just chatting casually. Are you two finished eating?" Wang Lirong nodded and gave a burp. "We're just about to leave, so we came over to say goodbye." Zhouya naturally rested her arm on Gu Lin's shoulder and gave a light laugh. "I'll see you two sisters out." Gu Lin's heart stirred as he caught the faint fragrance wafting from her. Gu Lin accompanied Zhouya and Wang Lirong toward the shop entrance. Zhao Mingkong, Zhao Xingxong, and Gu Guotai followed behind. At the entrance, Zhouya turned to look at Gu Lin, her eyes filled with a bit of teasing. "Little brother Gu, don't forget to tell your cousin about me. I might head over this weekend." Gu Lin nodded quickly. "Don't worry, Sister Zhou, I'll let my cousin know in a moment and have him arrange the best coach for you. And have him prepare some special fitness packages for you." "Good. Come by my shop for tea when you have time. I'll be going now." Zhouya smiled with satisfaction, then pressed her key fob. A black Panamera in the parking space flashed its lights instantly. "I'll definitely go when I have time. Goodbye, Sister Zhou, Sister Wang." Gu Lin watched as the two women got into the car and waved with a smile. Chapter 35, Renting a Venue. The black Panamera slowly drove away, disappearing from everyone's sight. Gu Lin withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Zhao Mingkong and the other two, a hint of a smile still on his face. "Old Gu, your social skills are really something else." Zhao Xingxong couldn't help but praise him again, his eyes filled with admiration. "Exactly, just a casual chat not only solved the shop's trouble but also expanded our network. There might even be more cooperation opportunities in the future," Gu Guotai chimed in. Zhao Mingkong patted Gu Lin on the shoulder and said with emotion, "Old Gu, it's all thanks to you today. Otherwise, I don't know how this would have ended." Gu Lin smiled and waved his hand. "We're all brothers, don't be so polite. What happened today was also a coincidence. A woman like Zhouya doesn't care about money, the only thing she cares about is face. By the way, Mingkong, don't forget about staff training. Don't let this kind of low-level mistake happen again. Don't worry, I'll start making arrangements tomorrow." "It will definitely never happen again," Zhao Mingkong said confidently. The 4 of them returned to the shop, and after tidying up, they prepared to head home. They said their goodbyes, hailed separate taxis, and drove towards their respective homes. Zhao Mingkong stayed at the shop to wait for the evening dinner rush. When Gu Lin returned home, it was only 3 in the afternoon. Gu Deshui and Li Yulan had not finished work yet. Because he had drunk a bit of alcohol at noon, Gu Lin fell asleep shortly after lying on his bed. When he woke up, it was already pitch black outside the window. When he walked out of his room, Gu Deshui was sitting on the sofa making a phone call, his face showing a level of respect Gu Lin had never seen before. "Uncle Li, yes, I understand. My father just has that kind of temper." Seeing Gu Lin come out of the room, Gu Deshui waved his hand, signaling him not to speak. "All right then, let's leave it at that for now. I'll come visit you tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Gu Desui let out a long sigh of relief, his face full of smiles. Dad, who were you talking to? You seem so happy. Gu Desui looked at Gu Lin with a smile, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. Your grandfather's old comrade in arms, the current commander-in-chief of the Eastern Theater Command, Li Baogua. Hearing this, Gu Lin couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. Commander-in-chief of the Eastern Theater Command, that was a person of immense power and status. Dad, how did you suddenly get in touch with Commander-in-Chief Li and have such a warm conversation? Gu Desui stood up, walked over to Gu Lin, and patted his shoulder. Son, the municipal party secretary is about to be reassigned. Both Mayor Guo and I want that position. Guo Shuijie found a connection with Vice Secretary Yu of the Provincial Party Committee. I had no choice but to ask your grandfather for help. That time your mother and I went back to the village was for this very reason. For my sake, your grandfather reached out to Li Baogua, Commander Li. Hearing his father's explanation, Gu Lin finally realized how much pressure Gu Desui had been carrying during this time. Dad, so what did Commander Li say? Gu Lin asked with some concern. Haha, Commander Li said for me to go to Spring City tomorrow so he can talk to me in person. Judging by Commander Li's tone, this matter shouldn't be difficult to handle. Hearing Gu Lin's question, Gu Desui laughed heartily. Gu Lin nodded inwardly. The commander-in-chief of the Eastern Theater Command, whether in terms of position or power, was not someone a provincial vice secretary could compare to. Especially a retired vice secretary. All right, you two stop chatting for a moment and eat first. Li Yuan walked out of the kitchen carrying 2 plates of food. Right, let's eat first. After that phone call, the smile hadn't left Gu Deshui's face. Son, eat more. Look at how thin you've become, Li Yuan said caringly as she served food into Gu Lin's bowl. I know, Mom, Gu Lin replied. He looked up at Gu Desui. Dad, when you go to Spring City to see Commander Li, you must be careful about everything. Gu Desui nodded while chewing his food. Don't worry, son, I know what I'm doing. Your father hasn't spent 20 years in officialdom for nothing. Early the next morning, before Gu Lin had even woken up, he received a call from Gu Guotai. Old Gu, I've found an office space and a warehouse. When do you think we can go take a look? Gu Lin rubbed his bleary eyes, thought for a moment, and said, this morning then. I don't have anything going on. Let's settle this early so we can feel at ease. All right, I'll send you the location now. Xingtsung and I will wait for you here, Gu Guotai said. After hanging up, Gu Lin quickly finished washing up, changed his clothes, and headed out. On the way, he was still thinking about the matter between his father and Commander Li Baogua, hoping his father's trip to Spring City would go smoothly. Before long, Gu Lin arrived at the address Gu Guotai had sent. It was a location in the suburban urban fringe. The surrounding transportation was fairly convenient, with a main road right next to it. Gu Guotai and Zhao Xingtsung were already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Gu Lin arrive, they hurried to meet him. Old Gu, you're finally here. Take a look and see if this place works. The office area is spacious and the warehouse is big enough. Aside from the location being a bit remote, everything else is very suitable. It can fully meet our needs for the initial phase. Gu Lin followed Gu Guotai into the site and began to inspect it carefully. The site occupied about 20 mu of land in total, with 2 small 3-story buildings, 1 office building and 1 workshop building. Within the factory area, there were also 2 warehouses, each over 100 square meters. Additionally, there was a cafeteria that could accommodate over 200 people for meals. A boss from the south used to run an electronics factory here, but after it went bankrupt, it's been vacant. With such a large place, the landlord hasn't been able to rent it out to anyone else besides that electronics factory owner. Seeing Gu Lin staring at the sign on the office building, Gu Guotai explained with a smile. I can tell. Gu Lin looked at the greenery in the factory area and smiled. Gu Lin continued to pace around the site, inspecting it. His fingers lightly brushed against the wall of the workshop building, the white paint was already peeling slightly. Although it was a bit old, with a little renovation, it could indeed become a good place for a startup. He had originally planned to rent a floor of an office building in the city's commercial district as an office and then rent a warehouse in a logistics park. But after thinking about it later, he felt it wasn't necessary. This place Gu Guotai found was actually quite to his liking. The office building in the factory area perfectly replaced the need for a commercial office building. The workshop building could be used for workers to pack vegetables and handle packaging. Not to mention those two large warehouses in the factory area, each over 500 square meters. This place could be said to be the most suitable site for Gu Lin's company so far. I think this place is good. Let's go with this. Gu Lin stood in the center of the factory area, a satisfied expression on his face. Really? Old Gu, if you think it's okay, then that's great. I was afraid it wouldn't be to your liking, Gu Guotai said, excitedly rubbing his hands together. Chapter 36, Buying Equipment. How did the rent negotiations go? Gu Lin looked at Gu Guotai with a touch of concern in his eyes. Gu Guotai grinned. Old Gu, don't worry. It's within our expectations. How much? Hearing this, Gu Lin looked at Gu Guotai with curiosity. 150,000 for the annual rent, Gu Guotai said with a faint smile. 150,000. Gu Lin was slightly taken aback, a flash of surprise in his eyes. That price is indeed quite a bargain. With our current budget, this rent will save the company a lot of costs in the early stages of operation. Zhao Xingcong also chimed in from the side. Yeah, although the location is a bit remote, it's not too bad. Besides, the transportation is convenient and the site is large. 150,000 a year is really not expensive. Seeing the reactions of Gu Lin and Zhao Xingcong, Gu Guotai smiled smugly. Of course. Would you guys still be worried when I'm the one handling things? I haggled with the landlord for a long time. The landlord only agreed to give us this price because the place has been vacant for a while. Thanks for the hard work, Guotai. Gu Lin patted Gu Guotai's shoulder. We need to be careful when signing the contract later. Don't leave out any clauses, just to prevent trouble in the future. Old Gu, I know. Gu Guotai tucked away his smile and nodded seriously. Okay, that's good. Gu Lin nodded. By the way, Guotai, is the rent you negotiated with the landlord paid annually? Yes, I negotiated an annual payment with the landlord, Gu Guotai replied. This way, our financial pressure will be lower. If we paid for several years at once, although the landlord might offer more discounts, we wouldn't be able to ensure enough liquidity for the company in the early stages. Gu Lin nodded approvingly. You've thought it through. The company indeed needs a lot of capital in the early stages. Renovations, equipment procurement, vegetable sourcing, and recruitment, all of these require funds. Zhao Xingcong added from the side, exactly, and the market changes quickly. If we pay several years' rent at once and something happens in the middle, we'll be in a passive position. So, what does the contract say about rent increases? Gu Lin asked again. I've settled it with the landlord. The rent will stay the same for the first 3 years. From the 4th year onwards, it will change based on market conditions. Gu Guotai continued, this way, it gives our company a period of stable development. It also gives the landlord something to look forward to, so they won't feel like they're losing money by renting at a low price forever. Not bad, Guotai. You actually thought of all that, Gu Lin said with satisfaction. Hee hee, I just consulted my dad, Gu Guotai said, scratching his head with a laugh. By the way, are the responsibilities for site maintenance and repairs clearly stated in the contract? Yes, they are. We're responsible for normal wear and tear, and major repairs like the building's main structure are the landlord's responsibility. I also specifically added a clause, if the landlord's failure to make timely repairs affects our company's normal operations, the landlord must reduce the rent proportionally. Guotai, that's very thorough, Zhao Xingcong couldn't help but praise. It's only right. After all, it concerns the company's vital interests. Gu Guotai shook his head and said with a smile. Guotai, you pay the rent first. Once Xingcong finishes registering the company, you can transfer that 50,000 to the company account. As for Xingcong, if you're free tomorrow, go and register the company. Any problems? Gu Lin asked, looking at the two after finishing the arrangements. No problem. Gu Guotai and Zhao Xingcong both shook their heads. But old Gu, next, we need to hurry up and push forward with the renovations and equipment procurement. Gu Guotai thought for a moment and then continued. Regarding the equipment, how are things going on Mingkong's end? Gu Lin turned to look at Zhao Xingcong. Mingkong sent me a message this morning before I came. He said it's all settled, but he's not sure if you'll be satisfied with the price, old Gu. Zhao Mingkong knew they were coming to see the site today, but his family's hot pot restaurant was holding a collective staff training today, so he couldn't make it. What did Mingkong say? Zhao Xingcong cleared his throat. 400% of tables and chairs, so 10 sets would be 4,000. As for computers, according to your requirements, old Gu, they don't need to be expensive, 3,500 each. 10 units would be 35,000. 2 filing cabinets at 500 each. Altogether, it's exactly 50,000. And they'll throw in a solid wood executive desk and chair for free. Listening to Zhao Xingcong's quote, Gu Lin nodded to himself. This price was close to what he had imagined, it was quite reasonable. Kongzi said he asked his eldest aunt about the furniture, her family sells furniture. The person selling the computers is a relative of his aunt's family. If you're not satisfied, he'll look into other options. After Zhao Xingcong finished, he looked at Gu Lin, waiting for his decision. Gu Lin cracked his wrists and, after thinking for a moment, spoke slowly. The price is indeed reasonable. Since it's a relative of Mingkong's family, the quality should be guaranteed. Let's go with this. Zhao Xingcong nodded and replied, all right, old Gu, I'll reply to Mingkong right now. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and began composing a text message. Gu Guotai said from the side, old Gu, how do you plan to handle the renovations? Go with the simplest standard. Just give everything a fresh coat of white paint. We don't have many requirements in the early stages. Okay, I'll contact the renovation company now. After Gu Guotai finished, he called the renovation company. It took a full 10 minutes before Gu Guotai hung up. Guotai, how did the talk go? Gu Lin handed a cigarette to each of them. Old Gu, their asking price is a bit high. Gu Guotai's expression was a bit grim. Tell me, what price are they asking? Gu Lin said after lighting his cigarette. For ordinary latex paint, including labor and materials, they want 35 per square meter. I did the math. The 3 floors of the office building add up to 150 square meters. The 3 floors of the workshop building are exactly 300 square meters, plus those 2 500 square meter warehouses. This already comes to 5,500 square meters. I told them we have 2 office buildings and the work is easy, so I asked for a lower price, but they wouldn't agree. Gu Lin calculated that if they went with the price of 35, a 5,500 square meter site would cost 192,500 yuan just for basic renovations. This was clearly over his budget. Gu Lin frowned slightly, took a deep drag of his cigarette, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. That price is indeed too high. Our budget is limited, we can't overspend too much on renovations. After thinking for a moment, Gu Lin's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. Chapter 37, Social Connections. Then he took his phone out of his pocket and made a WeChat call to Zhouya. I was once unable to extricate myself from the vastness of the world, and was also addicted to the sleep talk within it. After the ringtone sounded for a while, the call was soon connected. Zhouya's slightly breathless voice came through. Hello, little brother Gu, what made you suddenly think of calling your big sister? Sister Zhou, are you working out? Hearing Zhouya's breathlessness on the other end, Gu Lin's expression shifted. Zhouya chuckled, I'm currently at the gym opened by your cousin, just ran on the treadmill for a bit. I was just about to take a break. What's up? It's like this, Sister Zhou. Last time I heard you guys mention that Sister Wang's family is in the renovation business, right? Gu Lin didn't stand on ceremony and asked directly. Yes, Lirong's family does that. What's wrong, little brother Gu? Gu Lin quickly said, Sister Zhou, I've rented a factory area and need to have the walls plastered and painted with latex paint. Then I remembered when we were chatting a couple of days ago, Sister Wang said her family does renovations. I thought that if I gave it to an outside renovation company, setting aside the price, I wouldn't be comfortable with the quality of the materials and such. Since Sister Wang's family is in the business, I wanted to ask you to check if she'd take on this job. Zhouya laughed after hearing this, so that's what it is. Lirong's family has been in the renovation industry for many years, and their reputation has always been good. She happens to be right next to me. I'll hand her the phone so you can talk to her. Gu Lin was delighted and said, Great, thank you so much, Sister Zhou. There was some slight movement on the other end, and then a gentle female voice spoke. Little brother Gu, I heard from Zhouya that you have a factory area to renovate, plastering and latex painting, right? Gu Lin hurriedly replied, Yes, Sister Wang. The factory area is quite large, and I just want to find someone reliable. I don't trust other renovation companies, so since your family is in the business, I thought of you. Sister Wang smiled and said, Don't worry, little brother Gu, we'll definitely do a good job on our own people's work. But first, you have to tell me the specifics. How big is the area, and are there any special requirements? Gu Lin quickly detailed the approximate area of the factory, the floor distribution, and his requirements regarding the environmental friendliness of the latex paint. After listening, Sister Wang thought for a moment and said, Little brother Gu, based on what you've said, the work at your factory is indeed straightforward. How about this, little brother Gu, I'll give you an honest price. Plastering plus eco-friendly latex paint, 22 per square meter. This is absolutely the bottom price for you. And the materials I use are quality guaranteed. If you're worried, you can have a professional inspect them when they arrive on site. Hearing this price, Gu Lin knew that Wang Lirong was indeed giving him a rock-bottom price, even lower than he had expected. So he immediately said, Sister Wang, this price is really suitable. I trust you, so let's go with what you said. It's just that regarding the construction period, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Could you see if it can be shortened as much as possible? Little brother Gu, I understand you're in a rush. For an area this size, it would normally take about 20 days. But since you're in such a hurry, I'll assign more people to you and guarantee completion within a week. However, for the rush fee, it'll be an extra 3 yuan per square meter. Can you accept that? Gu Lin thought for a moment, realizing that if it could be finished early, the extra cost would be worth it. He immediately said, No problem, Sister Wang. As long as it's finished on time, we'll go with 25 per square meter. You're helping me so much, I don't even know how to thank you. On the other end, Wang Lirong laughed, Why say thanks? You went through your sister Zhou, so I definitely can't cheat you. Tomorrow, I'll bring some people to your factory to take measurements and make a detailed plan and quote for you. You can take a look then, and if there are no problems, we'll sign the contract. Gu Lin, okay, Sister Wang. Thank you for your hard work. I'll be waiting for you at the factory tomorrow. All right, I'm handing the phone back to your sister Zhou. Then, there was some slight movement on the other end again. Zhouya's voice sounded, Little brother Gu, how did the talk with Lirong go? Gu Lin said happily, Sister Zhou, it went very well. The price Sister Wang gave is very honest. She also agreed to shorten the construction period as much as possible. Thank you so much for your help. Zhouya responded with a smile, Oh, it's a small matter. Since you thought of giving this order to Lirong, I know you're a kid worth befriending. Sister, you're being too formal. We're all friends, so of course I trust Sister Wang. But, it's also thanks to your introduction, Gu Lin said with a smile. All right, it's good that you two could reach an agreement. Just wait for Lirong to go and take measurements tomorrow. You can come to me anytime if there are any issues later, Zhouya urged. All right, Sister Zhou. Enjoy your workout at the gym, I won't disturb you anymore, Gu Lin said. Okay, go on and do your thing. Zhouya hung up after speaking. Old Gu, were you just calling that rich woman you met at Kong Zi's hot pot restaurant that day? After Gu Lin hung up, Gu Guotai immediately leaned in. Yeah, the friend who was next to Sister Zhou at the time. Sister Wang's family is in the renovation business. Gu Lin nodded and spoke. So, did you reach a deal? Zhao Xingcong asked expectantly. We did. Gu Lin didn't keep them in suspense and said with a smile. The price Sister Wang gave is very affordable, and the construction period can meet our requirements. She's coming over tomorrow to take measurements and make a plan, Gu Lin continued. How much per square meter? Zhao Xingcong asked curiously. 22 per square meter without the rush, 25 with it. I chose the rush option. As soon as Gu Lin finished speaking, Zhao Xingcong's eyes widened, and he clicked his tongue, 25 per square meter. That price is indeed quite affordable. Gu Guotai's face darkened, clearly thinking of the quote from the renovation company he had just found. This was a renovation company that had worked on many of his family's projects before. The boss knew his father, too. He didn't expect them to be such a rip-off. Old Gu, it's a good thing you asked Sister Wang. The one I found was much more expensive than this. Gu Guotai looked annoyed. All right, don't be annoyed. Haven't we found a suitable renovation company now? Gu Lin patted Gu Guotai on the shoulder to comfort him. Exactly, Guotai, don't be depressed. Now let's just hope the renovation goes smoothly, Zhao Xingcong also chimed in. Damn it, I'm going home to tell my dad that for future family projects, we're never using that renovation company again. Gu Guotai said indignantly. Gu Lin smiled, don't be angry yet. When Sister Wang comes tomorrow, add her on WeChat. If she does a beautiful job for us this time, it wouldn't be out of the question for your family to cooperate with her in the future. Gu Guotai nodded after hearing Gu Lin's words. All right, old Gu. If she really does a good job, I'll use her for all my family's future renovation projects. Chapter 38, Shouldering 5 General Stars. Xingcong, go to the Administration for Industry and Commerce and get the company registered. After you finish registering, send the company account details to the group chat. We'll find a lawyer to distribute the equity. Zhao Xingcong replied, all right, old Gu, don't you worry. I'll go handle it right now. With that, he hurried away from the factory area. Gu Lin turned to Gu Guotai and said, Guotai, you go and sign the contract with the landlord. Oh, and call Kang Zi. Get the tables, chairs, and computers ordered, but don't rush to have them delivered here yet. Wait until the renovation here is finished before having them delivered. Gu Guotai nodded and replied, all right, old Gu, I'll call Kang Zi right now. Having said that, he took out his phone to call Kang Zi. Hey, Kang Zi, old Gu gave the word. Go ahead and order the tables, chairs, and computers, but don't rush to send them to the factory area. Wait until the renovation here is done. Yes, we're renting that place I picked out. After notifying Zhao Mingkong on the other end, Gu Guotai hung up. After chatting briefly with Gu Lin again, he set off to meet the landlord. Gu Lin stayed in the factory area alone. Looking at the slightly empty space, he kept sketching out the future appearance of the company in his mind. To be honest, Gu Lin was under more pressure than the other three. It was he who proposed starting this company, and his brothers trusted him, which is why they followed him and invested. Although Zhao Xingcong didn't put up money, he gave up a better school and chose to stay in Shen City. Regardless, Gu Lin felt he absolutely had to do his best to get the company up and running and manage it well. He could not let his brothers' trust down. Meanwhile, inside the military compound in Spring City. After the meal, Gu Deshui was respectfully refilling the tea for an elderly man with graying hair. The old man was wearing a green military uniform, covered in medals. Shockingly, he carried 5 general stars on his shoulders. Deshui, how is your father's health? Li Baoguo took a sip of tea and asked slowly. My father is in good health, Gu Deshui replied softly. Li Baoguo nodded slightly, looking at Gu Deshui with a deep gaze. Deshui, logically speaking, as a military man, I shouldn't get involved in political affairs. At this point, Li Baoguo changed the subject. However, your father and I share a bond forged in life and death, and this is the first time he has asked me for something in all these years. That old fellow Yu Kaisheng, even though he's retired, is still meddling in the affairs of you young people. I cannot sit idly by. Hearing the name Yu Kaisheng, a flash of helplessness crossed Gu Deshui's eyes. Uncle Li, he also told me about the grudge between him and Standing Committee member Yu. If it were fair competition, I absolutely wouldn't bother you, but I really have no other choice now. Li Baoguo nodded and slowly set down his teacup. Deshui, that old fellow Yu Kaisheng is narrow-minded, he had a grudge against your father back in the day. Now that he's retired, his reach is still so long. It's really going too far. Rest assured, since I promised your father, I will take your matter to heart. Gu Deshui's eyes were full of gratitude. Uncle Li, thank you so much. Li Baoguo waved his hand and said, what are you thanking me for? Given my relationship with your father, you're practically my own nephew. How about this? Don't go back tonight. Come with me, this old man, to attend a dinner party. I'll introduce you to a few people, they are all officials from the provincial party committee. Gu Deshui's heart stirred, he understood that Li Baoguo was paving the way for him. He hurriedly nodded and replied, "All right, Uncle Li, I will follow your arrangements." Seeing that Gu Deshui wasn't curious and didn't pry to ask who it was, Li Baoguo smiled with satisfaction. He nodded to himself, feeling that Gu Deshui was worth cultivating. You see, in the political arena, if you want a leader to favor you, the first thing they value is definitely not your personal ability, but whether you can keep your mouth shut and control your curiosity. Deshui, go back to your room and rest first. I'll have someone call you when it's time to leave. Once a person reaches a certain age, it's easy to get sleepy. As Li Baoguo said this, he began to yawn. Gu Deshui hurriedly stood up and said respectfully, "All right, Uncle Li, please take care and get some rest. I'll head back to my room." After leaving the room, Gu Deshui walked slowly along the path of the military compound toward the guest room arranged for him. Once back in the room, Gu Deshui began to think about how he should conduct himself when he met those officials from the provincial party committee that evening. Hee, brothers, I did a good job, right? Gu Guotai took a photo of the property lease contract and sent it to the group chat. Zhao Xingxong replied almost instantly, "Guotai, I'm waiting for you at the entrance of the Administration for Industry and Commerce. Bring the contract over. Once we finish registering the company, our initial preparations will be done." Gu Lin, nice work, Guotai. Gu Lin was standing by the window on the third floor of the factory area office building. Seeing Gu Guotai's message, he flicked the cigarette in his hand and sent a badass emoji. Zhao Mingkong also popped up, "I've already contacted the table, chair, and computer suppliers. I'm just waiting for the renovation to finish so I can tell them to deliver." Upon seeing the message, Gu Guotai tagged Zhao Xingxong, "All right, I'm bringing the contract to you now." Seeing his brothers so motivated in the group chat, Gu Lin smiled with satisfaction. "Old Gu, are you still at the factory area?" Gu Guotai seemed to have thought of something and tagged Gu Lin in the group chat again. "Yeah, I'm just walking around here. Don't worry about me." Gu Lin stood on the third floor, took a photo, and sent it to the group chat. "Old Gu, it's almost 12 o'clock. Do you want to come over here for lunch? And you too, do you want to come over and have a meal together first?" Zhao Mingkong also sent a photo. In the photo, the hot pot restaurant was bustling with noise and excitement. "Kongzi, I had a jian bingguizi for lunch, so I won't go. Let's get the company matters sorted out first," Zhao Xingxong said, not forgetting to tag Gu Guotai. "Guotai, how much longer until you arrive? We're just waiting for your contract." Almost there, Gu Guotai replied in the group chat hurriedly. Gu Lin looked at Zhao Mingkong's message but didn't reply immediately. Instead, he made a video call to Isairu. The call was connected quickly, and Isairu's sweet face appeared on the screen. She was sitting at her desk in her bedroom, looking at her thesis. "Junior, why did you suddenly video call me?" Isairu's eyes curved into crescents. She put down the pen in her hand and adjusted the phone's camera slightly. Gu Lin looked at Isairu on the screen and smiled gently. "I wanted to see what my senior was busy with." Isairu pointed to the thesis spread out on the table. "What else could I be doing?" "Editing my thesis. My professor gave me some more revision suggestions. I feel like I'll never finish editing it. What about you? How is the progress with the company?" Gu Lin turned slightly to let Isairu see the office building behind him. "The progress is quite smooth." Chapter 39, Sister is an experienced driver. "Wow, Junior, is this the place you rented? It looks huge." Isairu looked at the background of the office building in the video, her eyes filled with wonder. Gu Lin nodded with a smile, and the camera angle switched. "This is the office building. Next to it is a workshop building, and there are 2 warehouses within the factory grounds. The facilities here are quite complete. It's very suitable for the initial stages of our startup." After following the camera, Isairu said with some concern, "Junior, such a large space, the rent must not be cheap, right?" "The rent isn't that expensive." Gu Lin shook his head. He then explained, "The landlord hasn't been able to rent this place out, so we happened to get a real bargain this time." Hearing this, the worried look on Isairu's face lessened slightly. "That's good. I was worried that the rent for such a big place would be very high. Junior, it's already noon. Have you eaten yet? Isairu looked at the other end of the video, seeing only Gu Lin alone in the factory area, and asked. Not yet. I've been busy with company and site matters. Sister E, have you eaten? Gu Lin asked back. Isairu chided playfully, no matter how busy you are, you have to eat on time. I'm just about to go eat. Gu Lin smiled at Isairu's response. Want to go out for lunch together? Speaking of which, Sister E, you haven't been to Kong Zi's hot pot restaurant yet, have you? Want to go try it together at noon? Sure, Junior, send me your location. I'll come pick you up. A smile appeared on Isairu's face. Gu Lin had been quite busy these past few days, and Isairu hadn't seen him for a while. Okay, I'll send you the location. Gu Lin said and hung up the phone. After sending the location to Isairu, he replied to Zhao Mingkong in the group chat. Gu Lin, Kong Zi, I'll be over in a bit. Got it, old Gu, Zhao Mingkong replied quickly in the group. Not long after, Isairu drove up in her Corolla and parked steadily at the entrance of the factory area. Looking at the factory area in front of her, which spanned over 20 mu, a hint of surprise flashed in Isairu's eyes. From the video earlier, the place already looked quite large. Now that she was actually there, it looked even bigger than it did in the video. Sister E. From the third floor, Gu Lin saw Isairu standing at the factory gate and waved his arm. Isairu looked up, saw Gu Lin, and a smile blossomed on her face. She then waved back to signal him. Gu Lin quickly came downstairs and reached Isairu in a moment. Sister E, you got here pretty fast. It's not that far from your place to here, is it? Isairu nodded, it's all right, only about 7 or 8 kilometers away. I just didn't expect this place to be so much bigger in person than it looked in the video. Gu Lin smiled, this place has been vacant for a long time. A lot of the plaster inside the building is peeling off. I've already found a renovation company. I plan to replaster and paint it with latex paint. The two of them talked as they walked toward the factory gate. After locking the gate, they both got into Isairu's car. Sister E, your driving skills are pretty good, Gu Lin praised from the passenger seat. Soft music was playing inside the car, and Isairu smiled gently at his words. Of course. I've had my driver's license for 3 years now. I'm a total experienced driver. Oh. No wonder your driving skills are so great, sister. Gu Lin sized Isairu up with a mischievous look. Isairu blushed slightly under Gu Lin's gaze. She reached out and lightly slapped his arm, feigning anger, what's with that look? Gu Lin chuckled, Sister E, I just suddenly thought, as an experienced driver like you, your skills definitely aren't limited to just driving. As a junior in college, even if Isairu hadn't eaten pork, hadn't she at least seen a pig run? She naturally understood the teasing in Gu Lin's words. Isairu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gave Gu Lin a sidelong glance. She pretended to be serious and said, you little brat, so young and yet you don't learn anything good, just picking up a slick tongue. The car continued to drive smoothly. The two chatted and laughed all the way, soon arriving at Zhao Mingkong's hot pot restaurant. After walking in, they found the restaurant was basically full. This Wanda Plaza branch was the busiest of Zhao Mingkong's family's restaurants, aside from the Shenzhen University branch. Since it was currently summer vacation, it wasn't surprising to see so many people. However, there was still one vacant table by the window. Zhao Mingkong was sharp-eyed and spotted Gu Lin and Isairu as soon as they walked in. Old Gu, Zhao Mingkong called out, quickly coming out from behind the checkout counter. Sister E is here too. Please, this way. Zhao Mingkong was slightly stunned to see Isairu. But he quickly recovered and warmly led Gu Lin and Isairu to the empty table by the window. He just secretly gave Gu Lin a look that said, you lucky dog. Old Gu, you're finally here. I've been bored to death. Zhao Mingkong sat across from them, his tone somewhat helpless. Haha, now you know it's not easy being a boss. Gu Lin smiled and handed Zhao Mingkong a cigarette. Zhao Mingkong took the cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. I used to think it looked easy when I saw my parents running this hot pot restaurant, but now that I'm doing it myself, I realize there's so much to deal with. Sitting next to Gu Lin, Isairu smiled and joined the conversation. Everything is hard at the beginning. Once you get all the processes sorted out, it'll be much easier. And look how good business is now, it's worth being a little tired. Zhao Mingkong grinned. Sister E really knows how to comfort people. But it's true, seeing so many people coming to eat hot pot gives me quite a sense of accomplishment. Mingkong, the decor in the shop is also quite nice. It really suits the aesthetic of young people. Isairu looked around the shop, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Haha, Sister E, does it feel similar to the decor of hot pot restaurants in Chengdu? When Zhao Mingkong spoke of the shop's decor, a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. Yeah, I've been to quite a few hot pot restaurants in Chengdu, and their style is very similar to yours. Isairu nodded and said with a smile. A couple of years ago, my parents went to Chengdu for business and had a meal at a hot pot restaurant there. After they came back, they used that decor as a reference and opened this shop and the one at Shenzhen University. As it turns out, these two shops are currently the busiest among the dozen or so restaurants our family owns. Zhao Mingkong began to tell the story with great enthusiasm. Your parents have a very forward-thinking vision. Nowadays, young people look for more than just taste, they care about the environment too, Isairu remarked. Just then, the waitress who had dropped the soup kettle lid into Zhou Min's pot last time walked over. Boss, the waitress first greeted Zhao Mingkong. When she saw Gu Lin, her eyes were full of gratitude. Thank you for what happened last time, the waitress said sincerely. It's fine. Just be more careful in the future and don't drop any more lids into the pots. Gu Lin smiled and shook his head, making a small joke. The waitress's face turned red. The boss gave us a full day of intensive training. It definitely won't happen again. Haha, Sister E, old Gu, take a look and see what you'd like to eat. Zhao Mingkong smiled and took the menu from the waitress, handing it to Isairu. Isairu took the menu and said while looking through it, Mingkong, give me some recommendations. Are there any signature dishes we must order? Zhao Mingkong got excited, then you definitely have to try our specialty tender beef. This beef is purchased fresh every day, the texture is exceptionally tender and smooth. And the tripe, swish it 7 or 8 times, and it'll be very crispy. Right, Sister E, Kong Zi's shrimp paste is also good, it's all handmade. Isairu nodded as she listened. Okay, then we'll order what you suggested. And let's add a vegetable platter. Chapter 40, Young and Aggressive, Land Rover Range Rover. Zhao Mingkong responded and took the menu from Isairu's hand. Then he handed it to the waitress standing nearby. Give us a split pot base, and a glass of orange juice. The waitress nodded with a smile and walked away quickly. Junior Gu, what was that about the waitress thanking you just now? After the waitress left, Isairu looked at Gu Lin with a curious gaze. Haha, it's like this, Sister E. Zhao Mingkong began to recount the story incessantly. A few days ago, a table of guests came to the shop. When this waitress went to add soup for them, she accidentally dropped the pot lid into the pot. I went to resolve it, but they wouldn't listen to me. In the end, it was old Gu who stepped in to settle the matter. So this little girl has been grateful to old Gu ever since. After hearing this, Isairu turned to look at Gu Lin, her eyes full of admiration. Calling her little girl this and little girl that. Kong Zi, you probably aren't even as old as she is. Gu Lin pointed at Zhao Mingkong with a chuckle. Zhao Mingkong gave a silly laugh. Old Gu, I'm just used to calling her that. Even if our ages are similar, she's my employee, so it feels natural to call her that. As they were speaking, the waitress brought out the split pot base. Immediately after, plates of fresh beef, tripe, shrimp paste, and other dishes were placed on the table one by one. Zhao Mingkong picked up his chopsticks and greeted them warmly. Sister E, old Gu, don't just talk, eat quickly while it's hot. The three of them started using their chopsticks, enjoying the delicious hot pot. Isairu took a bite of the shrimp paste, and her eyes lit up. This shrimp paste has a great texture, it's so bouncy and tender. Mingkong, your chef's skills are quite good. Zhao Mingkong looked proud. Of course, my parents worked hard to poach this chef from Chengdu. A genuine Chengdu local, his hot pot making skills are top-notch. After the meal, Gu Lin and the other two were full and were leaning back in their chairs chatting. "Old Gu, do you have any plans for the afternoon?" Zhao Mingkong said while rubbing his round, stuffed belly. "This afternoon, I'll wait for Xingsong and the others to send over the company account, then I'll transfer the funds to the company. Then I'll find a law firm to set up the equity structure. All right, I happen to have nothing to do this afternoon either." Zhao Mingkong nodded with a smile. "By the way, Old Gu, after we finish our driving test the day after tomorrow, what kind of car are you planning to buy?" Gu Lin thought for a moment and said slowly, "I haven't decided yet, I'll see what the budget is when the time comes." "What about you, Kong Zi? What are you planning to buy?" "Old Gu, did you forget? Didn't my parents say that as long as I take over the family business, they'd buy me a Range Rover?" "Hee hee, I've already picked it out. A black Range Rover autobiography long wheelbase." Gu Lin raised an eyebrow and teased, "Oh, young and aggressive, Land Rover Range Rover." "Young and frivolous, autobiography long wheelbase," Zhao Mingkong responded in kind. "Ha ha ha ha." The two looked at each other and burst into laughter. "Mingkong, you're doing well for yourself, driving a luxury car at such a young age." Listening to their conversation, Isairu couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Zhao Mingkong is only 18, right? And he's already starting to drive a luxury car worth around 2 million. Zhao Mingkong scratched his head somewhat sheepishly. "Sister E, it's mainly because my parents dote on me. Besides, they said they're only buying me this one car. Whether I can drive a Rolls-Royce in the future depends on our company with Old Gu." Gu Lin smiled and patted Zhao Mingkong's shoulder. "Don't worry, Kong Zi. Even if you can't afford a Rolls-Royce in the future, a base model Alto won't be a problem." Zhao Mingkong feigned anger and slapped Gu Lin's hand away. "Old Gu, stop talking nonsense. I wouldn't even look at an Alto." Watching the two tease each other, Isairu couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. "Sister E, with Kong Zi's conditions, do you have any best friends or anyone you could introduce to him?" Isairu was stunned for a moment, then her smile deepened. "Oh, Gu Lin, you're even worrying about Mingkong's lifelong happiness now." Zhao Mingkong waved his hand somewhat anxiously. "Sister E, don't listen to Old Gu's nonsense, I'm not in that much of a hurry. But if there's someone suitable, there's no harm in an introduction. Maybe fate will strike." Gu Lin smirked, "Kong Zi, stop being stubborn. You said you weren't in a hurry, but you looked so eager just now." Zhao Mingkong's face turned slightly red. "Old Gu, stop teasing me. Seriously, Sister E, if there really is someone suitable, you must introduce me." "No problem, but my best friends are all juniors, 3 or 4 years older than you." When Isairu mentioned age, she glanced at Gu Lin inadvertently. "Older sisters are great, they know how to take care of people. I like older sisters." Gu Lin caught the meaning in Isairu's words and quickly spoke up. "Exactly, a woman 3 years older is like holding a gold brick." Zhao Mingkong also nodded repeatedly. Seeing their reactions, Isairu couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Then I'll feel at ease introducing someone to you. I have a roommate named Lin Danyang, also from the literature department. Her hometown is in the neighboring Yuan province. She has a carefree personality just like yours, so you two should have plenty to talk about." Zhao Mingkong's eyes lit up, his interest piqued. "Sister E, do you have a photo or something? Let me see." "Wait a moment, let me look for one." As Isairu spoke, she began flipping through her photo album. Gu Lin watched the scene from the side, just smiling without saying a word. "Found it. This one with short hair and a round face is her." After a short while, Isairu found a group photo of 5 people. Gu Lin also leaned in to take a look. It had to be said that the quality of Isairu's dormitory was quite high. The 5 people in the photo were all beauties with good looks. Especially another girl with long, wavy hair, her beauty was on par with Isairu's. Her figure was even more explosive than Isairu's. "Sister E, can you introduce me to this roommate?" Zhao Mingkong smiled as he looked at the photo, pointing his finger at the girl with the big waves. Isairu was stunned for a moment, then looked in the direction Zhao Mingkong was pointing and couldn't help but smile. "You mean Chen Yu? She's not my roommate, she's my best friend, 1 year above me. She came to our dorm to hang out that day, so we took a photo together. Speaking of which, she has quite a bit of fate with you guys. The person I recommended for your company is her." Hearing this, Zhao Mingkong's eyes widened even further. He said in surprise, "Wow, Sister E, that's such a coincidence. Sister E, do you think I have a chance if I pursue her?" Seeing Zhao Mingkong's eager and expectant look, Isairu couldn't help but smile. "I can't say for sure, but Qinyu has an independent personality and quite high standards. Many rich second-generation kids or handsome guys at school have pursued her, but she didn't take a liking to any of them." "Then I'll just forget it." Hearing this, Zhao Mingkong immediately lost heart. Seeing this, Gu Lin patted Zhao Mingkong's shoulder. "Kongzi, I think Lin Danyang is quite suitable for you. Besides, Lin Danyang isn't bad looking either. More importantly, her personality matches yours. Mingkong, you decide for yourself. No matter what you choose, I'll help you ask. However, I advise you not to hold out much hope for Qinyu." Isairu had seen too many boys get rejected by Qinyu, so she advised him earnestly. "Then Sister E, please help me ask Lin Danyang." Hearing both Gu Lin and Isairu say this, Zhao Mingkong gave a silly laugh and quickly cut off that little thought in his mind. He didn't have many other strengths, but he was good at being open-minded. Chapter 41, Equity Distribution. "All right, I'll help you ask her tonight," Isairu said with a smile. "Hee, then many thanks, Sister E." Zhao Mingkong's face lit up with joy. "Look at you, so easily satisfied." Gu Lin shook his head helplessly. "Old Gu, don't be the well-fed man who doesn't understand the hunger of others. Sister E is so good to you, I'm quite envious myself." Zhao Mingkong looked at the two of them with a suggestive gaze. "Get out of here, don't talk nonsense," Gu Lin scolded with a laugh. He then inadvertently glanced at Isairu. He saw that Isairu's face was already as flushed as a tomato. Seeing Isairu blushing, Gu Lin's heart stirred. So he changed the subject. All right, let's call Xingtsung and ask if their company registration is finished." Zhao Mingkong also sensed the subtle atmosphere. Following Gu Lin's lead, he said, "I'll call him right now." Zhao Mingkong pulled out his phone and quickly dialed Xingtsung's number. Zhao Xingtsung's voice soon came from the other end. "Mingkong, I was just about to call you and old Gu." Zhao Mingkong said with a smile, "That's what we call synergy." "So, is everything done?" Zhao Xingtsung replied, "It's done. Guotai and I are planning to head to the law firm. Guotai's family business frequently cooperates with this law firm. I'll send you the location now, you and old Gu can just come straight over." Zhao Mingkong responded, "All right. Old Gu and I will head out now. See you in a bit." After hanging up the phone, Zhao Mingkong turned to look at Gu Lin. "Xingtsung said the company registration is finished. They're heading to the law firm and want us to go straight there. He'll send the location in a moment." Gu Lin nodded and looked at Isairu. "Sister E, if you don't have anything to do this afternoon, do you want to come along?" Isairu looked a bit hesitant. "Forget it, I won't go. I need to go back and revise my thesis a bit more, and then it'll be time to go help out at the shop." "All right, then drive carefully, Sister E." Gu Lin nodded, not forcing the issue. "Don't worry, I'm an experienced driver," Isairu said, shaking the car keys in her hand. "Right, an experienced driver," Gu Lin said, his tone heavy with hidden meaning. "I'm leaving now." Isairu gave Gu Lin a huffy glare before standing up to leave. "Goodbye, Sister E." Zhao Mingkong, not understanding the interaction between the two, gave Isairu a smiling farewell. "Goodbye." Isairu waved her hand and slowly walked out of the shop. After Isairu left, Zhao Mingkong looked at Gu Lin with a knowing expression. "Old Gu, a girl like Isairu is really quite good. You should cherish her. And then there's Zhao Rongrong, what exactly are your plans regarding her?" "Haha, Mingkong, you should worry about your own lifelong matters first." Gu Lin laughed heartily, not giving a direct answer to Zhao Mingkong's question. "You, sigh." Seeing that Gu Lin didn't want to answer, Zhao Mingkong shook his head. This good brother of his was great at handling everything in life, except for his romantic affairs, which were a bit hard to explain. Just then, Zhao Mingkong's phone received the law firm's location from Zhao Xingtsung. Let's go, old Gu, the location's been sent. Zhao Mingkong put away his phone and slowly stood up. The two arrived at the law firm. Zhao Xingtsung and Guotai were in a conference room, communicating with a lawyer. Seeing them enter, Zhao Xingtsung stood up and waved. Old Gu, Mingkong, this is Lawyer Li. After everyone exchanged greetings, they all took their seats. Lawyer Li pushed the glasses up the bridge of his nose, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces one by one. He spoke up, since all you shareholders are here, let's get down to business. Based on the information provided earlier by Mr. Zhao and Mr. Guo, as well as my preliminary analysis, the company currently faces several issues on a legal level. As Lawyer Li spoke, he opened a folder and took out a stack of documents filled with dense annotations. First is the issue of the company's equity distribution. Although you partners already have a rough agreement, from a professional legal perspective, there are still some ambiguities that could lead to potential disputes in the future. For instance, in certain special circumstances, the exercise of equity and decision-making authority is not clearly defined. In my career, I've seen many companies fail simply because of disagreements among shareholders. Lawyer Li looked serious as he took a sip of tea. And disagreements between shareholders largely stem from unclear equity distribution. In your current situation, you seem to have an agreement, but when the company faces major decisions, a lack of consensus could lead to constant bickering. The best way is to designate one shareholder to be responsible for managing and operating the company. However, this shareholder would possess veto power. The other shareholders would only be responsible for dividends and would not participate in the company's operations. Alternatively, you could hire a professional CEO to manage the company while the shareholders handle supervision. After Lawyer Li finished speaking, he quietly waited for the decision from Gu Lin and the other three. A brief silence fell over the conference room as everyone processed the proposal put forward by Lawyer Li. Zhao Xingtsung was the first to break the silence. Old Gu, this manager position has to be you. Xingtsung, I'm not suitable. You forgot that I still have to go to school in Chengdu. Gu Lin shook his head. I have to go to school in Chengdu too, Gu Guotai hurriedly added. I still have the hot pot restaurant to manage. Seeing the gazes of the three, Zhao Mingkong spoke quickly. Xingtsung, you are the most suitable one, Gu Lin said to Zhao Xingtsung with a serious tone. But I don't have any management or operational experience, Zhao Xingtsung said with a bitter smile. Gu Lin patted Zhao Xingtsung's shoulder. Xingtsung, experience is accumulated slowly. Among us, you are the most steady in your actions. Zhao Mingkong chimed in from the side, that's right, Xingtsung, old Gu is correct. When I'm free, I can also come and help you out. Gu Guotai nodded in agreement, Xingtsung, everyone believes in you. With old Gu as your backing, there will definitely be no problem. Besides, aren't we supposed to have someone who understands management and operations coming in a few days? If her ability is up to par, let her manage the company, and you and Mingkong can handle the supervision. Whenever there's a major decision, just contact me and old Gu. Thinking of Gu Lin's background, Zhao Xingtsung pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. All right, since everyone trusts me so much, I'll take on this responsibility. If Sister Yi's best friend is truly capable, then she can be the company's CEO. Mingkong and I will handle the supervision. Everyone nodded in approval. Seeing that they had reached a preliminary consensus, Lawyer Li brought out the equity distribution documents. In that case, once this lady arrives, if it's determined that she will manage the company, the relevant employment contract and the division of rights and obligations will need to be drafted in detail to ensure that all parties' interests are protected. In the meantime, if you have any other thoughts regarding the equity agreement, you can communicate with me at any time. All right, thank you for your trouble, Lawyer Li. After the group finished signing, Gu Lin also felt a weight lift from his mind. Chapter 42, Some people spend their lives healing their childhood. It's all part of my job, Lawyer Li said with a smile, shaking his head. Looking at the highly professional Lawyer Li, Gu Lin began to have some ideas of his own. The company is just starting out, but as it grows, we'll definitely need our own legal department. Gu Lin greatly admired Lawyer Li's professionalism and character. He thought about headhunting Lawyer Li for the company if the opportunity arose in the future. However, the company was still too small, Lawyer Li probably wouldn't be interested yet. After finishing their discussion at the firm, the group walked out the front door, and Zhao Xingtsung stretched. Now that this is settled, it's up to us to grow the company step by step. Gu Lin said with a smile, yeah, this is just the beginning. There's a long road ahead. Xingtsong, organize the company's current status over the next few days. When Sister Yi's best friend arrives, we'll need to give her a comprehensive introduction. Zhao Xingtsong nodded. All right, I've got it. Mingkong, spend the next few days asking around about the purchase prices offered by these vegetable vendors. Zhao Mingkong laughed. No problem, leave it to me. As for Guotai, come with me and keep an eye on the factory's renovation for the next couple of days. Sure thing, old Gu Guotai replied. By the way, the three of us should transfer the funds to the company account in a bit. Gu Lin said, looking at Zhao Mingkong and Gu Guotai. Guotai paid the rent, so you just need to transfer another 50,000 to the company account later. Zhao Mingkong patted his chest and laughed heartily. No problem, I'll transfer it in a bit. Gu Guotai scratched his head. All right, old Gu, I'll transfer it right away too. Zhao Xingtsong watched the scene from the side, saying nothing. He just silently made a decision in his heart. Xingtsong, don't overthink it. Gu Lin noticed something was off with Zhao Xingtsong and patted him on the shoulder. Old Gu, I'm fine. Zhao Xingtsong slowly shook his head. There's basically nothing left to do today. Everyone, go home and get some rest. Gu Lin checked the time, it was already 4 p.m., and spoke to the three of them. With that, they all went their separate ways. By the time Zhao Xingtsong took the bus home, it was already 5:30 p.m. The house was bustling. Zhao Shiqing and Lu Feng were playing mahjong with another man and woman. Quite a few people were gathered around watching. Seeing Zhao Xingtsong return, Zhao Shiqing only glanced up before looking away. Xingtsong's back. Lu Feng glanced at her son and then quickly shifted her gaze back to the mahjong tiles. Two of dots, Zhao Shiqing said, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he discarded a tile. Mahjong, the other man laughed, pushing his tiles forward. Damn. I was going to discard the one of bamboos. Zhao Shiqing scratched his head in frustration. Zhao Xingtsong frowned at the scene. The room was filled with smoke, and the noisy environment made his already tired nerves even more frazzled. He really didn't understand why his parents were so addicted to the mahjong table every day. Zhao Xingtsong didn't say anything and headed straight for his room. As he passed through the living room, he saw the floor littered with cigarette butts and sunflower seed shells, feeling a wave of disgust. Just as he entered his room and closed the door, he heard Zhao Shiqing swearing outside again because he had lost. Zhao Xingtsong slumped onto his bed. Thinking of the care Gu Lin and the others showed him, and then looking at his own home which lacked any warmth, he felt a pang of bitterness. Big brother, you're back. Just then, a little girl about 3 or 4 years old poked her head in from the doorway. Wenwen, come here. Zhao Xingtsong's face broke into a gentle smile when he saw his younger sister, Zhao Wenwen. Zhao Wenwen trotted over to the bedside on her short little legs. Brother, why are you back so late? She asked in a childish voice. Zhao Xingtsong gently tweaked Zhao Wenwen's little nose. Big brother was busy with company business. In the future, I'm going to work hard to make our home better and better. Zhao Wenwen nodded, though she didn't fully understand. Her eyes sparkled as she said, Big brother is so amazing. Does that mean we can live in a big house and buy a car in the future? Zhao Xingtsong felt a pang of sorrow looking at his innocent and adorable sister. He knew he had to strive not only for the company's future but also to create a good environment for his sister to grow up in. We'll live in a big house and buy a car. Right then, Zhao Shiqing's loud arguing could be heard from outside. I played the wrong tile. This round doesn't count. Redo. Zhao Xingtsong sighed helplessly. Zhao Wenwen shrank into Zhao Xingtsong's arms, startled by the noise. Zhao Xingtsong held his sister tight and comforted her softly, Don't be afraid, Wenwen. Big brother is here. After soothing his sister, Zhao Xingtsong decided he couldn't let the household continue like this. He then walked out of his room into the living room, looking at Zhao Shiqing and Lu Feng with a serious expression. Uncles and aunties, we have some family matters to discuss. Please head home for now. If Xingtsong has something to talk to his parents about, we'll take our leave then. The men who had won money looked delighted and said quickly. No way. You can't just leave after winning. We have to play until tonight. Hearing this, Zhao Shiqing immediately grew anxious and shouted. Uncle, please go home first, Zhao Xingtsung said, waving them off. All right, all right. Hearing this, the man hurried to pull his wife out of Zhao Xingtsung's home. Seeing that the excitement was over, the others also left one by one. What do you think you're doing, you little brat? Zhao Shiqing roared at Zhao Xingtsung. Mom, Dad, stop playing mahjong. The house is a mess, and you're setting a terrible example for Wenwen. Zhao Xingtsung looked at Zhao Shiqing expressionlessly. Zhao Shiqing stood up immediately upon hearing this. He glared and said, What do you know? We've worked hard our whole lives. What's wrong with playing a little mahjong to relax? Lu Feng chimed in, Exactly. Mind your own business and just take care of yourself. Zhao Xingtsung felt a wave of distress looking at his stubborn parents. Mom, Dad, you always say you've worked hard for most of your lives, but you haven't looked after me since I started elementary school. You say I cost you a lot of money during school, but that was the money Grandpa left for me before he died. Grandpa knew you were unreliable. Before he passed, he gave me all his savings and told me never to give it to you. I trusted you, so I gave you the money Grandpa left me. As Zhao Xingtsung spoke, his voice trembled slightly, his eyes filled with complex emotions. And the result? You spent it on eating, drinking, and having fun, you spent it on mahjong. After paying my tuition and meal fees, you didn't give me a single cent of pocket money. Ming Kong and the other two were picked up after school every day, while I had to live in the school dormitory all by myself. They always had dozens of yuan in their pockets for spending money, while I didn't have a penny. Do you know how much that hurt? You don't know, because you've never cared about my feelings. Chapter 43, Some people spend their whole lives healing their childhood. Zhao Xingtsung became more and more agitated as he spoke, his voice carrying a hint of a sob. For so many years, I've worked hard on my own, got into university, and now I'm starting a business with the three of them. Have you ever helped me with anything? No. But even so, I still thought about letting you live a good life once the company is doing well, so that Wenwen could have a bright future. But look at this home now, what does it look like? Zhao Shiqing and Lu Feng were stunned by Zhao Xingtsung's outburst. The two looked at each other, their faces showing a mix of embarrassment and guilt. Lu Feng opened her mouth, wanting to argue, but she didn't know what to say. Zhao Shiqing was silent for a moment before muttering, We didn't ignore you on purpose. It's just, this is how we've always lived. Zhao Xingtsung looked at his father with a firm gaze. The past is the past, but now it's different. Wenwen is still young. I don't want her to grow up in an environment like this, just like I did. Can't you think of her for once? As Zhao Xingtsung said this, tears slowly rolled down from the corners of his eyes. Mom, Dad, stop playing cards. Let's all work hard as a family, and our lives will get better. In the past, I envied Gu Lin because he had a father in a high position. I also envied Ming Kong and Guotai for having wealthy parents. Zhao Xingtsung wiped the tears from his eyes and gave a self-deprecating laugh. Mom, Dad, I've come to terms with it now. A person's fate is determined from birth. I know you don't have much capability, and I don't expect much from you. I will work hard for those things, but I beg you, don't let our family continue like this. Zhao Shiqing and Lu Feng lowered their heads, not daring to look their son in the eye. The room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, with only Zhao Xingtsung's slightly sobbing voice echoing. Don't cry, big brother. Zhao Wenwen tugged at Zhao Xingtsung's pant leg. Wenwen, I'm not crying, Zhao Xingtsung said gently, wiping the tears from his face. Mom, Dad, this time I'm starting a business with Gu Lin and the others. Do you know how much psychological pressure I'm under? Gu Lin contributed 30,000, while Ming Kong and Guotai each put in 200,000. And I didn't contribute a single cent, yet they still gave me a 20% stake. Dad, honestly, with Uncle Gu's connections and the capital and resources of Ming Kong and Guotai's families, what could they possibly do that would lose money? Even if they tied a dog up as a partner, that dog could do very well. At this point, Zhao Xingtsung's emotions calmed down slightly. They were willing to bring me along entirely because of our years of brotherhood. I remember all the care they've shown me over the years, and I'm very grateful to them. But this 20% stake for nothing always makes me feel uneasy. Zhao Shiqing and Lu Feng looked up slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. They hadn't expected Gu Lin and the others to look after Zhao Xingtsong so much. Setting everything else aside, even based on the registered capital of 70,000, a 20% stake was worth nearly 150,000. Forget it, why am I even telling you this? Zhao Xingtsong shook his head, feeling a bit ridiculous. Mom, Dad, I really don't ask for your help, but please don't let this home get any worse. After saying that, Zhao Xingtsong picked up Zhao Wenwen and returned to his room. Zhao Shiqing and Lu Feng were left standing there, looking at each other in silence. Shiqing, we were really wrong. It took a while for Lu Feng to snap out of it. Zhao Shiqing slowly nodded and gave a long sigh. Sigh, all these years, we really have been too foolish. We've just been muddling through life, and it's been hard on our son. Lu Feng's eyes reddened, filled with regret. Our son has worried himself sick over this family. We can't go on like this, we need to make a change. Feng, how much money do we have in savings? Zhao Shiqing asked Lu Feng, as if he had thought of something. Including the money your father left behind, we have a total of 110,000 in the house. Lu Feng didn't know why her husband was suddenly asking this, but she answered truthfully. Let's give 100,000 to our son so he doesn't feel so much pressure. We'll keep 10,000 for living expenses, and I'll go find a job tomorrow. Zhao Shiqing's tone was firm, as if he had made a major decision. Lu Feng was slightly taken aback, then nodded vigorously. Shiqing, you're right. We have to help our son. Meanwhile, when Gu Lin returned home, Li Yulan had also just returned from work. Mom, when is Dad coming back? Gu Lin asked with concern as he looked at Li Yulan sitting on the sofa. Son, your dad called and said he won't be back today. General Li really appreciates him and is taking him to meet some provincial leaders tonight. Li Yulan replied with a smile on her face. She was genuinely happy for her husband that he was being valued by a big leader. Then I'm relieved. Hearing this, Gu Lin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had been busy with company matters all day, he had been worried about Gu Deshui. How are things going with your company? Having set her mind at ease about Gu Deshui, Li Yulan began to worry about Gu Lin. The site is rented, the company is registered, the equipment is ordered, and now we're just waiting for the renovations. Gu Lin briefly updated Li Yulan on the company's progress. That's quite fast. Li Yulan nodded slightly after hearing this. Mom, once the place is renovated, I'll take you and Dad to see it. Gu Lin took an apple from the table and smiled while peeling it. Li Yulan nodded with a smile. All right, I'd like to see where you're starting your business and see the results of my son's hard work. Son, sit for a while. I'll go make dinner, Li Yulan said as she stood up to go to the kitchen. Mom, I'll help you, Gu Lin said, quickly standing up. Okay. Li Yulan looked at Gu Lin, who was now a head taller than her, and smiled with pride. Everything in the family was moving in a good direction, and this feeling made Li Yulan feel very at peace. Knock, knock, knock. Along with the sound of knocking on the door, Gu Deshui woke up from his sleep. After returning to his room at noon, he had been thinking about meeting the provincial leaders that night and had unknowingly fallen asleep. Come in, Gu Deshui said as he sat up from the bed. Secretary Gu, the chief wants you to get ready. We'll be leaving in a moment. Li Baoguo's guard said in a deep voice after entering. All right, tell Uncle Li I'll be over after I wash up. Gu Deshui nodded. Gu Deshui quickly got up and went into the bathroom. After washing up, he carefully straightened his clothes. After all, he was going to meet important provincial leaders tonight. This was a crucial opportunity for him, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. When he walked out of the room, the guard was already waiting outside. Secretary Gu, the chief is waiting for you in the car. Gu Deshui nodded, and the two of them walked towards the entrance of the military compound together. When Gu Deshui reached the entrance, he saw a black Hongqi sedan parked there. The car bore a license plate with red characters on a white background, Lu A0001. When Gu Deshui opened the car door, Li Baoguo was sitting in the back seat with his eyes closed, resting. De Shui, sit next to me. Hearing the movement, Li Baoguo slowly opened his eyes, which held an innate air of authority. Chapter 44, The Gathering with the Highest Concentration of Power. Okay, Uncle Li, Gu Desui replied respectfully, gently getting into the car. Inside the car, besides Li Baogua and Gu Desui, there were only Li Baogua's guard and a driver. The sedan started smoothly and drove toward a private restaurant. The atmosphere inside the car was slightly solemn. Gu Desui knew in his heart that this meeting was crucial for his political career. Li Baogua opened his eyes slightly and looked at Gu Desui. "De Shui, taking you to this dinner tonight has no other meaning than to introduce you to a few people. This will also be very beneficial for your future political development." Gu Desui nodded quickly, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Uncle Li, I understand your kind intentions. I will keep your care for me in my heart. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will surely repay your kindness for recognizing my potential." Li Baogua waved his hand. "Don't talk about repayment for now. Just do your job well and don't let down the organization's expectations of you. And don't let down my good intentions. I've had a relationship with your father for decades. If I can give you a hand, I certainly won't sit idly by." Gu Desui quickly said, "Uncle Li, rest assured, I will not disappoint you or the organization." Hearing Gu Desui put him before the organization, Li Baogua knew that Gu Desui had clearly defined his stance. Li Baogua nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction showing in his eyes. The sedan continued forward smoothly, the city lights outside passing by like fireflies. The cars and buildings on the road gradually decreased. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the private restaurant. Although it was called a restaurant, it was actually a manor. The surroundings of the manor were quiet and serene, as if separated from the hustle and bustle of the city. "Xiao Wang, don't be in a hurry. I want to say a few words to De Shui first." Seeing the guard about to get out and open the car door, Li Baogua waved his hand and said, "Yes, Chief," the guard replied respectfully and stopped his movement. "De Shui, let me first tell you who is coming tonight." Li Baogua turned slightly to face Gu Desui, his expression becoming serious. "Among those present tonight is Minister Li from the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department. He has a significant say in the selection and appointment of officials. There's also Director Zhang from the Provincial Public Security Department, who also serves as the Vice Governor." Gu Desui listened intently, his heart involuntarily beating faster, knowing that the weight of this dinner exceeded his imagination. Li Baogua continued, "In addition, there is Chief of General Staff Sun from our military region, who also knows your father. The most important one among them is Provincial Party Secretary Li Changbing. You must leave a good impression on him. Your appointment is basically a matter of a single word from him." Gu Desui quickly nodded. "Uncle Li, don't worry, I've remembered everything. In addition, there is Secretary Yu, the Municipal Party Secretary of Quan City, and Chairman Zhang of Lu Energy Group." After hearing Li Baogua's introduction, Gu Desui secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. The four people from the political world were all at the deputy ministerial level or above, and members of the Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee. In the military world, Li Baogua holds the rank of general, and the Chief of General Staff holds the rank of lieutenant general. Lu Energy Group is the #1 state-owned enterprise in Lu Province. To be the chairman of this state-owned enterprise, the connections behind him must be almost celestial. There was no doubt that the one with the most power here was Li Baogua, followed by Provincial Party Secretary Li Changbing. But the levels of the others were also such that a stomp of their feet would make Lu Province tremble. Gu Desui had already thought this dinner would be big enough. But after hearing Li Baogua's introduction, he realized his perspective was still too small. A single dinner gathering included the political, military, and business circles of Lu Province. These people together were basically the peak of power in Lu Province. Li Baogua patted Gu Deshui's shoulder and said earnestly, "De Shui, this is a rare opportunity. As long as you handle these relationships well, the road ahead will be much easier." Gu Deshui's gaze was firm. "Uncle Li, I will definitely not fail your teaching and expectations." Li Baogua then nodded with satisfaction and gestured to the guard. The guard immediately got out of the car and opened the door for the two of them. When Gu Desui got out of the car, he looked at the plaque of the manor, which shockingly bore the 4 large characters, Shanha Manor. Gu Desui took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and followed Li Baogua into Shanha Manor. Stepping into the manor, beneath his feet was a simple blue stone path, and the pine and cypress trees along the road were lush and green, with a solemn atmosphere amidst the silence. Walking along the small path, they came to an ancient-style pavilion. Two attendants dressed in traditional clothing at the door saw Li Baogua and Gu Deshui and bowed slightly. They said in a respectful tone, "General Li, please come in." Gu Deshui's eyes inadvertently swept across the waists of the two attendants, and he couldn't help but gasp. The waists of those two attendants were bulging, clearly carrying handguns. As the deputy secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Shen City, Gu Deshui would certainly not be too surprised to see a handgun. Moreover, at Li Baogua's level, his guard Xiao Wang carried a handgun. What surprised Gu Deshui was that even a waitress at the manor would carry a handgun at their waist. This couldn't help but shock him. Especially at a gathering of so many high-ranking officials. This showed that the owner of this manor was also a person with immense influence in Lu province. After pushing open the door, the room was brightly lit, and the interior was decorated luxuriously yet elegantly. Around a huge redwood round table, several people of extraordinary bearing were already seated. General Li. Seeing Li Baogua enter, everyone stood up, their faces carrying either warm or respectful smiles. Provincial Party Secretary Li Changgang was the first to come forward. Shaking Li Baogua's hand, he said with a smile, "Old Li, you finally arrived, everyone has been waiting for you." Shifting his gaze, he looked at Gu Deshui. "This must be Gu Lin, Secretary Gu, you are truly a fine young man." Given Li Changgang's age, calling Gu Deshui Gu Lin was indeed not a problem. Gu Deshui stepped forward quickly and said respectfully, "Hello, Secretary Li, I am Gu Deshui." Li Changgang nodded with a smile and patted Gu Deshui's shoulder. "No need to be too formal, today is just an ordinary gathering of us old friends." However, Gu Deshui knew in his heart that this was by no means an ordinary gathering. In such a setting, every word and every action could have far-reaching consequences. Li Changgang led Gu Deshui and Li Baogua to the round table, and everyone took their seats. Gu Deshui was arranged to sit between Li Baogua and Minister Li from the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department. As soon as he sat down, Minister Li looked at Gu Deshui with a smile, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. "Gu Lin, I've long heard that you reached the position of Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee at such a young age in Shen City. You must have many unique insights." Gu Deshui leaned forward slightly and said humbly, "Minister Li, you flatter me. I am also constantly learning and exploring, and there are still many areas where I fall short. The development Shen City has achieved today is inseparable from the support and guidance of all the leaders, and even more so from the joint efforts of the vast number of cadres and the masses." Chapter 45, Valued by the Provincial Party Secretary. Minister Li nodded slightly and then raised his wine glass. "Come, young Secretary Gu, I toast you. I hope you can continue to shine in your work in the future." "Minister Li, it is I who should be toasting you." Gu Deshui hurried to raise his glass, carefully clinking it with Minister Li's before draining it in one go. "Minister Li, please give me more guidance in the future. I will certainly learn with an open mind." At this time, Director Zhang of the Provincial Public Security Department also spoke up with a smile. "Secretary Gu, society is developing rapidly nowadays, and public security issues are becoming increasingly complex. You must handle this well in Shen City." Gu Deshui immediately responded, "Rest assured, Director Zhang. Shen City has always attached great importance to public security work, striving to create a safe and stable living environment for our citizens. At the same time, I also hope to receive more support and guidance from you and the provincial department." Director Zhang smiled with satisfaction. "That's good. Social stability is the foundation of development, we cannot afford to be careless." As they spoke, Chief of General Staff son of the military district laughed heartily. "Deshui, your father was a fierce general in the military district back in the day. You need to have that same drive and spirit of yours." Gu Deshui said with a smile, "Chief of Staff son, I have always taken my father as a role model and strived to measure up to him. I know the weight of the responsibility I shoulder, and I will certainly give it my all to live up to the mission." Secretary Yu, the Municipal Party Secretary of Quan City, also chimed in. "Secretary Gu, we should communicate more in the future and learn from each other's experiences." Gu Deshui quickly said, "Secretary Yu, you are very experienced. I will definitely have to ask you for advice in the future, and I hope you won't hesitate to teach me." Chairman Zhang of Lu Energy Group also spoke up at this moment. "Young Secretary Gu, a subsidiary of our Lu Energy Group wants to establish a branch in Shen City. I wonder if you have any suitable land over there." Gu Deshui's heart stirred, knowing that this was someone bringing achievements to his doorstep. However, his face still maintained a proper smile. Chairman Zhang, as long as a project is beneficial to the development of Shen City and complies with relevant policies and regulations, we will certainly provide strong support. Of course, I also hope that Lu Energy Group can bring more opportunities and vitality to Shen City. Watching this scene from the side, a faint smile appeared on Li Baoguo's aged face. Hearing Gu Deshui's words, Chairman Zhang nodded with satisfaction. Young Secretary Gu is indeed a straightforward person. Let's find a time later to properly discuss the specific details of the cooperation. Gu Deshui quickly replied, "All right, Chairman Zhang, I will await your arrangements at any time." Subsequently, Li Baoguo slowly stood up and looked around at everyone with a smile. The others did not dare to be slow and stood up one after another. In today's gathering, it's rare for everyone to be together. It's not just a reunion for us old friends. It's also to provide Deshui with an opportunity to get to know and exchange ideas with everyone. Deshui is a young man with ability and drive. If you can help him in his work in the future, please do so. Everyone responded in agreement, offering Gu Deshui another round of praise. Brotherly, don't worry. Deshui still has a lot of room for growth. Provincial Party Secretary Li Changing was the first to speak, his tone sounding quite domineering. Hearing Provincial Party Secretary Li Changing's certain and assertive words, everyone was slightly taken aback. Immediately after, meaningful smiles appeared on their faces. Li Baoguo nodded slightly, his eyes full of gratification. Changing, I'll leave this child, Deshui, to you from now on. Don't worry, old brother, I will cultivate him well. After Li Changing finished speaking, he patted Gu Deshui on the shoulder with a smile. Feeling Li Changing's hand on his shoulder, Gu Deshui's heart was filled with excitement. He knew that Li Changing intended to groom him as a trusted confidant. Secretary Li, your expectations are the driving force for my progress. I will not let you down. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable. It must be said that for these people who could reach such positions, they understood the art of language perfectly. Throughout the entire 2 hours, not a single person's words fell flat. After the gathering ended, Gu Deshui returned to the military district compound, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. Today's gathering was of extraordinary significance. Not only did he get to know many high-ranking and powerful people, but he also gained the regard of Provincial Party Secretary Li Changing. This undoubtedly paved a broader path for his future political career. The current outcome was undoubtedly the best. Lying on the bed, Gu Deshui's thoughts drifted back to Shen City. They drifted to his wife, Li Yuan, and his son, Gu Lin. So he took out his phone and called Li Yuan to let the family know he was safe. The call was quickly connected, and Li Yuan's gentle voice came from the other end. Deshui, is it over on your side? The corners of Gu Deshui's mouth curled up unconsciously as he said softly, yeah, it's over. I just got back to the military district compound and wanted to let you know I'm safe. Li Yuan chuckled over the phone. That's good. How was the gathering today? Did it go smoothly? Thinking of today's experience, Gu Deshui's eyes were full of smiles. It went very smoothly. I met many important people who will be of great help to my future work. Moreover, Provincial Party Secretary Li Changing values me highly. It looks like he plans to focus on grooming me. Li Yuan heard the excitement in Gu Deshui's voice and was sincerely happy for him. That's wonderful. I knew you could do it. But you should also be careful, the higher the position, the greater the responsibility. Gu Deshui nodded seriously, as if Li Yuan could see him. Wife, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. By the way, where's Gu Lin? Is he home? He's at home. He just finished eating and is resting in his room now. He's been busy with company matters all day and is exhausted. After Li Yuan finished speaking, she followed up with a question. Deshui, do you want me to call him over so you can say a few words to him? Gu Deshui hesitated for a moment. Forget it. I'll have a good talk with him when I get back. Li Yuan responded, all right, then you father and son can have a good chat when you return. After hanging up the phone, Gu Deshui soon fell into a dream with a smile on his face. At this moment, Gu Lin was sitting at his computer desk, a cigarette between his fingers, looking at the balance on his phone. After this period of accumulation, the balance in his card had reached 320,000. Gu Lin gently blew out a smoke ring, looked at the string of numbers, and thought about transferring this 300,000 to the company account tomorrow. Today's date was July 11th. Most universities started in early September. This meant there were about 5 days left before the start of the term. According to the system's pattern of 10,000 a day, he would have at least 500,000 in hand before school started. Gu Lin stubbed out his cigarette, stretched, and walked to the window. During this period, starting the company and dealing with his father Gu Dishue's position and other matters had made Gu Lin much more mature. Chapter 46, Shai Gu Guotai. Early the next morning, Gu Lin called Gu Guotai and they rushed to the factory area. Yesterday, Gu Lin and Wang Lirong had made an appointment to measure the renovation area of the factory today. When the two arrived at the factory entrance, they found 3 cars parked there. One was a black Porsche Panamera, and another was a white Maserati President. The other was a black Great Wall Cannon, its truck bed filled with tools. Wang Lirong and Zhou Yu were chatting and laughing at the factory entrance. 2 masters in work uniforms stood to the side, smoking. "Master, I've transferred the money to you." Seeing the 2 women, Gu Lin quickly paid the taxi driver and pulled Gu Guotai toward them. Gu Lin pulled Gu Guotai along, reaching Zhao Lirong and Zhou Yu in a few steps. "Sister Zhou, Sister Wang, we're not late, are we?" Wang Lirong smiled and waved her hand. "You're not late, we just arrived a moment ago as well." She then pointed to the 2 masters in work uniforms beside her. She introduced them. "These 2 are the masters from our company who will be measuring the area." Hearing Zhao Lirong's introduction, the 2 masters smiled and nodded to Gu Lin and Gu Guotai. Gu Lin pulled out a pack of Chunghua from his pocket and offered one to each of the masters. "Thank you, boss, but I won't smoke. I just threw one away." One of the younger masters pointed to a cigarette butt on the ground that had just been stepped out. Gu Lin didn't insist. He lit one for himself, handed one to Gu Guotai, and then tossed the whole pack into the toolbox. "Take them and smoke them." Seeing the 2 masters about to say something, Gu Lin smiled and waved them off. "All right, then thank you, boss," the young master said with a smile. The slightly older master also spoke up. "Bosses, shall we start the measurement now?" Gu Lin nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, masters. Please, go ahead and start." Thus, the 2 masters skillfully picked up their tools and walked into the factory area to begin their work. Gu Lin, Gu Guotai, Wang Lirong, and Zhou Yu followed behind. Entering the factory area, Gu Lin began to introduce the general renovation requirements to Wang Lirong and Gu Guotai. "Sister Wang, you've seen the place. There aren't many other requirements. It's just these peeling walls, they need to be replastered and painted with latex paint." Wang Lirong smiled. "Brother Gu, this job is indeed as easy as you said. But the place is indeed quite large. It's even bigger than our family's factory area. And the facilities inside are quite complete. This place you rented is really good." Wang Lirong commented while looking over the factory environment. "Haha, Sister Wang, Guotai found this place. His family is in the real estate business. Sister Wang, you can add Guotai on WeChat later. Maybe there will be opportunities to cooperate in the future." Gu Lin smiled and pointed to Gu Guotai beside him. Hearing this, both Wang Lirong and Zhou Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "Little brother, what's the name of your family's company?" Wang Lirong asked Gu Guotai curiously. "Liqing Construction," Gu Guotai stated the name of his family business. "Oh, Liqing Construction Company. Many of the residential complexes in Arshan City were built by your family, right?" "Sisters, our family has indeed built quite a few houses in Shan City." Wang Lirong and Zhou Yu exchanged a look, both feeling that Gu Lin, this 18-year-old younger brother, had become unfathomable. Liqing Construction was a company with a market value of several hundred million. Zhou Yu's family assets barely reached the 100 million yuan mark, and Wang Lirong's family only had tens of millions. Now, even the young master of Liqing Construction was running errands for Gu Lin, acting like a little brother. Add to that the young man whose family owned over a dozen hot pot restaurants. The friends Gu Lin hung out with were not from ordinary families. From this, it was clear that Gu Lin's identity was certainly not simple either. Wang Lirong thought to herself, but her face remained beaming with smiles. Looking at Guotai, she said, I'll just call you Guotai. Come, let me add you on WeChat. Gu Guotai quickly took out his phone and added Wang Lirong on WeChat. Wang Lirong looked at the accepted friend request on her phone and smiled with satisfaction. Guotai, if there are any suitable projects in the future, we really should cooperate well. Gu Guotai smiled modestly. Sister Wang, you're too kind. If there's an opportunity in the future, I also hope to work with you. Zhou Yu also chimed in from the side, oh, Lirong, you're doing great. You've gained another big client today. Wang Lirong laughed and patted Zhou Yu's shoulder. Stop teasing me. Whether we can cooperate in the future depends on Guotai's wishes. As she spoke, Wang Lirong gave Gu Guotai a flirtatious wink. Although Wang Lirong's looks and figure were quite a bit behind Zhou Yu's. Her neat short hair and the aura of a strong career woman gave her a unique charm. Gu Guotai, who had never experienced such mature feminine charm, immediately turned red in the face. Standing at 185 centimeters with a sturdy build, taller than Gu Lin by a few centimeters, Guotai was now acting as bashful as a child. Seeing Guotai like this, Wang Lirong felt a spark of interest. Seeing Guotai's shy appearance, Zhou Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Guotai, you're such a big guy, why are you blushing? Gu Guotai scratched his head and said sheepishly, Sister Zhou, please stop making fun of me. Haha, Sister Zhou, I also have a cooperation proposal. Do you want to hear it? Seeing Guotai's state, Gu Lin also found it amusing, thinking that he should take his brothers out to experience the world when they had time. Oh, younger brother Gu Lin, tell me about it, Zhou Yu said as she leaned closer to Gu Lin. Sister, I heard you say last time that your family is in the frozen goods wholesale business, right? Yes, Zhou Yu nodded. Then your family must have quite a few cold storage warehouses. Zhou Yu continued to nod. Yes, we have several large cold storage warehouses. Why, younger brother Gu Lin, what's on your mind? A light flashed in Gu Lin's eyes. Sister, it's like this. Our company mainly sells vegetables. As our business expands and purchase volumes increase, storage and preservation of vegetables will become a major issue. Later on, I will definitely add cold storage to this factory area as well. It's just that I don't have that much capital right now, so I was thinking of renting your family's cold storage first. Besides, your family's cold storage is just sitting idle anyway. Renting it to me would provide a stable income. Zhou Yu's eyes lit up as she quickly calculated the pros and cons. She knew her family's cold storage did have a lot of vacant space, and renting it out was indeed a good option. But she didn't want to agree to Gu Lin so easily. So she feigned hesitation. Younger brother Gu Lin, I'll need to think about this. Gu Lin nodded in understanding. A matter this big indeed needs to be discussed with my brother-in-law. Chapter 47, Zhou Yu's Concerns. Unexpectedly, as soon as Gu Lin said this, Zhou Yu's expression turned somewhat sour, and she fell silent. Wang Lirong looked at Zhou Yu even more strangely, her mouth hanging open as if she wanted to say something. Sister Zhou, did I say something wrong? Gu Lin rubbed his nose awkwardly upon seeing the two women's reactions. Younger brother Gu Lin, it's nothing. I just thought of some unpleasant things. Zhou Yu forced a trace of a smile onto her face and shook her head. Xiaoya, why bother? Just because he's playing around doesn't mean you can't too, right? At this moment, Wang Lirong spoke up from the side, her tone full of frustration at her friend's lack of resolve. All right, Lirong, let's not talk about this anymore. Zhou Yu interrupted Wang Lirong, her tone serious. Fine, I'll stop. Seeing this, Wang Lirong quickly tapped her own mouth. Gu Guotai looked at Zhou Yu and then at Wang Lirong, completely bewildered. He had no idea what kind of riddles these two were speaking in. Gu Lin, on the other hand, had picked up on something from Wang Lirong's words. Sister Zhou, this is my fault. I shouldn't have asked so much. Zhou Yu took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm her emotions. Younger brother Gu Lin, it's not your fault. It's my own problem. As for the cold storage lease, let's talk about it another time. Gu Lin nodded. Sister Zhou, then I'll wait for your news. I hope we can cooperate smoothly. Wang Lirong tried to smooth things over from the side. Oh, it'll definitely work out. Younger brother Gu Lin is so sincere, and Xiaoya's cold storage is just sitting idle anyway. Isn't this a win-win situation? Afterward, the group began to chat idly. On the other side, Zhao Xingcong had slept late because of a big argument with his parents the night before. It was now past 10 o'clock, and he had only just woken up. "Mom, what's this money for?" Walking into the living room, Zhao Xingcong looked at the 100,000 yuan on the table and turned to Lu Feng in confusion. "Son, your father and I thought about it all night. We were wrong all these years, we've let you down." As Lu Feng spoke, her eyes reddened, and tears welled up. She slowly walked over to Zhao Xingcong, took his hand, and spoke with a slight sob in her voice. "Take this 100,000 yuan and do what you want to do. Mom knows the bitterness in your heart. It's because your parents are incompetent and couldn't help you. Treat this money as startup capital. Go and work hard. Don't be like us, living mediocre lives forever." Zhao Xingcong was stunned. He hadn't expected such a drastic change in his parents' attitude. At this moment, looking into his mother's guilt-filled eyes, Zhao Xingcong felt a mix of emotions. "Son, your father has already gone out to look for work. Our whole family will get better." Lu Feng patted Zhao Xingcong's hand and spoke with a firm tone. Zhao Xingcong's eyes grew hot, and tears couldn't help but flow down. He hadn't expected his parents to have a change of heart overnight and support him so resolutely. He tightly gripped Lu Feng's hand and said with a trembling voice, "Mom, thank you. I will definitely work hard and won't let you down." Holding the 100,000 yuan, Zhao Xingcong felt its weight in his hands. This wasn't just money, it was his parents' trust and expectations for him. He swore to himself that he would develop the company well so his family could live a good life. "Boss, the area has been measured. It's 555 square meters in total." At this moment, the two technicians who had been measuring the area walked over, and the older one spoke up. Hearing the measurement, Gu Lin calculated mentally, it was close to what he had estimated earlier. "All right, thank you for your hard work, masters," Gu Lin said with a smile. "Younger brother Gu Lin, should I arrange for people to come and start work this afternoon then?" At this moment, Wang Lirong asked from the side. "Sure, sister. Have them come over this afternoon." Gu Lin naturally wanted the work to start as soon as possible. "All right, 555 square meters at 250 per square meter, that's 138,750 yuan in total. Younger brother Gu Lin, I'll waive that 8,000 or so for you, making it 130,000 in total. Just give me a 30,000 yuan deposit first." Wang Lirong took out her phone, tapped away at the calculator, and said with a smile. "That's not right, Sister Wang. You've already given me a great discount on the price. Waiving such a large remainder on top of that. Sister, I know you mean well, but the many workers in your company need to eat too." Gu Lin waved his hands hurriedly. "Oh, don't be so polite. The main thing is that I'm happy to have met you two brothers." Wang Lirong took a pack of ladies' cigarettes from her bag, handed one to Zhouya, and then slowly lit one for herself. Besides, there might be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Wang Lirong blew a smoke ring and said with a smile. "Right, Guotai." Wang Lirong winked at Gu Guotai. Gu Guotai was stunned for a moment, then realized and nodded quickly with a smile. Yes, there will definitely be many more opportunities. We also hope for a long and pleasant cooperation with Sister Wang." Seeing Gu Guotai's bashful manner, Gu Lin felt amused. He followed suit and said, "Sister Wang, since you've put it that way, it would be inappropriate for me to refuse again. We'll do as you said." Wang Lirong smiled with satisfaction and flicked her ash. "That's more like it." During this time, Zhouya hadn't said much, just quietly smoking with a distant look in her eyes. Wang Lirong seemed to notice that Zhouya was still in low spirits and nudged her gently. "Xiaoya, don't just stay quiet. Say something." Zhouya snapped out of it and forced a smile. "Yeah, I think it's great. I hope the cooperation goes smoothly for everyone." After saying that, she took another puff of her cigarette. Seeing her best friend like this, Wang Lirong sighed helplessly. "All right, younger brother Gu Lin, since everything is settled, I'll be going now. I'll arrange for the workers to come over this afternoon." Wang Lirong checked the time, it was already around 10 o'clock. She had an appointment at the beauty salon this morning. Xiaoya, you stay here and hang out for a bit. I have things to do, so I'll head out first. Wang Lirong gave Xiaoya a meaningful look. All right then, Lirong, you go ahead. Noticing Wang Lirong's gaze, Xiaoya waved her hand somewhat guiltily. All right, Sister Wang, take care. Gu Lin nodded with a smile as he saw her off. Wearing high heels, Wang Lirong left the factory grounds with a swaying gait. Goodbye, boss. The two workers also greeted Gu Lin with smiles before turning to get into their great wall cannon truck. Gu Lin turned to look at Xiaoya, who was still smoking, and felt a stir in his heart. His words from earlier seemed to have triggered some unpleasant memories for her. He chose his words carefully and said softly, Sister Zhou, if what I said earlier offended you, please don't take it to heart. I'm truly sorry. Xiaoya put out her cigarette and waved her hand. Younger brother Gu Lin, it really isn't your fault. It's just that I haven't adjusted my own emotions well. Don't worry about it. As for the cold storage, I'll confirm the cooperation details with you as soon as possible. Gu Lin nodded. All right, Sister Zhou. If you ever need anything, just let me know. If I can help, I certainly won't refuse. Xiaoya smiled, and this time it seemed more sincere than before. All right, I'm relieved to hear that. I'll be going now too, I have some things to take care of. Watching Xiaoya's departing figure, Gu Guotai quickly leaned in toward Gu Lin. Old Gu, what's going on exactly? The two of them are being so mysterious, I don't understand a thing. Gu Lin patted his shoulder. Don't go poking your nose into adult matters, kid. Gu Guotai curled his lip. Damn it, we're the same age, yet you're acting all old and experienced. Fine, don't tell me then. I don't even care to know. At noon, Gu Lin and Gu Guotai grabbed a simple meal at a small restaurant. In the afternoon, the workers arranged by Wang Lirong arrived at the factory grounds on time and began working with great fervor. Gu Lin and Gu Guotai helped out on the side, passing tools and moving materials, staying busy and happy. Watching the factory develop in the direction he had envisioned, Gu Lin felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Chapter 48, Who in their right mind goes to a hotel to talk business? It had to be said that Wang Lirong's family decoration company was quite capable. In just one afternoon, a tenth of the putty in the entire factory area had already been scraped. At this rate, finishing the whole factory and applying the latex paint would indeed take about a week. Master Luo, here are the keys to the factory. The two of us might not come here every day, so you keep them. In the evening, after the workers got off work, Gu Lin stopped the foreman, old Luo, who was about to leave. Old Luo was stunned for a moment, then smiled and took the keys. All right, Boss Gu. Don't you worry, we definitely won't slack off. We'll guarantee it's finished on time and with quality. Then I'll have to trouble you, Master Luo. Please look after the factory area more from now on. If there are any problems, contact me anytime. As he spoke, Gu Lin handed over a slip of paper with his phone number on it. With so much going on these past few days, Gu Lin hadn't had the time to print business cards for the company yet. Old Luo carefully put the paper into his pocket. Got it, Boss Gu. You can rest easy. After saying that, he prepared to leave the factory with the other workers. Master Luo, wait. Gu Lin called out. Once old Luo stopped, Gu Lin quickly walked into the security room by the entrance. He brought out a carton of Furongwang and 2 cartons of Bai Jiangjun that he had bought when he had lunch with Gu Guotai. Master Luo, please put in some extra effort for the factory's affairs. Boss Gu, this isn't appropriate. We will definitely ensure the quality of the factory work. Master Luo looked at the 3 cartons of cigarettes in Gu Lin's hand and hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. However, his eyes would glance at Gu Lin's hands from time to time. Master Luo, this is just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't refuse. Keep this carton of Furongwang for yourself, and divide those 2 cartons of Bai Jiangjun among the other masters. Seeing old Luo's feigned modesty, Gu Lin found it somewhat amusing. Well, all right then. Boss Gu, don't worry. I'll definitely make sure the brothers do a beautiful job on the factory work for you. After taking the cigarettes, a broad smile immediately appeared on old Luo's face. Good, Then I'll be troubling you, Master Luo. Gu Lin nodded with a smile. Gu Guotai watched their departing backs and stretched. Old Gu, I'm really exhausted today, but seeing the factory change bit by bit gives me quite a sense of achievement. Gu Lin smiled. Yeah, this is just the beginning. There's still a lot to be busy with later. Come on, let's go get something to eat first and reward ourselves properly. The two went to a nearby small restaurant, ordered a few home-cooked dishes, and also asked for a case of beer. While they were eating with gusto, Gu Lin's phone rang. Gu Lin pulled out his phone and saw that it was Zhouya calling. Hello, Sister Zhou. Gu Lin put down his chopsticks and swiped the answer key. Because the area was part of an industrial zone, most of the people eating at the small restaurant were nearby workers. So the environment was a bit noisy. Gu Lin gave a quick word to Gu Guotai and walked toward the restaurant entrance. Younger brother Gu Lin, are you finished with the factory work for today? Zhouya asked on the other end of the phone. Yeah, today's progress was pretty good. At this rate, the factory renovation should be finished in about a week. Sister Zhou, did you call because something is up? Gu Lin walked out of the restaurant, saw a fairly flat stone, and sat down on it without a care. Yeah, are you free now? Let's talk about the cold storage business. Zhouya's voice was a bit hoarse, sounding as if she had drunk quite a lot of alcohol. Gu Lin's heart stirred. I'm free. Sister Zhou, I'm out eating with Guotai right now, we're almost finished. Okay, then I'll send you a location. Come over after you're done eating. After hanging up the phone, Gu Lin looked at the location Zhouya had sent and fell into thought. Shenzhen International Hotel. This place made Gu Lin a bit surprised. Then a strange smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Is it possible I have to sell my looks to discuss a partnership? But it doesn't seem like a loss either. Thinking of Zhouya's figure and the mature charm she exuded, Gu Lin murmured. Gu Lin smiled, and although he had some playful thoughts, he quickly composed himself. When he returned to the dinner table, Gu Guotai noticed the change in his expression. Old Gu, what's up? What did Sister Zhou want? From your expression, it looks like something's going on. Gu Lin didn't hesitate. Sister Zhou wants me to go to the Shenzhen International Hotel after dinner, says it's to talk about the cold storage. Going to a hotel to talk business. Gu Guotai exclaimed loudly upon hearing this. For a moment, the restaurant went quiet for a few seconds, and the surrounding customers all turned their gazes toward the two. Damn it. Keep your voice down. Feeling the surrounding stares, even with Gu Lin's thick skin, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Hee, my bad, my bad. I was just too surprised. Gu Guotai scratched his head sheepishly. Fortunately, the diners in the restaurant were all nearby workers who didn't have much energy to care about other people's business after a day's work. After glancing at Gu Lin and his companion, they stopped paying attention. Old Gu, but for Sister Zhou to invite you to a hotel to talk business, I'm afraid her interest isn't really in the wine. Gu Guotai said with a smirk after drinking a glass of beer. Gu Lin gave Gu Guotai a sideways glance. You sure talk a lot of crap. Gu Guotai wouldn't let it go. Old Gu, I'm not just saying this. Look at the way she usually looks at you, it's a bit different. How about you sacrifice yourself for the sake of our career? If it were the innocent Gu Lin of the past, Gu Guotai would never have said these things to him. But knowing that this kid wanted to keep 2 or even 3 boats afloat, Gu Guotai didn't care about Gu Lin's private life anymore. Gu Lin laughed helplessly and scolded, You're just talking nonsense. Hurry up and eat. I still have to go to the appointment after we're done. The two sped up their eating, while Gu Guotai continued to tease Gu Lin from time to time. Soon, the two of them finished their meal like a whirlwind sweeping through clouds. Old Gu, you head home first. I'll go see what's going on. Standing at the restaurant entrance, Gu Lin said slowly as he exhaled a smoke ring. No problem, but old Gu, remember to wear protection. Gu Guotai smiled suggestively. Gu Lin raised his hand and gave Gu Guotai a flick on the head. What are you thinking? Stop being so indecent. I'm going to talk business. Gu Guotai clutched his head and said with a grin, Fine, talk business. Then hurry up and go, don't keep Sister Zhou waiting. Afterward, Gu Lin called a ride-hailing car and headed toward the Shenzhen International Hotel. Sister Zhou, I've arrived. After arriving at the Shenzhen International Hotel, Gu Lin sent a WeChat message to Zhouya. After a short while, Zhouya's reply came back. I'm in room 88. Come straight up. Gu Lin looked at the message on his phone screen, took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and walked toward the elevator. Before long, the elevator reached the 8th floor. Gu Lin walked along the corridor to the door of room 88. He hesitated for a moment before reaching out to knock. Who is it? Zhouya's slightly hoarse voice rang out. Sister Zhou, it's me, Gu Lin. Gu Lin could tell from Zhouya's voice that she had drunk quite a bit. The door was soon opened, and a strong smell of alcohol wafted out as Zhouya appeared at the doorway. Chapter 49, Love-Brained Zhouya. Zhouya was wearing a loose silk nightgown, her hair slightly messy and her eyes a bit dazed. Her cheeks were flushed from the effects of the alcohol. Upon seeing Gu Lin, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile that seemed to hold a deeper meaning. Younger brother Gu Lin, you've finally come. I thought you wouldn't dare to show up. Gu Lin gave an awkward smile and stepped sideways into the room. Sister Zhou, you've had quite a bit to drink. How about we talk about the cold storage another day? Zhouya seemed not to hear him. After closing the door, she walked straight to the bed and sat down. She patted the spot next to her and said indistinctly, Younger brother Gu Lin, come sit. Gu Lin hesitated for a moment before slowly walking over to Zhouya and sitting down. Gu Lin, do you think all men turn bad once they have money? This time, Zhouya didn't call him younger brother Gu Lin but addressed him directly by his name. Gu Lin was slightly startled, not expecting Zhouya to suddenly throw out such a question. In his mind, he suddenly thought of what Wang Lirong had said at the factory earlier that day. Sister Zhou, I don't think you can generalize about this. While some men might lose themselves after becoming wealthy, there are also many who remain true to their original intentions. Sister Zhou, why are you suddenly asking this? Zhouya shook her head gently, her eyes filled with complex emotions as if she had fallen into some distant memory. After a long while, Zhouya finally snapped out of it. Gu Lin, do you know why my face looked so terrible during the day when you suggested I ask your brother-in-law? Is it because he cheated? Gu Lin hesitated before speaking slowly. Yes, that's right, he cheated. Zhouya burst into laughter, but as she laughed, tears began to stream down from the corners of her eyes. He's cheated with more than one person. From what I know alone, he's keeping 3 college students as mistresses. When Gu Lin heard this, he couldn't help but shout holy shit in his heart. Damn, this guy is practically a role model for men. What, are you quite envious of him too? Zhouya seemed to see through Gu Lin's thoughts, staring at him with a half-smile. Sister Zhou, to be honest, I really am a bit envious. Gu Lin didn't hide it and nodded with a smile. Haha, at least you're honest. I knew you men were all the same. Zhouya shook her head with a laugh and lit a lady cigarette for herself. Actually, Lirong's husband is the same way. After taking a deep drag, Zhouya spoke calmly. It's just that Lirong is more open-minded than I am. Now, the two of them basically just do their own thing. She's even advised me that men with money are all like this, and that I should just go out and have my own fun too. But I just can't get past it in my heart. As Gu Lin listened to Zhouya's venting, he couldn't help but feel a bit more fond of her. Sister Zhou, everyone has a different attitude toward relationships. The fact that you can't get past this precisely shows that you are serious and pure about your feelings. Sister Lirong's way might suit her, but it doesn't mean you have to do the same. Gu Lin, do you want to hear my story? Zhouya slowly leaned her head against Gu Lin's shoulder. Gu Lin's body stiffened instantly as the scent of Zhouya's shower gel slowly wafted into his nose. For an 18-year-old virgin like him, his body couldn't help but feel a bit of heat. After a moment of hesitation, he still reached out his arm and gently hugged Zhouya's shoulder. Sensing Gu Lin's movement, a slight smile tugged at the corners of Zhouya's mouth. His name is Duan Chongqing, his hometown is in Dianan province, and we were university classmates. Zhouya then began to recount the story of her and her husband. From Zhouya's narration, Gu Lin also came to understand her situation. Zhouya and her husband met during university. Duan Chongqing started pursuing her in the second half of their freshman year. Every morning, he would bring Zhouya breakfast and say cheesy romantic things. Duan Chongqing's family was very poor with several siblings, but he was a good student and quite handsome. Gradually, Zhou developed some feelings for Duan Chongqing, feeling that although his family was poor, he was still quite ambitious. Later, in their sophomore year, she accepted Duan Chongqing's pursuit. Every time the two went out to eat, Zhou was the one who paid. At that time, Duan Chongqing was very calculating, often trying to talk Zhou into going to hotels with him. He thought it would be best if Zhou could get pregnant with his child, so that he could sit back and relax without worries. However, Zhou was a relatively traditional woman and never agreed to Duan Chongqing's requests. Back then, Zhou's father was the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau in Yuan County, so the family was quite well off. After graduation, Zhou and Duan Chongqing got married. When Zhou's father learned about Duan Chongqing's family background, he was naturally unwilling. However, Zhou's family had no sons, only her as their daughter. And since Duan Chongqing was willing to marry into the Zhou family, Zhou's father finally agreed. It had to be said that Duan Chongqing was indeed a very capable person. After the marriage, relying on his father-in-law's connections, he built a business from scratch by trading frozen products in just a few short years. Now, 10 years have passed, and the family's frozen goods company has grown to have hundreds of millions in assets. Unfortunately, after 10 years of marriage, they still haven't had any children. They had also gone to the hospital for checkups, and that day, Duan Chongqing's face turned ashen after seeing the results. After returning from the hospital, Duan Chongqing's entire personality became very strange, and he began to frequently use the excuse of being busy with work to not come home. It wasn't until one day, when Zhou accidentally looked through Duan Chongqing's phone, that she realized what he had been doing behind her back. That time, the two had a huge fight. Zhou wanted a divorce, but Duan Chongqing, fearing he would lose half of his assets, adamantly refused. Zhou's father had already retired from his position as deputy director, so he no longer held much sway over Duan Chongqing. If it weren't for the fact that she still had some of her former connections, Zhou probably would have been kicked out of the company by Duan Chongqing long ago. As Gu Lin listened to Zhou's story, his disgust for Duan Chongqing grew even stronger. At the same time, he felt that it was deeply unworthy of Zhou. "Sister Zhou, he's such a damn scumbag, and you really are love-brained." Zhou sighed softly and shook her head with a bitter smile. "Yes, looking back now, I was indeed too foolish and naive. I thought that as long as he was ambitious and treated me well, we could have a good life together. I never expected it to end up like this." Gu Lin held Zhou's shoulder tightly, trying to give her more comfort. Sensing Gu Lin's action, Zhou's heart warmed, and she snuggled further into Gu Lin's embrace. Neither of them spoke again, and the room was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. Feeling the warmth radiating from Zhou's body, Gu Lin's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. "Sister Zhou, Gu Lin opened his mouth, just about to say something, but was interrupted by Zhou. "Gu Lin, I want to let myself go for once today." Zhou gently pulled away from Gu Lin's embrace and looked at him with dazed eyes. Zhou leaned down slightly, her face slowly approaching Gu Lin's, her warm breath gently brushing against his cheek. Chapter 50, A Multi-100 Million Business Deal. Gu Lin's mind went blank. In the struggle between instinct and reason, he ultimately couldn't resist Zhou's initiative. Between being worse than a beast and being a beast, he chose to be a beast. The two of them fell onto the bed in an embrace. The temperature in the room rose sharply as their clothes slipped off one by one. "Put it on," Zhou's voice carried a hint of urgency and huskiness. She tilted her head slightly, groped for an item from the nightstand drawer, and handed it to Gu Lin. Gu Lin froze for a moment, and the words Gu Guotai had said earlier involuntarily came to mind. He snapped out of it immediately, his old face turning red. Before coming here, he had solemnly promised Gu Guotai that he was only coming to talk business. But as this business talk went on, it started to feel quite different. After a long time, the passion faded, and the two lay quietly on the bed. The room was filled with an indescribable, complex atmosphere. "Sister Zhou, it was my first time," Gu Lin joked, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he held Zhou in his arms. Zhou punched him lightly and scolded playfully, "What, do you want me to take responsibility for you?" Yet, a trace of a smile unconsciously appeared at the corners of her mouth. In this chaotic and enchanting moment, Gu Lin's joke slightly eased the awkwardness. Haha, then I guess I'll be a rich woman's keptman, Gu Lin said with a laugh. No problem. As long as you're obedient, you can spend my money however you like, Joya said nonchalantly. The two laughed and played for a while, and the atmosphere became increasingly relaxed. Just as they were laughing and playing, Gu Lin's phone rang. Gu Lin picked up the phone and saw that it was Li Yuan calling. Gu Lin quickly made a shushing gesture to Joya, then cleared his throat and answered the call. Hello, Mom, what's wrong? Gu Lin winked at Joya in his arms. Son, it's so late, why aren't you back yet? Li Yuan asked on the other end, her tone revealing concern and suspicion. Gu Lin's mind raced as he quickly said, Mom, I'm talking business with a client here and can't get away for the time being. I'll just stay at a hotel with Guotai tonight. Don't wait up for me, go to sleep. Hearing this, Joya poked Gu Lin's waist and laughed silently. Li Yuan urged on the other end, business is business, but don't stay out too late. Watch your health. Gu Lin quickly replied, I know, Mom. Don't worry. By the way, your dad came back today, Li Yuan said with a hint of excitement in her voice. Is Dad's matter settled? Gu Lin perked up upon hearing this and asked quickly. He knew his greatest reliance wasn't the system that gave him 10,000 a day, but his father, the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee. Yes, I heard your father say that Provincial Secretary Li will propose it at the provincial party committee meeting in 2 days. That's great. In his excitement, Gu Lin suddenly stretched his leg and accidentally bumped into Joya. Caught off guard, Joya let out a muffled groan. Son, what was that noise on your end? Li Yuan asked curiously upon hearing the strange sound. It's nothing, Mom. I accidentally bumped into the corner of the table. Gu Lin tried his best to keep his voice sounding normal. Li Yuan was half convinced on the other end, but didn't ask further. She just gave a few more instructions before hanging up. Gu Lin let out a long sigh of relief, put down his phone, and looked at Joya helplessly. Sister, why couldn't you be a bit quieter? Joya gave him a flirtatious glare. It's your fault for suddenly launching a sneak attack on me. After a few more jokes, Joya's expression suddenly turned serious as she looked at Gu Lin. Gu Lin, there's something I don't know if I should ask. Joya's voice was a bit hesitant. It's fine, sister, go ahead and ask, Gu Lin said with a smile, stroking Joya's hair. I've always been quite curious about what your family does. Zhao Mingkong and Gu Guotai aren't children from ordinary families, yet they all seem to follow your lead. Gu Lin was stunned for a moment, then looked at Joya with an exceptionally serious gaze. Sister, Mingkong, Guotai, and the others don't follow my lead. We are brothers who grew up together. Don't say things like that again in the future. I understand, Joya nodded gently, seeing the seriousness in Gu Lin's eyes. Seeing this, Gu Lin's expression relaxed, and he pinched Joya's nose. Sister, we all grew up together. It's really not good if they hear such things. As for what my family does. Sister, do you know Gu Deshui? Joya knitted her brows slightly. After thinking for a moment, a flash of realization crossed her eyes. Gu Deshui, Arshan City's deputy secretary of the municipal party committee. Yes, that's my dad, Gu Lin said with a smile. A flash of surprise instantly crossed Joya's eyes. No wonder when I first met you at the hot pot restaurant that day, you were so socially adept. The surprise in Joya's eyes hadn't completely faded as she couldn't help but look Gu Lin up and down again. So you're the son of the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee. No wonder you're so much more mature than most people your age. But you really hit it well, you rascal. Hee hee. After saying that, Joya started giggling to herself. Sister, what are you laughing at? Joya's sudden laughter made Gu Lin feel a bit bewildered. I'm laughing because the first younger man I found for myself turned out to be the son of the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee. Joya explained with a smile on her face. Haha, so Sister Jo, if you run into any trouble in the future, just call me. Especially if you want a divorce, I'll definitely help you, Gu Lin said seriously. Seeing Gu Lin's attitude, Joya was moved, and a thin mist formed in her eyes. She reached out and gently stroked Gu Lin's face. Gu Lin, I think I've really fallen for you a little. Isn't that normal? Gu Lin said casually with a smile. Look, I'm young, handsome, have a deep background, and I'm skilled. It's only normal for you to like me, sister. Zhouya was amused by Gu Lin's string of self-praise and burst out laughing. She tapped his forehead gently. You rascal, you really know how to brag. But seriously, Gu Lin, being with you gives me an unprecedented sense of security. Looking at the sincerity in Zhouya's eyes, Gu Lin also felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He held Zhouya tightly and whispered, Sister, I'm serious too. No matter what happens in the future, I won't let you be mistreated. I believe you. Zhouya hugged Gu Lin tightly, her voice a bit choked up. By the way, sister, didn't you call me here to talk business? Gu Lin looked at the clothes scattered on the floor and then at Zhouya in his arms, a strange smile appearing on his lips. This really was a multi-hundred-million business deal. You can use those cold storages of mine for as long as you want. If that's not enough, I'll pay to build one at your factory area. Zhouya greedily breathed in the scent of tobacco on Gu Lin. Sister Zhou, you really are a love brain, Gu Lin said, shaking his head helplessly with a smile. From now on, I'll only be a love brain for you, Zhouya said softly, gently stroking Gu Lin's cheek. Chapter 51, Living Off a Woman. As long as you can accompany me often in the future, I'll be satisfied. Gu Lin didn't say anything more, only gently patting Zhouya's smooth, white back. Early the next morning, Gu Lin woke up from his sleep to find that the fair-skinned figure was no longer beside him. However, the pitter-patter of a shower came from the bathroom. Gu Lin slowly got up, walked shirtless to the window, and opened the curtains. After lighting a Chunghwa cigarette, he quietly watched the scenery in the distance. Just then, the bathroom door opened, and Zhouya's graceful figure emerged, shrouded in a mist of steam. She was wrapped in a white bath towel, her wet hair draped over her shoulders, and her fair skin glowed enticingly against the steam. You're awake. Zhouya walked up behind Gu Lin and gently hugged his waist. Her voice carried the lethargy and tenderness of someone who had just bathed. Gu Lin turned around and looked at Zhouya, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Yeah, I was really worn out yesterday. Zhouya gave Gu Lin a playful, coquettish glare and lightly punched his chest. She showed the demeanor of a young girl in love. Humph, you did a good job last night. I'll give you a reward later. With that, she let go of Gu Lin, sat down at the dressing table, and began combing her long hair. Gu Lin couldn't help but smile as he watched Zhouya's blend of maturity and girlish charm. He teased with a smile, then I'll be looking forward to Sister Zhou's reward. While combing her hair, Zhouya glanced at Gu Lin through the mirror. She said with feigned mystery, you'll find out then. It definitely won't disappoint you. But for now, go wash up first, and we'll go have breakfast together. Gu Lin responded and walked into the bathroom to start washing up. By the time he finished washing up and came out, Zhouya had already changed into an exquisite professional outfit. Sister Zhou, you're dressed very beautifully today, Gu Lin praised as he looked at her. You and your sweet talk. Hurry up and get dressed so we can go down and eat. Zhouya rolled her eyes at Gu Lin, but she was quite pleased inwardly. After all, what woman doesn't want to be praised for her beauty? All right. Gu Lin nodded with a smile. After getting dressed, the two of them went downstairs together. They then found a random breakfast shop near the hotel. Gu Lin, what are your plans for today? Zhouya asked after taking a sip of soy milk. I don't have anything to do today. I'm going to spend the whole day with you, Sister Zhou. Gu Lin said indistinctly while eating a soup dumpling. Hearing this, a flash of surprise crossed Zhouya's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. Your mouth is like it's been smeared with honey, you really know how to make me happy. However, it was clear that she was very pleased. After they finished breakfast, Zhouya made a suggestion. Since you're finally free today, why don't we go to the mall? I see you've been so busy with work lately that you haven't had a chance to relax properly. Gu Lin nodded without hesitation. Whatever Sister Zhou says. As long as you want to go, anywhere is fine. After the meal, Zhouya drove her black Panamera, and the two headed toward the New World shopping plaza in the city center. As soon as they entered the mall, Zhouya took Gu Lin's arm, her face beaming with a joyful smile. People were coming and going in the bustling mall, which was filled with a dazzling array of brand-name shops. Seeing an Armani store, Zhouya pulled Gu Lin inside. Hello, you two. A female shop assistant in her 30s, seeing Zhouya's designer clothes and extraordinary temperament, hurried over to greet them. However, when she saw the handsome and tall Gu Lin beside her, a hint of envy toward Zhouya flashed in her eyes. This woman must be in her 30s, but she's certainly eating well. Zhouya noticed the shop assistant's gaze, and a slight smile touched the corners of her mouth. She then picked up a finely tailored shirt and held it up against Gu Lin, her eyes full of seriousness. This one is nice. Honey, why don't you try it on? Gu Lin gave Zhouya a helpless yet doting look, took the shirt, and walked into the fitting room. A moment later, he walked out wearing the shirt. The slim fit accentuated his tall stature, making him look even more capable and sharp. Zhouya's eyes lit up. She circled around Gu Lin and said with satisfaction, "Honey, you look so handsome. We'll take this one." The shop assistant chimed in from the side, "This gentleman looks absolutely perfect in this shirt. Standing with your girlfriend, you two really are a perfect match." Hearing the word girlfriend, Zhouya felt a surge of sweetness. "Pick out a pair of pants and leather shoes for my boyfriend as well." The shop assistant responded with a smile and immediately began enthusiastically selecting several pairs of pants and shoes that suited Gu Lin's style. After careful comparison, Zhouya chose a pair of black trousers and black leather shoes, telling Gu Lin to try them all on together. When Gu Lin stepped out of the fitting room again, he looked like a completely different person. With the white shirt, black trousers, and leather shoes, he was handsome yet steady, exuding an extraordinary aura. It wasn't that Zhouya had seen handsome men before, but it was her first time seeing someone carry off formal wear with such class. This gentleman has such a great temperament in formal wear. It would be even more perfect if he added a belt. At this moment, the shop assistant's eyes were also filled with amazement. In her years as a shop assistant, she had seen plenty of handsome men. But like Zhouya, it was her first time seeing a man who suited formal wear so well. This outfit on Gu Lin perfectly brought out his aura. "Then get a belt as well," Zhouya said, waving her hand nonchalantly. "Certainly, Mississippi." The shop assistant's smile grew even wider. After all, compared to a handsome man, she felt that commissions were much more reliable. Looking at how handsome Gu Lin was in this outfit, Zhouya's eyes were filled with appreciation and affection. She pulled out her card and said decisively, "That's everything. Wrap them up." "Certainly, Mississippi." The shop assistant took the card from Zhouya with both hands and headed to the checkout area. "Sister Zhou, I'll go change back into my clothes." Gu Lin felt that wearing a full suit in the middle of summer was a bit stupid. "No, I want you to accompany me in these clothes today." Zhouya rarely acted like a young girl, shaking Gu Lin's arm and speaking in a coquettish voice. "Please? Pretty please. I'm begging you, brother Gu Lin." All right, Sister Zhou, don't do that. You're scaring me a little." Gu Lin smiled helplessly and had no choice but to agree to Zhouya's request. He. Seeing Gu Lin agree, Zhouya showed a satisfied smile. After a short while, the shop assistant returned with the bank card and the receipt. "Hello, Mississippi. Your total for this purchase is 5,700 yuan. Zhouya took the card and receipt and tucked them into her bag, not caring about the amount at all. Gu Lin didn't care either, it was only 50 or 60,000 yuan. He would just give Zhouya a gift in a while. However, what he didn't know was that a few days later, Zhouya would truly give him a surprise. A gift that he couldn't afford for now, even with 10,000 yuan a day. "Could you please wrap up my old clothes?" Gu Lin pointed to the clothes he had changed out of and spoke politely to the shop assistant. "Certainly, sir." The shop assistant responded and placed Gu Lin's clothes into an Armani shopping bag. Afterwards, Zhouya took the arm of Gu Lin, who was wearing his new clothes, and walked out of the Armani store. Chapter 52, The Charm of a 30-year-old Woman. The two of them continued to stroll through the mall, and the men around them would occasionally cast envious glances at Gu Lin. The women, on the other hand, looked at Gu Lin with eyes full of amazement. This filled Zhouya's heart with pride, and she couldn't help but hold Gu Lin's arm a little tighter. It was as if she were announcing to the whole world that the handsome men before her belonged to her. Although she knew this was impossible, at least for this day, at this very second, Gu Lin belonged entirely to her. The two continued their stroll through the mall and passed by a flower shop, where delicate, dripping wet flowers emitted a charming fragrance. Zhouya stopped in her tracks, her gaze lingering among the flowers before finally landing on a bouquet of red roses. Gu Lin, look at these red roses, they're so beautiful, Zhouya said, her eyes sparkling with a girl-like light. Gu Lin followed her gaze and said with a smile, they are very beautiful, just like you, Sister Zhou. As he spoke, he walked into the flower shop and said to the owner, Boss, I'll take this bouquet of red roses. The owner skillfully wrapped the flowers and handed them to Gu Lin. 198 yuan, the owner said with a smile, quoting a rip-off price. However, Gu Lin didn't mind and paid the money readily. Then he turned around and handed the flowers to Zhouya, saying with a smile, Sister Zhou, these are for you. Zhouya took the flowers and took a deep breath of their fragrance, her face overflowing with a happy smile. Gu Lin, thank you. She gently leaned against Gu Lin's arm, and the two of them continued forward with the bouquet of roses. They shopped until noon, then had a simple barbecue meal inside the mall. During the meal, Zhouya kept feeding Gu Lin bites of food. Gu Lin could feel that Zhouya was genuinely happy from the bottom of her heart. Gu Lin didn't want to spoil the mood, so he ate all the food Zhouya fed him. After finishing the barbecue, the two walked out of the restaurant feeling satisfied. Zhouya patted her stomach and squinted her eyes slightly with a look of contentment. That barbecue was so satisfying, I haven't been this relaxed in a long time. Gu Lin looked at her with a smile, his eyes full of doting. As long as Sister Zhou likes it, we can come here often in the future. It's not the barbecue that makes me feel relaxed, it's you, Zhouya said, looking at Gu Lin affectionately. Gu Lin's face turned red when he heard Zhouya's affectionate words. Holy crap! This woman is too good at this, Gu Lin shouted inwardly. He then avoided Zhouya's burning gaze and cleared his throat, trying to ease the suddenly heating atmosphere. He joked, Sister Zhou, if you keep talking like that, I'm going to get embarrassed. Zhouya burst out laughing, her eyes full of mirth. Look at you, still just a shy kid. She gently took Gu Lin's arm. Come on, let's keep shopping. There are still many places I want to go this afternoon. The two of them continued to stroll and chat along the mall's corridors. As they passed an arcade, the lively atmosphere and cheerful music inside caught Zhouya's attention. A flash of excitement crossed her eyes. Gu Lin, let's go play some games for a while. I haven't played these in ages. Looking at Zhouya's expectant, childlike eyes, Gu Lin couldn't refuse. He nodded with a smile. Sure, whatever Sister Zhou wants to play, I'm game. Entering the arcade, Zhouya went straight to the claw machines, her eyes fixed on the various dolls inside. Gu Lin exchanged some game coins nearby and handed them to Zhouya. Sister Zhou, let me see your claw machine skills. I'll show you right now, my skills are top-notch. Zhouya took the game coins with a smile, dropped them into the machine, and skillfully operated the joystick. Her eyes were glued to the claw as she tried to precisely grab her favorite little bear plush. However, after more than 10 attempts, the claw would always loosen at the critical moment, and the plush would fall back in. Zhouya pouted in frustration. Why is this so hard to catch? Gu Lin found it amusing to watch from the side and comforted her, Sister Zhou, let me try. Maybe I can catch it. Gu Lin stood in front of the claw machine, observed the position of the plush and the claw's angle, dropped in a coin, and skillfully manipulated the joystick. The claw slowly descended, precisely grabbed the little bear plush, and steadily dropped it into the prize chute. Zhouya cried out in surprise, Wow, Gu Lin, you're amazing. Zhouya couldn't wait to open the prize chute and take out the little bear plush. She held it in her arms, her face beaming with a happy smile. Gu Lin, how did you do it? Zhouya asked excitedly. This is an exclusive secret, I can't easily tell others, Gu Lin said, shaking his head with a smile. Just tell me, Zhouya said, really thinking Gu Lin had some kind of trick. I really can't, Gu Lin said, maintaining his profound and mysterious look. All right then, Zhouya nodded, no longer dwelling on it. Gu Lin didn't have any damn secret, it was simply that the claw machines in this mall were all rigged. Basically, the payout is fixed after a certain number of attempts. Since Zhouya had tried so many times without success, Gu Lin was bound to catch it on his turn. After that, the two played various other games like the basketball machine and the dance machine. Their laughter echoed through the arcade. Before they knew it, the afterglow of the setting sun began to spill in through the mall's glass windows. Zhouya checked the time, it was already 6 in the evening. Time flies so fast. Gu Lin, I really had a great time today, but it's time to go home. Zhouya's tone was full of reluctance. Gu Lin nodded. Yeah, Sister Zhou, I had a great time today too. Let me take you home first. Holding the roses and the little bear plush, the two of them walked out of the mall. At this time, the sunset glow on the horizon was like a brilliant painting, plating their figures in a layer of golden light. Along the way, they walked side by side toward the parking lot. They occasionally spoke in low voices, the atmosphere warm and beautiful. At the parking lot, Zhouya opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, while Gu Lin sat in the passenger seat. The car slowly drove out of the parking lot and merged into the rush-hour traffic. Soft, soothing music played inside the car, forming a sharp contrast with the noisy city outside. Gu Lin leaned back in his seat, gently stroking the little bear plush with his hand, the corners of his mouth curling up unconsciously. He turned to look at Zhouya, who was focusing on driving. The streetlights flickered through the window, alternating on her face and outlining the gentle lines of her profile. Unconsciously, Gu Lin's gaze became somewhat dazed. He had first met Zhouya by chance when he helped out at Kong Zi's hot pot restaurant. What he hadn't expected was that Zhouya would actually become his first woman. This young woman in her 30s had indeed brought him a different kind of feeling. Gu Lin, thank you so much for today. This day has been like a beautiful dream. Zhouya broke the silence in the car, her voice carrying a hint of tenderness. Gu Lin turned his head slightly and gave her a warm smile. Sister Zhou, as long as you're happy. If you ever want to come out and play again, just call me anytime. Chapter 53, Just Like New. Listening to Gu Lin's words, Zhouya's heart was filled with sweetness. She bit her lip gently, as if she were hesitating over something. After a moment, Zhouya took a deep breath. Gu Lin, I want to divorce him. Then do it. If you need any help, Sister Zhou, you must tell me. Hearing Zhouya's words, Gu Lin didn't hesitate for a second, his tone firm. Looking at Gu Lin's unhesitating and resolute expression, Zhouya was deeply moved. I know, my young master Gu. I know you have a powerful background. But I don't want to trouble Secretary Gu with my personal matters. Zhouya shook her head with a smile, though a trace of loneliness lingered in her eyes. She didn't want Gu Lin's parents to find out about this, fearing they would think she had seduced him for his background. Moreover, she was still a married woman. Gu Lin seemed to see through Zhouya's thoughts, and he gently took her other hand, which was resting on the armrest box. Zhouya, don't overthink it. I'll help you resolve everything. Zhouya's eyes reddened slightly. Gu Lin, I know I'm no longer worthy of you. I don't want anything. I only hope there's a place for me in your heart, and that you can spend some time with me when you're free. Zhouya, what are you saying? In my heart, you are the person most worth cherishing in this world. There's no such thing as being worthy or not. Gu Lin naturally knew what kind of words the current Zhouya needed for comfort. Gu Lin squeezed Zhouya's hand tightly and looked at her with burning eyes. Zhouya, everything you've experienced is just a past chapter in your life. It has shaped the tougher and more charming person you are today. This is the you I love, regardless of anything else. Hearing Gu Lin's affectionate confession, Zhouya couldn't help but be filled with happiness. Even if she knew Gu Lin was only saying these things to make her happy right now. She was willing to listen to Gu Lin's sweet words for a lifetime and believe them for a lifetime. Younger brother Gu Lin, with that mouth of yours, I don't know how many upperclassmen and underclassmen you'll ruin when you get to university. Taking advantage of a red light, Zhouya turned her head to glance at Gu Lin, who was still holding her right hand. Gu Lin was amused by her words and gently shook their joined hands. Zhouya, I only have sweet words for you. Ever since I met you, my eyes have only seen you. How could I see anyone else? Smooth talker, Zhouya rolled her eyes at Gu Lin, though she quite enjoyed it in her heart. The light turned green, and Zhouya focused on driving again, but the smile on her lips could not be hidden. Seeing Zhouya's happy appearance, Gu Lin also felt a sense of satisfaction. He gently stroked the back of Zhouya's hand, enjoying this warm moment. Not long after, Zhouya's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen, and her expression instantly became solemn. Gu Lin noticed her change and asked concernedly, Zhouya, what's wrong? Who's calling? Zhouya took a deep breath and said, "It's my ex-husband. I don't know what he wants now." As she spoke, she set the phone to speakerphone and answered the call. A somewhat gloomy voice came from the other end. "Zhouya, have you been getting close to some young guy lately? I'm warning you, you'd better not do anything out of line." Zhouya frowned and responded without backing down, "That has nothing to do with you. Our feelings for each other died long ago. I can't even be bothered to settle scores with you for the things you've done. Our divorce is inevitable. If you don't want things to get too ugly, then let's just part ways amicably." The ex-husband sneered, "Part ways amicably? You're thinking too simply. I resolutely refuse to divorce unless you voluntarily give up half the assets." Hearing this, Zhouya was fuming with rage. On what grounds? How much effort did my father put in, and how many connections did he use for you to have the assets you have now? Don't mention that old geezer to me. He looked down on me back then, I remember all of it. He's retired and still loves meddling in other people's business. If it weren't for him, I would have kicked you out of the company long ago. Hearing Zhouya mention Zhou Weiman, Duan Chongqing became even more agitated. You. Zhouya's face turned pale with anger at Duan Chongqing. Gu Lin patted Zhouya's hand, gesturing for her to pull the car over to the side of the road first. "Duan Chongqing, is it? I suggest you keep your mouth clean." Gu Lin took a deep breath, a chilling sneer appearing on his face. Without waiting for Duan Chongqing to speak, Gu Lin continued. "Duan Chongqing, you'd better recognize your place. Do you think that achieving a little success in the business world gives you the right to act recklessly here? You keep complaining about Zhouya's father's attitude back then, but did you ever consider what kind of family you were from compared to hers? If he hadn't used his connections to give you a helping hand, would you be where you are today?" Well, Zhouya, so you've already started keeping a man on the side, have you?" Hearing Gu Lin's voice, Duan Chongqing instantly flew into a rage. "Haha, if you can keep 3 female college students, what's wrong with Xiaoya keeping me?" Gu Lin said unhurriedly, a smile on his face. F***ck your mother. You little brat. And you, Zhouya, you be *tch, spending my money on this little animal. Duan Chongqing was furious, his mouth spewing a constant stream of profanities. Seeing this, Gu Lin casually turned off the speakerphone, letting Duan Chongqing rave to himself. "Are you done?" 2 minutes later, Gu Lin turned the speakerphone back on and spoke. "Kid, you just wait. I'll make you realize the price of playing with my woman." After cursing for 2 minutes, Duan Chongqing's voice was a bit ragged. Gu Lin was completely unmoved by Duan Chongqing's threat, that faint smile still hanging on his face. However, his tone was icy. "Duan Chongqing, have you had enough? Biting like a mad dog only makes you look more ridiculous. Zhouya was never your private property, she has the right to pursue happiness." Beside him, Zhouya looked at Gu Lin with eyes full of love, tears streaming down her face. "Fine, I can't be bothered to say more to an ungrateful mad dog like you. You'd better keep it dignified and quickly finish the divorce procedures with Xiaoya." Gu Lin didn't want to waste any more time with Duan Chongqing and spoke in a cold tone. Duan Chongqing laughed out of pure anger. "Divorce? It's not that easy. Unless she leaves with nothing, I will never let this go. And you death-seeking brat, spending my money and playing with my woman. You just wait, I won't let you off. Since you won't be dignified on your own, don't blame me when I force you to be." After saying this, Gu Lin glanced at Zhouya, who was smoking. "Also, Xiaoya is really quite good, just like new. F***ck your mother." On the other end of the phone, Duan Chongqing completely broke down. Before Duan Chongqing could finish his first curse, Gu Lin reached out and hung up the phone. Chapter 54, Hit Where It Hurts. Zhouya looked at Gu Lin with tears in her eyes, both annoyed and amused. "Gu Lin, why did you deliberately provoke him? What if he does something extreme?" Gu Lin gently held Zhouya's hand. "Sister Zhou, I wasn't talking nonsense. Everything I said was the truth." "Smooth talker," Zhouya said, lightly swatting Gu Lin's hand. "I already have a plan for what comes next. Don't worry, Sister Zhou." Gu Lin took her hand in his and comforted her. Zhouya frowned slightly, still a bit worried. But I'm afraid he'll try to hurt you. He made some pretty serious threats just now. Gu Lin looked at Zhou tenderly and gently brushed a strand of hair from her forehead. Sister Zhou, don't worry about it. Let me handle everything from here. Okay, I'll listen to you, Zhou whispered, leaning her head on Gu Lin's shoulder. In this 18-year-old youth, Zhou felt a sense of peace. It was a feeling Duan Chongqing had never given her. Sister Zhou, go ahead and drive. I'll drop you off at home first, then I'll call a taxi. Gu Lin checked the time, it was already 8 p.m. How about I drop you off first? Then I'll drive home. After the confrontation with Duan Chongqing, Zhou was worried about Gu Lin going back alone. She knew Gu Lin's father was Gu Deshui, but Duan Chongqing didn't. There was no guarantee what an enraged Duan Chongqing might do. Sister Zhou, listen to me. I have some other things to take care of later, Gu Lin said, shaking his head. Zhou had no choice but to nod. She sat up straight and restarted the car. The ride was quiet and warm, with only the faint hum of the engine. Zhou focused on the road, while Gu Lin occasionally glanced at her with eyes full of tenderness and concern. Soon, the car arrived at Zhou's apartment building. Gu Lin gathered his clothes and got out of the car. Sister Zhou, you're home. Go up and get some rest. Don't overthink things, I've got everything under control. Also, if Duan Chongqing comes looking for you, absolutely do not open the door. Since their relationship had long since fallen apart, they didn't live together. But Duan Chongqing had been severely provoked today, and Gu Lin feared he might go to Zhou. Zhou looked at Gu Lin, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Gu Lin, you be careful on your way back too. Thanks to you today, otherwise, I really wouldn't have known how to handle the things Duan Chongqing said. Gu Lin smiled. Sister Zhou, why are you being so polite with me? Go on up. I'll wait until you're inside before I leave. Zhou turned and walked toward the entrance. Halfway there, she looked back and waved at Gu Lin before finally heading inside. Gu Lin watched until she disappeared into the building before turning around. Gu Lin walked toward the exit of the residential complex while calling for a taxi on his phone. He seemed to think of something and stopped by the security booth at the entrance. He cancelled the taxi and called his other cousin from his eldest uncle's side, Li Xiaokong. Hello, Gu Lin. What made you think of calling me, kid? A steady voice came from the other end. Hee hee, just missed you, that's all, Gu Lin chuckled. Cut the crap. You definitely want something, Li Xiaokong joked. Brother Kong, are you off work yet? Gu Lin asked, lighting a cigarette. Not yet, I'm on duty today. Just tell me what's up. Li Xiaokong had benefited somewhat from Gu Deshui's influence. After graduation, he started working at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. At 28, Li Xiaokong had already reached the position of deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment. Gu Lin took a deep drag and said slowly, Brother, here's the thing. I got into a conflict with someone today. The bastard threatened me. I'm afraid he might do something desperate, so I was hoping you could come pick me up. Li Xiaokong's tone immediately became serious. All right, stay where you are. Tell me your location, and I'll head over now. Yujing Mansion. I'm right here at the security booth by the entrance, Gu Lin said, glancing at the complex's sign. Oh, and Brother Kong, don't tell my dad about this. Gu Lin added quickly as the thought occurred to him. Got it. Just stay safe. Don't leave the complex until I get there, Li Xiaokong urged again, still worried. Yeah, I know, brother. Just get here quickly. Gu Lin crushed his cigarette butt under his foot and spoke with a smile. After hanging up, Gu Lin looked with interest at a black Alphard parked not far from the entrance. Just moments ago, as he was about to step out, he had keenly sensed something off about the vehicle. What decent person parks on a side road without parking spaces at 8 or 9 at night and covers their license plate? Gu Lin paced near the security booth as if nothing were wrong, but his eyes kept darting toward the black Alphard. He suspected it was likely someone sent by Duan Chongqing, waiting for him to leave the complex to make a move. Boss Duan, has the kid noticed something? He's not coming out. Inside the black Alphard, a bald man covered in tattoos spoke to Duan Chongqing in the back seat. Damn it, the kid is pretty sharp. Keep a close eye on him. The moment he steps out, give him a brutal lesson. Don't kill him, just leave him with a breath of life. Dressed in a blue suit and gold-rimmed glasses, the thin Duan Chongqing spoke viciously. Thinking back to Gu Lin's last words, Duan Chongqing's anger flared up again. What did he mean by, just like new? Wasn't that just a jab at his small size? The worst part was that Gu Lin was actually right, which hit Duan Chongqing right where it hurt. So, after Gu Lin hung up, Duan Chongqing had called in a few well-known thugs from the North District. Thinking Gu Lin was with Zhouya and would likely come to her place tonight, he brought men to corner him. Don't worry, Boss Duan. Once he comes out, we'll definitely teach him a lesson. Beside Duan Chongqing, a middle-aged man in a black short-sleeved shirt and a thick gold chain grinned menacingly. Just then, the guard from the security booth stepped out. Young man, you're not from this complex, are you? It's late, why are you still hanging around instead of going home? The guard looked at Gu Lin with a hint of concern. Big brother, I was visiting a friend. I just noticed that black Alfred over there looks a bit suspicious. It's been sitting there with the license plate covered. I have a feeling the people inside are up to no good. You should keep an eye out. The guard looked in the direction Gu Lin pointed, and his brow instantly furrowed. You're right. Covering a license plate is a violation. I'd better go ask them about it. With that, the guard straightened his uniform and strode toward the Alfred. Chapter 55, I am a little security guard, protecting the peace. Seeing the security guard walking towards them, the several people inside the black Alfred didn't care. Knock, 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 the young security guard walked up to the Alfred and tapped on the window. Looking at the guard outside, the tattooed bald man slowly rolled down the window. A fierce smile appeared on his face. What's up? Something the matter? The young security guard pointed at the covered license plate, his expression cold and stern. Your license plate is covered, and you're parked at our community entrance. Do you know that's a violation of the rules? Uncover the plate and explain what's going on. The tattooed bald man sized up the guard and curled his lip in disdain. Brother, we just rushed here from a long way off, the plate got splashed with a lot of mud on the road. I was planning to find a place to clean it, so I figured I'd cover it first to avoid being misunderstood by the traffic police. The guard remained unmoved, his tone becoming increasingly firm. Cut the crap. Regardless of the reason, covering your license plate and parking at our community entrance is simply not allowed. Remove the covering right now and submit to an inspection. At this point, Duan Chongqing, who had been silent in the back seat, spoke up impatiently. Fine, fine, it's no big deal. Here's a little something for you, stop pestering us. As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of cash, opened the window, and handed it to the guard. A flicker of hesitation crossed the young guard's eyes, but he quickly regained his resolve. He pushed the money away and said righteously, What are you doing? Don't think you can use these means to corrupt me. I am a community security guard, I protect the peace of the residents. Duan Chongqing's face darkened, and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Don't be ungrateful. If you delay my business, you'll be sorry. The guard looked Duan Chongqing straight in the eye without fear. Threatening me? I stand by my duty and I'm not afraid of your crooked ways. Are you going to cooperate or not? If not, I'm calling the police. You fucking guard, think I'm giving you face? The tattooed bald man slapped the guard hard across the face with a loud smack. Caught off guard, the security guard saw stars from the tattooed man's slap. Fuck your mother. The young guard's temper flared instantly. He pulled the car door open, intending to drag the tattooed man out. However, the scene before him made his hair stand on end, and he froze. He saw 5 burly men inside the car, covered in tattoos of dragons and phoenixes, all holding sharp knives and glaring at him fiercely. The tattooed bald man grinned savagely and brandished the knife in his hand. Kid, you've got guts. Believe it or not, I'll bleed you right now. As he spoke, the tip of the knife moved forward, pressing against the guard's clothes. Be big brother, I was wrong. The young guard knelt on the spot. I'm not married yet, and I haven't confessed to Xiao Dan from the residence yet. Please, brothers, just let me go like a fart. The tattooed bald man saw this. He laughed triumphantly. The other burly men joined in the laughter. Humph, know how to be afraid now. Where was that toughness from before? The tattooed bald man lightly tapped the guard's face with the tip of the knife, his eyes full of contempt. Duan Chongqing urged impatiently from the back seat, enough, don't waste time. Settle it quickly, we have business to do. The tattooed bald man stopped laughing and glared at the guard. Kid, I'll let you off for today. If you dare speak a word of this or call the police, I guarantee you won't see tomorrow's sun. The guard nodded like a woodpecker. Don't worry, big brother. My lips are sealed, I won't say a single word. Get lost. And kick that kid out of the community for me. I understand, big brother. The guard nodded repeatedly, then scrambled to his feet and scurried back to the security booth. Little brother, these people are after you. Did you offend someone? They told me to kick you out. You should call the police quickly. The young guard, with a bright red handprint on his face, hurriedly said to Gu Lin after returning to the booth. The young guard rubbed his stinging face, omitting the part where he had just cowered. He recounted exactly what had happened. After hearing it, Gu Lin looked at the young guard with appreciation. Brother, you're the most professional security guard I've ever seen, standing by your principles even in the face of their threats. Gu Lin looked at the handprint on the guard's face. Of course, he knew the men must have left some things out. Upon hearing this, a holy light seemed to radiate from the young guard's face. Little brother, this is my professional duty, to protect the peace of the area. But you should still call the police. I'm afraid they might barge in later. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. A trace of self-reproach appeared on the guard's face. I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you then. Gu Lin patted his shoulder. Brother, it's enough that you came back to warn me. As for those people, I already know what's going on. Gu Lin's gaze sharpened as he spoke. He checked the time again. 15 minutes had passed since he called his cousin, Li Shaokong. Gu Lin calculated that Li Shaokong should arrive in about 2 minutes. He patted the young guard's shoulder and walked out of the community with a swagger. Boss Duan, that kid is out. The tattooed man was sharp-eyed and saw Gu Lin leaving the community at once. Hi Gu, hurry up and grab that kid. I want to teach him a good lesson. A cruel smile appeared on Duan Chongqing's face as he spoke savagely. Don't be in such a hurry, Boss Duan. Wait until he gets a bit closer. I've already had someone disable the surveillance cameras here. The man in the black short-sleeved shirt, Haigu, responded, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes as he stared intently at the approaching Gu Lin. The other burly men also gripped their knives tightly, like a pack of hungry wolves waiting for their prey to get closer. Gu Lin seemed oblivious, continuing to walk at a leisurely pace, but he was mentally on high alert. When Gu Lin was about 5 meters away from the Alfred, Haiga suddenly pushed the door open and charged at him with the other men like hungry tigers pouncing on prey. Kid, you've got quite the nerve. You knew we were waiting for you, yet you still dared to come out. Haiga shouted while brandishing his knife, trying to intimidate Gu Lin. Gu Lin stood his ground and looked at them calmly, without a trace of fear in his eyes. Duan Chongqing, aren't you afraid of playing with fire and getting burned? Gu Lin raised his voice, his gaze passing over Haigu and the others to look directly at Duan Chongqing inside the car. Duan Chongqing sneered and slowly got out of the car. You little brat, stop putting on airs. Today, I'm going to see if you die or not. You think you can offend me and get away scot-free? Duan Chongqing spat out harsh words. As he spoke, he pulled a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. The smoke rings he exhaled seemed to flaunt his triumph. In a society ruled by law, you actually dare to be so arrogant. As Gu Lin spoke, he secretly started a recording on his phone. This time, he was going to make sure Duan Chongqing would never be able to stage a comeback. Ha ha ha, you little brat, haven't you asked around to find out who I, Duan Chongqing, am? Hearing this, Duan Chongqing burst into laughter. Then tell me, what is your identity? All I know is that you'll soon be Zhou Ya's ex-husband. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Gu Lin's mouth. Hearing the words ex-husband combined with Gu Lin's mocking smile, Duan Chongqing completely lost his mind. He kept imagining scenes of Gu Lin pinning Zhou Ya down beneath him. Haigu, kill him. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. Chapter 56, Pity I haven't confessed to Xiaodan yet. Boss Duan, this isn't right. Didn't we agree to just break 2 of this kid's legs? Black Dog hesitated upon hearing this. When it came to murder, he was still quite cowardly. Besides, the reward Duan Chongqing gave this time was only 30,000, it wasn't worth it. What are you afraid of? I'll add another million for you. Moreover, do you know who is standing behind me? It's Mayor Gu Lin, who is about to become the municipal party secretary. Hearing Duan Chongqing's words, Black Dog's heart trembled. The temptation of $1 million was already significant, and with Gu Li's reputation added to it, his internal fear was suppressed quite a bit. Boss Duan, since you've put it that way, what more can I say? Let's just do it. Black Dog gritted his teeth, a flash of determination in his eyes. Wait, you said the person standing behind you is Mayor Gu Lin? Gu Lin was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Duan Chongqing to have this kind of connection. Haha, brat, now you know to be afraid. I'm telling you, it's already too late. Gu Lin showed surprise on the surface, but his mind was racing with calculations. Perhaps this was also a good opportunity to bring down his father's archrival in one fell swoop. What evidence do you have? What if it's just something you made up? If these brothers kill me, you could just deny that you ordered it when the time comes. Then these brothers will have to rot in prison. Brothers, don't you agree? Gu Lin said, looking at Black Dog and the others. Boss, what this kid says makes some sense, the tattooed man whispered as he walked up to Black Dog. Although they often fought and brawled and had been to the station many times, this was murder. If things went wrong, they might end up facing a firing squad. Hearing Gu Lin's words, a hint of hesitation also appeared on Black Dog's face. Boss Duan, look. Black Dog thought for a moment and decided to see what Duan Chongqing had to say. Don't be fooled by this kid. I have the transfer records to Mayor Gu on my phone. If you don't believe me, come and see. Black Dog hesitated for a moment but still walked toward Duan Chongqing. Duan Chongqing triumphantly pulled out his phone, found the transfer records, and waved them in front of Black Dog's eyes. See that? Can this be fake? I've given plenty of tributes to Mayor Gu these past few years. As long as I speak up, he certainly won't sit idly by. You just take care of this kid. You'll get every cent of the money, and with Mayor Gu covering for us, nothing will happen. Looking at the transfer records, the last trace of doubt in Black Dog's heart vanished. All right, Boss Duan, we believe you. Brothers, let's go. Black Dog waved his hand, and several burly men approached Gu Lin once again. Motherfuckers. Committing a crime in broad daylight. At that moment, a loud shout came. The group turned to look and saw it was that young security guard. After seeing Gu Lin walk out of the residential area's gate, he had been worried about Gu Lin's safety. After hesitating repeatedly, he finally grabbed a baton and rushed over from the security booth. Damn it, there really is someone who isn't afraid of death, Black Dog cursed under his breath. Black Dog, take care of them both. I'll add another 70,000 for you. Duan Chongqing was already somewhat impatient and waved his hand grandly. Hearing another 70,000 added, Black Dog's eyes turned red. He no longer considered the consequences of taking 2 lives. With a sinister smile, he said, Kid, you're seeking death yourself, so you can't blame me. With that, he took the lead and charged toward the young security guard and Gu Lin with the other burly men. Although the young security guard was nervous, he braced himself and met them with his baton. He aimed at the first burly man to charge and swung his baton hard at the man's arm. The men hadn't expected the guard to fight back and couldn't dodge in time. His arm was struck heavily. With a scream of "ah," the sharp knife in his hand fell to the ground. However, the opponents were numerous, and the young security guard was soon surrounded. Black Dog took the opportunity to sneak attack from the side, kicking the guard in the waist. The guard groaned, his body swaying, but he endured the pain and fought back with his baton. Taking advantage of this gap, Gu Lin quickly observed his surroundings. He noticed a pile of construction bricks not far away and had an idea. Seizing the moment, he rushed to the pile, grabbed a brick, and threw it at Black Dog. Black Dog was focused on dealing with the guard and didn't expect this move from Gu Lin. The brick whistled past his cheek, making him break out in a cold sweat. I'm going to fucking kill you. Realizing what happened, Black Dog's eyes instantly turned red, and he lunged at Gu Lin with a sharp knife. Gu Lin quickly dodged, but he was a step too slow, and his arm was slashed by the knife in Black Dog's hand. Gu Lin groaned. The Armani shirt he had just bought today had a gash cut into it. Before long, the white shirt was stained red. Ignoring the pain in his arm, Gu Lin quickly moved to the young security guard's side. The two of them stood in a standoff against the 7 people opposite them. "Brat, remember this in your next life, not everyone is someone you can provoke." Looking at the disheveled Gu Lin, Duan Chongqing laughed arrogantly. "Black Dog, kill them for me." Duan Chongqing waved his hand and prepared to pull out a cigar to continue watching the show. Black Dog grinned sinisterly, and the group slowly closed in on Gu Lin and the guard. "Brother, I'm sorry. I failed to protect you," the young security guard said with a bitter smile. "Big brother, you shouldn't have gotten involved in this," Gu Lin shook his head. "Brother, to be honest, I'm scared to death right now. But if I just watched them kill you like that, I really wouldn't be able to live with myself. Sigh, it's a pity about the resident Xiao Dan, I haven't even had the chance to confess to her yet. Fuck. I'll fight you all." After saying this, the young security guard let out a loud shout and charged at Duan Chongqing's group with his baton. Woo, woo, just as the situation became increasingly critical, a sharp, piercing siren sound came. Bang, bang, bang. "Everyone, stop." This was followed by 3 gunshots and a loud shout from Li Shaokong. 2 police cars with flashing lights pulled up in front of them. Li Shaokong, dressed in a police uniform, took the lead and quickly surrounded Duan Chongqing and the others with 3 other officers. His gaze was like a torch, coldly scanning the crowd before finally landing on Gu Lin. When he saw the wound on Gu Lin's arm, Li Shaokong's eyes turned so cold they seemed capable of freezing someone to death. "Brother Shaokong, you're here." Seeing Li Shaokong, Gu Lin's heart finally settled. "Didn't I tell you not to leave the residential area before I arrived?" Li Shaokong's tone carried a hint of reproach, but it was mostly concern. Gu Lin smiled and pointed to the young security guard next to him. "Brother Shaokong, this is the security guard of the residential area." Li Shaokong glanced at the young security guard, who was also covered in injuries, and said nothing more. Following Li Shaokong's 3 gunshots, a crowd of onlookers had already begun to gather. Seeing the situation, Li Shaokong quickly began to make arrangements. "Xiaoma, you take the 2 of them to the hospital first." Li Shaokong pointed at Gu Lin and the young security guard. "As for the others, handcuff them all and take them away." Chapter 57, Adding Insult to Injury. "Brother Kong, take Duan Chongqing's phone. There's useful stuff on it." Gu Lin walked over to Li Shaokong and said in a low voice. "Got it." Li Shaokong gave Gu Lin a surprised look and nodded slightly. "Captain Li." Seeing Li Shaokong, Black Dog's face twisted into a smile uglier than a grimace. "Black Dog, you're not getting out this time." Li Shaokong's gaze was icy as he stared at Black Dog. Duan Chongqing's face also showed panic upon seeing the police arrive. "You're Captain Li, right? I'm a good friend of Mayor Guo. Could you let me make a phone call?" Duan Chongqing's mind was racing. As long as Guo Shuijie found out what happened here, there might still be a chance to turn things around. "You can say whatever you have to say at the station. Cuff them all," Li Shaokong said to the remaining 2 officers. "Yes, Captain." The 2 officers nodded and proceeded to put silver bracelets on everyone. Under the threat of the truth in Li Shaokong's hands, Black Dog and the others didn't dare resist in the slightest. At that moment, Li Shaokong remembered what Gu Lin had just said. He took Duan Chongqing's phone from his pocket and put it in his own. Afterwards, Li Shaokong and the other officers prepared to escort Duan Chongqing, Black Dog, and the others into the police van. Meanwhile, Gu Lin walked up to Duan Chongqing, a strange smile playing on his lips. In a voice only the 2 of them could hear, he said scornfully, "Do you know who I am? My name is Gu Lin. My father is Gu Deshui, Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee." Hearing Gu Lin's words, Duan Chongqing's heart trembled. Without waiting for Duan Chongqing to respond, Gu Lin continued on his own. TSK, hiring thugs to kill someone in broad daylight, and it's a group crime. Boss Duan, you're going to rot in prison. I'll take good care of Zhouyu for you. Just relax and enjoy your retirement inside. Gu Lin deliberately emphasized the words, "Take good care. Son of a bitch. You set me up." Duan Chongqing finally understood why Gu Lin, after spotting them, still dared to swagger out of the residential complex. Why Gu Lin had repeatedly provoked him. Why the police were so familiar with Gu Lin and arrived so promptly. This was all a trap set by this kid. Mayor Guo will find a way to get me out. Duan Chongqing thought that if something happened to him, Guo Xuejie probably wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Haha, speaking of that, I really have to thank you, Boss Duan. If it weren't for the evidence in your phone, my father would have had no way to deal with Guo Xuejie for the time being. Don't worry, in a few days, Mayor Guo will be joining you inside. I think he'll be very grateful to you too. Gu Lin laughed heartily, adding insult to injury. Duan Chongqing's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. He struggled violently, trying to lunge at Gu Lin. But unfortunately, he was firmly restrained by the officer beside him. Son of a bitch. You fucking tricked me. Duan Chongqing cursed incessantly. Duan Chongqing also knew he was probably truly finished this time. The thought that Gu Lin was the one sending him to prison, that Gu Lin would later spend the money he had worked so hard to earn and play with his wife. Duan Chongqing's emotions grew even more agitated. Li Shaokong shouted from the side, Gu Lin, stop wasting words with him. Get in the van. Let Officer Ma take you two to the hospital first. Okay, Brother Kong. Gu Lin nodded, then pulled the young security guard onto the police van. As for Duan Chongqing's Black Alfred, it was temporarily commandeered. There was no other way, there were just too many criminals. Li Shaokong hadn't expected such a major incident to occur this time. He originally thought Gu Lin had gotten into a conflict with someone, at most involving a few thugs being hired to teach Gu Lin a lesson. So he had only brought 3 officers on duty with him. He never imagined things would escalate to attempted murder in the street. Brother, I still don't know your name. In the police van, Gu Lin smiled and offered the young security guard a cigarette. Bro, don't call me brother, it sounds weird. My name is Brother Zhang. Just call me Zhang Sheng. The young security guard took the cigarette Gu Lin offered and said with a smile. All right, Zhang Sheng. Sorry you got dragged into this. Gu Lin took a deep drag from his cigarette and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. I was scared too at the time, but I couldn't just stand by and watch them kill you. But these guys have some serious guts, daring to attack someone in the street right in the city. Zhang Xing patted his chest, still feeling lingering fear. It's because they've been arrogant for so long, thinking they can do whatever they want. Gu Lin gave a cold laugh, a flash of disdain in his eyes. The two smoked and chatted for a while longer before the police van quickly arrived at the hospital. After the doctor examined Gu Lin and Zhang Sheng, he confirmed they only had superficial wounds. After simple treatment and bandaging, he told them to rest on the side. However, the wound on Gu Lin's arm was quite deep. It needed stitches and would likely leave a scar. As the doctor stitched Gu Lin's wound, he couldn't help but sigh. Young man, this is a serious wound. Whoever did this was vicious. Be more careful in the future. Don't be so impulsive. Gu Lin smiled and replied, I understand, doctor. This was just a sudden situation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhouya, seeing the crowd gathered at the entrance of the residential complex, quickly found a bald middle-aged man to ask for information. Sir, what happened here just now? Seems like someone tried to commit murder right on the street. The police came, and there were even gunshots. The public security in Arshan City has never been this bad before. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. Look, there's still blood on the ground. He then pointed at the bloodstains Gu Lin had left. Hearing the man's words, Zhouya's heart trembled. After returning home earlier, she had lain on the bed feeling restless. After thinking about it, she decided to call Gu Lin. But at that time, Gu Lin was fighting with Black Dog and the others and didn't have time to answer. When she heard the 3 gunshots, she immediately thought Gu Lin might be in trouble. She quickly put on her clothes and went downstairs, but she was still a step too late. By the time she reached the scene, apart from the onlookers, Gu Lin was nowhere to be seen. Zhouya was frantic with worry. Her intuition told her the blood was likely Gu Lin's. She didn't bother saying more to the middle-aged men and turned to run towards the security booth at the complex entrance. Arriving at the security booth, she found it empty too. Tears welled up in Zhouya's eyes from anxiety. She took out her phone and called Gu Lin again. Fortunately, this time the phone rang for a while before being answered. "Hello, Sister Zhou." Gu Lin's voice came from the other end. Hearing Gu Lin's voice, Zhouya's heart relaxed slightly. But she immediately grew tense again and hurriedly asked, "Gu Lin, how are you? Where are you? I just heard someone was attacked on the street here, and there's blood on the ground. I was so worried about you. I'm at the hospital." "Don't worry, just a minor injury. They're treating it now." Gu Lin looked at Zhang Sheng, who kept glancing over, and said with a smile. When Zhouya heard Gu Lin was at the hospital, her heart clenched again. She quickly asked, "Which hospital?" "I'm coming right now." Gu Lin told her the hospital address. After hanging up, Zhouya didn't dare delay for a moment. She immediately returned to the complex, got in her car, and rushed to the hospital. In the hospital room, after watching Gu Lin hang up, Zhang Sheng teased with a smile. "Bro, your girlfriend is so worried about you. When you're better, you better thank her properly." Gu Lin smiled. "Buddy, do you know who she is?" Chapter 58, You really don't want to suffer one bit, kid. Brother Zhang shook his head with a curious expression. "How would I know? Stop keeping me in suspense. She's the wife of that Duan Chongqing, the one who hired the assassin." Brother Zhang's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. "What? She's Duan Chongqing's wife? Brother, this relationship is quite complicated. How are you still with your enemy's wife? Buddy, let's just say. Is there a possibility that I met Zhouya before I ever crossed paths with Duan Chongqing?" Brother Zhang froze for a moment, then it suddenly dawned on him. "Hey, I get it. Duan Chongqing found out your relationship with his wife was unusual, so he came after you. If it were me, I'd hire someone to take you out too." Gu Lin gave Brother Zhang an annoyed look. "What are you talking about? It's consensual between Zhouya and me. Besides, Duan Chongqing treats her poorly. Not only is his private life a mess, but he's also hell-bent on making her leave the marriage with nothing." Gu Lin then began to briefly tell Brother Zhang the story between Zhouya and Duan Chongqing. Then this Duan Chongqing really is a piece of work. After hearing Gu Lin's story, Brother Zhang spoke with righteous indignation. "Exactly. That's why Zhouya lost all feelings for him long ago. If it weren't for Duan Chongqing being so intent on leaving her penniless, things wouldn't have reached this point." Gu Lin sighed helplessly. "However, Duan Chongqing actually did me a huge favor." Thinking of the evidence on Duan Chongqing's phone that could bring down Guoshuijie, a smile played on the corners of Gu Lin's mouth. Getting stabbed wasn't for nothing. Not only could he help his father clear out his rival, Guoshuijie, but he could also ensure Duan Chongqing rotted in prison, allowing Zhouya to take full control of the company. "Duan Chongqing did you a huge favor?" Brother Zhang was a bit confused by Gu Lin's words. "Haha, buddy, don't worry about it." Gu Lin shook his head. "All right." Brother Zhang nodded. Since Gu Lin wasn't talking, he wouldn't pry. He wasn't a very curious person by nature. As the two were talking, the ward door was suddenly pushed open, and Zhouya rushed in frantically. She walked straight to Gu Lin's bedside and asked anxiously, "Gu Lin, how are you? Is the injury serious? I was just at the entrance of the residential area when I heard Duan Chongqing and his men committed an assault in the street and even fired a gun. I was scared to death." Looking at the concern in Zhouya's eyes, Gu Lin felt a warmth in his heart. "I'm fine, just a small wound on my arm. It's already been treated. Don't worry." How could Duan Chongqing be so insane? Zhouya looked at the bandage on Gu Lin's arm with heartache, her voice choking up. "It's okay, Sister Zhou. It's no big deal, just a few stitches." Gu Lin stroked Zhouya's hair to comfort her. After speaking, he looked at Brother Zhang and introduced him to Zhouya with a smile. Yeah, this is Brother Zhang. If it wasn't for his help today, I would have been in real danger." Zhouya wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Brother Zhang gratefully. "Big Brother Zhang, thank you so much. I'll remember this kindness. If you ever need help with anything in the future, just ask. Brother Zhang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Miss Zhou, you're too polite. It's what I should have done. Haha, Sister Zhou, if you really want to thank Tiancheng, introduce him to a resident in your complex named Xiaodan. Gu Lin glanced at Brother Zhang opposite him and teased with a laugh. Zhouya was slightly stunned, and a forced smile appeared on her face. Xiaodan. I know her. Big Brother Zhang, have you taken a liking to her? Brother Zhang's face turned slightly red, and he gave a silly laugh while scratching his head. I've just seen her a few times in your residential area, Sister Zhou. I thought she had a nice personality and wanted to get to know her. But Big Brother Zhang, Xiaodan was married before and has a 6-year-old daughter. Did you know that? Zhouya hesitated for a moment but still told Brother Zhang about Xiaodan's situation. Hearing this, the silly grin on Brother Zhang's face didn't fade. Miss Zhou, I know all about Xiaodan's situation. I value Xiaodan for who she is, not her past. As for the child, I like kids quite a bit. If we are fated to be together in the future, I will definitely treat her daughter as my own. Tiancheng, not bad. You're quite responsible. Sister Zhou, seeing how sincere Tiancheng is, hurry up and help play matchmaker. Listening from the side, Gu Lin couldn't help but speak up with a smile. Zhouya nodded gently. Since Big Brother Zhang has said so much, I will definitely do my best to help. It's just that since Xiaodan's divorce, she's become quite sensitive and introverted. Big Brother Zhang will need to have enough patience. Brother Zhang nodded repeatedly. I understand, Miss Zhou. Don't worry, I'll take things slow with her and won't be too abrupt. Yes, Xiaodan has had a hard time collecting rent by herself these past few years. If Big Brother Zhang can make this work, he can help share her burden. Zhouya shook her head and sighed. Holy crap. Buddy, you really don't want to suffer one bit. Gu Lin had genuinely thought Brother Zhang was being pure-hearted until he heard Zhouya's words, only then did he realize how naive he was. Gu Lin looked at Brother Zhang, caught between laughter and tears. So you knew all along that Xiaodan is a wealthy woman. I thought you just liked her for her personality. Brother Zhang chuckled. I definitely like her for who she is. As for the rest, well, consider it a pleasant surprise. But I swear, I really didn't go after her for that. Zhouya couldn't help but laugh too. Look at you two going back and forth. Big Brother Zhang, regardless, as long as you are truly good to Xiaodan, I will definitely support you. While the three were laughing and joking, Gu Lin's phone suddenly rang urgently. Gu Lin saw that it was a call from his father, Gu Deshui. Gu Lin quickly answered the phone, and Gu Deshui's serious and anxious voice came from the other end. Gu Lin, I heard from Xiaokong about your injury. How is it? Is it serious? Gu Lin quickly said, Dad, I'm fine. It's just a superficial wound on my arm. It's already been treated. Don't worry. Son, where are you now? Immediately following, Li Yulan's anxious voice appeared on the other end of the line. Gu Lin felt a warmth in his heart and said, Mom, I'm at the hospital. It's nothing serious now. Don't rush over here, it's too much trouble to go back and forth. Li Yulan said angrily over the phone, You child, you're injured and you won't even let us come see you. What kind of talk is that? Gu Lin smiled helplessly, knowing his parents definitely couldn't rest easy. All right then, Mom and Dad. I'm at the city hospital now. Take your time coming over, don't rush. Hanging up the phone, Gu Lin said to Zhouya and Brother Zhang, My parents know about my injury and are heading this way. Zhouya nodded slightly, her expression a bit nervous. After all, she was about to meet Gu Lin's parents, it was inevitable to feel some trepidation. Furthermore, a large part of the reason for Gu Lin's injury this time was because of her. Chapter 59, Could it be that I'm going to be your son's mistress? Gu Lin noticed Zhouya's nervousness and reached out to gently hold her hand. Not long after, the ward door was pushed open again, and Gu Deshui and Li Yulan rushed in. Li Yulan spotted Gu Lin lying on the hospital bed at a glance, and her eyes instantly turned red. She walked quickly to the bedside, looking at the bandage on Gu Lin's arm with heartache. Son, does it hurt? How did you end up provoking that group of desperate outlaws? Gu Lin smiled to reassure his mother, "Mom, it really doesn't hurt. Look, aren't I doing just fine?" After speaking, he looked at Gu Desui. "Dad, you're here." Gu Desui nodded slightly, his gaze falling on Zhouya with a scrutinizing look. After receiving the call from Li Shaokong, he had investigated the cause of Gu Lin's incident. He knew that Gu Lin had provoked Duan Chongqing because of the woman in front of him. Zhouya felt a bit nervous, bowed slightly, and said politely, "Hello, uncle and auntie. I'm Zhouya, Gu Lin's friend. This whole thing is actually my fault. The person who hired the killers is my husband." As she spoke, Zhouya's eyes began to redden. When Li Yulan heard this, her anger flared up instantly. She couldn't help but complain, "Young lady, your husband is truly a ruthless character. How could he do something so wicked? If anything had happened to my son, what would we have done?" Zhouya was filled with guilt, tears welling in her eyes, her voice trembling as she sobbed. "Auntie, I'm truly blaming myself. I'm the one who dragged Gu Lin into this. I never expected Duan Chongqing to be so insane. Sister Zhou, this isn't your fault. Mom, stop talking." Gu Lin felt a pang of pity seeing Zhouya's tearful appearance. "You child." Li Yulan sighed softly, seeing how much Gu Lin was defending Zhouya. Although she was still angry about Zhouya's husband's actions, seeing Zhouya so overcome with guilt, she couldn't bring herself to say more. Gu Desui cleared his throat, breaking the slightly awkward silence. "Miss Zhou, since this has already happened, our priority now is to solve the problem. I'd like to hear how you and Gu Lin met, and then how Gu Lin provoked Duan Chongqing." Gu Deshui's voice remained steady, but it put immense pressure on Zhouya. After all, the man standing before her was one of the top figures in this city. Zhouya took a deep breath, trying her best to calm her nerves. She spoke slowly, "Gu Lin and I met at the hot pot restaurant." Zhouya began to recount the process of how she and Gu Lin met. Naturally, she omitted many of the more ambiguous parts. "Duan Chongqing called me today, and Gu Lin happened to be right there." He couldn't help but talk back to Duan Chongqing for a few sentences. "I didn't expect Duan Chongqing to be so petty and so bold that he'd dare to hire someone to commit a crime in broad daylight on the street." Zhouya didn't mention exactly what Gu Lin had said to provoke Duan Chongqing. After all, what Gu Lin had said was truly difficult for her to repeat out loud. After hearing Zhouya's account, Gu Desui nodded. Although he knew Zhouya was definitely hiding some things, it wasn't much different from what his investigation had shown. As for the things she hid, Gu Desui didn't plan to probe further. He could see that his son's relationship with this Zhouya was not simple. Li Yulan had obviously noticed a few things as well. "Miss Zhou, you..." However, before Li Yulan could finish, Gu Desui waved his hand to interrupt her. Gu Desui pondered for a moment before turning his gaze to Gu Lin, his expression somewhat serious. "Gu Lin, this incident should serve as a reminder that you can't act solely on impulse. But it's too late to say that now. We still need to make plans for the next step. Miss Zhou, what are your plans for the future?" Gu Desui asked, looking at Zhouya. "Uncle Gu, I'm going to file for divorce next," Zhouya said without the slightest hesitation, her tone firm. Fearing that Gu Lin's parents might misunderstand her as a materialistic woman, Zhouya recounted the history between her and Duan Chongqing once more. Gu Desui nodded slightly, expressing his approval of her decision. "Duan Chongqing won't be coming out in the future. You're doing the right thing." Li Yulan listened from the side and nodded along, her gaze toward Zhouya softening with a bit more sympathy and understanding. "Miss Zhou, that Duan Chongqing really is a piece of work. Auntie, please don't call me Miss Zhou anymore. You can call me Zhouya, or Xiaoya is fine too." Zhouya wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and forced a small smile. A kind smile appeared on Li Yulan's face as she gently took Zhouya's hand. "All right, Xiaoya. Hearing you say that, I also think you're right to get this divorce. What about after that? Do you have any other plans? You can't just stay like this, life is still long." Originally, when Li Yulan heard that Gu Lin was injured because of Zhouya, she felt some resentment toward her. But after hearing the story between Zhouya and Duan Chongqing, she felt that this child was also a poor soul. "Auntie, I haven't thought that far ahead yet," Zhouya said, shaking her head after a moment of hesitation. However, her eyes subtly glanced at Gu Lin. This scene was all caught by Gu Deshui, who was observing her. Gu Deshui sighed inwardly. Yuan, Miss Zhou has her own considerations. Stop asking so many questions. Li Yulan looked at her husband in surprise. Seeing Gu Deshui give her a slight shake of his head, Li Yulan could only nod gently. Uncle Gu, you can call me Xiaoyu just like Auntie does. Zhouyu gave Gu Deshui a grateful look. She knew in her heart that this deputy secretary of the municipal party committee was helping her out of a tight spot. Li Yulan's question just now had indeed left her not knowing how to answer. Could she say, I don't plan on getting married again, I'm going to be your son's mistress for the rest of my life? Dad, come out with me for a moment. At this point, Gu Lin seemed to have thought of something and spoke to Gu Deshui. Gu Deshui looked at Gu Lin in confusion but nodded gently. The two of them then stood up and walked toward the end of the hospital corridor. Only Li Yulan and Zhouyu were left in the room. As for Brother Zhang, the kid had run off before Gu Deshui and Zhouyu arrived. He insisted on getting back to his post at work. In reality, the kid was impatient to go and tell his heroic deeds to the resident, Xiao Dan. Seeing that his injuries were only superficial, Gu Lin didn't stop him. What do you want to talk to me about? Gu Deshui opened the corridor window and lit a cigarette. Dad, give me one too. Gu Lin watched Gu Deshui puffing away, and his own craving kicked in. He gave a cheeky grin. You brat. Gu Deshui shook his head with a smile but gave Gu Lin a cigarette anyway. Dad, listen to this recording. Gu Lin took a deep drag after lighting the cigarette. Then he took out his phone and started playing it. Chapter 60, Do you still want to progress? Duan Chongqing's arrogant voice immediately rang out from the phone. Ha 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 ha, you little brat, you didn't even bother to find out who I, Duan Chongqing, am. Then tell me, what is your identity? All I know is that you'll soon be Zhouyu's ex-husband. This was Gu Lin's voice, his tone thick with provocation. Hearing this, Gu Deshui gave Gu Lin an unreadable look. Hee hee, Dad, keep listening, Gu Lin chuckled. Black dog, kill him for me. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Boss Duan, this isn't right. Didn't we agree to just break both of this kid's legs? This was Black Dog's voice. What are you afraid of? I'll give you another $1,000,000. Besides, do you know who's standing behind me? It's Mayor Gu Xuejie, who is about to become the municipal party secretary. Hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Gu Deshui's eyes. Boss Duan, since you've put it that way, what else can I say? Let's just do it. Wait, you said the one standing behind you is Mayor Gu Xuejie. The recording continued to play. Gu Lin and Gu Deshui smoked their cigarettes in silence, neither of them speaking. What proof do you have? What if you're just making it up? If these big brothers kill me, you could just deny that you ordered it. Then these big brothers would have to rot in prison. Big brothers, don't you agree? At this point, the recording became a bit faint. It was when Black Dog and the others were discussing with Duan Chongqing. After a while, Duan Chongqing's extremely arrogant voice rang out in the recording again. Don't be fooled by this kid. I have the transfer records to Mayor Guo on my phone. If you don't believe me, come and see. See that? Can this be fake? I've given plenty of tributes to Mayor Guo over the years. As long as I speak up, he definitely won't just sit by and watch. You guys just take care of this kid. You'll get every penny. With Mayor Guo covering for us, nothing will happen. The recording ended there. Gu Deshui put out his cigarette and looked at Gu Lin with a serious expression. I'll call Xiao Kong right now and have him bring over Duan Chongqing's phone. Dad, didn't Brother Xiao Kong give you the phone? I told him to hand over Duan Chongqing's phone to you. Gu Deshui frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Xiao Kong didn't contact me about this. Maybe something went wrong in between. Gu Lin's heart tightened, and he hurriedly said, Dad, we can't let this key evidence get lost. The transfer records on Duan Chongqing's phone are ironclad proof of Gu Xuejie's corruption. Gu Deshui immediately took out his phone, dialing as he spoke, I'll contact him now and see what's going on. The call was quickly connected. Gu Deshui's tone was serious. Xiao Kong, Gu Lin told you to hand over Duan Chongqing's phone. Why haven't you given it to me? Li Xiaokong's slightly panicked voice came from the other end. Uncle-in-law, I got busy and forgot. I'll bring it to you right away. Gu Deshui's expression softened slightly, but he still said sternly, Xiaokong, how could you forget something so important? Bring the phone over quickly, and be careful on the way. Li Xiaokong repeatedly agreed on the other end. After hanging up, Gu Deshui breathed a long sigh of relief. He said to Gu Lin, fortunately, he just forgot. If this evidence were really lost, the trouble would be immense. Gu Lin nodded, but he was still a bit worried. Dad, although Brother Xiaokong said he just forgot, I still feel uneasy. How about we send someone to meet him halfway? Gu Deshui pondered for a moment and felt that Gu Lin's words made sense. So he picked up the phone again and arranged for 2 trusted subordinates to meet Xiaokong halfway, ensuring the phone was delivered safely. About half an hour later, the people sent to meet him called, saying they had met Xiaokong and were on their way back. Only then did Gu Deshui and Gu Lin feel a bit more at ease. Xiaokong, what's wrong with you? How could you forget such an important matter? Once Li Xiaokong arrived at the hospital corridor with the phone, Gu Deshui immediately gave him a harsh scolding. Uncle-in-law, I was really too busy. The impact of this matter is just too great. Li Xiaokong said timidly, looking at Gu Deshui's dark face. It could be said that among the children of Gu Lin's eldest maternal uncle, second maternal aunt, and eldest maternal aunt, not a single one wasn't afraid of Gu Deshui. It couldn't be helped, Gu Deshui held the highest status and allowed them to benefit quite a bit from his influence. Xiaokong, be more cautious in the future. With the way you are, how can I feel at ease letting you progress? Gu Deshui patted Li Xiaokong's shoulder and spoke with heartfelt earnestness. I understand, uncle-in-law. I'll definitely change in the future. Hearing progress, a flash of excitement crossed Li Xiaokong's eyes, and he quickly promised. MHM. Seeing Li Xiaokong's attitude, Gu Deshui nodded with satisfaction. Brother Xiaokong, is the impact of this matter really that big? At this moment, Gu Lin, who had been watching the scene from the side, spoke up and asked. It's more than just big. Just open TikTok and look at the trending searches, and you'll see. Li Xiaokong gave a bitter laugh. He hadn't expected this incident to have such a massive impact. In just these short 2 or 3 hours since it happened, it had already caused such a huge stir online. Actually, the high popularity of this matter was partly due to Li Xiaokong. Mainly, the 3 shots he fired into the air had brought about a massive impact. Hearing Li Xiaokong say this, Gu Lin took out his phone and opened TikTok to take a look. Trending search number 1, the movie, I Am Not the God of Wealth, surpasses 300 million at the box office. Trending search number 2, Dami Company successfully lists on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Trending search number 3, Assault in Broad Daylight in Shan City. Gu Lin looked at the third trending search, his brow furrowing slightly, and then he clicked on it. The trending content was full of video clips of the chaotic scene, as well as the small patch of blood Gu Lin had spilled. The netizens' comments were also overwhelming. Someone actually committed an assault in broad daylight. Is there no law anymore? These people are too arrogant. They must be severely punished. I heard that when the police arrived at the scene, they were so scared they fired 3 shots in a row. I feel like there must be some hidden story behind this, otherwise, how could they dare to be so blatant? Gu Lin quickly swiped through the screen and continued looking down, suddenly noticing a comment that had been pushed to the top. I heard the perpetrator works for a boss named Duan Chongqing. This boss seems to have connections with people in the government. His background isn't simple. Below this comment, many people agreed, and quite a few began to speculate on which official he was colluding with. An internet slang phrase even became popular because of this. Even Ultraman would get slapped twice if he came to Shan City. Gu Lin felt secretly pleased. It seemed public opinion was already moving in a favorable direction. He handed the phone to Gu Deshui and pointed at that popular comment. After Gu Deshui saw it, he nodded slightly. Guoshuijie is finished this time. A smile also appeared on Gu Deshui's face. Uncle-in-law, once Mayor Guo falls from power, wouldn't you? Li Xiaokong thought about how his uncle-in-law had been competing with Guoshuijie for the position of municipal party secretary during this time. Gu Deshui didn't hide it and nodded with a smile. Originally, he had relied on the powerful backing of Li Baoguo, plus the high regard of Provincial Party Secretary Li Changing. Even without this incident, he would have been able to stand out in the struggle against Gu Shuijie. Now, with this evidence against Gu Shuijie, it could be said that Gu Deshui's seat as the municipal party secretary was guaranteed. Chapter 61, Why are you still standing here? Just then, Gu Deshui's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Provincial Party Secretary Li Changing calling. Gu Deshui's heart tightened. He hurriedly composed himself, took a deep breath, and answered the call. He spoke respectfully, "Hello, Secretary Li." On the other end of the line, Li Changing's voice sounded exceptionally serious. "Deshui, I've already heard about the assault in the streets of Shan City. It's causing a huge stir online right now, and the impact is extremely negative. I heard that one of the victims was your son." Gu Deshui quickly responded, "Secretary Li, that is indeed the case. My son, Gu Lin, was also injured in this incident." "Is the young man's injury serious?" Li Changing asked with concern. "He didn't suffer any major harm, but he had to get over a dozen stitches on his arm." Gu Deshui looked at Gu Lin, who was smoking nearby, and spoke truthfully. Hearing this, Li Changing breathed a slight sigh of relief. "It's good that he's okay, that's a blessing in disguise. Secretary Li, I have some matters I'd like to report to you. Behind this incident, it's not just an assault in the streets, it also involves some complex interests and corruption issues. I already have some evidence in my hands." Gu Deshui took the opportunity to report the matter of the recording and the mobile phone to Li Changing. "Deshui, you must preserve that evidence well. I'll arrange for comrades from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection to head to Shan City immediately." After listening to Gu Deshui's report, Li Changing did not hesitate and quickly issued the order. "Yes, Secretary Li," Gu Deshui replied respectfully. "Gu Lin, stay in the hospital and recover in peace. Xiao Kong and I are going to pick up the comrades from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection." After hanging up the phone with Li Changing, Gu Deshui quickly made arrangements. "Go back to the ward in a moment and let your mother know. Xiao Kong, let's go." Knowing that time was of the essence, Gu Deshui left those words and quickly departed with Li Xiao Kong. Gu Lin watched the receding figures of his father and Li Xiao Kong, silently praying that their trip would go smoothly. When Gu Lin returned to the ward, Zhouya and Li Yulan were chatting. Seeing Gu Lin return, Zhouya immediately stood up, her gaze fixed on him with concern. "Why were you gone so long? Did something happen?" Li Yulan also looked at her son with a face full of worry. "Sister Zhou, it's nothing," Gu Lin shook his head with a smile. Then he turned to look at Li Yulan. "Mom, Dad asked me to tell you that he has something to take care of and had to leave first." Li Yulan frowned slightly and asked worriedly, "What's so urgent?" "Your arm is still injured, and he's not even staying to keep you company." Gu Lin quickly explained, "Mom, Dad is going to handle something very important that affects many people. My injury isn't a problem, so don't worry." He didn't want his mother to worry too much, so he tried to speak as lightheartedly as possible. Moreover, the arrival of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection in Shan City was essentially a surprise raid. Gu Lin didn't want to say too much about such matters. Li Yulan keenly felt that things were not that simple, but she didn't continue questioning him in front of Zhouya. Zhouya noticed the subtle atmosphere between Gu Lin and Li Yulan. She guessed in her heart that this so-called important matter was likely not simple, but she didn't ask further either. She just smiled gently and said, "Auntie, don't worry too much. Uncle surely knows what he's doing. Gu Lin needs you here to take good care of him right now." Li Yulan nodded, though worry still lingered in her eyes. Then she looked at Gu Lin and said, "You, pay more attention to yourself. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, don't hide it from me." Gu Lin obediently replied, "I know, Mom. Rest assured." Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, Gu Shuijie was flying into a rage. Bang. This was already the third teacup Gu Shuijie had smashed. Is Duan Chongqing an idiot? Hiring a killer for a street assault, and the target was Gu Deshui's son. And he wants me to bail him out. With such a huge impact and the province watching, am I supposed to risk my life to bail him out? Gu Shuijie paced back and forth in the office, the fat on his face twitching with his agitated emotions. The secretary stood cautiously to the side, not daring to even breathe loudly. "Mayor, this matter is fermenting very rapidly online right now. Many people are guessing who is behind Duan Chongqing. They are all saying that since Duan Chongqing is so arrogant, there must be a protective umbrella behind him. The secretary secretly observed Gu Xuejie's expression and spoke with extreme caution. Hearing this, Gu Xuejie's face instantly turned ashen. He whipped his head around and glared fiercely at the secretary, as if wanting to vent all the fury in his heart onto him. Do I need you to tell me this nonsense? The most important thing now is to find a way to suppress this matter. We can't let them trace it back to me. The secretary replied tremblingly, Mayor, Duan Chongqing also had a message for me to give you. What message? Gu Xuejie was now annoyed just hearing the name Duan Chongqing. He said, he has always kept evidence of bribing you on his phone. After finishing, the secretary quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at Gu Xuejie's expression. Evidence. Gu Xuejie's eyes widened, and the veins on his forehead bulged. That bastard, he actually dared to plot against me. After a moment of silence, Gu Xuejie forced himself to calm down. In this critical moment, any panic could lead him into an irreversible abyss. He tried to steady his racing heart, his brain working rapidly to think of a countermeasure. Where is the phone? Gu Xuejie's voice was bone-chillingly cold. Duan Chongqing said it was taken by Li Shaokong. The secretary hesitated for a moment but still spoke the truth. For a moment, the office fell into a heavy silence. Then why are you still standing here? Gu Xuejie looked at the secretary before him, his tone devoid of any warmth. I was waiting for your next instructions, Mayor, the secretary said submissively. Gu Xuejie took a deep breath, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. Go, contact Gap-Toothed San for me. Have him take a few capable henchmen and snatch that phone back from Li Shaokong at any cost. If Li Shaokong dares to resist, finish him off. We must not leave any witnesses. The secretary's heart trembled, and he showed a look of difficulty. Mayor, this. Gap-Toothed San and his lot are all desperate criminals. If things get out of hand. Out of hand? Are things not out of hand enough already? Gu Xuejie roared. Do you know that Li Shaokong is one of Gu Deshui's men? If the evidence on that phone is exposed, we're all finished. Just go and do it. If anything happens, I'll take the fall. Helpless, the secretary could only nod. Yes, Mayor, I'll go contact him right away. After saying that, he hurried out of the office. Gu Xuejie watched the secretary's departing back and slumped into his chair, his hands constantly rubbing his temples. He knew that this time, he was truly in a desperate situation. Once the evidence on the phone fell into the hands of the Discipline Inspection Commission, his political career would be completely over. What awaited him would be the severe punishment of the law. With the amount Duan Chongqing had bribed him, by the time he got out, he would probably be eligible for a 60-year-old's welfare benefits. Chapter 62, Why Are You Back Again? At this moment, Gu Deshui and Li Shaokong had already met up with several comrades from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection at the highway entrance. In addition to the 4 from the Commission for Discipline Inspection, the Provincial Public Security Department had also sent over a dozen armed police officers to accompany them. The leader from the Commission for Discipline Inspection was a short-haired man around 30 years old. Hello, Secretary Gu, I am Lin Sheng from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Lin Sheng introduced himself, extending his right hand. Hello, Comrade Lin. Gu Lin Shui also hurriedly extended his right hand. Secretary Gu, the situation is urgent. Let's go and arrest Gu Xuejie now to avoid any complications from delays. As Lin Sheng spoke, his eyes revealed a sense of determination and decisiveness. Gu Deshui nodded. All right, everything will be according to Comrade Lin's arrangements. Everyone quickly boarded the vehicles, forming a convoy that sped toward the city center. Mayor. At this time, the secretary who had just left returned. Why are you back? Didn't I tell you to contact Gap-Toothed San and snatch that phone? Seeing the secretary return, Gu Xuejie's heart tightened, and a flicker of displeasure flashed across his face. The secretary looked panicked and said breathlessly, Mayor, I investigated Li Shaokong's vehicle information. Over 2 hours ago, Li Shaokong first went to the hospital to pick up Gu Deshui, and an hour ago, his car stopped at the highway entrance. Now they are heading toward the municipal government, accompanied by a Buick GL8 and 4 police cars from the provincial department. Hearing this news, Gu Shiwejia's vision went black, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Damn it, those coming are clearly people from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Gu Shiwejia steadied himself, leaning against the desk to barely remain standing, as bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead incessantly. He knew his situation was already precarious. Once the people from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection arrived, with the evidence in the phone, he would be beyond redemption. Suddenly, Gu Shiwejia thought of someone, the former deputy secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, Yu Kaixing. With Yu Caixing's connections, perhaps he could be saved. Thinking this, Gu Shiwejia quickly found Yu Caixing's number and dialed it. Beep, beep, beep. After 3 rings, the call was quickly hung up. Gu Shiwejia immediately called again, but this time a prompt informed him the phone was turned off. Holding his phone, Gu Shiwejia's hands couldn't stop trembling, his face filled with despair. Damn it, that old geezer Yu Kaixing. He took so many benefits from me, yet he drops the ball at the critical moment. Gu Shiwejia cursed angrily. Why are you still standing here? Seeing the secretary still standing there in a daze, Gu Shiwejia stepped up and gave him a loud slap. I'm waiting for your next instructions. The secretary touched his stinging face, looking aggrieved. Instructions my ass. Hurry up and book a flight for me. Hurry and go get the car to take me to the airport. The secretary saw stars from that slap. Looking at the enraged Gu Shiwejia, he didn't dare delay any longer and hurriedly pulled out his phone to book a flight. His fingers swiped frantically across the screen, his mouth muttering, the earliest flight, the earliest flight. Gu Shiwejia was anxious, pacing back and forth in the office. From time to time, he looked at the secretary and urged, hurry up. Stop dawdling. When the people from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection get here, we're both going in. Mayor, the earliest flight takes off in half an hour, but... The secretary looked up, appearing troubled. But what? Speak up. Gu Shiwejia roared impatiently. But we can't make it to Quanqing Airport in half an hour, the secretary replied cautiously. Gu Shiwejia grit his teeth and said fiercely, then can't you fucking book one for 2 hours later? Looking at his slow-witted secretary, Gu Shiwejia couldn't help but feel speechless. Why had he chosen such a character to be his secretary in the first place? Book me a ticket to the United States for 2 hours from now. We won't take the highway, we'll take the local roads. Gu Shiwejia knew that once the Commission for Discipline Inspection arrived at the mayor's office and failed to catch him, they would definitely block the highway. Taking the local roads for 2 hours to reach Quanqing Airport would be just about right. As for whether they would block the airport, Gu Shiwejia felt it was unlikely. The people above wouldn't want to see things escalate to such an extent. After saying that, he rushed into the inner room and began haphazardly packing some valuables and important documents into a suitcase. Just as the secretary finished booking the flight, Gu Shiwejia rushed out with the suitcase. Let's go, take me to the airport. Gu Shiwejia took one last lingering look at the mayor's office. Where is Mayor Gu planning to go? Just then, the office door was slammed open. Lin Xing stood at the door with a serious expression, accompanied by several comrades from the Commission for Discipline Inspection and Armed Police. Gu Deshui and Li Shaokong were among them. Lin Xing's gaze was like a torch, staring straight at Gu Shiwejia. He said coldly, Gu Shiwejia, your corruption has come to light. Come with us. Gu Shiwejia's face instantly turned ashen. The suitcase he was clutching tightly slipped from his hand, hitting the floor with a thud. Some documents and valuables inside scattered all over the floor. His body seemed to lose all strength, going limp. Gu Deshui, you won this time. A twisted smile appeared on Gu Shiwejia's face. But I didn't lose to you, I lost to that idiot Duan Chongqing. Gu Shiwejia didn't know yet that Gu Deshui was already favored by Provincial Party Secretary Li Changgang. Even without the Duan Chongqing incident, the final Municipal Party Secretary wouldn't have been him. Standing to the side, Gu Deshui looked at Gu Shiwejia's wretched and unwilling appearance, feeling a bit of a sigh in his heart. Gu Shiwejia, you held a high position and should have benefited the people, yet you were consumed by greed and abused your power. From now on, what awaits you is the punishment of the law. Gu Deshui said righteously. Looking at Gu Deshui, who seemed like the embodiment of justice, Gu Shuijie suddenly laughed. Once upon a time, he had also been filled with a sense of righteous mission like Gu Deshui. But in politics, there are some things you can't avoid even if you don't want to do them. When everyone around you is black, being white alone is a mistake in itself. Take him away. At this time, Lin Xing checked the time, it was already around 1 in the morning, and waved his hand. As Gu Shuijie was being escorted out, the secretary was so scared that he fell to his knees with a thud. He pleaded with tears and snot flowing, "Leaders, I was forced into all of this. Gu Shuijie ordered me to do everything. I know I was wrong, please spare me." Lin Xing glanced at the secretary and said coldly, "As a secretary, it's impossible for you to be ignorant of Gu Shuijie's crimes. And you were involved, so you won't escape the law's punishment. Get up and come with us." The secretary stood up trembling and was escorted out by another armed police officer along with Gu Shuijie. Although it was already 1 in the morning, because the impact of this matter was so severe, many people in the municipal government were still working overtime. When they walked out of the office and into the hallway, many municipal government staff members gathered around. Seeing this scene, they whispered to each other, their faces filled with shock. Gu Shuijie used to be so powerful in the municipal government, but now he had ended up like this. It was truly a sight that made one sigh. Lin Xing looked at everyone and said loudly, "Gu Shuijie has been arrested for corruption. I hope this serves as a warning to all of you. As officials, you should be honest and upright, serving the people wholeheartedly, otherwise, you will surely face the severe punishment of the law." Subsequently, Lin Xing and the others escorted Gu Shuijie and the secretary into the cars and drove toward their destination. Chapter 63, You're Still Laughing. Everyone looked at each other, they all knew that the political climate in Shan City was about to change. Secretary Gu will be heading back to Quan City first. Lin Xing smiled and shook hands with Gu Deshui. Gu Deshui returned the smile and said sincerely, "Team Leader Lin, this time it's all thanks to the strong support and cooperation of your Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Otherwise, who knows how much longer Gu Shuijie would have remained at large. You've had a hard journey." Lin Xing waved his hand, "It's just my duty. Shao Kong, let's go, I haven't been to the hospital yet." After Lin Xing and the others left, Gu Deshui instructed Li Shaokong. "All right, uncle-in-law." Li Shaokong nodded, then drove toward the hospital. "Mom, you should get some sleep. We don't know when Dad will be back. And you, Sister Zhou, I'm really fine. You should go back and rest." Gu Lin looked at the two women in the hospital room helplessly. Li Yuan shook her head gently, "How could I sleep when your father isn't back yet?" "I'm not sleepy either," Zhou chimed in. Her eyes were full of concern as she looked at Gu Lin's arm. "Sister Zhou, it's really nothing. If it weren't for waiting for my dad, I could have gone home by now." Gu Lin knew that Zhou was still worried about his arm, so he pointed at it and smiled. "Does it hurt?" Zhou looked at Gu Lin's arm with heartache. She knew that Gu Lin was saying this because he didn't want her to blame herself too much. Gu Lin shook his head gently, a bright smile appearing on his face. "Sister Zhou, it really doesn't hurt. Look at me, jumping around like this, do I look like someone in pain?" As he spoke, he deliberately moved his arm. Although moving it caused a twinge of pain from the wound, he gritted his teeth and didn't show it. Li Yuan watched Gu Lin's little movements and chided, "You child, stop trying to act tough." Then she looked at Zhouya, "Xiaoya, don't blame yourself too much, this matter can't be entirely blamed on you." Zhouya's eyes reddened, "If it weren't for me, Gu Lin wouldn't have gotten into a conflict with Duan Chongqing. And his arm wouldn't have been injured." As Zhouya spoke, tears were about to fall. Gu Lin hurriedly grabbed Zhouya's hand, "Sister Zhou, please don't say that. It's really nothing." Li Yuan, who was watching from the side, frowned slightly at the intimacy between Gu Lin and Zhouya. Although she had some guesses in her heart about the relationship between the two. But at this critical juncture, it wasn't appropriate for her to say anything. She thought about having a good talk with him after Gu Lin's injury healed. Just then, the hospital room door was pushed open, and Gu Deshui and Li Shaokong walked in. "Dad, you're back." Gu Lin and Li Yuan spoke almost simultaneously. Gu Deshui responded with a smile. Without Gu Shuijie as an opponent, he was clearly in a good mood. Aunt. Li Shaokong stood behind Gu Deshui and greeted Li Yulan. Then he nodded toward Gu Lin and Zhouya. Shaokong, you're here too. Li Yulan saw her nephew and replied with a smile. Dad, did everything go smoothly? Gu Lin looked at Gu Deshui's expression. He knew he must have had a good harvest, but he still asked out of concern. Gu Deshui nodded slightly, the smile on his face becoming more obvious. Very smooth. Thanks to the support of Secretary Li and the full cooperation of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. The evidence of Gu Xuejie's crimes is solid, he's completely finished this time. After hearing this, Gu Lin felt happy. That's good. Dad, the political scene in Shen City will be much cleaner now. Li Shaokong chimed in from the side. That's right. Uncle-in-law has been working tirelessly for the development of Shen City all these years. Someone like Gu Xuejie is a tumor in Shen City. With him removed, the future development of Shen City under uncle-in-law's leadership will definitely be smoother. Haha. The three of them looked at each other and all burst into hearty laughter. What are you three talking about? What solid evidence? Has Gu Xuejie been caught? Li Yulan listened from the side, a bit confused, and asked. Just now, because of the confidential operation by the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, Gu Lin hadn't told Li Yulan what Gu Deshui had gone to do. Now that the matter was resolved, there was no need to hide it. Gu Lin described everything to Li Yulan, from the initial recording to the evidence on Duan Chongqing's phone, and finally the arrival of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. After hearing this, Li Yulan wasn't dissatisfied about being kept in the dark. After all, this matter involved the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Li Yulan was quite happy about Gu Xuejie being caught. After all, with Gu Xuejie down, Gu Deshui had one less top competitor. After listening to Gu Lin's account, Zhouya had an "I see" expression on her face. Sister Zhou, what's wrong? Gu Lin looked at Zhouya, whose expression was a bit strange. No wonder there was always an inexplicable gap of several million in the company's accounts these past 2 years. So it was Duan Chongqing taking it to bribe Gu Xuejie. Zhouya didn't hide it and explained to Gu Lin. It seems Duan Chongqing was actually my lucky star, Gu Lin said with a smile. You child, you almost lost your life, and you're still making sarcastic remarks. Li Yulan, who was peeling an apple on the side, rolled her eyes at Gu Lin upon hearing this. Since the matter is resolved, Mom, Dad, Sister Zhou, and Brother Kong, you should all go back. Gu Lin checked the time, it was already past 3 a.m. That's right, Auntie, you and Uncle should go back and rest first. I'll stay here and take care of Gu Lin. And Brother Li, you should go back and rest too. In fact, Li Shaokong was 2 years younger than Zhouya, but he looked a bit more mature. Zhouya didn't know the age difference between them, so she could only address Li Shaokong like that. Gu Lin glanced at Zhouya, who had specifically excluded herself, and smiled helplessly. Xiaoya, you should go back first. Li Yulan just wanted to persuade Zhouya to go back and rest, but was interrupted by Gu Deshui. All right, we'll head back first. Miss Zhou, I'll leave Gu Lin in your care. Gu Deshui said with a smile. Sister Zhou, I'm really fine. You don't need to stay here and watch over me. After Gu Deshui and the others left, Gu Lin looked at Zhouya, who was sitting beside him, and sighed. I don't care. You got hurt because of Sister, so Sister has the obligation. Zhouya picked up the apple Li Yulan had just peeled and placed it gently by Gu Lin's mouth. All right then. Gu Lin knew he couldn't persuade Zhouya, so he let her be and comfortably enjoyed Zhouya's care. Deshui, what exactly do you mean? On this side, as soon as they stepped out of the hospital entrance, Li Yulan stopped and frowned, looking at Gu Deshui. I don't believe you didn't notice that the relationship between Gu Lin and that Zhouya is not normal. Without waiting for Gu Deshui to speak, Li Yulan continued to question him. I noticed. Gu Deshui nodded with a smile, unhurriedly. You're still laughing. You noticed, yet you still gave them space to be alone. Seeing Gu Deshui still laughing, Li Yulan's tone became even more dissatisfied. Chapter 64, Municipal Party Secretary Gu Deshui. Gu Deshui gently took Li Yulan's hand and comforted her. Yulan, don't be so anxious. Gu Lin is an adult now, he knows what he's doing. Besides, he's injured now. If Zhouya is willing to take care of him, let her. If we interfere forcibly now, it might actually cause Gu Lin to feel resentful. Li Yulan snorted, how can I not be anxious? That Zhouya is quite a bit older than Gu Lin, and she hasn't even gotten a divorce yet. Even though she is a pitiful person, I don't want Gu Lin to actually marry her into our family. Li Shaokong smiled awkwardly from the side, wanting to speak but not knowing what to say. Gu Desui patted Li Yulan's hand, his eyes revealing a hint of depth. Yulan, you still don't understand your son well enough. He couldn't help but think of the information his subordinates had sent when he ordered an investigation into who Gu Lin had been in conflict with recently after his injury. While it didn't go as far as tracking how many times Gu Lin had used the bathroom, the files clearly recorded Gu Lin's itinerary and movements during this period. Aside from Duan Chongqing, the ones who caught Gu Deshui's attention the most were a girl named Yi Sairu and another named Zhao Rongrong. What surprised him even more was that Zhao Rongrong was the daughter of Zhao Zhongshan, the chairman of the city's benchmark enterprise, Zhongshan Group. Deshui, what do you mean by that? Are you hiding something from me? Hearing Gu Desui say this, Li Yulan was startled and quickly asked. Gu Desui hesitated for a moment but decided to tell Li Yulan about the findings of the investigation. Yulan, children have their own fortunes. We shouldn't interfere in Gu Lin's romantic affairs. After listening to Gu Desui, Li Yulan's brow furrowed even tighter. Deshui, how did Gu Lin become like this? Is it because? Realizing Li Shaokong was still nearby, Li Yulan did not finish her sentence. Gu Desui pondered for a moment before saying slowly, Yulan, Gu Lin has always been a child with his own ideas. As parents, what we need to do is provide him with protection and support. Support him in dating several girls at the same time. Li Yulan shot Gu Desui a glare. Ha ha. Gu Desui laughed it off with a hollow chuckle. Gu Lin, this is the most your father can do to help you, Gu Desui murmured to himself. To the side, Li Shaokong rubbed his hands nervously and pricked up his ears, terrified of missing a single word. This is so scandalous. Is this really something I should be hearing? Forget it, I won't bother with Gu Lin's business anymore. I just hope he doesn't end up with nothing in the end. Li Yulan sighed and spoke with a hint of despondency. I'm just afraid he'll bring a whole group of girls to meet you when the time comes, Gu Desui sighed inwardly. He didn't know how such a devoted man like himself had fathered such a promiscuous son like Gu Lin. Shaokong, take me and your aunt back. Gu Desui yawned and spoke to Li Shaokong. Too many things had happened today, and since it was already past 3 in the morning, Gu Desui was feeling quite exhausted. All right, uncle-in-law, Li Shaokong replied, then jogged to the parking lot and drove the car over. Shaokong, don't go back today either. Just sleep in Gu Lin's room. You have to be at work in a few hours anyway. After getting into the car, Li Yulan sat in the back and spoke with concern to Li Shaokong, who was driving. Okay. Li Shaokong nodded, not refusing. After being busy all day, he was indeed tired. The next morning, as soon as Gu Lin woke up, he saw Sister Zhou sitting in a chair, intently watching TikTok. Sister Zhou, you went to bed so late last night, why didn't you sleep in a bit longer? Gu Lin yawned, rubbed his eyes, and looked at Sister Zhou as he asked. I'm not sleepy, Sister Zhou shook her head, then pointed to her phone. Gu Lin, look at this news. Gu Lin gave an affirmative grunt, slowly sat up, and walked toward Sister Zhou. Looking closely, he saw 2 posts from the official Shen City accounts. The first post explained the gunshots from last night and the circumstances of the assault in the street. The text simply mentioned that the perpetrators last night were a gang of wanted criminals who had fled to Shen City. Because a young man at the entrance of a residential area happened to recognize them, he was attacked by the thugs. A security guard at the complex witnessed this, called the police, and then chose to come out and fight the wanted criminals. While the two were fighting the criminals, the police arrived quickly at the scene. A violent conflict ensued, which was when the gunshots were heard. In the end, the wanted criminals were caught on the spot, and the young man who did not wish to reveal his name, along with the security guard, received commendations. Ha ha ha, isn't that just so official? Gu Lin couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the explanation given by the Shen City officials. He knew that his father, Gu Desui, must have had a hand in this, not wanting him to be further involved in the matter. However, this happened to suit his wishes perfectly. Zhou Yu also nodded understandingly. Having a father who was once a deputy director of a county public security bureau, she was well aware of these bureaucratic maneuvers. Apart from her love-brain tendencies, Zhou didn't lack any of the intelligence she should have. Officialdom usually tries to downplay big issues and make small issues disappear. That was the standard practice. After all, the impact of hiring someone to commit murder in the street was too negative. As for the few people online who knew the truth, don't worry, someone would go and have a talk with them. Besides, the authorities only care about giving a result, since when do they owe anyone an explanation? As for whether you believe it or not, that's your business. If Gu Lin only treated the first piece of news as a joke, the second one made him feel genuinely pleased. By decision of the organization department of the Provincial Party Committee, Comrade Lin Qingshan is removed from his post as Municipal Party Secretary of Shan City for another assignment. Mayor Gu Lin has been legally arrested on multiple charges, including embezzlement, bribery, and abuse of power. The relevant cases are currently under further investigation. At the same time, Comrade Gu Deshui, Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, will serve as the Municipal Party Secretary of Shan City and temporarily concurrently serve as mayor. Looking at this news, Gu Lin knew that the old secretary, Lin Qingshan, had definitely been transferred early to a retirement post due to inaction. Gu Lin, Uncle Gu is now our Shan City's Municipal Party Secretary. A flash of shock crossed Zhou's eyes as she looked at the official announcement. She knew there was a high probability that Gu Deshui would take the position of Municipal Party Secretary, but she hadn't expected it to be so fast. Gu Lin was just caught yesterday, and today the old Municipal Party Secretary was transferred, with Gu Deshui taking over directly. This showed that the connections behind Gu Deshui were not simple either. Yeah, I saw it, Gu Lin nodded with a smile. Then should I call you young Master Gu from now on? Zhou blinked and spoke half-jokingly. Then this young master will give you a chance to warm my bed tonight. Do you want it? Gu Lin raised an eyebrow, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he teased back, following her lead. Chapter 65, Are You Willing to Warm My Bed? Zhou was stunned for a moment before she reacted, reaching out to give Gu Lin a playful swat. She scolded him with a smile, You brat, you really think of yourself as young Master Gu now, don't you? Then, is Sister Zhou willing to warm my bed? Gu Lin gently put his arm around Zhou's shoulder and whispered into her ear. Zhou's face flushed instantly, and she said coquettishly, Well, that would have to wait until your injuries are healed. Gu Lin was slightly taken aback by Zhou's shy response. Immediately, an irrepressible smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and he pulled Zhou a bit tighter. Just then, Gu Lin's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was his father, Gu Deshui, calling. Hello, Dad. Gu Lin answered the phone while still holding Zhou. Gu Deshui's steady voice came from the other end, Gu Lin, you're awake. Did you see the news? Gu Lin replied with a smile, Dad, I'm awake and I saw it. Congratulations on your promotion. Gu Deshui chuckled over the phone and said, You saw the first headline too, right? Yeah, I saw it, Gu Lin responded. I had the Municipal Party Committee's propaganda department make that statement. First, it was to calm the panicked hearts of the people in Shan City. Second, it was to prevent you from being further embroiled in this matter. On the other end of the line, Gu Deshui paused for a moment to choose his words before speaking slowly. Dad, I understand what you mean. This actually suits my wishes quite well. However, regarding the commendation for that security guard, Brother Zhang, you guys aren't going to withhold it from him, are you? Gu Lin teased with a laugh. Haha, you brat, Gu Deshui gave a helpless laugh. After laughing, he continued, the city will give that security guard a 100,000 yuan reward for his courageous act. As for you, there won't be any reward. After all, this whole mess was caused by you. Gu Lin gave a cheeky laugh, Dad, I was just joking. A 100,000 yuan reward should solve quite a few of Brother Zhang's life struggles. It can be considered an affirmation of his brave behavior. Although the owner, Xiao Dan, isn't short on money either, he hasn't successfully wooed her yet. Gu Deshui said, it's what he deserves. After hanging up the phone, Gu Lin took another look at the Three Realms Daoist Friends group. The group had been very quiet these past 2 days, except for Gu Guotai asking yesterday morning if Gu Lin was going to the factory area. However, Gu Lin had been out shopping with Zhou at the time and hadn't replied. Gu Guotai also knew that Gu Lin had gone to see Zhou the night before last to discuss the cold storage matter. Seeing that Gu Lin hadn't replied, he tactfully refrained from asking again. He had only posted a few photos of the ongoing construction at the factory site in the group in the meantime. As for Zhao Xingxong and Zhao Mingkong, they had both been busy with their own affairs over the past 2 days. After reading the group messages, Gu Lin tagged Gu Guotai in the group. Gu Lin, Guotai, I have some things to attend to these next couple of days. Keep an eye on the factory area for now. After sending the message, without waiting for Gu Guotai's reply, Gu Lin turned back to look at Zhou. Sister Zhou, take me to the municipal bureau. I'm going to see Duan Chongqing. Zhou was slightly stunned, a flicker of worry crossing her eyes. Gu Lin, what are you going to see him for? Gu Lin smiled and reached out to gently pat Zhou's hand. Sister Zhou, I just want to have a talk with him. Zhou frowned slightly. A talk? What is there to talk about with him? Gu Lin's smile faded, and his expression became serious. Sister Zhou, just don't worry about it. I have my reasons for doing this. Seeing Gu Lin's serious expression, Zhou knew his mind was made up. Though still a bit worried, she could only compromise. Fine, then I'll go with you. Don't worry, it'll be fine, Sister Zhou. Gu Lin sensed Zhou's anxiety and gently patted her shoulder to reassure her. Afterward, Zhou drove her Panamera and headed toward the municipal bureau with Gu Lin. Sister Zhou, let's stop by a law firm first. While the car was moving, Gu Lin suddenly spoke up. Why go to a law firm? Zhou was confused, not knowing what Gu Lin was up to now. We're going to find a lawyer to accompany us. To get Duan Chongqing to sign a divorce agreement, Gu Lin explained with a smile. Will Duan Chongqing agree? Zhou couldn't help but ask doubtfully. He will, Gu Lin nodded with certainty. Seeing this, Zhou didn't say anything more and drove in the direction Gu Lin indicated. Although she didn't know where Gu Lin got such immense confidence from. But since he said so, he must have his reasons. She would just trust him. The law firm Gu Lin mentioned was the same one they had used when allocating equity before. Soon, Zhou drove to the entrance of the law firm. The two of them got out of the car and walked straight inside. The receptionist at the front desk saw Gu Lin and Zhou and put on a professional smile. Sir, madam, is there anything I can help you with? Please help me contact lawyer Li Bingjie. I have some new business for him. Upon hearing Gu Lin's request, the receptionist immediately nodded and said, All right, please wait a moment. I'll contact lawyer Li for you right away. As she spoke, she skillfully picked up the phone and dialed an internal extension. After a brief conversation, she smiled at Gu Lin and Zhou and said, Lawyer Li is in his office. You two can go straight in. Gu Lin and Zhou followed the receptionist's directions to Li Bingjie's office. Pushing open the door, they saw Li Bingjie sitting behind his desk. He nodded with a smile when he saw Gu Lin, Mr. Gu. Lawyer Li, Gu Lin responded with a smile as well. Please, both of you, have a seat. Lawyer Li adjusted his glasses and greeted them warmly. After Gu Lin and Zhou sat down on the sofa, Gu Lin got straight to the point. Lawyer Li, I've come this time to ask you to come with us. We're going to the municipal bureau to see someone and have him sign a divorce agreement. Li Bingjie raised an eyebrow slightly, looking puzzled. Mr. Gu, signing a divorce agreement usually requires both parties to be willing and must be done through the appropriate legal procedures and in a proper environment. Are you sure this gentleman will cooperate? Moreover, handling it at the municipal bureau seems a bit outside the normal process. Gu Lin smiled confidently. Lawyer Li, this person is currently being held at the municipal bureau. He will cooperate, don't you worry. You just need to help us prepare a complete divorce agreement and come with us. Just witness and ensure the legality of the agreement signing. As for the fee, it will definitely be generous. Li Bingjie thought for a moment. Seeing Gu Lin's determined and confident attitude, he nodded in agreement. Since Mr. Gu says so, I believe you must have your own considerations. I'll prepare the agreement right now. Just give me a few minutes. Having said that, he turned to the filing cabinet, took out the relevant document templates, and sat at his desk to begin carefully modifying and drafting. Oh, by the way, Lawyer Li, write in the divorce agreement that the husband voluntarily leaves with nothing. Gu Lin glanced at Zhou Yu beside him, as if he had suddenly thought of something, and spoke up. Chapter 66, You have a younger sister, don't you? Li Bingjie and Zhou Yu were both slightly taken aback upon hearing Gu Lin's words. The pen in Li Bingjie's hand paused, and he looked up at Gu Lin, his eyes filled with surprise. Mr. Gu, while a clean break is legally possible, it requires clear grounds or mutual agreement between both parties. Are you sure you want to write it this way in this agreement? Gu Lin nodded firmly. Lawyerly, just write it as I said. This Duan Chongqing has done many shameful things, making him leave with nothing is not excessive at all. Besides, I am confident I can make him sign it. Li Bingjie pushed up his glasses and hesitated for a moment, but seeing Gu Lin's insistence, he didn't ask any more questions. He began to carefully add the clause regarding the husband leaving with nothing into the agreement. While Li Bingjie was modifying the agreement, Zhou Yu gently tugged on Gu Lin's sleeve. Gu Lin, will he actually sign this agreement if you make him leave with nothing? Gu Lin gently patted Zhou Yu's hand and comforted her softly, Sister Zhou, don't worry. Since I'm doing this, I definitely have my own plans. Zhou Yu was still a bit worried, but seeing Gu Lin's confident demeanor, she didn't say anything further. Not long after, Li Bingjie finished modifying the agreement. Mr. Gu, the agreement has been modified according to your requirements. Please take another look. If there are no issues, we can set off. Gu Lin took the agreement and began to read it carefully, and Zhou Yu leaned in to check it as well. After confirming that the content of the agreement was correct, Gu Lin handed it back to Li Bingjie. Lawyerly, thank you for your hard work. Let's head to the municipal bureau now. The three of them got up, left the law firm, and got into Zhou Yu's car again to head to the municipal bureau. Upon arriving at the municipal bureau, after stating their purpose, they were arranged to go to the meeting room by the staff. To be precise, it was actually after Gu Lin revealed his identity. Before long, Duan Chongqing was escorted into the meeting room by prison guards. Upon seeing Gu Lin, Zhou Yu, and Lawyerly, a flash of surprise first crossed his eyes, followed by a look of resentment as he stared at Gu Lin and Zhou Yu. Duan Chongqing gritted his teeth and said, You little brat, I'm already in prison, what more do you want? And you stinking bitch, how? Before Duan Chongqing could finish his profanity, Gu Lin interrupted him. If you don't want to suffer in prison, watch your mouth. Gu Lin said while looking at Duan Chongqing coldly. Gu Lin continued, I didn't come to see you today to listen to you spew filth. You will sign this divorce agreement, whether you want to or not, and you will leave with nothing. Duan Chongqing laughed in extreme anger, haha, you little brat, you are too delusional. Leave with nothing. What makes you think I would agree to that? Even if I serve a few years in here, I can still live freely and happily when I get out, with endless money to spend. Make me leave with nothing. So that you and that slut Zhou Yu can benefit. And you cheap whore Zhou Yu, is this little brat's stamina really that good? Duan Chongqing. You. Zhou Yu pointed at Duan Chongqing, her face turning pale with anger, her whole body trembling. Lawyerly listened to these crude words, his face filled with embarrassment. Your circle is really messy, Lawyerly muttered to himself while pushing up his glasses. All right, Sister Zhou, you and Lawyerly should head out first. I'll have a private chat with Duan Chongqing. Gu Lin waved his hand, his tone calm. All right, Mr. Gu. Call me if you need anything. Lawyerly nodded efficiently and walked out of the meeting room. Gu Lin. Zhou Yu looked at the resentful Duan Chongqing, then at the calm Gu Lin, opening her mouth as if she wanted to say something. Sister Zhou, you should go out first. Gu Lin shook his head, signaling that there was no need for Zhou Yu to say more. Zhou Yu hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded, all right then, call me if anything happens. After finishing, she also walked out of the meeting room, leaving only Gu Lin and Duan Chongqing inside. Duan Chongqing looked at Gu Lin, the hatred in his eyes growing even more intense. You little brat, do you think I'll listen to you just because you sent them away? Keep dreaming. Facing Duan Chongqing's abuse, Gu Lin wasn't angry, simply put, he didn't deserve it. He then pulled over a chair, sat down slowly, and looked at Duan Chongqing with a calm gaze. Duan Chongqing, do you think you still have a chance to get out in this lifetime? You probably don't know this while you're in the station, but Guo Shuijie has already fallen, and the current municipal party secretary is my father. In other words, I now have 100 ways to make your life in here a living hell. Upon hearing Gu Lin's words, Duan Changqing's face turned extremely ugly, shifting between pale and ashen. A flash of fear crossed his eyes, but it was quickly masked by resentment. Gu Lin, stop trying to scare me with your father. So what if Guishuijia has fallen? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Although Duan Changqing was tough with his words, his slightly trembling body betrayed his inner anxiety. Gu Lin remained calm, shaking his head slightly as if looking at a clown who didn't know he was courting death. Duan Changqing, you really refuse to give up until you see the coffin. Right now, you're only fit to bark like a dog in front of me. What kind of confidence do you think you still have? Besides, what use is your so-called confidence in the face of absolute power? Duan Changqing gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and forced himself to say, Gu Lin, don't go too far. Do you think you can do whatever you want just by relying on your father's power? The law is just, it won't let you act recklessly. Gu Lin sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. The law? You're talking to me about the law. When you hired someone to kill and trampled on the law, why didn't you think about today? Now that you're using the law as a shield, don't you find it ridiculous? Duan Changqing was choked for words, veins bulging on his forehead. After a long while, he squeezed a sentence out from between his teeth. Gu Lin, what exactly do you want? Gu Lin leaned forward slightly, his gaze piercing as he stared intently at Duan Changqing. I have already made it very clear, you must sign this divorce agreement, and you will leave with nothing. This is your only choice, and it might allow you to suffer a little less in prison. Duan Changqing remained silent, his heart wavering between fear, resentment, and struggle. He knew Gu Lin wasn't lying, it would indeed be very difficult for him to get out in this lifetime, but the thought of leaving with nothing was truly hard to accept. Duan Changqing, you have a younger sister in college, don't you? Seeing that Duan Changqing remained silent, Gu Lin decided to add a bit more pressure. Upon hearing this, Duan Changqing's already ugly face turned even paler. His body jolted, and the resentment in his eyes was replaced by terror. Gu Lin, what do you want to do? My sister knows nothing, she is innocent. Gu Lin leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms over his chest, and looked coldly at Duan Changqing. What I want to do depends on you. Chapter 67, What bad intentions could a lawyer have? Sign this divorce agreement obediently, and not only will I not do anything, but I'll also give your sister 2 million in cash. That way, even if you never get out in this lifetime, your sister will still be able to live a good life. But if you continue to be obsessed and refuse to see reason, then... Gu Lin paused deliberately, leaving his words unfinished, but the threatening tone was already abundantly clear. You have to realize that the assets of Duan Changqing's frozen food wholesale company had reached a small goal. Gu Lin felt that trading 2 million for assets worth 50 million was a pretty good deal. As for the money, naturally it would be paid by Zhouya. Gu Lin didn't have it either. Duan Changqing bit his lip hard, so hard that he even bit it until it bled. He clenched his hands into tight fists, his knuckles turning white from the exertion. At this moment, Duan Changqing's heart was filled with anger and helplessness. On one hand, there was the hatred for Gu Lin threatening his sister. On the other hand, he knew deep down that he had absolutely no ability to resist right now. He felt deep regret in his heart now. If he had known it would come to this, he would never have provoked Gu Lin in the first place. Gu Lin, you are too despicable. Using my sister to threaten me, what kind of skill is that? Duan Changqing roared, but there was a trace of powerlessness in his voice. Gu Lin sneered, despicable. Compared to you, my methods are mild. You were capable of hiring a hitman to kill someone, and now you have the nerve to accuse me. Faced with Gu Lin's words, Duan Changqing was speechless, so he lowered his head and fell into silence. At this moment, his heart was incredibly conflicted. On one side was his sister, he could not just watch idly while she was harmed because of him. Because his family was poor when he was young, his 2 older brothers and 1 older sister had not been kind to him. Therefore, after he became successful, he had no contact with these older siblings. Later, after his parents passed away, Duan Changqing cut off contact with them entirely. Only his younger sister, Duan Xiaoyu, who was still in university, had been the closest to him since childhood and was the one he cherished the most. Duan Xiaoyu's tuition and living expenses had been fully covered by Duan Chongqing for the past few years. On the other side was leaving with nothing, giving up all his assets, which was truly hard for him to accept. Duan Chongqing, you'd better make a decision quickly, I don't have that much time to waste on you. Gu Lin checked his watch, his tone becoming increasingly cold. Duan Chongqing slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with despair and helplessness. Looking at Gu Lin, he said in a hoarse voice, Gu Lin, I'll sign, but you must guarantee that you absolutely will not touch my sister. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't let you off. Gu Lin's lips curled into a satisfied smile, as long as you cooperate, I will naturally keep my promise. Saying this, Gu Lin took out his phone and called Lawyer Li, who was outside the meeting room. Lawyer Li, I've reached an agreement with the client here, you can come in now. Before long, Lawyer Li and Zhou Yu pushed open the door and walked in together. Lawyer Li looked at Duan Chongqing's dejected appearance, then at the calm-looking Gu Lin. He was secretly surprised, but his professional conduct kept him from asking any questions. Zhou Yu looked at the dejected Duan Chongqing, a flash of complex emotion passing through her eyes. Although Zhou Yu no longer had feelings for Duan Chongqing and was extremely angry at his previous actions, seeing him in such a dejected, desperate state now, she couldn't help but feel a bit of melancholy. The current Duan Chongqing was no longer the same poor boy from Dian province that she remembered from the past. Although she didn't know what method Gu Lin had used to make Duan Chongqing agree to leave with nothing, she knew now was not the appropriate time to ask. Lawyer Li composed himself, walked to the table with steady steps, and gently placed the document bag in his hand down. Then, he took out a pen from the bag and pointed to the spot on the divorce agreement that needed to be confirmed and signed. He said to Duan Chongqing on the other side of the window, Mr. Duan, since you have decided to sign this agreement, please sign and press your fingerprint in this position. Duan Chongqing's eyes were hollow, he mechanically took the agreement from the window, glanced at it briefly, and signed his name in the place specified by Lawyer Li. Then he pressed his fingerprint heavily. Having done all this, it was as if Duan Chongqing had exhausted all his strength. He then threw the agreement onto the table, slumped in his chair, and stared blankly at the ceiling. Lawyer Li organized the signed agreement and put it back into the document bag. He said to Gu Lin, Mr. Gu, the agreement has been signed and now possesses the corresponding legal effect. Thank you for your hard work, Lawyer Li. Gu Lin nodded to express his gratitude. It's my duty. Lawyer Li shook his head and said. Since the matter has been resolved, Sister Zhou, Lawyer Li, let's go. Gu Lin glanced at the time. There were only 5 minutes left in the meeting time, so he spoke to the two of them. Zhou Yu took one last complicated look at Duan Chongqing and nodded slightly. She knew that this might be the last time she would ever see Duan Chongqing in her life. Very well, Mr. Gu. Lawyer Li, who was to the side, responded with a smile. Coming out on this trip, another 5,000 yuan was in his pocket, which clearly put him in a good mood. Gu Lin, don't forget what you promised me. Just as the three of them reached the door, Duan Chongqing, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly raised it and shouted at Gu Lin in a hoarse voice. Rest assured, I will definitely do what I promised. Gu Lin did not turn back, he waved his hand with his back to Duan Chongqing. Watching the backs of Gu Lin and the others gradually fade away, Duan Chongqing suddenly burst into laughter. It was just that the laughter was filled with endless desolation. After Gu Lin and the other two walked out of the meeting room, they headed toward the entrance of the municipal bureau. Zhou Yu's footsteps were slightly heavy, although she hated what Duan Chongqing had done, they had a past together, and at this moment, her heart was inevitably filled with mixed feelings. Lawyer Li was much more relaxed, walking while gently patting the document bag containing the agreement. Arriving at the entrance of the municipal bureau, Lawyer Li stopped and turned to look at Gu Lin and Zhou Yu. Mr. Gu, Ms. Zhou, today's matter has been resolved, so I will take my leave. If there are any subsequent legal matters, feel free to contact me at any time. Saying this, he took a business card from his pocket and handed it to Gu Lin. Gu Lin took the business card and nodded with a smile. Very well, Lawyer Li, thank you for your trouble today. If I have any needs in the future, I will certainly not hesitate to trouble you again. Hearing Gu Lin say this, Lawyer Li's face lit up with joy. He wished he could have cases from clients like Gu Lin every day. It wasn't that he had bad intentions, but rather that Gu Lin paid simply too much. Very well, Mr. Gu. Then, with a smile on his face, he turned and left. Sister Zhou, please take me home. Watching Lawyer Li's departing figure, Gu Lin turned to say to Zhouya. Zhouya nodded, took the car keys for the Panamera out of her pocket, and pressed the button. As the key button was pressed, the Panamera not far away lit up its headlights. Zhouya and Gu Lin walked side by side toward the car. Throughout the way, Zhouya did not say a word. The two sat in the car, and after Zhouya started the engine, the car slowly drove away from the municipal bureau. Sister Zhou, don't think too much, let the past be the past, and things will only get better for you in the future. In the car, Gu Lin looked at Zhouya's slightly tired profile and couldn't help but comfort her. Zhouya nodded slightly, barely managing to squeeze out a smile. I know, Gu Lin. It's just that I didn't expect to have a final farewell with him in this way, my heart still feels a bit bitter. Chapter 68, Killing Time Playing Games. Sister Zhou, I can understand how you feel, but Duan Chongqing's actions have completely crossed the legal line. Zhouya took a deep breath and said, I understand. Speaking of which, I owe it all to you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have known how to break free from him. By the way, how did you get him to agree to leave with nothing? Hearing Zhouya's question, Gu Lin didn't answer her immediately. Instead, he slowly rolled down the car window and lit a cigarette. Watching the busy traffic on the street, his gaze gradually grew more profound. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Gu Lin spoke slowly, Sister Zhou, I made a deal with Duan Chongqing. Oh? What kind of deal? Taking advantage of the red light, Zhouya turned her head, looking somewhat puzzled at Gu Lin. Gu Lin flicked the ash from his cigarette, his expression calm as he said, I told Duan Chongqing that as long as he signed this divorce agreement leaving with nothing, I would not only ensure he lives comfortably in prison for the rest of his life but also give his sister 2 million. Gu Lin didn't mention that he had threatened Duan Chongqing using his sister. It wasn't because he was afraid of damaging his image in Zhouya's eyes, but because he felt it was unnecessary. For Gu Lin, money could be spent on women, and emotional support could be provided. But if you don't behave, then sorry, the next one will be more obedient. However, deliberately talking about such things would seem rather foolish. Hearing Gu Lin's explanation, Zhouya nodded in understanding. For Duan Chongqing, this was indeed the best choice. Of course, she also knew that Gu Lin's words weren't the whole story and that he had concealed some things. But so what? After all, the person she would rely on from now on was Gu Lin, not Duan Chongqing. The light turned green. Zhouya gently pressed the accelerator, and the car moved forward smoothly again. The atmosphere inside the car was slightly quiet, with only the faint hum of the engine and the bustling street sounds from outside the window intertwined. Sister Zhou, let's go to Jian province together in a while. Leaning against the stiff backrest of the Panamera, Gu Lin rubbed his temples wearily. Too many things had happened these past few days, leaving him feeling somewhat exhausted. But since he had promised Duan Chongqing, he wouldn't go back on his word. Okay. Zhouya's lips parted slightly as she softly agreed. Seeing Zhouya agree, Gu Lin said nothing more. He leaned back in his seat and began to rest with his eyes closed. The car continued to drive steadily. Zhouya focused on driving, occasionally stealing a glance at Gu Lin, who was resting with his eyes closed. She also knew that Gu Lin had expended a lot of energy recently helping her resolve the matter with Duan Chongqing. Seeing him look so tired now, a pang of heartache rose in her chest. Soon, the car arrived at the residential compound where Gu Lin lived. Zhouya gently woke Gu Lin. Gu Lin, we're at your place. Gu Lin slowly opened his eyes and rubbed his temples. He gave Zhouya a slightly weary smile. Thank you, Sister Zhou. You've worked hard today. Zhouya smiled back. Don't be so polite. Hurry inside and rest. You must be exhausted these past few days. Gu Lin nodded, opened the car door, and got out. He leaned back in and said, Sister Zhou, drive carefully on your way home. Send me a message when you arrive. I know. Hurry up and go in. Zhouya waved her hand, watching Gu Lin enter the compound before starting the car and driving away. After returning home, images of her past with Duan Chongqing and scenes of Gu Lin running around for her kept surfacing in Zhouya's mind. The happiness Duan Chongqing had once brought her had long been worn away by his misdeeds. And Gu Lin's appearance was like a beam of light shining into her dark life. As she thought, Zhouya's mind drifted to the upcoming trip to Dian province. She didn't know what it would be like when she met Duan Chongqing's sister, Duan Xiaoyu. What Duan Xiaoyu's reaction would be after learning about Duan Chongqing's situation. She also didn't know if any unexpected events might occur during the trip. But she knew that with Gu Lin there, she seemed to have more courage to face the unknown. On the other hand, after Gu Lin returned home, Gu Deshui and Li Yulan were not there. It was around 11 in the morning. Gu Deshui and Li Yulan usually ate lunch at their workplaces. Gu Lin didn't feel like going out to eat either, so he ordered some braised chicken rice through a food delivery app. After placing the order, Gu Lin sat on the sofa, looking at the balance in his bank account on his phone. After transferring 300,000 to the company account, he now had just over 20,000 left in his personal card. However, he wasn't particularly anxious about money, as 10,000 came in every day when he woke up. The delivery arrived quickly. Gu Lin opened the container, but the enticing aroma didn't stir much of an appetite in him. He ate a few bites perfunctorily before returning to his bedroom and falling into a deep sleep. In the evening, when Gu Deshui and Li Yulan returned and saw Gu Lin sleeping soundly, a trace of heartache couldn't help but show in their eyes. Gu Deshui gently closed the door to Gu Lin's bedroom and softly went to the living room with Li Yulan. Li Yulan frowned slightly, saying with concern, "Our son has been too tired lately." Gu Deshui sighed and sat on the sofa. The child is grown up and has his own affairs to handle. Let's not ask too many questions. As long as he's safe and sound, that's what matters. Over the next few days, whenever he had free time, Gu Lin would go with Gu Guotai to check on the renovation progress at the factory site. The rest of the time, he would occasionally find Zhouya to play some games. During this period, the four of them got together once more, of course, at Isairu's family's barbecue restaurant. At that time, when Isairu saw the wound on Gu Lin's hand, her eyes instantly reddened. Gu Lin didn't bring up the matter with Duan Chongqing, merely saying he had accidentally cut himself while slicing fruit. He gave the same explanation to Gu Guotai and the other two. Of course, none of them believed Gu Lin's flimsy excuse. Gu Guotai even declared he would kill whoever had hurt Gu Lin. Zhao Mingkong and Zhao Xingcong also chimed in agreement. Gu Lin smiled wryly, insisting it really was just his own carelessness. Seeing that Gu Lin genuinely didn't want to talk about it, they didn't press further. Seeing this, Gu Lin had no choice but to change the subject, bringing up matters related to the company. Over these past few days, each of them had made some progress. Zhao Mingkong had managed to get a rough idea of the vegetable purchase prices in Shen City. Zhao Xingcong had also organized some company materials and plans. On one of the days when Gu Lin went to play games with Zhouya, Gu Guotai even found an advertising company to install the Shenong Premium signboard at the factory entrance. Amidst everyone's busy schedules, time arrived at the day of the third subject and driving test. That day, sunlight gently streamed through the window onto Gu Lin's face, rousing him from sleep. He groggily opened his eyes, suddenly remembering it was the day of the third subject and driving test, and sat up abruptly in bed. Apart from the stitches not being removed yet, the wound on his arm was basically fine. So, Gu Lin hadn't cancelled the scheduled test. Checking the group chat, he saw that Gu Guotai and the other two had started bombarding it with messages half an hour ago. Gu Guotai had even called Gu Lin twice, but Gu Lin had been sleeping too soundly to hear. The last message in the group was from Gu Guotai, "Old Gu, we're waiting for you at the driving school." Then, after a quick and simple wash-up and changing into comfortable clothes, he hurried out the door. Chapter 69, Wasn't it you who wanted to hear it? Gu Lin jogged all the way to the entrance of the residential complex and casually bought a Jianbing Guizi. Afterward, he hailed a taxi and headed toward the driving school. 10+ minutes later, upon arriving at the driving school, Gu Lin immediately saw Gu Guotai, Zhao Mingkong, and Zhao Xingcong standing at the entrance. Gu Guotai, having a sharp eye, caught sight of Gu Lin and waved, "Old Gu, over here. You finally made it. We were worried you'd oversleep and miss the exam." Gu Lin smiled, "Sorry about that. I slept too soundly last night and didn't even hear the phone call you made to me this morning." Zhao Mingkong handed Gu Lin a cigarette and teased, "You're really laid back, aren't you?" To be able to oversleep on such an important day. Zhao Xingzong chimed in from the side, exactly. It's a good thing you arrived just in time. If you hadn't come, we were ready to ask the coach to cancel your exam. Gu Lin took the cigarette and replied with a smile, good thing you didn't, otherwise I'd have to waste another dozen days. Are you guys confident about the exam this time? Gu Lin lit his cigarette and asked after taking a deep drag. Gu Guotai patted his chest, don't worry, I've practiced a lot these past few days. I'll definitely pass on the first try today. Zhao Mingkong said full of confidence, that's a given. I'm still quite confident in my own skills. I can already see my Land Rover waving at me. Zhao Xingzong also nodded, I don't have any problems either, I'm just waiting to get my driver's license in hand. At this moment, Coach Lu walked over and looked at the group. Then, his gaze fixed on Gu Lin, and he said kindly, young Master Gu, you're here. Yes, Coach Lu. Gu Lin nodded, pulled a cigarette out of his pocket, and took the opportunity to hand one to Coach Lu. Young Master Gu, you guys don't need to be too nervous for the exam today. As long as you don't make any major mistakes, you're guaranteed to pass. Coach Lu took the cigarette, lit it, and said with a smile. Oh. How so? Hearing Coach Lu say this, Gu Lin became interested. The three of them, including Zhao Mingkong, also pricked up their ears, looking at Coach Lu with curious eyes. Seeing the reaction of Gu Lin and the others, Coach Lu felt a sense of satisfaction. Ahem, our driving school is quite familiar with the in-car safety officers at the third subject exam site. Coach Lu cleared his throat, took a deep drag of his cigarette, and said. Moreover, our driving school's principal Zhou has a special relationship with the third subject examiner. Coach Lu checked to make sure no one was paying attention to them before whispering. What kind of special relationship? Zhao Mingkong asked quickly upon hearing this. This matter involved his second maternal aunt, so he was quite concerned. Kong Zi, don't ask any more. Gu Lin knew what was going on immediately, so he advised Zhao Mingkong. I'm just a bit curious. Zhao Mingkong waved his hand and kept his gaze on Coach Lu. Seeing Zhao Mingkong's demeanor, Gu Lin knew he wouldn't give up until he got the answer. He stopped advising him and instead prayed that Zhao Mingkong would still be able to laugh in a moment. Gu Guotai and Zhao Xingzong were standing by as mere spectators. Fine, since you want to know so much, I'll tell you about it. Coach Lu gave a lecherous smile. Looking at Zhao Mingkong's eager face, he suddenly felt refreshed. He didn't have any other hobbies, he just liked gossiping about other people's little secrets behind their backs. Of course, he didn't know that Principal Zhou was Zhao Mingkong's second maternal aunt, otherwise he definitely wouldn't have said it. Every time a batch of students takes the exam, our Principal Zhou and the third subject examiner go to a hotel together. And I've heard that Principal Zhou's husband even knows about this. Speaking up to this point, Coach Lu smacked his lips and took a fierce drag of his cigarette. As soon as Coach Lu said this, everyone was stunned, looking at each other, speechless for a moment. Gu Lin was even more speechless as he looked up at the sky, cursing internally. When Coach Lu talked about these things, he had a lecherous look on his face, and Gu Lin felt something was off. So he advised Zhao Mingkong to stop asking, but he wouldn't listen. Not only did he not listen, he insisted on getting to the bottom of it. Zhao Mingkong's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot in an instant. If heaven gave him another chance, he would definitely choose to listen to advice. Sensing that Zhao Mingkong's mood was off, Gu Lin hurried to smooth things over. Coach Lu, it's better to talk less about these kinds of things. If it gets out, it won't be good for the driving school's reputation. Coach Lu realized he might have said too much and smiled awkwardly. Haha, I didn't think it through. Young Master Gu is right to remind me. Just treat this as a bit of fun. You guys still need to take the exam seriously, don't let your guard down just because I said these things. Coach Lu, are you sure you didn't hear wrong? Don't go spreading rumors here. Zhao Mingkong still couldn't believe his second maternal aunt would do something so explosive, so he asked again. Coach Lu was made a bit nervous by Zhao Mingkong's serious expression. I also heard it from others. I don't know the specifics, but anyway, many people are saying this. Gu Lin patted Zhao Mingkong's shoulder. Kong Zi, don't get worked up yet. Without solid proof, let's not jump to conclusions. The priority is to get through the exam. If you let this affect your performance, it won't be worth it. He then turned to look at Coach Lu. Coach Lu, you go ahead and get busy. We'll be over in a bit. All right, hurry up. We're heading to the exam site in a bit. Coach Lu nodded, shot a strange look at Zhao Mingkong, and then turned to leave. He couldn't quite figure it out. Wasn't this something you wanted to hear, kid? How come when I said it, you got angry? After Coach Lu left, Zhao Mingkong suddenly laughed. Old Gu, I'm not angry. I just wanted to ask if it was true. Kong Zi, it's just us here, stop putting on a brave face. Gu Guotai patted Zhao Mingkong's shoulder and comforted him. Exactly, Kong Zi. I know you must be feeling terrible right now, Zhao Xingcong also said from the side. No, I'm really not angry, damn it. Zhao Mingkong said, speechless as he listened to their comfort. And also, can you stop looking at me with those damn eyes? Looking at the pity and heartache in their eyes, Zhao Mingkong was somewhat exasperated. You're really not angry? Gu Lin asked, feeling a bit uncertain as Zhao Mingkong didn't seem to be faking it. Damn. That's my second maternal aunt, not my mother. Why would I be angry? Zhao Mingkong rolled his eyes and said irritably. Hearing this, Gu Lin was amused. Hey, you should have said so earlier. We thought you were going to explode with anger. But then again, this is indeed quite explosive, so it's no wonder we misunderstood. Gu Guotai also laughed along, exactly. Just now, looking at your face, it was as black as the bottom of a pot. Zhao Xingcong teased from the side, haha, Kong Zi, with that expression you had just now, someone who didn't know better would think you were going to duel Coach Lu. Zhao Mingkong gave them an irritated eye roll. I'm really not angry, I just think this is too absurd. How could my second maternal aunt do such a thing, and have it spread everywhere? And the fact that my second uncle knows about it is just magical. Chapter 70, If my gaming was bad, would she team up with me daily? Alright, stop dwelling on that. Our main goal today is to get our driver's licenses. At Gu Lin's words, the others snapped back to attention. Old Gu is right. Kong Zi, you should stop worrying about it too, don't let it affect your performance later. Zhao Xingcong looked at Zhao Mingkong, giving him an uneasy reminder. Gu Guotai also teased from the side, you better not end up treating the car like a horse to ride just because your second uncle has a prairie on his head. And definitely don't treat the test track like a prairie for galloping. Fuck you, Guotai. I'm just focused on passing this in one go. Zhao Mingkong laughed and cursed. While chatting and laughing, the group followed the crowd toward the bus arranged by the driving school. Huh, why don't I see Zhao Rongrong today? Isn't she also taking the third subject test today? After boarding the bus, Zhao Mingkong looked around but didn't see Zhao Rongrong's figure, so he asked curiously. She went to Hong Kong for a trip with her mom. She probably won't make it for this test. After finding a seat and sitting down, Gu Lin explained. I see. She'll have to reschedule for next time then. Zhao Mingkong nodded. But, old Gu, it figures you'd know. None of us knew about this, but you're completely in the loop. Zhao Mingkong said with a mischievous grin, directing his words at Gu Lin. Ha 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 ha. Gu Guotai and Zhao Xingcong, sitting nearby, also joined in with mischievous laughter. After everything that had happened recently, Zhao Xingcong had completely lost any interest in Zhao Rongrong. So now, hearing Zhao Mingkong tease Gu Lin about Zhao Rongrong, he didn't feel much about it anymore. Come on, how's it going with the match Isairu introduced you to? Not to be outdone, Gu Lin fired back a question at Zhao Mingkong. It's going all right. Zhao Mingkong said, blushing and sounding a bit awkward. Holy shit. When did Isairu set Kong Zi up with someone? Hearing Gu Lin say this, Gu Guotai immediately exploded. Old Gu, Kong Zi is a brother, so are we not? You had Isairu introduce someone to Kong Zi, but Guotai and I are still single too. Zhao Xingcong also pretended to be displeased. Exactly. Kong Zi has someone now, so what about Xingcong and me? Gu Guotai quickly nodded along with Zhao Xingcong's words. Seeing the two of them playing off each other, Gu Lin couldn't help but laugh. Guotai, how come Wang Lirong, being the boss lady, has been coming to our factory site so often these past few days? Also, the fact that you and Wang Lirong disappear together every afternoon, need me to help you recall that. Gu Lin looked at Gu Guotai with a half-smile. Hearing this, Gu Guotai's face instantly flushed red. Stammering, he said, "Oh old Gu, don't talk nonsense. Sister Lirong and I just have work-related discussions. She's from the construction side, it's normal for her to come to the factory site often to check on things." Zhao Xingxong's eyes lit up, and he immediately leaned in. "Oh, Guotai, Sister Lirong, huh?" Calling her so affectionately. "Spill it, is there something going on?" Zhao Mingkong also joined in the teasing. "Yeah, Guotai, confess. Where do you two go every afternoon? How good is Wang Lirong at gaming? With your skill level, can you even keep up with her?" Hearing Zhao Mingkong question his ability, Gu Guotai instantly couldn't take it. Damn. If my gaming was bad, would she team up with me daily? Gu Guotai's outburst made the others laugh even harder. Zhao Xingxong laughed so hard tears nearly came out. Laughing, he said, "Oh ho, team up daily, huh? Guotai, young man, don't wear yourself out too young." Gu Guotai shrugged nonchalantly, then gave Zhao Xingxong a lewd once-over. Smiling, he said, "Whether I'm worn out or not isn't important. What's important is that you don't even have anyone to team up with." "Fuck you, Guotai." Zhao Xingxong was completely broken by Gu Guotai's remark. Gu Lin laughed and mediated, all right, everyone stop messing around. The test is about to start. Let's all focus. We can chat about all this slowly after the test." Just then, the bus slowly came to a stop, and the coach's voice announced they had arrived at the test center, instructing candidates to disembark in an orderly fashion. Only then did the group stop their horseplay, each collecting themselves to prepare for the test. After getting off the bus, Gu Lin was the first to head towards the testing area. Once inside the test vehicle, the accompanying safety officer indeed acted as Coach Lu had said. Upon learning Gu Lin was from the 91 driving school, whenever Gu Lin made a minor mistake, the officer would immediately cough twice as a reminder. In this almost cheating condition, Gu Lin easily and smoothly passed the third subject test. After finishing the test, Gu Lin lit a cigarette and waited quietly outside the test center for the other three. Not long after, Gu Guotai walked over, his face beaming with excitement. "Old Gu, I passed. I knew I could do it. I was super steady during the test, completed every item smoothly." Gu Lin glanced at him. "If you could still fail with the safety officer giving hints like that, I'd start to wonder if you have a brain." "Damn." Gu Guotai laughed and gave Gu Lin the middle finger. A little while later, Zhao Xingxong walked over humming a tune. Excitedly, he said, "Haha, I passed too. This test was easier than I imagined." This time, before Gu Lin could speak, Gu Guotai jumped in first. "With them practically handing it to you on a platter like this, if you still failed, wouldn't your second maternal aunt's efforts have been in vain?" Zhao Xingxong was stunned for a moment, then caught on. "Damn. Guotai, that's a fucking brilliant way to put it." As they were laughing, Zhao Mingkong also walked over with a smile on his face. "Haha, I passed too. This test went much more smoothly than I expected." Gu Lin and the other two exchanged glances, each forcing an awkward smile. "Of course it was smooth. It was all thanks to your second maternal aunt. If it wasn't smooth after all that, her suffering would have been for nothing." At this point, the three of them finally understood why Zhou Min's driving school had such a high pass rate. Of course, these thoughts were just kept to themselves, they couldn't possibly say them out loud in front of Zhao Mingkong. Even though he might not mind, saying it out loud just wasn't appropriate. Gu Lin looked at Zhao Mingkong, patted his shoulder, and said, "Kong Zi, passing is what matters. Let's go, find a place to eat first. We still have the driving test this afternoon." Zhao Xingxong checked the time, it was already past 11 in the morning. Hearing Zhao Xingxong's suggestion, the others all nodded. After leaving the test center, the group headed towards the nearby streets. There's a northeastern cuisine restaurant here. How about we eat here?" Gu Guotai suggested, looking at the restaurant sign. "Sure, northeastern food is good, generous portions and good value." Zhao Mingkong was the first to agree. Gu Lin and Zhao Xingxong also nodded, indicating they had no problem with it. The group entered the restaurant. The interior decor had a distinct northeastern flair, with vibrant red and green decorations, and walls covered in Spring Festival couplets and double happiness characters. As soon as the four entered, the waitress warmly greeted them. "Hey there, how many of y'all?" The waitress spoke with a thick northeastern accent right away. "4, Gu Lin replied with a smile. "Got it," the waitress responded and led them to a table for 4 by the window. Gu Lin took the menu and casually handed it to Zhao Mingkong. "Kong Zi, you order. See what you'd like to eat." Zhao Mingkong didn't stand on ceremony. He took the menu and started scanning the dishes. "We definitely need guobao rou, sweet and sour pork, it's the signature dish of northeastern cuisine. And lu rou duan, sautéed pork slices, let's get one of those too. Xingtsung, Guotai, you guys take a look and order a few more." Zhao Xingtsung leaned over, his finger tracing the menu. "Let's add a di-sen xian, stir-fried potato, eggplant, and green pepper." Gu Guotai thought for a moment, and added jian jiaogan tofu, stir-fried dried tofu with green peppers. "Old Gu, take a look. Anything else you want to add?" After Zhao Xingtsung and Gu Guotai finished ordering, Zhao Mingkong turned to look at Gu Lin. Chapter 71, Driver's License in Hand. "That's all," Gu Lin shook his head. Zhao Mingkong nodded and handed the menu to the waitress. "Big sister, just these dishes, and 4 bottles of soda." The waitress smiled and replied, "All right, little brothers, please wait a moment, your food will be right out." While waiting for their food, the group started chatting again. Gu Guotai suddenly remembered something, looked up at Zhao Mingkong opposite him, and said, "Kong Zi, when are you planning to meet that girl? Just chatting online won't tell you much, you need to meet in person to see if you're compatible." Zhao Mingkong sighed helplessly, "I want to meet her as soon as possible, but look at the current situation. I've been busy with the family hot pot restaurant these days, plus our company's affairs, where would I find the time?" Zhao Xingtsung listened and patted Zhao Mingkong's shoulder. "Kong Zi, for the hot pot restaurant, you can let Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhou keep an eye on it, and I can cover for you with the company's matters for a while. It's better to find time to meet her, after all, you'll only know if you're compatible once you've met." "We'll talk about it then," Zhao Mingkong shook his head. "How about this, after Guotai and I start school, Kong Zi can come with me to Chengdu for a trip. Once school starts, the hot pot restaurant won't be as busy, and the company will basically be running normally. Xingtsung can cover things alone for a while." Gu Lin pondered for a moment before speaking to Zhao Mingkong. Zhao Mingkong's eyes flickered with a hint of interest upon hearing Gu Lin's suggestion. "Old Gu, what you said makes sense, but I'm afraid Xingtsung alone. Kong Zi, don't hesitate. By then, there won't be any major issues with the company, and I can handle it alone." Zhao Xingtsung saw Zhao Mingkong's hesitation and tried to persuade him. Gu Guotai also chimed in, "That's right, Kong Zi, isn't that girl also from Sichuan University? You can stay in Chengdu for a few days and cultivate your relationship." Zhao Mingkong thought for a while, then finally nodded, "All right, I'll listen to you guys." As the group was talking, the waitress brought the dishes over one after another. "All right, let's eat first. We still have the driving test this afternoon." Gu Lin checked the time, it was already past 12:30. Their driving test was scheduled for 2 p.m., the first session of the afternoon. As Gu Lin spoke, he was the first to pick up a piece of guobao rou and put it into his mouth. With a crunch, the crispy texture and sweet and sour taste instantly bloomed in his mouth. "This dish is pretty good," Gu Lin nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Mingkong also quickly picked up his chopsticks and tasted a piece of li rou duan. "This li rou duan is also good, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Brothers, hurry up and eat." Everyone picked up their chopsticks, eating and commenting on the dishes. After they had eaten their fill, Gu Lin checked the time, it was already 1:20. "It's almost time, we should head to the test center now so we don't arrive late." Zhao Mingkong nodded and said, "All right, full and satisfied, we'll have energy for the afternoon driving test. I hope we all pass the driving test smoothly." The 4 stood up, walked out of the Northeast restaurant, and headed towards the driving test center. Upon arriving at the test center, the 4 found their respective seats and sat down, waiting for the test to begin. At exactly 2 o'clock, the examiner announced the start of the test, and the test room instantly fell silent, with only the clicking of mice. Because there weren't many people taking the driving test today, the four of them were arranged in the same test room. Not long after, Gu Lin was the first to finish the test. He carefully checked it again, and after confirming it was correct, he clicked submit. When test passed appeared on the screen, he breathed a sigh of relief, a relieved smile appearing on his face. Immediately after, Zhao Mingkong also completed the test. He nervously clicked the submit button, and upon seeing test passed, he excitedly pumped his fist. Subsequently, Zhao Xingtsong and Gu Guotai also passed the test smoothly. After walking out of the test room, the four exchanged smiles. "How did you do?" At this moment, Coach Lu, who had been waiting outside the test room, came over. Zhou Min's driving school still provided excellent service. They would take students to the test and wait for them to finish before driving them back to the driving school. They hadn't called Coach Lu for lunch, mainly because of the events that morning. Gu Lin was afraid that Coach Lu, that old rascal, had a loose tongue and would bring up Zhou Min's matters again during lunch. "We all passed," Gu Lin said with a smile, offering him a Huazi cigarette. Seeing Coach Lu, Zhao Mingkong glanced at him but said nothing. "Congratulations to you all," Coach Lu took the Huazi and congratulated them with a smile. "Coach, are we going back to the driving school now?" Gu Guotai asked Coach Lu. Coach Lu lit his cigarette, took a deep puff, and said with a smile, "What, don't you want to get your driver's license today?" "We can get it today. I just asked the staff after the test, and they said tomorrow." Gu Guotai was stunned to hear Coach Lu's words. Coach Lu smiled, flicked the ash from his cigarette, and an ambiguous smile appeared on his face. "Usually, you get the certificate tomorrow, but our driving school is different from others. Since all of you have finished your tests today, I'll tell the driving school, and they can process it for you today." Gu Lin's mouth twitched, knowing that this was probably another special perk of Zhou Min's driving school. He still said, "Coach Lu, please inform the driving school then." Zhao Mingkong twitched his lips. "Yes, Coach Lu, we really owe you." Coach Lu patted Zhao Mingkong's shoulder. "Why be so polite with me? We're all our own students." After saying that, Coach Lu took out his phone and called Zhou Min, informing her about Gu Lin's successful test. Zhou Min nodded after hearing it and told Coach Lu to wait outside the driving test room for 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, someone would bring over the driver's licenses for Gu Lin and the other three. Coach Lu hung up the phone and smiled at the four of them. Principal Zhou said to wait here for 10 minutes, and someone will bring the driver's licenses over shortly. Gu Lin responded with a smile. Principal Zhou is truly thoughtful. Our driving school's service is top-notch. Indeed, after about 7 or 8 minutes, a staff member from the test center walked over with 4 driver's licenses. Brotherly, Coach Lu greeted the staff member with a smile, clearly indicating a familiar relationship. The driving school staff member smiled and nodded, saying to Coach Lu, "Coach Lu, these are the driver's licenses for those 4 students, they're all processed." Coach Lu took the driver's licenses and handed them to Gu Lin, Zhao Mingkong, Zhao Xingtsong, and Gu Guotai in turn. "Here you go. Be careful when driving in the future, this is a big matter concerning safety." The 4 took their driver's licenses, expressing their thanks repeatedly. "Brotherly, I'll take the students back to the driving school now. Let's get together sometime." Coach Lu, seeing that the matter was resolved, said to the driving school staff member named Li. "No problem," the staff member named Li nodded with a smile. Chapter 72, Old A8s are an exception. "Let's go too." After the staff member surnamed Li left, Coach Lu said to Gu Lin and the others. "Okay." Gu Lin and the others nodded. The bus quickly returned to the driving school, and the group got off. "It's good to get your driver's license, but be sure to drive safely on the road," Coach Lu admonished. "We understand," Gu Lin replied with a smile. "All right, you guys chat. I have some things to attend to." Coach Lu remembered that he still had to take a group of students in the afternoon, so he turned and left after speaking. Once Gu Lin got his driver's license, Coach Lu's days were not as comfortable as before. When Gu Lin was getting his driver's license, Coach Lu only needed to serve Gu Lin and Zhao Rongrong, so it was very relaxed. Now that Gu Lin had graduated, Zhao Rongrong hadn't come to the driving school for a long time, and he didn't know when she would come again. So Zhou Min rearranged a group of students for him to teach. "Brothers, let's go back too. I can already see my Range Rover waving at me." After Coach Lu left, Zhao Mingkong said excitedly. Damn. Gu Lin, Gu Guotai, and Zhao Xingcong all gave him the middle finger. Guotai, what kind of car are you planning to get? Zhao Mingkong asked Gu Guotai. I'm not as extravagant as you, kid. My parents only gave me a budget of around 1 million. As soon as Gu Guotai said this, Zhao Mingkong couldn't help but feel speechless. Damn. A budget of 1 million isn't extravagant. Don't be so humble, kid. Compared to your 2 million plus Range Rover, mine is just a small car. Gu Guotai rolled his eyes and said. Zhao Mingkong chuckled and didn't dare to speak again, fearing he would incur public wrath. Guotai, Mingkong, you two are really one-upping each other in showing off. Gu Lin looked at Zhao Mingkong, then at Gu Guotai, and teased them with a smile. Exactly, exactly. How can I, a poor person, live with you two being so extravagant? Zhao Xingcong also joked along with Gu Lin, but a hint of dimness still flashed in his eyes. He knew in his heart that with Gu Lin's background, if he wanted to, he could easily own a Range Rover. Among the four, only he genuinely couldn't even afford a Volkswagen. Noticing the subtle change in Zhao Xingcong's expression, Gu Lin didn't say anything. He just thought to himself that he would buy a used car model in the company's name then. It would be more than enough for Zhao Xingcong to use as a daily commute. As for the money, Gu Lin decided to use the 100,000 yuan Zhao Xingcong had paid to the company. After all, Zhao Xingcong couldn't always take a taxi when going out to discuss business, could he? As for directly gifting Zhao Xingcong a car. Sorry, Gu Lin really didn't have that idea. Even Zhao Mingkong and Gu Guotai didn't have that idea. To put it bluntly, they had already helped Zhao Xingcong enough with starting the company. Buying him another car wouldn't be like brothers anymore, it would be like raising a son. Buying luxury cars is a personal matter, subsidized by family. Starting a company and investing are shared matters for the group. The two cannot be confused, they can distinguish these matters clearly. Besides, Zhao Xingcong himself wouldn't accept it. The group continued walking towards the driving school entrance, Gu Lin silently calculating how to arrange a car for Zhao Xingcong. On the surface, he was still chatting and laughing with everyone. Zhao Mingkong kicked a small stone under his foot. Seriously, Guotai, what car are you planning to buy? A BMW X5, I guess. It costs about 700,000 yuan, and then I'll have around 300,000 yuan left for university living expenses. Gu Guotai shrugged and said indifferently. He didn't have much of a pursuit for cars, of course, old A8s like Wang Lirong's were an exception. Zhao Mingkong's eyes lit up. A BMW X5, Guotai. You'll be absolutely crushing it at university with that car. Gu Lin also nodded in praise. Guotai's choice is quite good. The BMW X5 has always had a great reputation among cars in its class. Spacious and powerful, it can handle both daily commutes and occasional off-road adventures. Zhao Xingcong forced a smile. Guotai, your taste is good. The BMW X5 is indeed a good car, and it's presentable to drive. However, a hint of envy inevitably arose in his heart. Compared to his own financial situation, the gap was truly obvious. Gu Lin saw that Zhao Xingcong was still a bit down, so he patted his shoulder. Xingcong, don't just talk about the two of them. You should also plan ahead for what car you want to buy in the future. Once the company develops, you might soon realize your car buying dream. Zhao Xingcong smiled. Me? I won't consider those for now. I'll put all my energy into the company. Once I make money, then I'll talk about buying a car. Zhao Mingkong continued. Xingcong, don't be too anxious. Take your time. As long as we all work together, the company will definitely get better and better. Then, let alone buying a car, buying a plane won't be a problem. What about you, old Gu? What car are you planning to buy? After comforting Zhao Xingcong, Zhao Mingkong turned to Gu Lin. I'll decide later, Gu Lin said, shaking his head. Thinking of Gu Deshui's position, the three of them nodded understandingly. Given Gu Deshui's current position, it was indeed not suitable for Gu Lin to drive too flashy a car. The group walked to the driving school entrance while chatting. Gu Lin checked the time, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. So he said to the three of them, it's getting late. Let's head back to our respective homes first. All right. The three nodded and then left separately. After the three left, Gu Lin hailed a taxi home himself. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Gu Desui sitting on the living room sofa, looking relaxed while reading a document. Hearing the movement, Gu Desui looked up, his gaze falling on Gu Lin. Did you get your driver's license? Gu Lin responded, yes, I just got it today. With that, he slowly walked and sat down opposite Gu Desui. Gu Desui put down the document, looked at Gu Lin, and a smile appeared on his face. You're an adult now and just got your driver's license. Have you thought about what car you want to buy? Not yet. I'm thinking of buying a car around 200,000 yuan, just for commuting. Gu Lin refilled Gu Desui's teacup with some tea and said with a smile. Gu Desui nodded slightly. A car around 200,000 yuan should be sufficient. Then Gu Desui picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. He then continued, however, although our family has always maintained a low profile due to my position. You are now also starting your own career, and a slightly better car can sometimes play an unexpected role. Gu Lin listened carefully to his father's words, pondering their meaning. Gu Desui put down his teacup and looked at Gu Lin with gentle eyes. I think you can increase your budget to about 500,000 yuan. This way, the available car models, both in terms of quality and brand, will be much better than those at 200,000 yuan. Of course, this isn't for you to show off, but in certain situations, it can give you more confidence. Chapter 73, aside from Secretary Li of the Provincial Party Committee, who can control me? Dad, will this have any impact on you? Gu Lin frowned slightly and asked after a moment of hesitation. Gu Desui smiled and waved his hand gently. The impact won't be significant. Although it's better for our family to keep a low profile because of my work. But you are purchasing a car normally, and the price is within what we can afford, so it won't cause any issues. You don't need to worry too much about this, just live your life and consume normally. Besides, the municipal party secretary of Shen City is me right now. Aside from Secretary Li of the Provincial Party Committee, who can control me? Gu Deshui's tone was filled with infinite confidence, and a touch of dominance appeared on his face. Hearing his father's confident and domineering words, Gu Lin's concerns diminished significantly. Dad, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Then I'll do as you said, consider a few more models, and choose carefully, Gu Lin said with a smile. Gu Desui nodded, the dominance on his face gradually turning into a gentle smile. Think it over clearly yourself. After all, you'll be using it for a long time, so pick one you're satisfied with. You two, stop chatting for a moment and come help serve the dishes. At this moment, Li Yulan's voice came from the kitchen. Gu Desui and Gu Lin looked at each other and smiled upon hearing Li Yulan's voice. Gu Desui stood up and walked toward the kitchen, saying, "The head chef, your mom, has spoken. Let's go help quickly." Gu Lin hurriedly followed and walked into the kitchen. He saw Li Yulan busy placing plates of delicious-looking dishes onto the dining table. Gu Lin quickly reached out to take a plate of braised pork and said with a smile, "Mom, what's the occasion today? Everything is so sumptuous." Li Yulan looked at Gu Lin and smiled, "Isn't this to celebrate you successfully getting your driver's license?" "Thanks, Mom." Gu Lin's body, holding the braised pork, paused slightly as he said sincerely. Gu Desui also picked up a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables and said, "Wife, thank you for your hard work." Li Yulan responded with a smile, "We're family, what's there to thank for?" After the three of them placed all the dishes on the table, they sat around together to eat. Li Yulan looked at Gu Lin and asked, "Son, you've already received your driver's license. Have you thought about which car to buy?" Gu Lin first looked at his father, Gu Desui, and then toward Li Yulan. "Mom, I was just discussing it with Dad. Dad said I should consider a car around 500,000. I think the Mercedes-Benz E-Class, BMW 5 Series, and Audi A6L are all quite good. I plan to go for a test drive in the next 2 days." Li Yulan nodded in agreement, these brands are all good. When buying a car, you should prioritize quality and safety. That way, we can be more at ease when you drive. By the way, have your friends bought their cars yet? Gu Lin answered while picking up food for his bowl. Kong Zi plans to have his parents buy him a Land Rover Range Rover. Guotai is preparing to buy a BMW X5, but Xingtsong hasn't considered buying a car yet. Speaking of this, Gu Lin paused. Thinking of Zhao Xingxong, he decided to ask his cousin tomorrow if he knew any second-hand car dealers. This cousin was, of course, not Li Shaokong, but the cousin from his second maternal aunt's side who ran a gym. Since Gu Deshui came to power, Li Shaokong had also benefited quite a bit. The current Li Shaokong was already a deputy director at the police station in the Shen City Development Zone. He was also a legitimate deputy section-level cadre. As for the cousin who ran the gym, because he ran a gym, he had extensive connections. For common little things like this, finding him was the right choice. Back when Gu Lin first met Zhouya, he had even recommended this gym to her. Li Yuan seemed to see through Gu Lin's thoughts. Xingxong is also having a tough time. You guys are close, so help him out when you can. But when helping, pay attention to the method, don't hurt his self-esteem. Gu Lin nodded. Mom, I know. After the meal, Gu Lin offered to clean up the dishes, but was refused by Li Yuan. The reason was that the stitches on Gu Lin's arm hadn't been removed yet. Gu Lin looked at Li Yuan's firm gaze, could only smile at Gu Deshui, and then returned to his bedroom to rest. Gu Deshui also wanted to slip away after the meal, but he didn't have the same treatment as Gu Lin. Looking at Li Yuan's threatening gaze, he smiled helplessly and had to resign himself to helping Li Yuan clear the table. While clearing, he muttered, "Sigh, the son gets special treatment, but I, the father, don't have such luck." Li Yuan rolled her eyes at him and smiled, "You're just glib. Our son has an injury on his arm, and you don't. If I don't ask you to help, who else should I ask?" The two chatted casually while cleaning up. Meanwhile, Gu Lin, having returned to his bedroom, lay on the bed, took out his phone, and opened WeChat. He saw that Zhouya had sent several messages while he was eating. Gu Lin curiously swiped open his phone screen and saw that the first message from Zhouya was, "Gu Lin, what are you doing?" The second was, "Did the exam go smoothly today? Did you get your driver's license?" The last one was, "Are there any cars you like?" Gu Lin smiled and replied in order, "I was eating just now and didn't see them. The exam went quite smoothly today, and I got my driver's license. I haven't decided yet. My dad gave me a budget of 500,000. I'll choose between a BMW 5 Series, Mercedes-Benz E, or Audi A6. As soon as Gu Lin's message was sent, Zhouya's reply came immediately, then, among these three, which one are you more inclined toward? The A6, I guess. It feels more steady compared to the BMW 5 Series and Mercedes-Benz E. Oh. At your age, shouldn't you prefer younger cars like the 5 Series and Mercedes-Benz E? Gu Lin looked at Zhouya's slightly surprised reply, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. His fingers tapped rapidly on the screen. Haha, maybe my mindset is a bit old. Alright then, are you going to the factory area to check tomorrow? I heard from Lirong that it will be basically finished tomorrow. I'll go over tomorrow to take a look and settle the final payment with Sister Wang while I'm at it. Gu Lin looked at the message mentioning the factory area and replied quickly. Zhouya replied quickly, "Then do you plan to go in the morning or the afternoon tomorrow?" Gu Lin thought for a moment and replied, "I have other things to do in the morning, so I'll go in the afternoon. Besides, even if it's finished, it won't be until the afternoon." He planned to go to the hospital in the morning to have the stitches on his arm removed. But he didn't want to tell Zhouya about this, he felt it wasn't necessary. Zhouya sent an okay gesture and then said, "Then let's make it the afternoon. Lirong and I will go over together tomorrow." "Sure, see you tomorrow then." After Gu Lin sent this, Zhouya didn't reply again. Gu Lin seemed to remember something and sent a message to his cousin, Wang Tao, who ran a gym at his second maternal aunt's place. "Brother Tao, do you know anyone who deals in second-hand cars?" Wang Tao didn't reply. Gu Lin guessed that at this hour, he probably didn't know where he was out having fun. Gu Lin was fairly aware of this cousin's playboy nature. He didn't pay it much mind, casually plugged his phone into charge, and slowly drifted off into a dream. Chapter 74, Gu Deshui's Helplessness. Early the next morning, sunlight filtered gently through the gap in the curtains, falling softly on Gu Lin's face, and Gu Lin slowly woke up. Perhaps because he went to bed early last night, Gu Lin stretched lazily after waking up, feeling a wave of comfort throughout his body. He unplugged the charger and checked the time on his phone. It was exactly 7 in the morning. Then he opened WeChat to check his messages. The message he sent to Huang Tao last night had already been replied to. The reply time was past midnight, but Gu Lin had already fallen into a deep sleep by then. Xiao Lin, I'm sorry, I was busy just now and didn't see your message. I have a friend who deals in used cars. Do you want to buy a used car? Gu Lin thought for a moment, then typed a reply, Brother Tao, please ask your friend if he can help me find a used car model, with a budget of around 100,000 yuan. After replying to Huang Tao's message, Gu Lin quickly washed up. He changed his clothes and then walked to the living room, preparing to eat breakfast. Since it was only around 7 in the morning, Gu Deshui and Yuan had not yet gone to work. As soon as he walked out of the room, he heard Gu Deshui sitting on the sofa, talking on the phone in a low, serious voice. Yes, this project must ensure quality, there can be no slightest carelessness. Okay, today you help me schedule a meeting with Zhao Zhongshan of Zhongshan Group. Seeing Gu Lin emerge from his room, Gu Deshui nodded and pointed towards the dining room, signaling him to go eat first. Gu Lin paused at the words Zhongshan Group, but didn't disturb his father, quietly making his way to the dining room. Yuan was setting the table, and when she saw Gu Lin, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Son, you're up so early today. Come quickly and eat. Today I made your favorite shrimp porridge and steamed dumplings. Gu Lin smelled the fragrant aroma and his appetite was immediately whetted. Wow, Mom, it looks delicious. Your cooking is getting better and better. As soon as he sat down, his phone vibrated, and Huang Tao's message came through. All right, Xiao Lin. I'll ask for you now, I should be able to get back to you this afternoon. As you know, used car sources depend on luck, but finding a decent car model with a 100,000 budget shouldn't be a big problem. Gu Lin quickly replied, Okay, Brother Tao, I'll trouble you then. After sending the message, Gu Lin put his phone aside, ready to enjoy his breakfast. Just then, Gu Deshui finished his call and walked over. With a slight smile on his lips, he teased, Oh, why are you up so early today? Gu Lin smiled back at Gu Deshui, I went to bed early last night, and I have a lot to do today, so I woke up early. Didn't you also get up quite early, still on the phone talking about work? Gu Deshui sat down at the dining table and rubbed his temples. Recently, the municipal government is preparing to build another large bridge, 2.2 kilometers long. This will connect the urban area and the development zone. Gu Lin's eyes lit up, Dad, if this is built, it will greatly promote the development of both the urban area and the development zone. Among other things, at least in the future, Gu Lin would save a lot of time traveling from the urban area to the Shenong Premium Factory. A glimmer flashed in Gu Deshui's eyes as he said, once this bridge is built, the commute time from the urban area to the development zone will be greatly reduced. It can also promote economic exchange and cooperation between regions, driving industrial upgrading in the development zone. It will also add significant value to future investment attraction for the development zone. You just mentioned discussing cooperation with Zhongshan Group, are you planning to contract it out to Zhongshan Group? Gu Lin hesitated for a moment, then asked. Gu Deshui nodded, picked up a bowl of porridge, and took a sip. He slowly said, Zhongshan Group is a local enterprise, and their reputation in construction engineering has always been good. Moreover, their strength is considerable, so they are indeed the preferred partner for cooperation. Your classmate Zhao Rongrong, her father seems to be the chairman of Zhongshan Group, Zhao Zhongshan, right? After saying this, Gu Deshui looked at Gu Lin with a half-smile. Some time ago, his subordinate reported to him that Zhao Zhongshan was investigating Gu Lin's background. After Gu Deshui found out, he sent someone to warn Zhao Zhongshan and also to understand the situation. Later, he learned that Zhao Zhongshan was investigating Gu Lin because of his daughter, Zhao Rongrong. Gu Deshui did not make things difficult for Zhao Zhongshan again, and he didn't mention this matter to Gu Lin. Gu Lin gave an awkward smile, then lowered his head to eat his steamed dumplings. Seeing Gu Lin's reaction, Gu Deshui shook his head helplessly and then asked, Do you have anything planned for today? I'm going to the hospital this morning to get the stitches removed, and then I'll go to the factory in the afternoon, the renovation there will be completed today. Gu Lin swallowed the steamed dumpling in his mouth, took a sip of soup, and slowly explained. Yuan, who was nearby, said with concern, Be careful when you go to the hospital to get your stitches removed. After the stitches are removed, listen to the doctor, don't move your arm around, and be careful not to let the wound get infected. I know, Mom. Listening to his mother's nagging, Gu Lin smiled and nodded. When you go to the factory in the afternoon, since the renovation is complete, make sure to inspect it thoroughly for any problems. When settling the final payment, be sure to carefully check all the details to avoid any mistakes. Gu Desui put down his chopsticks and instructed. Gu Lin listened intently to his father's instructions, nodding in response. Dad, don't worry, I'll be careful. As soon as Gu Desui nodded, his phone rang. Gu Desui took out his phone and saw that it was from his driver, Xiao Wang. Gu Desui swiped to answer, and Xiao Wang's respectful voice came from the other end of the line. Secretary, I'm at the entrance of your residential complex. Okay, 5 minutes. Gu Desui said succinctly, then hung up the phone. After hanging up, Gu Desui checked the time. It was already 7:50. Gu Desui's usual working hours started at 8:30 a.m., and it only took about 10 minutes to get from his residential complex to the municipal government building. Normally, he would leave around 8:15 a.m. Recently, due to being busy with the bridge construction project, Gu Desui had been going to the municipal government half an hour early these past few days. I'm going to work. Gu Lin, go to the hospital after you finish eating. Call home anytime if anything comes up. I know, Dad. You go to work. Gu Lin nodded. Gu Desui nodded slightly, then turned to Li Yulan. Yulan, are you coming with me, or will you drive yourself later? If you come with me, I'll ask Xiao Wang to make a detour to the Education Bureau. I'll drive myself later. Li Yulan shook her head. Although her husband was now the municipal party secretary, she still avoided suspicion whenever possible. She didn't want to give people an excuse to accuse them of using a public car for private matters. Gu Desui nodded slightly, stood up, straightened his clothes, picked up his briefcase, and left. After Gu Lin finished breakfast and packed his things, he also prepared to go to the hospital. As he left, Li Yulan, still worried, gave him a few more instructions, which Gu Lin agreed to one by one before leaving home. Chapter 75, People Here Are Sensible. Gu Lin arrived at the hospital and successfully had his stitches removed. The wound had healed quite well, but that 10-centimeter-long scar would likely stay with him for the rest of his life. After removing the stitches, the doctor gave him detailed instructions on the key points of wound care. Gu Lin listened attentively, keeping every precaution firmly in mind. Stepping out of the hospital, the July sun in Shan City was fierce, and its light felt scorching on his body. Gu Lin checked the time. It was just past 10 in the morning, still some time before he had to go to the factory area in the afternoon. So, Gu Lin decided to go to the gym opened by Huang Tao to talk to him in person about the second-hand car model. On the other hand, he also wanted to catch up with Huang Tao. He sent a message to Huang Tao and, after learning he was at the gym, Gu Lin took a taxi and headed there. On Gu Lin's father's side, Gu Desui was an only child, so Gu Lin didn't have any paternal cousins. On his mother Li Yulan's side, however, there were 4 siblings. Li Yulan was the youngest among the 4 siblings. His eldest maternal uncle's family had only one child, who was the current deputy director of the development zone, Li Xiaokong. His eldest maternal aunt's family had 2 children, a boy and a girl, both several years older than Gu Lin. However, his eldest maternal aunt had married far away in Jin province and they only saw each other a few times a year, so Gu Lin wasn't close to these 2 cousins. Huang Tao was the child of Gu Lin's second maternal aunt. Therefore, Gu Lin's relationship with Li Xiaokong and Huang Tao was quite good. Arriving at the gym, there were quite a few people working out inside. Gu Lin, you're here. Just as Gu Lin walked to the counter, a fairly attractive receptionist greeted him with a smile. Gu Lin had been to Huang Tao's gym a few times before, so the female receptionist recognized him and knew he was Huang Tao's younger brother. Sister Qian, your makeup looks great today. Gu Lin walked to the counter, glanced at Chen Qian, and praised her with a smile. Thank you for the compliment. Hearing Gu Lin's praise, Chen Qian's face lit up with joy. You're here to see President Huang, right? Chen Qian poured a glass of water for Gu Lin and asked. Yeah, to talk to Brother Tao about some things. Gu Lin nodded. President Huang is in his office right now. Chen Qian pointed to the second floor. Then I'll leave you to it, Sister Qian. I'll go up and find him. After saying that, Gu Lin prepared to head to the second floor. Wait, hold on. Chen Qian hurriedly stopped Gu Lin as he was about to leave. Gu Lin stopped and looked at the female receptionist in confusion. Sister Qian, what's wrong? Maybe you should wait a bit before going up. Chen Qian's expression was a bit strange, and she spoke somewhat hesitantly. Seeing Chen Qian's expression, Gu Lin couldn't help but feel curious. Sister Qian, is it inconvenient for Brother Tao right now? Sigh, forget it. You'll know once you go up yourself, Chen Qian said, her face slightly flushed. There were some things she didn't know how to tell Gu Lin. Gu Lin nodded, then walked toward Huang Tao's office under Chen Qian's slightly odd gaze. Before even entering, he heard Huang Tao's lewd laughter from inside, accompanied by rhythmic slapping sounds like a fly swatter hitting mosquitoes. Li Yuan, good performance. Your bonus will be doubled this month. Gu Lin's lips twitched. He now knew why Chen Qian had told him to wait before coming up. Standing at the door, Gu Lin hesitated for a moment but still knocked. After all, rather than eavesdropping at the door, he would rather interrupt Huang Tao's fun. Who is it? Huang Tao's impatient voice came from inside the room, immediately followed by the rustling sound of clothes being put on. Brother Tao, it's me, Gu Lin. Gu Lin cleared his throat and shouted through the door. Oh, crap. Xiao Lin, wait a moment. Huang Tao's voice held a hint of panic. After a good while, the door finally opened. Huang Tao's hair was messy, and several buttons on his shirt were fastened incorrectly. With an embarrassed smile on his face, he said, Xiao Lin, why did you come so suddenly without giving me a heads up? Hearing Huang Tao say this, Gu Lin rolled his eyes speechlessly. Brother Tao, I sent you a message. You said you were at the gym, so I came over. Sorry, did I ruin your good time? As he spoke, Gu Lin's eyes swept across the room and saw a woman with a hot figure tidying her clothes with her back to the door. Huang Tao followed Gu Lin's gaze and waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Li Yuan, you head out first. I have something to discuss with my brother. The woman named Li Yuan turned around and gave Huang Tao a dirty look. She glanced at Gu Lin, her face turning slightly red, and hurriedly walked out of the office, swaying her hips. Once the woman named Li Yuan left, Huang Tao pulled Gu Lin in, closed the office door, and flopped down onto a chair. Crossing his legs, he picked up a pack of lotus from the desk, handed one to Gu Lin, and lit one for himself. Xiao Lin, you really know how to pick a time to come, but it's fine. If you like, I can arrange a few female coaches for you to help you get some good exercise. Huang Tao took a deep drag of his cigarette and said with a lewd smile. Brother Tao, there's no need for that, Gu Lin waved his hand. But Brother Tao, was that woman just now a coach at your gym? Gu Lin flicked the cigarette ash, looking at Huang Tao with some surprise. Huang Tao chuckled. Yeah, she's one of the star coaches of my gym. She's very capable, and the members like her a lot. I was discussing some business with her today, and I just couldn't help myself, hee hee. A smug and playful smile appeared on Huang Tao's face. Gu Lin smiled helplessly. Brother Tao, you really should mind the setting. With people coming and going in this gym, it wouldn't be good if word got out. Huang Tao waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, Xiao Lin. The people in our gym are all sensible, they won't talk nonsense. Besides, which of the female coaches in this gym hasn't played games with me? Huang Tao raised his eyebrows smugly, picked up the lotus from the table, and lit another one. Listening to Huang Tao's unrestrained words, Gu Lin shook his head helplessly. Brother Tao, don't overdo it. Although social morals are more open now, you're being a bit too. Huang Tao laughed and patted Gu Lin on the shoulder. Xiao Lin, it's normal for a man to have some hobbies. Tell me, you came to see me today, besides catching me in the act, you must have some actual business, right? Only then did Gu Lin remember his purpose, and he stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Gu Lin said with a smile, Brother Tao, I mainly came to see you today. And also, I wanted to ask about the second-hand car model. Huang Tao slowly stood up and stretched. Xiao Lin, you're quite impatient. My friend said that car is from 2016 and has run over 30,000 kilometers. No fire damage, no water damage, no accidents, just some minor scratches on the exterior. But those are easy to handle, just a new coat of paint will do. The price is 98,000, I think it's quite reasonable. After all, it's only been driven 30,000 kilometers in 2 years. A new car would cost around 200,000 now. Chapter 76, Aren't you also my good big brothers? Gu Lin thought for a moment and asked, Brother Tao, then the papers for this car are all in order, right? There won't be any mortgages or other issues. Don't worry, this friend of mine has been in the second-hand car industry for many years. I trust the way he handles things. The paperwork is definitely complete, and there are no liens on the car. Hearing Gu Lin's question, Wang Tao immediately patted his chest and guaranteed. Besides, with my uncle's position being what it is, even if you gave him 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare scam you. When Wang Tao mentioned Gu Deshui, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Among all his relatives, he wasn't afraid of anyone except for this third uncle, Gu Deshui. Seeing Wang Tao's expression when mentioning his father, Gu Lin couldn't help but chuckle at first. Then he frowned slightly. Brother Tao, don't drag my dad into such a small matter. Xiao Lin, don't worry. When I do business outside, I never mention my uncle's name. Besides, I just mentioned it in passing so you wouldn't worry about this. Seeing Gu Lin frown, Wang Tao quickly explained. Gu Lin nodded, his expression softening a bit. He knew Wang Tao's character fairly well. Aside from being a bit of a playboy, he was quite steady in his work. Gu Lin continued, Brother Tao, I know you're reliable, I'm just giving you a reminder. After all, my dad's position is sensitive. If we can avoid involving him, we should. Of course, if you encounter any unfairness, Brother Tao, my dad certainly won't ignore you. Xiao Lin, I understand. Wang Tao nodded solemnly. Brother Tao, it's good that you understand. Seeing this, Gu Lin smiled with satisfaction. In this society of favors, although Gu Deshui didn't mind these people basking in his light, the prerequisite was that they had to be sensible. This was also why Gu Deshui was willing to give Li Yulan's side of the family a hand, as long as it didn't affect him. For no other reason than they were sensible enough. By the way, Xiao Lin, when do you plan to go see the car? My friend went to pick up the car and should be back tomorrow. I'll let you know as soon as it arrives. As Wang Tao spoke, he lit another cigarette for himself. Gu Lin thought for a moment and said, then let's make it the day after tomorrow. Since Xingzong will be handling business for the company, it really is inconvenient without a car. Wang Tao blew a smoke ring and said with a smile, your brotherhood is truly enviable. Brother Tao, aren't you and Brother Xiaokong also my good big brothers? Gu Lin smiled and asked Wang Tao back. Wang Tao laughed and patted Gu Lin's shoulder. That's right, our relationship goes without saying. Wang Tao flicked his cigarette ash and continued, Xiao Lin, if you ever run into any cash flow problems in your business, just tell me. Although this gym of mine doesn't make a huge amount of money, I can still help out a bit. Gu Lin nodded seriously. The company's funds are quite stable at the moment, but if that day ever comes, I certainly won't be polite with you, Brother Tao. Just then, Wang Tao glanced at the submariner on his wrist. It was already past 12 noon. He said, Xiao Lin, stay for lunch today. It's been a long time since we've had a good meal together. There's a local restaurant nearby that tastes pretty good. I'll have them deliver a few dishes. Gu Lin hesitated. Brother Tao, I have to go to the factory area this afternoon. I'm afraid I won't have enough time. You can't drink anyway, so we'll just eat and chat. It won't take long. Wang Tao pointed at the scar on Gu Lin's arm, a trace of ruthlessness appearing on his face. He had heard about Gu Lin's injury from Li Xiaokong while they were having dinner a few days ago. At that time, he had given Li Xiaokong a harsh scolding. He asked what Li Xiaokong, as a big brother and a police officer, was even doing. Gu Lin had even called him, yet he still arrived so late. It seems your police response speed really can't escape the law of only showing up to clean up the aftermath. Li Xiaokong's face turned pale and then flushed as Wang Tao spoke, but he could only smile helplessly. He couldn't help it either. He had told Gu Lin at the time not to leave the residential area before he arrived. But who knew Gu Lin wouldn't listen to advice? The flash of ruthlessness on Wang Tao's face made Gu Lin's heart skip a beat. He felt a slight warmth in his heart, knowing that Wang Tao was distressed over his injury. All right, Brother Tao, I'll stay. It really has been a while since we've had a proper meal together. Gu Lin smiled brightly. Huang Tao immediately picked up the phone and called the nearby restaurant. Hello, old Wang, it's Huang Tao. Give me a few of your best dishes. Sweet and sour carp, braised prawns, earthpot chicken, and stir-fried pig kidney. Finally, a tomato and egg soup. Make it quick and send it to my office at the gym. After hanging up, Huang Tao took 2 cans of juice from the cabinet and handed one to Gu Lin. Xiao Lin, since you can't drink, have some juice. You need to nurse that injury properly. What exactly happened? Tell me in detail. That kid Li Xiaokong didn't explain it clearly. Gu Lin smiled helplessly, took a sip of juice, and said slowly, Brother Tao, it's all in the past. There's not much to say. Seeing that Gu Lin didn't want to elaborate, Huang Tao stopped asking and just gave Gu Lin's shoulder a heavy pat. All right, Xiao Lin, if you don't want to say, I won't ask. But remember, no matter when, if you need any help from me, just speak up. I know, Brother Tao. Gu Lin nodded with a smile. Just then, there was a knock at the door. The food ordered from the restaurant had arrived. Huang Tao stood up and opened the door, took the steaming food, and laid it out on the table. Xiao Lin, try the food from this place. The taste is superb. Huang Tao greeted him warmly. Looking at the table full of local dishes, Gu Lin's appetite was whetted. Gu Lin picked up a piece of sweet and sour carp. The fish was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, coated in a delicious sweet and sour sauce. The moment it entered his mouth, a familiar flavor blossomed on his taste buds. Brother Tao, the sweet and sour carp from this restaurant tastes quite authentic, Gu Lin couldn't help but praise. Huang Tao's face beamed with a proud smile. Of course. Could a place I find be bad? I come to this shop often. Their sweet and sour carp is a signature dish. The chef's skill is beyond reproach. As he spoke, Huang Tao also picked up a piece of fish and began to eat heartily. The two of them ate and chatted casually. Gu Lin, there's something I should thank you for. Huang Tao took a sip of the tomato and egg soup and said with a smile. What is it, Brother Tao? Gu Lin, who was peeling a braised prawn, was slightly stunned to hear Huang Tao say this. It's about that young woman named Zhou you introduced last time. She and her friend topped up their cards with 20,000 yuan all at once here. Brother Tao, don't you go getting any ideas about those two? After peeling the prawn and putting it in his mouth, Gu Lin spoke meaningfully. Huang Tao chuckled and waved his hand. Xiao Lin, don't you know me? Although I'm a playboy, I have my limits. I just simply think those two ladies are quite generous, topping up so much money at once and even saying they'd bring friends often. But seeing your reaction, could it be that you and them, hee. As Huang Tao spoke, he began to laugh suggestively. Chapter 77, Xiao Chen, come to my office for a bit later. Seeing the eager look in Huang Tao's eyes, Gu Lin gave a slight nod. Holy shit. So you're into that kind of thing, Xiao Lin. Huang Tao exaggeratedly widened his eyes, his face wearing an expression of sudden realization mixed with a bit of teasing. No wonder that woman charged a 20,000 yuan card right off the bat back then. So there's that kind of connection involved. As he spoke, Huang Tao gave Gu Lin a thumbs up, a playful smile on his face. All right, Brother Tao, let's not talk about this anymore. Gu Lin put down his chopsticks and waved his hand. Fine, we won't talk about it then. Huang Tao nodded and passed Gu Lin another cigarette. The two of them smoked, chatting for a while longer. Gu Lin glanced at the time, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. There was also a message from Zhou sent 10 minutes ago, asking if he had gone to the factory area yet. After replying to Zhou that he was heading there right away, Gu Lin said to Huang Tao, Brother Tao, I've got a lot to do this afternoon. I need to get to the factory area. Huang Tao smiled and nodded, saying, Xiao Lin, you better hurry then. Factory matters shouldn't be delayed. Gu Lin stood up, stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, and straightened his clothes. Brother Tao, in a few days, let's get together with Brother Xiaokong. Huang Tao's eyes lit up. Sure thing, Xiao Lin. Once you're done with this busy period, we'll find a time for a proper meal. In a few days, the injury on your arm should be mostly healed. We can drink to our heart's content then. Gu Lin replied with a smile, sounds good, brother Tao. These past few days, just drinking juice has been driving me crazy, my mouth feels completely bland. Huang Tao let out a hearty laugh. Haha, Xiao Lin, I'll definitely prepare a few good bottles of liquor then. We won't stop until we're drunk. That kid Xiao Kong can hold his liquor pretty well too. We'll have a good contest then. As he walked towards the door, Gu Lin said, Brother Tao, don't forget to remind Brother Xiao Kong. He's recently become the deputy director. Don't let him say he doesn't have time. Huang Tao nodded. Don't worry, Xiao Lin. I'll give him a heads up a few days in advance to clear his schedule. If he dares to say he's busy, I'll go straight to the police station and drag him out. Gu Lin reached the door, turned back, and said, Then I'll trouble you with that, Brother Tao. I'm off to the factory area now. Once the gathering time is set, just contact me anytime. Huang Tao also stood up to see him off. All right, Xiao Lin, don't you worry. When the two reached downstairs, the female front desk, Chen Qian, was sitting at the bar drinking a cold beverage. Manager Huang, Xiao Gu. Seeing them come down, Chen Qian quickly greeted them. Huang Tao smiled and nodded towards Chen Qian, then gave her a once-over. Xiao Chen, you don't have anything going on later, right? Chen Qian gave a sweet smile. Manager Huang, I don't have anything. It's not busy at this hour, and Xiao Yan will be here to take over soon. Good, then come up to my office for a bit later. Huang Tao didn't avoid Gu Lin's presence as he instructed Chen Qian. I understand, Manager Huang. Chen Qian glanced at Gu Lin, her face flushing as she replied shyly. Hearing this, Gu Lin instantly understood Huang Tao's intentions. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He said goodbye to Chen Qian and prepared to leave. He couldn't tell if Huang Tao was running a gym or a damn harem. Fortunately, Huang Tao only flirted with his single female employees and female coaches. He hadn't gone so far as to target female customers. Huang Tao patted Gu Lin's shoulder and said, Xiao Lin, you go ahead and get busy. Call me if anything comes up. Walking out of the gym, Gu Lin couldn't help but sigh at Huang Tao's personality. But right now, he didn't have the mind to dwell on such things. There was a pile of work waiting for him at the factory area. He hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed towards the Shenong Yupin Company. Soon, the taxi arrived at the Shenong Yupin Company. After paying the fare and getting out, Gu Lin saw a Porsche Panamera and a Maserati President parked in the spots by the factory gate. He knew Zhou Ye and Wang Lirong had already arrived. What surprised Gu Lin even more was that besides these two cars, there were three brand new cars with temporary license plates parked at the entrance. A black Land Rover Range Rover, a black BMW X5, and finally, a black Audi A6. The black Land Rover Range Rover, he guessed, probably belonged to Zhao Mingkong. The black X5, unsurprisingly, must be Guguatai's. He wasn't particularly surprised by these, just marveling at how quickly the two had picked up their cars. They just got their driver's licenses yesterday and already brought the cars back today. The only thing puzzling him was who the brand new black Audi A6 belonged to. Moreover, this A6 was the 5T FSI Quattro model, the one with a guide price close to 700,000 yuan. The final price for this car was basically enough to buy a standard configuration A8. It wasn't much cheaper than Guguatai's BMW X5. Gu Lin walked into the factory area, full of suspicion. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Wang Lirong's workers packing up their tools. Manager Gu, you're here. The foreman, old Luo, whom Gu Lin had given cigarettes to before, had sharp eyes and spotted Gu Lin approaching immediately. Master Luo, the work's finished, right? Gu Lin smiled and nodded, taking a Huazi cigarette from his pocket and handing one to old Luo. Yes, we were basically done by this morning. Manager Wang asked us to tidy up the garbage in the factory area while we were at it. Old Luo took the cigarette Gu Lin offered, lit it, and said with a smile. Sister Wang is thoughtful. Gu Lin walked into the warehouse. Looking at the freshly renovated walls, he nodded in satisfaction. With the walls redone, it really looks different, much more spacious and bright. Master Luo, you guys did a great job. Gu Lin said this as he paced around the warehouse, inspecting the work. Old Luo followed behind, chuckling. You flatter us, Manager Gu. We just followed the requirements. Manager Wang had high standards. She said we had to do our absolute best, not let you down here. Master Luo, I don't have much cash on me. Take these 500 yuan and buy some drinks for the workers. Looking at the details on the walls, Gu Lin knew old Luo and his crew had truly put in the effort. So he took out the last 500 yuan in cash from his wallet and handed it to old Luo. Seeing this, old Luo immediately waved his hands in refusal. Manager Gu, no, we can't accept this. This job was what we were supposed to do. How can we take your money? Gu Lin firmly pressed the money into old Luo's hand. Master Luo, don't refuse. It's hot out. The guys worked hard. Consider this a small token of my appreciation. Buy everyone some drinks to quench their thirst. Unable to refuse further, old Luo had to accept it. Gratefully, he said, Manager Gu, you're too kind. Rest assured, if you have any more work in the future, we'll definitely handle it just as well as this time, making sure everything is done properly. Chapter 78, I admit you've got something. Gu Lin smiled and patted Master Luo's shoulder. Master Luo, I'll be counting on you then. If there's any suitable work in the future, I'll definitely think of you first. Manager Gu, you're too kind. Master Luo beamed with joy upon hearing Gu Lin's words. Working for Gu Lin truly made him happy from the bottom of his heart. Usually, when Gu Lin came to check the progress, he would bring them 2 cartons of cigarettes. Although they weren't expensive cigarettes, just the usual Dubai Jiang, they didn't mind at all. After all, they were just ordinary renovation workers, what they usually smoked was around this grade, maybe even lower. During the days Gu Lin was injured and Gu Guotai was here by himself, he would also buy them drinks when he had nothing else to do. Working for Wang Lirong, they were earning their own wages, that was expected. But what Gu Lin gave them were real benefits. If nothing else, at least for this past week, they hadn't spent any of their own money on cigarettes or water. How could they not be grateful? Thus, they worked with extra care. That's how society is. Sometimes, what people at the bottom need is just a bit of respect. Manager Gu, are you here to find Manager Wang to settle the final payment? After Gu Lin and Master Luo exchanged a few more pleasantries, Master Luo asked. Gu Lin smiled and nodded. Yes, Master Luo. The project is nearing its end, so it's time to settle the final payment. Then I won't disturb you, Manager Gu. Manager Wang and the others are on the 3rd floor of the office building. Master Luo stubbed out the huazi in his hand and thoughtfully placed the cigarette butt into a trash bag before speaking. All right, thanks for letting me know, Master Luo. I'll head up to find them now. Gu Lin said as he walked toward the office building. Just as he reached the office door, he heard the voices of Zhouya, Wang Lirong, Zhao Mingkong, and Gu Guotai coming from inside. Sister Zhou, you really gave old Gu a huge gift. Zhao Mingkong looked at the Audi A6 car keys on the table with some envy. Suddenly, he felt like the Range Rover keys hanging at his waist weren't as impressive anymore. After all, one was bought with one's own money, while the other was a gift. The meaning behind the two was different. Sister Zhou, the price of this car of yours could have easily gotten an Audi A8, right? Gu Guotai looked at the BMW X5 keys in his hand, then at the Audi A6 keys on the table, and shook his head with a sigh. Exactly. At the time, I even tried to persuade Xiaoya that instead of buying this car, she might as well just buy an Audi A8. Wang Lirong also secretly lamented that her best friend had truly lost her mind. Even if Gu Lin was very handsome and played games well, there was no need to spend over $1 million to give him a gift. The car was 700,000, and the other 300,000 was for a Patek Philippe 5168G01 wristwatch sitting on the table. Usually, when she and Gu Guotai played games, if she was satisfied, she would at most give him a Longines worth over 10,000. Wang Lirong only knew that Zhouya and Duan Chongqing had divorced. She didn't know yet that Gu Lin had already made Duan Chongqing leave with nothing, helping Zhouya get all the assets. If she knew, she probably wouldn't be so surprised that Zhouya gave Gu Lin a gift worth $1 million. If it were her, she would give one too. After all, that half of the assets was as high as 50 million. Zhao Xingtsung sat silently in his chair the whole time. Only when his gaze occasionally drifted to the car keys and watch on the table did a hint of envy show. Zhou chuckled. An Audi A8 is too flashy. I think an Audi A6 suits Xiao Lin better, and he happens to like it too. And this watch, I think it goes quite well with the car. Gu looked at the 300,000 yuan Patek Philippe on the table, then at the Longines Wang Lirong had given him on his own wrist. For a moment, he fell into deep thought. Everyone plays games, so how is old Gu so incredible? Although he admitted that Gu Lin's weapon was somewhat impressive, the gap shouldn't be this huge. Poor Gu still thought it was a matter of technique and secretly decided to strengthen his physical training in the future. But he didn't stop to think. The number of people Wang Lirong had played with might not be more than he'd ever seen, but it was definitely not a small amount. How could she possibly spend a large amount of money on him just because he played with her? The situation between Zhou and Gu Lin was because all sorts of buffs were stacked, leading to the current state. Sister Zhou, how is your Audi A6 55 low-key exactly? This is clearly more young and aggressive than my Land Rover Range Rover autobiography LWB. Zhao Mingkong said somewhat speechlessly upon hearing this. Standing at the door, Gu Lin was filled with surprise and emotion upon hearing these words. He hadn't expected Zhou to prepare such an expensive gift for him. Gu Lin took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, knocked gently on the door, and then pushed it open. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on him. A flash of surprise passed through Zhou's eyes as she said with a smile, "Xiao Lin, you're here." Old Gu, younger brother Gu Lin, Wang Lirong, Zhao Mingkong, and the others all greeted him one after another. Gu Lin nodded and smiled at everyone, his gaze then falling on the car keys and wristwatch on the table. Looking at Zhou, he said, "Sister Zhou, this gift is too expensive, I can't accept it." Zhou was slightly taken aback, then said, "Xiao Lin, don't be so formal with me. If it weren't for you, Duan Chongqing wouldn't have left with nothing. I wouldn't have gotten so much property either. This little gift is nothing at all." When Wang Lirong and the others heard words like, "left with nothing," and, "got all the assets," they were all shocked. Wang Lirong couldn't help but ask directly, "Xiao, what did you say? Gu Lin helped you make Duan Chongqing leave with nothing. And you got all the assets. What's going on here?" Hearing Wang Lirong's inquiry, Zhou didn't answer but turned to look at Gu Lin. Seeing Gu Lin nod, she then explained that Gu Lin had promised Duan Chongqing's younger sister 2 million. And the condition of making his life in prison more comfortable. After hearing this, Wang Lirong looked at Gu Lin in complete shock. Her tone became somewhat formal as she said, "Younger brother Gu Lin, no, young master Gu, I really didn't expect you to be Secretary Gu's son. Sister Wang, there's no need to be so formal. Let's just stay friends and treat each other like siblings." Gu Lin smiled and waved his hand, then pulled out a chair and sat down. "Right, Sister Wang. Old Gu is a very low-key person." Zhao Mingkong handed out a Harmonious World cigarette to each of them and said with a smile, "Yo, Kong Zi, now that you're driving a Range Rover, even your class has gone up." Gu Lin smiled and teased as he took the Harmonious World Zhao Mingkong handed him. Everyone laughed upon hearing this, and the somewhat formal atmosphere in the office eased up a lot. Zhao Mingkong chuckled and said, "Old Gu, I just swiped a carton of good cigarettes from my dad. How can I compare to you? Sister Zhou gave you a luxury car and a famous watch. I could never dream of such treatment." Chapter 79, Still Have to Smoke Wazi, Other Brands Make Me Cough. Hearing Zhao Mingkong say this, Gu Lin turned to look at Zhou. In a sincere tone, he said, "Sister Zhou, I appreciate the thought, but this gift is truly too expensive. I really cannot accept it. Younger brother Gu Lin, since you still acknowledge me as your sister, then let me say a few words. You won't find me too naggy, will you?" At this moment, before Zhou could respond, Wang Lirong spoke up first. "Cough, cough, Sister Wang, please speak," Gu Lin said, taking a deep breath of the Harmonious World cigarette and coughing twice from the irritation. Gu Lin frowned slightly, then pressed the half-finished cigarette directly into the ashtray to extinguish it. He shook his head inwardly and muttered to himself, "In the future, I still have to smoke Wazi. Other brands make me cough." Seeing this, Wang Lirong smiled slightly and continued, "All right, then I'll be blunt. Younger brother Gu Lin, you must accept this gift Xiaoya is giving you. She glanced at Zhou Yu while speaking and continued her explanation smoothly. At first, I was wondering why Xiao Yu chose an A6 when the money she spent on this car was enough to buy an A8. Now that I know your family background, I understand the reason. Wang Lirong paused slightly, the smile in her eyes deepening. I don't have a perfectly thorough understanding of families within the system. But I do know that as long as there is no exchange of interest between Xiao Yu and Secretary Gu, this cannot be considered bribery. Moreover, this gift contains Xiao Yu's feelings. If you insist on not accepting it, you would really be letting down her painstaking efforts. After Wang Lirong finished speaking, everyone present turned their gaze toward Gu Lin. Zhou Yu's eyes were full of expectation, with a hint of nervousness hidden within. She said softly, Xiao Lin, every word Sister Wang said comes from my heart. This gift is purely my personal sentiment, with no other meaning. Please just accept it. Gu Lin felt a wave of internal conflict. He could truly feel Zhou Yu's sincerity, and this sentiment moved him deeply. However, the gift was worth a fortune. Out of instinct, he still had reservations. Yet, seeing the expectant look in Zhou Yu's eyes, he found it hard to harden his heart and refuse. Just then, Zhou Yu suddenly said, Xiao Lin, if you're really worried, I'll go to the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection in a while to explain the situation to them. As soon as Zhou Yu said this, everyone was stunned. Everyone understood that although there was indeed no conflict of interest between Zhou Yu and Gu Deshui at the moment. With the connection through Gu Lin, if Zhou Yu were to encounter any trouble in the future, Gu Lin certainly wouldn't sit idly by. And if Gu Lin stepped in to help, it indirectly meant that Gu Deshui might not stand by with folded arms either. But if Zhou Yu reported the gift of the car and the watch to the Discipline Inspection Commission, then if Zhou Yu's business faced difficulties in the future, even if Gu Deshui wanted to help, he would likely have reservations and find it difficult to act. Hearing Zhou Yu's words, Gu Lin felt a warmth in his heart. He knew she was saying this to make him feel at ease about accepting the gift. Gu Lin pondered for a moment and said slowly, Sister Zhou, how about this? I'll call my father and see what his opinion is. It wasn't that Gu Lin was too cowardly, but rather that the higher one's family level, the more sensitive they became to certain matters. He could still distinguish the weight and importance of these things. Within the rules, you could indulge in privileges to your heart's content, and even those above would turn a blind eye. But if you touched upon matters of principle, then you could expect to be called in for a chat. Gu Lin walked to the side, pulled out his phone, and quickly dialed his father Gu Deshui's number. After a few rings, Gu Deshui's steady voice came from the other end. Gu Lin, why did you suddenly think to call your dad? Gu Lin took a deep breath and told Gu Deshui everything about Zhou Yu's gift and her proposal to report it to the Discipline Inspection Commission. On this end of the phone, Gu Lin lit a huazi and waited quietly for his father's response. Gu Deshui was silent for a while, his tone serious yet carrying a hint of warmth. Gu Lin, this girl Zhou Yu is meticulous and thoughtful. From her initiative to report to the Discipline Inspection Commission, it's clear she truly treats you with sincerity and has no ulterior motives. Gu Deshui paused here, and the sound of drinking water came from the other side of the phone. Then, Gu Deshui's voice came through again. But you also know our family's situation. A tall tree attracts the wind, any small matter could be magnified by those with intentions. However, since Zhou Yu has considered things so thoroughly, there's no harm in accepting this gift. But you must remember, favors are favors, and principles are principles. If Zhou Yu comes to you for help in the future, within the scope of what is compliant and legal, help if you can, but you must never cross the bottom line. Gu Lin felt a sense of relief and replied with a smile, Dad, I understand. Don't worry. After hanging up, Gu Lin organized his thoughts and returned to the group. He looked at Zhou Yu, a hint of complexity in his eyes. Sister Zhou, I can accept this gift, but there are some things I must make clear to you. In the future, if you encounter anything in your business, as long as it doesn't violate principles, I definitely won't hesitate to help. But if it violates regulations, I'll have to ask for your understanding. A smile immediately blossomed on Zhou Yu's face, and she nodded repeatedly. She didn't think Gu Lin was being too cold by speaking this way. On the contrary, she was happy because Gu Lin had decided to accept the gift she gave. Xiao Lin, don't worry. I understand in my heart, I won't make things difficult for you. What's more, I'm already prepared to sell the company. I won't be doing business anymore. Hearing Zhouya's words, everyone was stunned. Gu Lin asked curiously, Sister Zhou, why the sudden decision? Have you run into some difficulties? Zhouya sighed softly, her eyes full of exhaustion and relief. It's not that I've run into difficulties, I'm just a bit tired and want to have a good rest. I also know that I'm not cut out for business. For the past few years, Duan Chongqing has been managing the company's operations. That the company could reach its current scale is basically all thanks to Duan Chongqing, aside from my father's connections. With the current situation, I don't even know how to continue running the company. Saying this, Zhouya lit a lady's cigarette for herself. After taking a deep breath, she continued, it's better to just sell it while the company is still in a profitable state. Gu Lin nodded slightly, expressing his understanding. In his view, Zhouya's personality indeed wasn't suited for running a company. Sister Zhou, if it allows you to live more easily, then this is not a bad choice. Wang Lirong also showed a look of understanding. Xiaoya, you've finally seen the light. In this life, making money is important, but you also have to enjoy life. Unlike me, who can only be firmly trapped in place by life. Saying this, a hint of gloom flashed in Wang Lirong's eyes, and she sighed softly. Lirong. Zhouya gently patted Wang Lirong's shoulder to offer comfort. She knew Wang Lirong's situation. Although Wang Lirong and her husband were currently living separate lives, they were still tied together by their child. To truly and freely make a change was easier said than done. Gu Guotai, who was currently smoking a harmonious world and blowing smoke rings, suddenly felt his foot being kicked. Gu Guotai looked up and saw Zhao Mingkong secretly signaling to him with his eyes. Zhao Mingkong, you're not going to go up and offer some comfort? Gu Guotai, I'm just a damn duo-Q gaming buddy. What the hell am I supposed to comfort? After Gu Guotai replied to Zhao Mingkong with a look, he lowered his head and started blowing smoke rings again. Zhao Mingkong understood the meaning in Gu Guotai's eyes, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Chapter 80, Some Things Are Bound to Change. Wang Lirong also noticed the small interactions between the two, but she didn't mind. Just as Gu Guotai had said, her relationship with Gu Guotai was merely that of friends who played games together. This was the state that true duo-Q friends should have. Usually, when they wanted to rank up, they would contact each other to duo. After they finished ranking up, they would return to their respective lives. Sister Zhou, what are you planning to do after you sell the company? At this moment, Zhao Xingxong, who had been keeping a low profile, asked with a smile. Zhouya gently exhaled a puff of smoke, her eyes revealing a hint of longing for the future. She said slowly, actually, I have always wanted to travel around the world. All these years, I have been trapped in Shen City and have never really seen the world. After selling the company, I plan to put on my backpack and go to those places I have always wanted to visit but never had the chance to experience different local customs. Zhao Xingxong's eyes lit up, his face full of envy. Sister Zhou, if I have money in the future, I also want to travel around the world just like you. Haha, Xingxong, then you must manage the company well and strive for the four of us to achieve financial freedom soon. Zhao Mingkong smiled and patted Zhao Xingxong's shoulder, encouraging him. Wang Lirong also smiled and said, Xiaoya, that's a really great idea. If I didn't have so many ties, I would really want to go with you. While we are still young, traveling more and seeing more is not a life wasted. Gu Lin pondered for a moment and said, Sister Zhou, does the company need me to find someone to help you contact a buyer? Then I will trouble you, Zhouya nodded with a smile. However, those 3 larger cold storage units will not be sold. Keep them for your company to use, you are not allowed to refuse. Zhouya looked at Gu Lin tenderly, her tone firm. Gu Lin was slightly stunned, he didn't expect Zhouya to make such an arrangement. Looking at Zhouya's gentle yet firm gaze, a warm current surged in Gu Lin's heart. He directly ignored the 3 people, Zhao Mingkong and the others, who were frantically winking at him. He said to Zhouya, Sister Zhou, this is too valuable. How could I accept this? Zhouya waved her hand, interrupting Gu Lin. Xiao Lin, don't be polite with me. Sister knows your company will definitely have a need for cold chain storage in the future. These cold storage units will definitely be useful to you. Just take it as a token of my affection. Gu Lin knew that Zhouya's mind was made up, so he stopped declining. Sister Zhou, then I won't be polite. I will remember this favor. If you need my help in the future, just ask. Between you and me, there is no need to be so polite. Zhou Yu shook her head, looking at Gu Lin with deep affection. Seeing this, Zhao Mingkong and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Gu Lin would have a momentary lapse in judgment and refuse to accept it no matter what. The construction cost of the 3 large cold storage units alone exceeded 3 million. Their company was just starting out, and they really couldn't afford to build them. And cold storage units were exactly what their company needed right now. Zhao Xingcong teased from the side, "Wow, Sister Zhou is really good to old Gu. Old Gu, you are truly lucky." Zhao Mingkong also laughed and said, "Exactly, exactly. Old Gu, you must cherish this friendship from Sister Zhou." Wang Lirong also smiled and nodded in agreement. Gu Lin smiled and said to everyone, "I will definitely cherish this friendship from Sister Zhou." Afterward, he looked at Zhou Yu and said, "Sister Zhou, your company has so many assets, it probably won't be easy to sell quickly. You need to be mentally prepared for this." Zhou Yu nodded gently, her eyes showing calmness. Gu Lin, sister understands. Transferring such a large company is indeed not an easy matter. Sister has already made long-term plans. However, as long as there is a suitable buyer, the price can be negotiated. Sister doesn't want to waste too much energy on this, it would be best to get rid of it as soon as possible. Wang Lirong added from the side, "That's true. Xiaoya, since your mind is made up, don't dwell on this matter for too long. Younger brother Gu Lin has a deep background and extensive connections, perhaps he can find a suitable buyer very quickly." Zhao Mingkong smiled and patted Gu Lin's shoulder. He teased, "Old Gu, that will depend entirely on your ability. Find Sister Zhou a buyer who is both reliable and offers a reasonable price." "Haha, I will definitely take Sister Zhou's matter to heart." Gu Lin smiled and held Zhou Yu's small hand without hesitation. Seeing this, Zhao Mingkong and the others revealed meaningful smiles and started to tease them. Zhou Yu's face flushed red as she heard their laughter. "All right, stop teasing for now, let's talk about serious matters." Gu Lin reached out and gestured for them to quiet down. Hearing Gu Lin talk about serious matters, the expressions of the group became serious. Although they were all childhood friends who grew up together and there was no distinction in status, Gu Lin, with his deep background, still held the majority of the decision-making power among them. This was also unavoidable. As they grew older, some things were bound to change. "Sister Wang, the renovation of the factory area is now complete. You can send the final bill to Xingcong later." After Gu Lin finished speaking, he turned to look at Zhao Xingcong and said, "Xingcong, transfer the final payment to Sister Wang in a while." Zhao Xingcong nodded quickly, "Don't worry, old Gu, I will definitely pay Sister Wang today." Wang Lirong waved her hand, "Younger brother Gu Lin, sister is not in a hurry. Your company is just starting out, and there are many places where you need money. It won't be too late to pay sister when your company starts making a profit." Gu Lin smiled and shook his head, "Sister Wang, that won't do. We cannot delay the money that should be paid by even a cent. We can't break the rules, and although the company is just starting out, we still have this small amount of money." Zhao Xingcong also chimed in from the side, "That's right, Sister Wang. Old Gu is right. Besides, you have already saved us a lot of time on the renovation. How could we delay your final payment? We will definitely transfer the money to you today." Seeing that the two were firm in their attitude, Wang Lirong stopped declining. "All right, then sister will accept it. I'll send the bill to Xingcong later." "That's more like it." Gu Lin smiled with satisfaction. Although he had a background of $0 purchases, it was only a final payment of a little over 100,000, he wouldn't go so far as to do something like that. After discussing these matters, the group chatted for a while in the office and drank some tea. "Gu Lin, try this watch and see if it fits." Zhou Yu put down her teacup and pointed to the Patek Philippe on the table. Gu Lin looked in the direction of Zhou Yu's finger, his gaze falling on the exquisite Patek Philippe wristwatch. He picked up the wristwatch gently, the dial shimmering with a soft and luxurious luster under the sunlight streaming through the window. The texture of the strap was delicate, and every detail highlighted the exquisite craftsmanship of top-tier watchmaking. Gu Lin put the wristwatch on his wrist, and the size was surprisingly perfect, as if it had been custom-made for him. Zhou looked at Gu Lin wearing the watch, her eyes full of smiles. She said, Xiao Lin, it looks really good on you. This watch is just like it was custom-made for you. Zhao Xingxong leaned over, looking at the watch on Gu Lin's wrist with envy. Old Gu, you look completely different now that you're wearing it. It's worthy of being carefully selected by Sister Zhou, it matches your temperament perfectly. Zhao Mingkong also nodded in agreement. Old Gu, this watch on your wrist really compliments you. Sister Zhou's taste is impeccable. Wang Lirong smiled and said, Xiaoya, you are really attentive to younger brother Gu Lin. But having said that, this watch really suits younger brother Gu Lin. Gu Guotai looked at the watch on Gu Lin's wrist, then looked at the Longgins on his own wrist. He couldn't help but complain to himself, this damn watch is worth 300,000. If I wore it, I would have temperament too. Chapter 81, Patek Philippe and the Big A6. You've even got the Patek Philippe on. Old Gu, it's time to go check out your new car. Zhao Mingkong looked at the A6 car keys on the table and suggested with an excited expression. He had ridden in many A6s before, even his father drove one. But he really hadn't seen many of the 3rd anniversary 50T FSI Quattro version of the A6 in Shen City. As a result, his interest in this car temporarily surpassed even his own newly acquired Land Rover Range Rover. Yeah, old Gu, hurry and go look at your new car. Zhao Xingxong also smiled and chimed in from the side, though an imperceptible flicker of gloominess flashed through his eyes. Gu Lin noticed Zhao Xingxong's expression but didn't say much. Offering comfort at the right time was fine, but doing it too often would actually be counterproductive. Because of the wealth gap, things like this would likely happen frequently in the future, and Zhao Xingxong would have to slowly adapt to it himself. Alright, let's go take a look then, Gu Lin responded with a smile. Afterward, the group followed Gu Lin downstairs. Along the way, Zhao Mingkong continued to talk incessantly about the various advantages of this A6 model. From the powerful engine to the top-tier four-wheel drive system, it was almost as if he was the one who had bought the A6. It wasn't until Gu Lin said, since you like it so much, how about we swap? That Zhao Mingkong gave a sheepish grin and stopped talking. Although this A6 was nice, if he really had to trade his Range Rover for it, he certainly wouldn't be willing. Arriving downstairs, the black 3rd anniversary 50T FSI Quattro version A6L was parked quietly, looking like a black panther ready to pounce. Under the sunlight, the car's body reflected a charming luster, and every line looked like a meticulously carved piece of art. Gu Lin stepped forward, pressed the unlock button, and gently pulled the door open. The characteristic scent of new car leather wafted toward him. The 18 model A6 hadn't undergone its redesign yet. The center console featured a slightly retro walnut interior, and the screen was a retractable one. Looking at the retro walnut interior, Zhao Xingxong couldn't help but reach out and touch it. He praised, this walnut texture is really good, it has a steady and grand feel to it. You can't find this kind of vibe in many cars nowadays. Zhao Mingkong also leaned in and looked at the retractable screen. Old Gu, I heard the 19 model is changing to a triple screen setup. Gu Lin nodded and said as he sat in the driver's seat, yeah, I heard that too. But I still feel like this classic interior design has its own unique charm. As he spoke, he gently turned the key, and the engine started instantly, producing a low and steady hum. Not bad, Gu Lin evaluated after shifting to neutral and stepping on the gas to feel the power. Zhou walked over to the passenger side, seeing how much Gu Lin liked the car she had given him. Her eyes were filled with gratification. Xiao Lin, as long as you like it. Consider this a small token of my appreciation for you. Gu Lin looked up at Zhou and said sincerely, Sister Zhou, I like it very much. Thank you. Zhou waved her hand. No need to be so polite with me. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Old Gu, Guotai, let's the three of us go to the vehicle management office together tomorrow to get the license plates. Sure, I'll give Brother Xiaokong a call tonight to see if he can arrange 3 decent license plates. Gu Lin made an okay gesture and agreed with a smile. That would be perfect. A flash of excitement appeared in the eyes of Zhao Mingkong and Gu Guotai. They were young men, after all. Once they had a good car, they naturally wanted a good license plate to go with it. A good horse deserves a good saddle. Xiao Lin, I'll take the opportunity then to transfer the car title to you as well. Following Zhao Mingkong's lead, Zhou took the chance to speak up. Okay. Gu Lin nodded with a smile, not refusing Zhouya's kindness. Since he had already decided to accept the car, there was no point in being fussy about the details. Manager Wang, Manager Gu, the tools are all packed up. We're heading back to the company now. Old Luo, carrying the last 2 buckets of paint, had just come out of the factory gate when he saw Gu Lin and his group gathered around the A6. Looking at the 3 luxury cars that he might not be able to afford in a lifetime, a hint of envy flashed in old Luo's eyes. Hearing the voice, Gu Lin turned his head and, seeing old Luo, nodded with a smile. Thanks for your hard work, old Luo. The factory renovation was all thanks to your help, the result is very good, and I'm very satisfied. Old Luo gave a simple and honest smile and said, It's good that you're satisfied, Manager Gu. This is just what we should do. We had to make sure we completed the task given by Manager Wang properly. As he spoke, he glanced at Wang Lirong. Wang Lirong also smiled and said, Old Luo, you guys did a beautiful job this time. When you get back, tell the brothers that there will definitely be a bonus this month. The smile on old Luo's face grew even brighter, and he hurriedly thanked her. Thank you, Manager Wang. I will definitely pass on your words. Then Manager Wang, Manager Gu, will be going now. With that, he picked up the paint buckets and walked with a light step toward the van parked not far away. Watching old Luo's departing figure, Zhao Mingkong said with emotion, Old Gu, it really hasn't been easy for us to have all this. People like old Luo work hard their whole lives and might never be able to afford a car like ours. Easy my foot. It's all thanks to the support from Uncle Zhao and Auntie Zhao. For a car worth over 2 million, you only spent $500 to fill it with gas. Before Gu Lin could answer, Gu Guotai directly teased from the side. Zhao Mingkong's face turned slightly red at Gu Guotai's words. He laughed and scolded, Guotai, you bastard, can't you leave me some face? But speaking of which, for your car that cost over 700,000, you only seem to have spent money on the seat covers. Being countered like this by Zhao Mingkong, Gu Guotai didn't get angry, instead, he burst out laughing. Kong Zi, don't say that. These seat covers were actually carefully selected by me, I put a lot of thought into them. Listening to the two of them bickering, Gu Lin couldn't help but smile. You two, stop exposing each other's shortcomings. But seriously, to have the life we have now, the support from our families is indeed very important. But if we want to live comfortably in the future, our own efforts are equally indispensable. Xingtsong, wouldn't you say? Zhao Xingtsong nodded hurriedly, his eyes revealing a sense of determination. Old Gu, I understand what you mean. I know that compared to you guys, my family conditions aren't as good, but I will work hard. Just like you said, only by relying on our own hands can we create a better life. Gu Lin patted Zhao Xingtsong's shoulder and encouraged, Xingtsong, I'm relieved to hear you think that way. You are steady in your work. As long as you're willing to put in the effort, you'll definitely do well in the future. Let's work together to run the company well, and then everyone will be able to reach the next level. Right, Xingtsong, as long as we work together, luxury cars and beautiful women, we'll have it all. Zhao Mingkong and Gu Guotai also realized that they had been so focused on bickering just now that they had neglected Zhao Xingtsong's feelings. Now, hearing what Gu Lin and Zhao Xingtsong said, they hurriedly tried to make amends. Chapter 82 You really know how to pick a spot. Zhao Xingtsong gratefully looked at Gu Lin and the other two. Don't worry, I will definitely manage our company well. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew by, carrying away some of the summer's oppressive heat. Wang Lirong glanced at the Cartier on her wrist. She said, It's almost 5 o'clock. Tonight, my treat. Let's celebrate properly. First, to celebrate the completion of the factory renovation today. Second, to congratulate you all on your new cars. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingkong immediately perked up. He said with a smile, Sister Wang, that sounds great. It's perfect for everyone to get together and relax. Zhao Xingtsong also nodded in agreement. Sister Wang, you're too kind. We should be thanking you for the factory's rapid progress. This meal should be on us. Wang Lirong waved her hand with a smile. Xingtsong, why are you being so polite? The factory renovation is part of my job. Seeing you satisfied makes me happy. If you keep being so courteous, I'll be upset. Gu Lin also chimed in with a smile. Xingtsung, since Sister Wang has said so, let's not refuse her kindness. Besides, we'll have plenty more meals with Sister Wang in the future. Let's just happily enjoy her hospitality today. Zhao Xingtsung scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. All right then, thank you, Sister Wang. Gu Guotai teased from the side. Xingtsung, stop overthinking it. Hurry up and think about what delicious food we're going to eat later. Everyone laughed upon hearing this. Then, everyone think about what you'd like to eat tonight. Wang Lirong continued with a smile, following Gu Guotai's lead. I know a Lu Cuisine restaurant that's pretty good. How about we eat there tonight? Gu Lin remembered the Lu Cuisine restaurant from his takeout with Wang Tao at noon. He felt the taste was genuinely excellent. So he suggested to the group. Sure. We've been eating barbecue and hot pot a lot lately. It's been a while since we've had stir-fried dishes. Zhao Mingkong's eyes lit up as he quickly agreed. Zhou Yun nodded with a gentle smile. That works. I haven't had Lu Cuisine in quite a while either. It'll be nice to try it. Zhao Xingtsung and Gu Guotai also nodded, indicating they had no objections. All right, since no one has any objections, let's go to the restaurant, younger brother Gu Lin suggested. Wang Lirong said with a smile, seeing everyone was in agreement. Afterwards, everyone drove their respective cars to the Lu Cuisine restaurant Gu Lin recommended. Gu Lin's Audi A6 led the way, guiding the others. In the middle were Zhou Yu's Porsche Panamera and Wang Lirong's Maserati President. Bringing up the rear were Zhao Mingkong's Land Rover Range Rover and Gu Guotai's BMW X5. These luxury cars traveling on the roads of Shan City formed a striking sight. Along the way, the glow of the setting sun bathed the car windows, casting a golden hue over the city. Many pedestrians, seeing several luxury cars driving together, couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Gu Lin held the steering wheel with one hand. The soft purple ambient lights inside the car were on, and Jay Chou's Qi Li Xiang was playing. The sparrow outside the window, chirping on the telephone wire, you say this line, it feels so much like summer. The melodious tune flowed through the car. Gu Lin hummed along softly to the rhythm, feeling exceptionally relaxed. Before long, the convoy arrived at the Lu Cuisine restaurant. The restaurant was located not far from Wang Tao's gym, inside a pedestrian street near the New World Plaza. The restaurant's facade wasn't large, and there was no parking directly in front. They had to park their cars along the roadside. Fortunately, there were marked parking spaces on both sides of the street. After parking, the group walked towards the Lu Cuisine restaurant. The 6 people getting out of the luxury cars also drew many sidelong glances from passers-by. The street was bustling, with people coming and going. Shop signs of all kinds lined the street, exuding a strong sense of everyday life. This lively, down-to-earth atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the luxury cars beside them. Looking at the lively scene around them, Zhao Mingkong grinned. Old Gu, damn, you really know how to pick a spot. Last time it was the barbecue joint in the wet market. This time it's a Lu Cuisine place in a pedestrian street. Next time, are we going straight into a village? Hearing Zhao Mingkong's teasing, Gu Lin laughed heartily. Kong Zi, you know what? Maybe there really are some amazing hidden gems in villages. Look at this pedestrian street. It might not have the grandeur of high-end restaurants, but this kind of lively atmosphere is so relaxing. Zhou Yun nodded with a smile. Yes, coming to places like this once in a while offers a different kind of enjoyment. And any place Gu Lin finds is bound to have great food. Sister Zhou, you're just spoiling him, Gu Guotai said with a chuckle as he offered cigarettes to Gu Lin and the others. Wang Lirong joined in the laughter. I think younger brother Gu Lin has a real talent for discovering good food. Maybe he could become a food blogger in the future, taking us to try delicacies from all over. Chatting and laughing, the group entered the Lu Cuisine restaurant. The restaurant was quite crowded and very lively. The clamor of voices mingled with the enticing aroma of food. The sharp-eyed owner, noticing the distinguished air of Gu Lin's group, quickly came out from behind the counter, his face wreathed in smiles. Welcome, distinguished guests. Business is good today. Please wait a moment, I'll clear a nice table for you. While waiting, Gu Lin observed the other diners. There were simply dressed local residents chatting about daily life as they ate, and also fashionably dressed young people taking photos of their food to share on their phones. Everyone's face showed contentment, clearly indicating the restaurant's food was indeed excellent. Before long, the owner led them to a large table by the window. "Everyone, this spot has a good view. Please have a seat. The menu will be right over." After everyone was seated, they began chatting casually, their anticipation for the restaurant's flavors growing. Just then, a waitress hurried over and handed the menu to Gu Lin. Gu Lin didn't open it immediately. Instead, he looked at Wang Lirong. "Sister Wang, since you're hosting, you should order." Wang Lirong waved her hand with a smile. "Younger brother Gu Lin, you're familiar with this place. You know what's good. You order, don't be polite with me." Seeing Wang Lirong's insistence, Gu Lin didn't refuse further. He opened the menu and began browsing. Sweet and sour carp, braised prawns, clay pot chicken, stir-fried pork kidney. Without hesitation, Gu Lin first ordered 4 dishes he had eaten with Wang Tao at noon. After a brief pause, he continued, shredded pork in Beijing sauce, crispy fried pork, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, dry pot tofu skin. Considering Wang Lirong and Zhou Yu were women, he added 2 vegetable salads and candied sweet potatoes. After ordering, Gu Lin smiled and looked at Wang Lirong and Zhou Yu. "Sister Wang, Sister Zhou, would you like to add anything else?" Wang Lirong waved her hand, smiling. "Younger brother Gu Lin, your order is very comprehensive. I think this is plenty." Zhou Yu also shook her head, indicating it was enough. Chapter 83, Taking both the meal and the goods. Gu Lin smiled and said to the waitress, "That's all for now. Please serve the dishes as quickly as possible." The waitress gave a quick response and hurried toward the kitchen with the menu. While waiting for the food, Gu Lin made further arrangements for the company's next steps. Gu Lin first looked at Zhou Yu. "Sister Zhou, your frozen goods company should have a cold storage specifically for making ice packs, right?" "Yes, our industry has a pretty high demand for ice packs, so we built a dedicated cold storage kept at -2 degrees. Zhou Yu nodded and explained with a smile. Gu Lin's eyes lit up as he continued, "Sister Zhou, could you spare some ice packs for our company to use first? In the early stages of testing vegetable packaging, ice packs are a key component. I want to see how different vegetables fare under the preservation of ice packs." Zhou Yu laughed readily. "What's the problem with that? I'll have someone deliver a batch tomorrow. Take them for testing first. If it's not enough, just let me know anytime." Zhou Yu paused before adding, "If you need it, I'll even leave that ice pack cold storage for you later." Zhou Yu gently smoothed her hair, looking at Gu Lin with a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Ooh-hoo." Zhao Mingkong, Zhao Xingtsung, and Gu Guotai all let out strange cries. Their eyes began to wander mischievously between Gu Lin and Zhou Yu. "Sister Zhou, that wouldn't be appropriate," Gu Lin shook his head in refusal. He had already taken advantage of Zhou Yu's 3 large cold storages, he felt embarrassed to take more. Although he had helped Zhou Yu significantly, her returns to him were equally substantial. Even if the two of them were close friends who played together, Gu Lin couldn't bring himself to just take everything offered like this. "What's inappropriate about it? If it's mine and you want it, I'll give it to you." Zhou Yu felt a bit embarrassed by Zhao Mingkong and the others' gazes, but she still spoke with a serious tone. "Let's talk about that later." Looking at the serious Zhou Yu, Gu Lin felt a touch of emotion in his heart. He then cleared his throat and looked at Zhao Xingtsung. "Xingtsung, the factory area is finished with renovations now. Tomorrow, find a few workers to clean up the trash in the factory. Open all the doors and windows to keep it ventilated." Zhao Xingtsung nodded quickly. "Got it, old Gu. Leave it to me. I'll arrange it first thing tomorrow morning. I'll find some nimble hands to ensure the factory is clean spotless, and I'll open every door and window." Gu Lin nodded, then turned his gaze to Zhao Mingkong. "Kong Zi, tomorrow, have that relative of yours deliver the computers, desks, chairs, printers, and everything else. Also, contact the foam box and cardboard box manufacturers we spoke to before. Have them make some samples according to our dimensions. Then we'll buy some different varieties of vegetables to do packaging tests." Zhao Mingkong patted his chest and said, "Old Gu, no problem. I'll contact him as soon as I get back and have him deliver them tomorrow morning. I'll also make another trip to the manufacturers tomorrow to get those samples made. Old Gu, what about me? Gu Guotai asked eagerly, seeing that both Zhao Mingkong and Zhao Xingtsung had been assigned tasks. He looked at Gu Lin expectantly. Gu Lin glanced at Gu Guotai and said with a smile, "Guotai, I have an important mission for you. Starting tomorrow, our factory needs to begin hiring workers. I'm leaving the stage to you." Upon hearing this, Gu Guotai immediately perked up and sat up straight. "Old Gu, leave it to me. You can rest easy. Tell me the specific requirements so I know what I'm looking for." Gu Lin thought for a moment and said slowly, "We are a vegetable packaging and processing enterprise. First, we need to hire workers with relevant experience. Priority will be given to those who understand vegetable selection and packaging processes. Of course, those without experience but who are down to earth and willing to work hard are also fine." Gu Lin took a sip of water and continued, "Since our company doesn't have dormitories yet, it's best to hire locals. Even though our company is small and can't provide many positions, it still counts as providing jobs for Arshan City." Gu Guotai nodded as he listened, occasionally jotting down key points on his phone. Once Gu Lin finished, Gu Guotai said with full confidence, "Old Gu, I've noted down everything you said. I guarantee I'll recruit a batch of workers for our company who are capable and will stay. But there are still some things that need your decision." "What is it?" "Go ahead, Guotai," Gu Lin said with a smile. Gu Lin had already guessed what Gu Guotai wanted to ask. Letting him say it himself was also a way to see Gu Guotai's capability. "How many people do you think is appropriate for the initial hiring, and how much salary should we pay the workers?" Gu Guotai voiced the questions in his mind after a moment's thought. Not bad, Guotai is actually starting to use his brain. Zhao Mingkong, who was currently puffing out smoke, looked as if he had discovered a new continent, making a goofy face at Gu Guotai. Seeing Zhao Mingkong's antics, Zhao Xingtsung, Wang Lirong, and Zhou Ye all burst out laughing. "Get the hell out of here." Gu Guotai raised his middle finger and cursed with a laugh. Gu Lin smiled and waved his hand. All right, stop messing around. Let's talk business first. For the initial stage, let's hire 2 people. We'll add more once we've negotiated cooperation with the e-commerce platforms. Regarding salary, considering the company is a startup, let's start at 16 yuan per hour for now. At the same time, we'll add some incentive mechanisms. If a worker has perfect attendance for a month, they get an extra 30 yuan bonus. If someone stands out in terms of packaging speed and quality, we'll select 2 to 3 outstanding employees each month and reward them with another 50 yuan each. This way, we can control costs while also motivating everyone to work hard. Gu Guotai nodded as he took notes. Old Gu, this is a great method, using rewards to mobilize everyone's enthusiasm. By the way, how are the working hours arranged? Gu Lin thought for a bit. The nature of our company doesn't require night shifts, but basically, there are no days off for the whole month. As for specific hours, normally it's 10 hours, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Overtime will be 20 yuan an hour. There's a 1-hour lunch break, and we'll count that lunch hour as paid time for the workers. At that moment, the waitress walked over carrying the prepared dishes. All right, that's all for now. We can optimize things later on. Gu Lin said as he reached out to take a dish from the waitress's hand. Once the food was on the table, the spread of delicacies emitted an enticing aroma, momentarily drawing everyone's attention to the meal. Gu Lin set the dish down and urged everyone, "Come on, let's stop talking business and start tasting." Everyone picked up their chopsticks, and for a while, the table was filled with praise for the food. Zhao Mingkong grabbed a large piece of braised chicken in iron pot and said indistinctly while eating, "Old Gu, this place you found is really something. This chicken tastes incredible." Zhao Xingtsung, his mouth stuffed with sweet and sour pork, nodded in agreement. Old Gu, this sweet and sour pork is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with just the right balance of sweet and sour. You can tell it was made by a master chef. Wang Lirong took a portion of vegetable salad and said, "This salad is well balanced too." Chapter 84, We already know each other inside and out, why are you still shy? Seeing that everyone was almost finished eating, Gu Lin put down his chopsticks and raised a glass filled with juice. Sister Wang, the factory renovation was completed so smoothly thanks to all your hard work. Since we all drove here today, I'll use juice instead of wine to toast you. With that, Gu Lin drained the juice in his glass. A broad smile spread across Wang Lirong's face as she also picked up her juice glass. Younger brother Gu Lin, you're too polite. This is all part of my job. I'm just happy to see that you're satisfied with our company's work. We're all friends, we should help each other out in the future. After saying this, she also drank her juice. Zhao Mingkong clapped with a smile and said loudly, Sister Wang is right. We're all friends. There will be plenty of opportunities for cooperation in the future. For the sake of our friendship, I'll also propose a toast to everyone. Saying this, he also picked up his juice and downed it in one go. Zhao Xingcong also hurriedly stood up, holding his juice glass with a sincere smile on his face. Sister Wang, Sister Zhou, I, Zhao Xingcong, don't have much talent and I'm not a smooth talker. I only hope that in the future, we can all get better and better. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. After speaking, he drained the juice in his glass. You guys have said everything I wanted to say, so I won't say anything more and just drink up. Gu Guotai said with a laugh, then tilted his head back and finished his juice. All right, let's call it a night for now. Gu Lin checked the time, it was exactly 8 o'clock in the evening. He continued, everyone is quite tired today. Go back and get some good rest, we still have company business to attend to tomorrow. The group nodded in agreement and began gathering their belongings, preparing to leave. I'll go settle the bill, Wang Lirong said as she stood up and walked toward the counter. Gu Lin nodded and didn't fight her for it. After all, it had been agreed that Wang Lirong would be the host today. If Gu Lin were to insist on paying now, it would be a sign of disrespect toward her. A moment later, Wang Lirong walked back with a smile, holding a receipt. Younger brother Gu Lin, although the food here tastes good, you can't keep trying to save money for your sister like this in the future. As she spoke, she waved the receipt in her hand. Gu Lin had sharp eyes and saw the amount on it at a glance. For 6 people, including tableware and juice, the total was only 432 yuan. Haha, Sister Wang, next time it'll be our turn to host you, Gu Lin said with a smile. While packing her bag, Wang Lirong replied to Gu Lin, no problem, I won't be saving any money for you then. She then added, younger brother Gu Lin, if there are any follow-up issues with the renovation, feel free to contact me anytime. Gu Lin responded with a smile, sure thing, Sister Wang. If there are any issues later, I'll definitely have to trouble you. Zhouya stretched and said with a smile, I really enjoyed this meal today. It's been a long time since I've felt this kind of atmosphere. Gu Lin, I'll arrange for someone to deliver the ice packs first thing tomorrow morning. Gu Lin looked at Zhouya with a gentle gaze. Sister Zhou, sorry for the trouble. Zhao Mingkong teased from the side, Sister Zhou is being so supportive, old Gu, you really need to thank her properly. Zhao Mingkong emphasized the word thank, and winked after speaking. Zhouya's face turned red, and she quickly walked out of the restaurant entrance. Gu Lin rolled his eyes at Zhao Mingkong and smiled helplessly as the group filed out of the private room amidst laughter. Stepping outside the restaurant, the cool night breeze brushed past, dispelling some of the lethargy after a full meal. The streetlights emitted a soft glow, casting long shadows of the group. Wang Lirong walked to her white Maserati President, opened the door, and sat inside. She rolled down the window, leaned out, and said to Gu Lin, younger brother Gu Lin, I'm heading off first. Drive carefully, and send a message when you get home. Gu Lin nodded in response. Sure thing, Sister Wang. You too, stay safe on the road. Wang Lirong started the car and slowly drove away, her taillights fading into the night. Zhao Mingkong walked to his Land Rover Range Rover, patted the hood, and turned to look at Gu Lin. Winking, he said, old Gu, I'm taking off too. Take care of your health tonight. Gu Lin glanced at Zhouya, only to see her head bowed, fiddling with the corner of her clothes, her neck flushed with a layer of crimson. A woman in her 30s acting with such girlish bashfulness was incredibly lethal. Looking at the shy Zhouya, Gu Lin's heart stirred slightly, and he secretly decided not to go home tonight. Gu Lin steadied himself and glared at Zhao Mingkong. Kong Zi, get the hell out of here. We have plenty of serious business to do tomorrow. Instead of getting angry at Gu Lin's glare, Zhao Mingkong laughed even harder. He waved his hand and said, all right, old Gu, I'm leaving now. I won't disturb you too. See you tomorrow. With that, he turned around stylishly, got into his Land Rover Range Rover, and drove off in a cloud of dust. Xingtsung, it's late. Don't go back today, come sleep at my place. Gu Guotai pressed the key fob for his BMW X5 and said with a smile. Zhao Xingtsung was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Guotai, that might not be a good idea. It's too much trouble to go to your house. I'll just take the bus back. Gu Guotai walked over and threw an arm around Zhao Xingtsung's shoulder. What the hell are you being polite for? It's so late, what kind of damn bus is still running? Besides, you have to go to the labor market first thing tomorrow morning. It's too much trouble to go back and forth. Zhao Xingtsung hesitated for a moment before finally nodding with a smile. All right, then I'll be troubling you. What kind of nonsense is that? We're brothers, don't talk about trouble, Gu Guotai joked. As they spoke, the two of them got into Gu Guotai's BMW X5. Gu Guotai skillfully started the car and turned on the music. A light and pleasant melody flowed through the cabin. Gu Guotai rolled down the window and looked at Gu Lin with a face full of smiles. Old Gu, Xingtsung, and I are heading back. We won't disturb your world of two with Sister Zhou. Gu Lin squeezed Zhou Yu's hand and joked back, Gu Guotai, don't you damn well follow Kang Zi's example. Stop making a scene here. Hurry up and take Xingtsung back. We all have serious business tomorrow. Gu Guotai laughed and waved his hand. Old Gu, take care of your health. Zhao Xingtsung also stuck his head out from the passenger seat and shouted with a smile. Then Gu Guotai stepped on the gas, and the BMW X5 sped away, disappearing around the street corner. Gu Lin watched the car fade into the distance and shook his head helplessly. Turning around, he found that Zhou Yu still had her head down, the blush on her face not yet faded. He coughed softly and said, Sister Zhou, we already know each other inside and out, why are you still so shy? Zhou Yu raised her head slightly and gave Gu Lin a look. She chided, it's all because of those friends of yours, always making jokes and making people feel so embarrassed. Despite her words, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn upward. Gu Lin said with a smile, that's just how they are, always fooling around. But it was really nice for everyone to get together tonight. The company's affairs are mostly arranged now. Next, we just wait to implement them step by step. Zhou Yu nodded and said, yes, I feel like your company has a bright future. Xiao Lin, you have ideas and drive. I have confidence in you. Haha, Sister Zhou, let's not talk about the company tonight. Gu Lin laughed and waved his hand. Chapter 85, Do you like playing games? Let's go to my place, Zhou Yu said to Gu Lin with a flirtatious look. She wasn't an innocent young girl who knew nothing, she naturally understood the implication in Gu Lin's words. Gu Lin smiled knowingly. Holding Zhou Yu's hand, they first walked together to her Porsche Panamera. Zhou Yu took out her car keys, and with a beep, the car doors unlocked. Gu Lin gentlemanly opened the driver's side door for Zhou Yu first. After she was seated, he gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Then, with a meaningful smile, he said, Sister Zhou, I'll see you there. I know. You just got your driver's license, so drive slowly on the road. Zhou Yu gave Gu Lin a playful glare and gently patted his hand. Gu Lin nodded with a smile, closed the passenger door, and turned to walk toward his black A6 parked nearby. He then got into his black A6, started the engine, and followed behind Zhou Yu's Porsche. Throughout the drive, Gu Lin's mood was exceptionally pleasant, with a constant smile playing on his lips. Looking at Zhou Yu's car ahead through the window, he was already thinking about how they would rank up together tonight. Although Zhou Yu had started playing this game even earlier than Gu Lin. For some reason, perhaps it was Duan Chongqing's fault, Zhou Yu's performance was still so poor. It always gave Gu Lin a great sense of satisfaction whenever he carried her to rank up. The two cars slowly entered the underground parking lot of the residential community where Zhou Yu lived, one after the other. After parking, Gu Lin met up with Zhou Yu, and they took the elevator upstairs together. Zhou Yu opened the door, and the warm atmosphere of the house greeted them. Come on in, Zhou Yu greeted Gu Lin with a smile, turning on the living room lights as she did so. As soon as Gu Lin entered, he walked toward the sofa as if he were in his own home and lay down. Zhou Yu looked at Gu Lin slumped on the sofa and shook her head dotingly. She walked into the kitchen and asked, Xiao Lin, what would you like to drink? Cola or juice? Give me a cup of coffee. I'll need the energy to play games later. Gu Lin slowly sat up and, after lighting a huazi, gave a meaningful smile. Zhouya responded with a flushed face, and after a moment, she walked over carrying a freshly made cup of coffee. She placed it on the coffee table and sat down beside Gu Lin, her eyes filled with a mix of shyness and anticipation. Gu Lin put down his cigarette, took a small sip of the coffee, and then pulled Zhouya into his arms. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere instantly became thick with tension. Gu Lin lowered his head slightly, his lips slowly approaching Zhouya's. Zhouya closed her eyes, her breathing becoming rapid. Just as their lips were about to touch, Zhouya suddenly opened her eyes. With a slightly apologetic tone, she said, "Xiao Lin, wait a second. I want to take a shower first." Gu Lin was slightly taken aback, then smiled tenderly. "All right, go ahead. I'll wait for you." Zhouya stood up and walked toward the bathroom with somewhat hurried steps. As the bathroom door closed and the sound of running water began, Gu Lin leaned back on the sofa, savoring the intensely intimate moment from just now, his lips curling up unconsciously. He then stood up, paced to the window, and lit a cigarette. Looking at the bustling night view outside the window, his heart was full of anticipation for the upcoming ranking session. After a while, the cigarette burned out, and Gu Lin casually stubbed out the butt. He decided to use the time while Zhouya was showering to prepare the things they would need later. He familiarly walked into the master bedroom and pulled open the drawer of the left bedside table, where several boxes of little umbrellas were lying quietly. He casually picked up a box and tossed it onto the bedside table without any hesitation. Then he stood up and went to the right bedside table, pulling open that drawer as well. Inside were some roleplay outfits and the like. These were also props they frequently used when playing games together. After carefully selecting an outfit to use tonight, Gu Lin sprawled out on the bed. He waited quietly for Zhouya, who was still in the shower. Not long after, the sound of water in the bathroom came to an abrupt halt, and Zhouya walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a soft white bath towel. Having just finished her shower, droplets of water still dripped from the ends of her hair, winding down her fair neck and disappearing into the collar of the towel. "Xiao Lin." Zhouya called out when she reached the living room and saw that Gu Lin was no longer on the sofa, her heart momentarily fluttering with panic. "Sister Zhou, I'm in the bedroom," Gu Lin quickly replied upon hearing her call. Hearing this, Zhouya felt relieved and slowly made her way toward the bedroom. Zhouya's steps were light yet carried a hint of nervousness as she slowly approached the bedroom. After pushing the door open, she saw Gu Lin sprawled on the bed, with the selected roleplay outfit lying beside him. A blush instantly flooded Zhouya's face. "Xiao Lin, you." Zhouya's voice was filled with a mix of playfulness and shyness. Gu Lin sat up, his eyes full of smiles. He reached out and gently pulled Zhouya over, letting her sit on the edge of the bed. "Sister Zhou, you're beautiful." Gu Lin's voice was low and tender. As he spoke, he gently brushed a wet strand of hair away from Zhouya's cheek. Zhouya lowered her head, not daring to meet Gu Lin's burning gaze, her fingers unconsciously twisting a corner of her bath towel. Turn off the lights," Zhouya said bashfully, acting a bit coy. Gu Lin gave a wicked grin and pressed his mouth close to Zhouya's ear. He whispered, "All right, but Sister Zhou, you have to cooperate well with me today. Let's try to rank up as much as possible. Everything is up to you. Just go turn off the lights." Zhouya's voice trembled slightly. Although this wasn't the first time she had played games with Gu Lin, the thought of Gu Lin's superb skills still made Zhouya's heart race with excitement. Hearing Zhouya say this, Gu Lin finally smiled with satisfaction. He then slowly stood up, walked a few steps to the wall, and turned off the bedroom lights. The room instantly fell into darkness, with only the faint light filtering in from outside the window barely outlining their silhouettes. Zhouya's heart was thumping wildly. In the darkness, Gu Lin's presence seemed even more vivid and palpable. Gu Lin returned to the bedside and sat down, once again pulling Zhouya gently into his embrace. Zhouya's body trembled slightly, and her hands instinctively gripped the hem of Gu Lin's shirt. "Sister Zhou, are you ready?" Gu Lin's voice sounded exceptionally low and seductive in the darkness. Zhouya nodded slightly, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Gu Lin reached out and picked up the prepared roleplay outfit, handing it to Zhouya. "Sister Zhou, put this on. The game experience will be even better." Zhou hesitated for a moment but still took the garment, slowly standing up in the darkness to change into it. After changing, Zhou stood by the bed feeling a bit awkward, not knowing what to do next. Gu Lin turned on the small night light by the bed. Under the dim yellow light, Zhou's appearance made Gu Lin's eyes light up. Wearing the carefully chosen outfit, Zhou looked both sexy and shy. She kept her head down, not daring to look Gu Lin in the eye. "Sister Zhou, you are simply too captivating," Gu Lin praised sincerely. "You only know how to say sweet things to coax me." Despite her words, Zhou was quite pleased in her heart. Seeing this, Gu Lin no longer hesitated and took Zhou with him into the land of dreams. Chapter 86, No matter how many women there are in the future, there will always be a place for you. At noon, sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains into Zhou's bedroom. Gu Lin rubbed his eyes and woke up dazed from his sleep. Looking at Zhou beside him, who was still fast asleep from staying up late to rank up, Gu Lin smiled smugly. Clearly, he was very satisfied with his superb gaming skills and his own hardware. Then, he slowly sat up, leaned against the headboard, and lit a huazi to refresh himself. "Am I forgetting something?" Gu Lin took a deep drag of the huazi and murmured softly. Gu Lin thought for a moment and suddenly slapped his forehead. "Damn. I forgot to ask Brother Xiaokong last night if there were any good license plates available." Gu Lin put out the cigarette and carefully got out of bed, afraid of waking the sleeping Zhou. Then he quietly put on his clothes and padded to the living room in his slippers. Sitting on the sofa, he took out his phone, found Li Xiaokong's contact info, and pressed the call button. After a few rings, Li Xiaokong's cheerful voice came from the other end. "Yo, Gu Lin, what made you think of calling me today?" Li Xiaokong sounded like he was in a good mood. It made sense, after all, Li Xiaokong had just been promoted recently. It would be strange if he weren't in a good mood. "I'm calling to congratulate Brother Xiaokong on becoming the director." Deputy Director, Li Xiaokong chuckled and corrected him over the phone. Yet, his tone carried an unmistakable hint of pride. "You're the deputy now, but you'll be the head in a while." Gu Lin followed Li Xiaokong's lead and joked with a smile. "Haha, that depends on whether uncle-in-law lets me progress." When mentioning Gu Deshui, Li Xiaokong's tone carried an irrepressible respect. "Haha, I believe my dad will see your hard work, Brother Xiaokong." As soon as Gu Lin said this, Li Xiaokong laughed even more heartily on the other end. "Xiao Lin, I like hearing that. Your dad is the person I respect the most. I've always hoped to achieve something so I don't embarrass him." Listening to Li Xiaokong's slightly flattering words, Gu Lin chuckled softly. "Brother Xiaokong, you are one of the people my father values most. If there's an opportunity for advancement, he'll definitely keep you in mind." Hearing Gu Lin say this, the smile on Li Xiaokong's face grew even wider. "All right, Xiao Lin, you must have something else to tell me by calling today. Just tell me what's on your mind, let's not beat around the bush." Gu Lin chuckled and stopped being indirect. "Brother Xiaokong, I actually do have something I need your help with. My 2 childhood friends and I all bought cars recently. As you know, it's basically impossible to get a good license plate through the Vehicle Management Office's lottery system these days. Getting an ordinary plate feels a bit lackluster. I heard that the Vehicle Management Office usually keeps some good plates for themselves. Since you work in the public security system, I wanted to ask you to keep an eye out for a few good license plates for me." After hearing Gu Lin out, Li Xiaokong pondered for a moment. He said slowly, "Xiao Lin, the Vehicle Management Office does indeed set aside some plates. What kind of plates are you looking for? Do you have something in mind?" Gu Lin's eyes lit up. "Brother Xiaokong, my requirements aren't high. I just want something catchy, easy to remember, and ideally with some auspicious meaning. Like something ending in 666 or 888. If that's not possible, a few consecutive numbers would work too." Li Xiaokong, who was eating, almost spat out his rice. He said somewhat speechlessly, "Xiao Lin, those requirements aren't low at all. Those kinds of plates are highly sought after. I have a few acquaintances over at the Vehicle Management Office. I'll go ask around and see if I can find a few suitable ones for you." Hearing this, Gu Lin immediately said in a fawning tone, "Brother Xiaokong, you have such a wide network and are so capable, this must be a piece of cake for you." Li Xiaokong laughed and scolded, "You brat, always flattering me." Then, both of them burst into laughter. "All right, I'll ask around for you after I finish eating and get back to you tonight." After laughing, Li Xiaokong spoke in a serious tone. "No problem, I'll wait for your call tonight," Gu Lin replied with a smile. "By the way, what kind of cars did you and your two childhood friends buy?" Li Xiaokong asked curiously. "I got an A6, and they got a Land Rover Range Rover and a BMW X5. Gu Lin lit a huazi and said with a smile. Li Xiaokong teased, "Yo, you guys really know how to enjoy yourselves." Gu Lin chuckled. "Brother Xiaokong, my two childhood friends' families aren't short on money. They mainly just have the means." After a few more jokes, Li Xiaokong said, "All right, I'll stop talking now. I need to hurry up and eat so I can go take care of this for you." "All right, Brother Xiaokong, go ahead and eat then." Gu Lin didn't stand on ceremony and urged him with a smile. "This kid." Li Xiaokong looked at the hung-up phone and shook his head with a wry smile. After hanging up, Gu Lin put his phone on the coffee table and stood up to stretch. Just as he was about to go to the bedroom to see if Zhou Yu was awake, she walked out of the bedroom holding a glass of water. Seeing Gu Lin standing in the living room, a smile appeared on her sleepy face. "Why are you up so early? Why didn't you sleep a bit longer?" Gu Lin walked over to Zhou Yu and naturally put his arm around her waist. Zhou Yu leaned gently against Gu Lin and said, "I've slept enough. If I sleep more, I won't be able to fall asleep tonight." Then she looked up at Gu Lin and asked softly, "Who were you just on the phone with?" Gu Lin looked down and playfully pinched Zhou Yu's fair, tender cheek, saying with a smile, "I was just talking to Brother Xiaokong. Since you gave me a car, and Guotai and Mingkong also bought cars. Since none of us have license plates yet, I told Brother Xiaokong about it. I wanted him to help keep an eye out and see if he could get some decent plates from the vehicle management office." Zhou Yu nodded gently, showing no surprise at Gu Lin's words. Her father had been a deputy division-level cadre, so she had seen plenty of such minor exercises of power. Zhou Yu snuggled gently into Gu Lin's arms, her face filled with a bit of playfulness. A good car paired with a good license plate. "Xiao Lin, I don't know how many young girls you're going to ruin in the future." Hearing Zhou Yu say this, Gu Lin feigned grievance and said, "How could that be? You're the only one in my heart." As he spoke, he gently flicked Zhou Yu's nose. Zhou Yu gave a playful cry and swatted Gu Lin's hand away. "Anyway, I don't care. Even if you have more girlfriends in the future, you can't forget me." Hearing this, Gu Lin immediately hugged Zhou Yu tightly. With a smile in his eyes, he said, "Sister Zhou, what kind of talk is that? Even if I have more girlfriends in the future, there will definitely be a place kept for you." Chapter 87, Drank honey water in the morning. Zhou Yu was both annoyed and amused, making a gesture as if to hit Gu Lin, who quickly begged for mercy, and the two of them messed around together. After playing around for a while, Zhou Yu became serious. "Although asking Brother Xiaokong for help with the license plate isn't a huge deal, we can't let him help for nothing. Once the license plate is in hand, Xiao Lin, you should treat him to a meal to properly thank him." Hearing Zhou Yu's words, Gu Lin laughed heartily. "Haha, Sister Zhou, I already agreed with Brother Tao yesterday that the three of us, including Brother Xiaokong, would have a meal together in a few days." "Oh, right, Brother Tao is the owner of the gym I recommended to you before, and he's also my cousin, the son of my second maternal aunt." Gu Lin was afraid Zhou Yu didn't know who Huang Tao was, so he explained with a smile. Zhou Yu nodded with a smile. "Your cousin's gym is quite good. I've gone to experience it a few times, and the environment and equipment are both excellent. And didn't you also top up a card there with 20,000 yuan?" Gu Lin dotingly rubbed Zhou Yu's head and asked with a smile. Zhou Yu gently patted Gu Lin's hand away and said reproachfully, "You just know too much. Your cousin is enthusiastic and the service is thoughtful, so it was only right to top up the card." Gu Lin pretended to look heartbroken. "I thought you topped up the card because of me, but now it seems I was just being sentimental." Looking at Gu Lin's feigned heartbreak, Zhou Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. She raised her hand and gently poked Gu Lin's forehead. You're just a smooth talker. Even if it were for your sake, if that gym wasn't any good, I wouldn't have topped up the card." Gu Lin chuckled and was about to say something else when the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He pulled out his phone and saw it was a call from Isairu. Gu Lin was stunned for a moment and exchanged a look with Zhouya, a hint of awkwardness flashing in his eyes. Zhouya raised an eyebrow and looked at Gu Lin with a half-smile. "Oh, which little girl is calling? Don't just stand there, answer it." Gu Lin hesitated for a moment but still pressed the answer button, trying to make his tone sound as natural as possible. "Hello, senior, why the sudden call?" Isairu's cheerful voice came from the other end. "What, can't I call you if there's nothing wrong?" Gu Lin looked at Zhouya, who was watching him with interest, patted her hand, and laughed heartily. "How could that be? Whether senior has something or not, you can always call me. My phone is on standby for you at any time." Isairu giggled on the other end. "How is your mouth so sweet today, like it's been smeared with honey?" "Actually, I really did drink honey water this morning," Gu Lin replied with a laugh. Isairu laughed even more cheerfully. "Haha, it seems the honey water is quite effective. Actually, I'm calling to tell you something." On the side, hearing Isairu say she had something for Gu Lin, Zhouya gave Gu Lin a sidelong glance and then tactfully walked into the bedroom. "Senior, go ahead." After Zhouya left, Gu Lin sat on the sofa, lit a Chunghwa cigarette, and said with a smile. Isairu's tone was somewhat excited. "Gu Lin, do you remember Chen Yu?" "I remember. Weren't you going to introduce her to my company before?" Gu Lin flicked the cigarette ash and nodded with a smile. Isairu said with a smile on the other end, "Wasn't she traveling in Uyghur Autonomous Region recently? She just called me to say her trip is over, and she's coming to Shan City tomorrow to check out your company." Gu Lin was slightly surprised, then said with a smile, "No problem." "How is she coming tomorrow? Plane or train?" Isairu said on the other end, "She's taking a flight tomorrow morning and will arrive at Quanching Airport around 11 o'clock. Then she'll take the high-speed rail from Spring City to Arshan City. I just wanted to ask if you'd like to come with me to pick her up tomorrow, so you can have some contact with her in advance." Gu Lin laughed heartily and said, "Senior, no problem. I don't have anything else to do tomorrow anyway. She's coming all the way from Uyghur Autonomous Region, so regardless of whether she ends up working for me or not, I should show her some hospitality as the host. About what time will she arrive in Shan City by high-speed rail?" Isairu didn't hesitate and blurted out, "Her train arrives at Shan City West Station around 12 o'clock. After picking her up, let's find a place to eat, and you can tell her about the company's situation. After lunch, we'll go to your company to see if there's a possibility for her to join. Gu Lin, what do you think?" Gu Lin replied with a smile, "That sounds good, senior. I'll arrange the place for lunch." Isairu smiled softly, "Okay, it's a deal then. Should I pick you up at your house tomorrow, or will you come find me?" Gu Lin thought for a moment and said, "Senior, I'll go find you so you don't have to go out of your way to pick me up. What time should we set off?" Isairu thought about it and replied, "She doesn't arrive in Shan City until after 12, so how about we meet at 11:30? Gu Lin nodded in agreement, "Okay, no problem. See you at 11:30 tomorrow." "Senior, is there anything else?" Isairu said cheerfully, "Nothing else. See you tomorrow then." After hanging up, Gu Lin thought about how to show off his company's strength tomorrow. Gu Lin knew that for a graduate like Chen Yu who had already entered society, just painting a rosy picture wouldn't work. Only by letting her see something tangible would she recognize the company. While he was thinking, Zhouya came out of the bedroom. She crossed her arms and looked at Gu Lin with a half-smile. "Finished chatting with your little senior? Picking someone up tomorrow and eating together, you've arranged it quite thoroughly." Gu Lin smiled somewhat helplessly, stood up, walked to Zhouya's side, and gently took her hand. "Sister Zhou, you heard it too. This is just normal work coordination. If Chen Yu can join, it will be a great help to the company's future e-commerce business." Gu Lin had never tried to maintain an innocent persona in front of Zhouya. He also knew that if he flirted with other women, Zhouya would definitely be jealous. But if he were asked to love only Zhouya, that would be impossible. After all, his heart had already been divided into many pieces, and each woman could only obtain a fragment. However, that being said, someone like Zhouya who occasionally acted spoiled or jealous still needed to be coaxed. Hearing Gu Lin's explanation, a faint smile appeared on Zhouya's face. She had known about Gu Lin's playboy nature for a long time and had already prepared herself mentally. Now, intentionally putting on this jealous act was just to get Gu Lin to coax her. Zhou gently poked Gu Lin's chest. When you go to pick her up tomorrow, you must mind your manners. Don't end up getting yourself involved just to recruit someone. Gu Lin smiled and gently flicked Zhou's nose. Sister Zhou, don't you know me? I definitely won't. How about this, after Senior and I pick up Chinyu tomorrow, I'll report every step to you via message so you can keep track of the situation at any time, okay? Zhou couldn't help but giggle and patted Gu Lin's hand away. You only know how to make me happy. By the way, where do you plan to take them for lunch tomorrow? Don't be too stingy, don't let people think our company is cheap. Chapter 88, Politics feasts on Lu, business dines on you. Gu Lin smiled, putting an arm around Zhou's shoulders, and said with full confidence, Don't worry about it, Sister Zhou. I plan to take them to Reflections of Mountains and Rivers. The atmosphere there is great, the dishes are exquisite, and the standard is definitely high enough. Hearing the name of the Reflections of Mountains and Rivers restaurant, Zhou also nodded in approval. That restaurant really is the most upscale place for Lu cuisine in Arshan City. Speaking of Lu cuisine, what the wealthy eat and what ordinary people eat are practically two different culinary schools, Gu Lin said, shaking his head with a sigh. Oh. Xiao Lin, what do you mean by that? Zhou asked, a bit curious upon hearing this. Gu Lin gently patted Zhou's shoulder. Sister Zhou, think about it. Lu cuisine emphasizes the quality of ingredients, using salt to enhance freshness and broth to enrich it. The seasoning pursues pure saltiness and freshness, highlighting the original flavor. For wealthy people, the high-end Lu cuisine restaurants they go to have ingredients that are meticulously selected. They use top-tier raw materials, combined with the chef's masterful skills. The resulting dishes are a feast for the senses, color, aroma, and taste all perfect, as exquisite as works of art. He paused slightly, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. He continued, but when ordinary people eat Lu cuisine, it's mostly at small, casual eateries. The ingredients definitely can't compare to those in high-end restaurants. To control costs, both the quality of ingredients and the cooking techniques are compromised, so the flavor naturally suffers quite a bit. So, even though it's all called Lu cuisine, what the wealthy and ordinary people eat really doesn't feel like the same culinary school. There's a saying that goes, politics feasts on Lu, business dines on you, scholars savor Huaiyang, and laborers eat Sichuan Hunan. Hearing Gu Lin's explanation, a glint of agreement also flashed in Zhou's eyes. Now that you put it that way, it really makes sense. I never really thought about it from that angle before. Haha, but whether it's high-end Lu cuisine or home-style Lu cuisine, there's one commonality at the dining table. Sister Zhou, do you know what it is? Gu Lin asked with a smile, posing a riddle. Zhou tilted her head slightly, pretending to think for a moment, then smiled and patted Gu Lin's hand. You rascal, playing riddles with your sister now. I guess, is it that you have to use chopsticks? That's a common feature at Lu cuisine tables, right? Gu Lin laughed heartily and said, Sister Zhou, that's a common feature at dining tables across the country, but that's not what I meant. The commonality I'm talking about is that whether it's a high-end banquet or a low-end one, they all have the fish head culture. Saying this, Gu Lin slowly shook his head, clearly also feeling somewhat helpless about the dining culture of Lu province. Zhou was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood. She said with a smile, All right, Xiao Lin, I admit what you're saying makes sense. Haha, we're getting off track, way off track. Let's not talk about this, Gu Lin said, waving his hand with a laugh. It's almost 1 o'clock. What do you want to eat for lunch? Gu Lin glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist and asked Zhou. Wow, time flies. It's already 1 o'clock. Zhou also raised her arm to look at the Cartier on her wrist, saying with some surprise. Zhou thought for a moment and said, How about we just keep it simple? There's a place near the neighborhood that does claypot rice and roast meats pretty well. How about going there? Gu Lin nodded in agreement. Sure, whatever you say, Sister Zhou. The two tidied up a bit and then headed out to that restaurant. Entering the restaurant, as the peak lunch hour had passed, there were only a few scattered customers inside. The two found a seat by the window and sat down. A waitress soon brought the menu. Zhou Yu skillfully ordered several signature dishes, 1 claypot rice with cured meats, 1 soy sauce chicken, 1 seasonal vegetable dish, and 2 bowls of rice. The waitress nodded with a smile and left with the menu. While waiting for the food, Zhou Yu looked at Gu Lin and asked, "Xiao Lin, do you have anything to do this afternoon?" Gu Lin thought about it. He really didn't have anything planned for the afternoon. To be precise, he had handed things over to Zhao Mingkong and the other two. So, he shook his head and said, "Probably nothing." "Why, Sister Zhou?" A flicker of delight appeared in Zhou Yu's eyes. "If you're free, come shopping with me this afternoon." Seeing the expectation in Zhou Yu's eyes, Gu Lin smiled and nodded. "Sure, Sister Zhou." Hearing Gu Lin agree, Zhou Yu happily clapped her hands. "I knew you wouldn't forget your sister just because you have a little sister now. Lots of new clothes have come in recently. Perfect timing to go pick some out." Gu Lin teased with a smile, "Sister Zhou, what are you talking about? How could I forget you? Besides, a nice errand like accompanying you shopping is something I'd jump at." Before long, the waitress brought up the dishes they had ordered. The enticing claypot rice with cured meat sizzled, the rice grains cooked to perfection and distinct, the crispy rice crust golden brown. The soy sauce chicken had smooth skin and tender meat, exuding a rich, savory aroma. "Actually, it's not just about you keeping me company while I buy clothes." As she spoke, Zhou Yu picked up a piece of soy sauce chicken with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. After chewing and swallowing carefully, she continued, "Xiao Lin, you're going to pick someone up tomorrow, right? You can't go without a proper set of clothes." Gu Lin was slightly taken aback, then understood what Zhou Yu meant, a somewhat helpless smile appearing on his face. "Sister Zhou, it's really not that much trouble. I can just wear something casual." But Zhou Yu wouldn't let it go, gently tapping the table with her chopsticks. She said in a serious tone, "That won't do. Don't underestimate the importance of a good outfit. Sometimes it can play a key role." Seeing the firm look in Zhou Yu's eyes, Gu Lin knew he couldn't win this argument and had to compromise. "All right, Sister Zhou, I'll follow your plan. But let me say this first, nothing too expensive, or I'll feel too much pressure." Zhou Yu smiled contentedly and said, "Don't worry, I know. Hurry up and eat. After we finish, we'll go to the mall and pick out something nice." After the two finished their meal, they headed straight for the neighborhood's underground parking garage. "Sister Zhou, let's take this one." Gu Lin held up the A6 car key. Zhou Yu looked at the A6 and nodded. "All right, let's take it. Xiao Lin, come upstairs with me for a moment first." Just as Gu Lin was pulling open the car door, about to get in, Zhou Yu, as if suddenly remembering something, quickly called out. Gu Lin turned around, puzzled, and looked at Zhou Yu. "Sister Zhou, what's up? Did you forget something? Weren't you planning to invite Li Xiaokong and Huang Tao for a meal in the next few days?" "I just remembered, there are still several cases of Baijiu at home. Some were gifts from clients, some were bought by Duan Chongqing. No one drinks them. Xiao Lin, you should take them, load them into the car." Zhou Yu explained with a smile. When mentioning Duan Chongqing, her tone held no particular fluctuation. Gu Lin grinned and rubbed his hands together. "Sister Zhou, that's really too kind of you." Although his words said he felt bad about it, Gu Lin was actually quite pleased inside. Given Zhou Yu's assets, he didn't even need to look to know those liquors weren't cheap. They would be perfect for entertaining Li Xiaokong and the others. Zhou Yu saw through his thoughts and shot him a playful, exasperated look. "No need to be polite with your sister. These bottles are just sitting around at home going to waste. It's perfect for you to take them and use them." Seeing this, Gu Lin stopped declining and followed Zhou Yu upstairs. Chapter 89, To thank you, I'll just have to work harder next time. Arriving at Zhou Yu's home, she led Gu Lin to the storage room. Inside the storage room, everything was neatly arranged, with several cases of liquor placed in a prominent position. Gu Lin stepped forward to look, and his eyes instantly lit up. 2 standard cases of flying mitai, 2 cases of liquor, 2 cases of Gujiao 1916. There's even a case of 12-year-old, Dragon Year Zodiac mitai. And 2 bottles of 200-year-old Dragon Year mitai. In an inconspicuous corner, several cases of liquor and Qinghua 3 were piled up. Apart from the liquor, on the cabinet beside them, there were also several cartons of Slim Zhonghua, several cartons of 1916, and 2 cartons of Slim Lotus. Although Matai, liquor, and Gujiao were all fine liquors, Gu Lin didn't pay them too much mind. Even the case of 12-year-old Dragon Year Zodiac Matai didn't surprise him too much. It was only those 2 bottles of 200-year-old Dragon Year Matai that truly gave him a pleasant surprise. Gu Lin picked up those 2 bottles of 200-year-old Dragon Year Matai, unable to hold back a sigh of admiration. Sister Zhou, this 200-year-old Dragon Year Zodiac Matai, it's really hard to find on the market now. And it's been 18 years, yet these 2 bottles are still preserved in such perfect condition. Zhou said with a smile, yes, Duan Chongqing spent quite a sum to buy these 2 bottles from someone who enjoys collecting liquor. At the time, I wondered who he was planning to give these 2 bottles to. Looking at it now, he was probably preparing to give them to Gu Xuejie back then. He just hadn't managed to give them away before this whole mess happened. A flicker of complex emotion passed through Zhou's eyes as she explained. Haha, that Gu Xuejie really has no luck. Gu Lin rubbed the bottles and teased with a laugh. You, take away whatever liquor and cigarettes you fancy. Zhou gently tapped Gu Lin's forehead and said with a smile. Hee hee, how can I accept this so easily? Gu Lin said, his words expressing reluctance, but his hands kept moving. First, he moved a case of Matai, a case of 12-year-old Dragon Matai, and a case of liquor onto the small trolley. Then he selected 2 cartons of Slim Zhonghua and 2 cartons of 1916. After that, he picked up those 2 bottles of 200-year-old Dragon Year Matai. Seeing Gu Lin's completely unceremonious manner, Zhou couldn't help but let out a puff of laughter. She said, You said you were embarrassed, but you're not holding back at all in taking them. Gu Lin grinned, Sister Zhou, if I act all coy, wouldn't I be letting down your kind intentions? Zhou shook her head with a smile, looking at Gu Lin with a mix of helplessness and affection. The trunk of your A6 is a bit small. For the rest of these, come back to get them from me when you've finished using them. Gu Lin nodded with a smile, all right, Sister Zhou, I won't be polite with you. I don't need you to be polite with me. Zhou shot Gu Lin a glance and said with a smile. The 2 of them pushed the trolley downstairs and stuffed all the liquor and cigarettes into the trunk of Gu Lin's A6. Gu Lin patted the trunk, now filled with liquor and cigarettes, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Sister Zhou, I've decided, to thank you, I'll definitely work even harder next time we're ranking up. Zhou couldn't help but laugh and scold, you and your glib tongue. But thinking of Gu Lin's superb skills, she couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. She hurriedly urged, hurry up and get in the car. Let's go to the mall to check out the latest clothes. Gu Lin acknowledged and got into the driver's seat, starting the car and heading towards the mall. Along the way, the 2 chatted and laughed, soon arriving at the New World Mall. The mall was bustling with people, exceptionally lively. After Zhou and Gu Lin entered the mall's main entrance, they headed straight for the 3rd floor with the brand name boutiques. Just as they stepped off the elevator onto the 3rd floor, Zhou's gaze was captured by a dress in the display window of a Chanel boutique. It was a classic black and white Chanel dress, simple yet elegant. The exquisite hand-woven decoration at the neckline was as delicate as a work of art. The skirt flared out slightly, perfectly showcasing a kind of understated luxury. Zhou's eyes were instantly locked onto it, and her feet involuntarily began moving towards the shop. Gu Lin, look at that dress, isn't it especially beautiful? Her eyes full of appreciation and fondness, Zhou turned to Gu Lin and said. Gu Lin followed her gaze and nodded. It really is beautiful, it suits your temperament perfectly, Sister Zhou. You definitely look stunning wearing it. The 2 entered the store, and a sales assistant immediately greeted them warmly. Zhou walked straight to that dress, gently touching the fabric. The quality was superb, warm to the touch. Seeing this, the sales assistant said with a smile, Madam, you have excellent taste. This is the flagship piece from Chanel's latest season. The design concept blends classic and modern fashion elements, making it very unique. After inquiring about the size, Zhou took the dress and went into the fitting room. Not long after, Zhou slowly emerged from the fitting room. Dressed in that black and white dress, her already elegant demeanor instantly elevated several notches. How is it? Does it look good? Zhou turned lightly in a circle in front of Gu Lin and asked with a smile. Sister Zhou, you look truly beautiful. This dress seems tailor-made for you. Gu Lin didn't hold back his praise. Zhou examined herself left and right in the mirror, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. She really liked this dress. As for the price on the tag, Zhou didn't give it a second thought. The sales assistant chimed in at the right moment. Madam, this dress really suits you perfectly, showcasing your temperament flawlessly. The effect would be even better if you paired it with a bag from our same series. Saying this, the assistant fetched a Chanel black and gold CF mini crossbody bag from the display stand and handed it to Zhou. Zhou took the bag, casually slung it over her arm, and looked in the mirror again. The bag complemented the dress perfectly, adding an extra touch of fashion and elegance. Xiao Lin, do you think this bag matches? A flicker of satisfaction flashed in Zhou's eyes as she turned to look at Gu Lin. Seeing the fondness in Zhou's eyes, Gu Lin didn't hesitate for a moment, continuing to provide her with emotional validation. Sister Zhou, it's a perfect match. This bag and the dress are simply made for each other, making you look even more elegant and graceful. Zhou nodded with a smile and said to the sales assistant, all right, I'll take this set. Please wrap them up for me. The sales assistant replied with a smile, certainly, madam. Please wait a moment. She then took the dress and bag to the counter for payment and packaging. A short while later, the sales assistant returned with the beautifully packaged dress and bag. She said with a smile, madam, your items have been packaged. The total is 52,000 yuan. Will you be paying by card or scanning a QR code? Zhou took out a black China Construction Bank metal card that gleamed from her Gucci GG handbag, handed it to the sales assistant, and said calmly, card. Chapter 90, You Truly Are My Nemesis. The clerk took the card and quickly began operating the POS machine. Soon, the card machine emitted a crisp beep, and the receipt for the successful transaction slowly slid out. Seeing that the payment was successful, an even more enthusiastic smile immediately appeared on the clerk's face. Then, handing the receipt and card to Zhou, the clerk said, Madam, the transaction was successful. We look forward to your next visit to Chanel. Zhou took the card and the receipt, casually tucked the receipt into her handbag, a pleasant smile on her face. Linking her arm with Gu Lin's, she said, let's go, Xiao Lin. Let's go look at some clothes for you. Gu Lin couldn't talk his way out of it, so he had no choice but to follow Zhou into a Zegna boutique. The store's interior was exquisitely and elegantly decorated, with well-tailored garments hanging on wooden hangers. A faint scent of lavender aromatherapy wafted through the air. A clerk dressed in a black uniform immediately came forward with a warm and professional smile. Welcome to Zegna. What kind of clothing are you two looking for today? Zhou looked around and said, I'd like to pick out something more formal for my boyfriend. The clerk nodded and turned to begin carefully selecting from the clothing racks. Before long, the clerk walked over holding a gray mulberry silk shirt. The clerk introduced, Madam, Sir. This mulberry silk shirt is made from top-tier Italian silk. It feels incredibly soft and smooth, making it both cool and comfortable for summer wear. This gray colorway can project different styles of formality, whether paired with casual trousers or suit pants. Zhou took the shirt with satisfaction and held it up against Gu Lin, her eyes full of anticipation. Xiao Lin, go try it on quickly. I think this color will definitely look great on you. Gu Lin gave a helpless smile, took the shirt, and walked into the fitting room. A moment later, Gu Lin stepped out of the fitting room. The shirt fit the curves of his body perfectly, with the sleeves slightly rolled up to reveal his firm forearms. The hideous, 10+ centimeter long scar on his arm added a touch of wildness to his appearance. The gray color of the shirt made him look even more composed and reserved, without losing a sense of fashion. Zhou's eyes lit up, and she clapped in praise. Xiao Lin, when you wore that white shirt last time, I thought you were already handsome enough. But wearing this gray one now, you've truly stunned me all over again. The clerk also smiled and chimed in, this gentleman has a great build and a unique aura. This shirt looks as if it were tailor-made for you. Zhou said enthusiastically, let's try it with some trousers and a pair of leather shoes too. The clerk immediately understood and quickly selected a pair of black suit trousers and black leather shoes, handing them over. Sir, the cut of these trousers is excellent, they will highlight your straight legs. Paired with the shirt, it's perfect for both business and casual occasions. These leather shoes are also handmade in Italy, and the quality is truly outstanding. Gu Lin took the trousers and the leather shoes and stepped back into the fitting room. When he emerged after changing into the trousers and shoes, his entire aura had shifted up another level. The black suit trousers were crisp and straight, making the lines of his legs look even more perfect and complementing the gray shirt beautifully. The black leather shoes added a touch of solemnity to the overall look. Zhouya's eyes were filled with admiration and pride as she circled Gu Lin, sizing him up. She couldn't stop praising him. "Xiao Lin, you really were meant to wear formal attire. This whole outfit is just incredible. You'll definitely be turning heads everywhere you go." The clerk also added a timely compliment. "This outfit is very appropriate and striking for the gentleman, whether for a business meeting or a dinner party." Gu Lin stretched his body, feeling the comfort and fit of the clothes, and a slight smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. He then looked at Zhouya and gave a slight nod. "Let's go with this set. I'll go change back first." Seeing that Gu Lin was satisfied, Zhouya felt very happy as well. She reached out and stopped Gu Lin just as he was about to head back to the fitting room. "Sister Zhou, what is it?" Gu Lin stopped and turned to look at Zhouya, puzzled. Zhouya pulled her phone out of her bag and smiled. "Xiao Lin, you look so handsome in this outfit. I want to take a few photos as a souvenir." As she spoke, she pulled Gu Lin into a pose. Gu Lin was a bit helpless, but he cooperated with her nonetheless. Zhouya kept changing angles, taking several photos in a row. Finally, she chose her favorite one and was about to post it to her moments when Gu Lin saw and quickly reached out to catch her small hand. Meeting Zhouya's confused gaze, Gu Lin smiled and shook his head. "Taking photos is fine, but posting them to your moments, that's a no." Zhouya was momentarily stunned, but then she realized why, and a trace of gloom flashed in her eyes. She bit her lip gently, put her phone back in her bag, and forced a smile onto her face. "All right, I understand." Even though Zhouya knew she wasn't good enough for Gu Lin, and that she couldn't be with him openly, she couldn't help but feel a sense of loss seeing him refuse even this small request.